Chapter 1. Drift of the Triple Change Transformer, February 13th, 2009. New York, Manhattan. Morning. Through the guidance of the character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has reached 1. You have acquired the Triple Change Transformer Drift, and the licensing procedures are complete. It is now parked in the underground garage. After a night spent in teaching, Dr. Zhao Helen was still lost in slumber. The books strewn across the sheets and the disarray of clothing stirred a sense of nostalgia within Gu Li. The melodious notification resonating in his mind prompted him to reflect. Drift, quite a reward indeed, worthy of all the days spent under Ms. Zhao's earnest tutelage. While he had acquired a wealth of cultural knowledge, it was undeniably a source of headache, particularly for someone like him, a self-proclaimed academic underachiever. It is worth noting that Ms. Zhao Helen is a doctor. After all, yes, he turned on the television. Gu Li lit a morning cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, memories from his 2 decades of life flashed through his mind. He was a time traveler, having traversed into this world precisely 20 years ago that, of course, like any typical time traveler, he possessed a system, albeit one that was somewhat absurd. Aside from a starter pack that included a Turkish kebab restaurant located in Manhattan and a small villa in the Manhattan district, he had nothing else to his name. No formidable physique, no mutant abilities, and certainly no extraordinary magical powers. If he wished to acquire further rewards, he must learn cultural knowledge from the characters in the storyline, achieving a cultural level of 1. Indeed, learning cultural knowledge. Please don't lock me in that little black room. This learning encompassed various aspects. For instance, techniques, stances, cough, the soothing techniques of massage, and the posture for swinging a golf club, among others. Though the cultural atmosphere in America was relatively open compared to his previous life, the education he received as a child instilled in him the values of self-respect, caution against overreaching, and the risks of sacrificing the substantial for the trivial, leading to a lack of useful rewards before the age of 18. It was not until he turned 18, 2 years ago, that he finally obtained his first superpower. The reward for this cultural lesson was the Drift. The double-bladed transformer, reminiscent of Miyamoto Musashi, was originally a member of the Decepticons, but later defected to the Autobots, becoming one of the few Transformers to possess 3 distinct transformation forms in vehicle mode. Drift is a blue and black Bugatti Veyron, transforming into a military S-97 Raider helicopter in flight mode, and in battle mode, he adopts a flamboyant blue and gold samurai appearance. Awakening from her slumber, Zhao Helen lazily stretched her arms, the graceful arc causing Gu Li's heart to race and cheeks to flush. He rubbed his nose, contemplating whether to engage in further study. He remembered that the last individual to impart knowledge upon him had offered substantial rewards when her cultural level was high. It was precisely because Gu Li was so ardent in his pursuit of knowledge that she began to avoid him. "Hey, handsome, don't I have enough allure without those books?" This was the last remark from Sharon Carter before she turned away. Gu Li sighed, massaging his forehead. Surviving in this perilous world was truly a daunting task. He swore he was not unromantic. He simply wished to endure. Was that a fault? After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, Gu Li prepared 2 heartfelt breakfasts. Emerging from the bathroom, Zhao Helen, clad in a bathrobe, rubbed her head and playfully winked at Gu Li. Was she attempting to seduce him? How could he endure such temptation? "Professor Zhao, come and eat that," in a bid to enhance his future learning of cultural knowledge. Gu Li suppressed his inner impulses, turning his gaze away to avoid fixating on her alluring curves and long, graceful legs. Entering the VIP payment chapter, "Your balance is insufficient. Please recharge promptly." After breakfast, Gu Li resumed his studies. Through the guidance of the character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has reached 1. You have acquired the Rebirth Cradle, now stored in the system space. The Rebirth Cradle? Is that akin to Ultron? However, at this moment, that individual who stood shoulder to shoulder with deities as a mere mortal had yet to become Iron Man, correct? Wasn't the arrival of the Rebirth Cradle a tad premature? Is it my fault that I'm late for work? Zhao Helen rubbed her head, casting a reproachful glance at Gu Li. She had never encountered a man like him before. Could it be that he was not pursuing her, but merely seeking to learn? You might not need to go to work for a while. It seems your boss has been kidnapped." Gu Li pointed to the news on the television. "This is an urgent report. The renowned entrepreneur Tony Stark, who just received the Extremis Award, was unfortunately attacked while inspecting in Afghanistan. Here is the detailed report." Gu Li glanced at his phone. February 13th, 2009, that the day of the arrival of the director of the family planning office was drawing near. Who could guarantee that they would not vanish under that fateful snap? Gu Li was no luck-bringing monarch wielding a bow. He was merely a diligent little Karami-eye. Even if the purple sweet potato taro did not arrive, the impending battle in New York was inevitable. The Playboy has been kidnapped? Zhao Helen stared in shock at the television screen. Her new boss was indeed quite the womanizer, having seduced every magazine cover girl within a year. However, it was unfortunate that Tony Stark was not her type. She preferred a rugged man like Gu Li, even if he was slightly younger than her, but he was undeniably impressive and passionate about learning. Moments later, she suddenly sighed. It's over. I just bought Stark Industries stocks. Although Tony Stark was quite the womanizer, he was the soul of Stark Industries. With this news spreading, the stock price would likely plummet for a time. Wow, I didn't realize, Professor Zhao, that you're quite the affluent lady. Zhao Helen approached unsteadily and once again caressed Gu Li's muscular chest, her gaze dreamy. Appa, how did you get so fit? In that moment, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Ji Li shrugged helplessly. It was, of course, the reward from his previous mentor after their studies, the 50-50 serum. His former teacher, Sharon Carter, the niece of Peggy Carter, Captain America's ex-girlfriend, had granted him the serum when his cultural level was sufficient. Just natural talent. Now, let's eat, as I need to head to the shop afterward. Sitting beside Gu Li, Zhao Helen quietly enjoyed her breakfast, yet her gaze continually wandered toward him. After breakfast, Zhao Helen returned to bed to catch up on sleep. She was utterly exhausted from the previous night. Meanwhile, Gu Li, having arrived in the underground garage, circled around the blue-black Bugatti, inspecting it closely. The triple-change transformer drift transforms into a Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse version, featuring a striking blue and black exterior design. By the way, is there a Bugatti in the Marvel Universe? Gu Li shrugged. Surely the system could address this matter. Drift, parked in the garage, curiously observed its new owner. The lad before him seemed rather feeble. Though he had only recently arrived in this world, the information gathered since connecting to the network indicated that this world was rather peculiar. The crux of matter was that he had been teaching Bumblebee a lesson in front of his idol when he was abruptly transported here, with a rumbling sound of mechanical transformation. The blue-gold mechanical warrior, wielding dual blades, gazed down upon the intrigued Gu Li. Brother, your way of studying is quite unique. I truly apologize. Due to review reasons, I can only refer to the Golden Finger as cultural core study. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 2. The owner of the Turkish kebab shop ***. In the underground garage, a blue and gold transformer resembling a cherry blossom samurai wielded dual blades. On its left leg were inscribed the 4 Chinese characters for loyalty and righteousness. Yet spoke in a manner that clearly mocked its master. Ji Li was taken aback for a full 2.5 minutes upon hearing those words. He suddenly pondered, could it be then the future, all reward entities with self-awareness would behave this way? If you were to receive a Daidala as a reward in the future, would that fellow bring art to New York? You're quite brave, Drift. With a gentle wave of his hand, the mechanical warrior holding dual blades was instantly transformed back into its automobile form by an irresistible force. Sorry, master. Seeing this, Gu Li opened the car door and inquired, you can speak Chinese, right? Fortunately, the transformer before him was produced by the system, and he had complete control over it. If it were not the case, merely relying on a 50-50 chance serum might not suffice to handle the temperamental Drift easily. It's no wonder, after all, this fellow hailed from the Decepticon lineage and had a violent disposition. Although Drift later dug his own grave and allied with the Autobots, his nature was hard to change. Yes, master, greetings from Autobot Drift. After the car door closed automatically, Gu Li chuckled softly. Good lad, with this companion around, at least his future days would not be too dull. It was just a pity that Crosshairs was not present. Otherwise, they could form a comedic duo, as these two had plenty of memorable moments. Dear master, where would you like to go? Old Gu's Turkish kebab shop. Drift. To be honest, the name of the shop awarded by the system was truly extraordinary. So extraordinary that it left one speechless. The roar of the engines suddenly erupted, and the blue-black figure sped towards Old Gu's kebab shop like a bolt of lightning. Keep it low-key, Drift, Gu Li instructed helplessly from inside the car. This fellow was simply too conspicuous. At this moment, his strength had yet to reach a level where he could abstain from beef. OJBK, once his hands were freed, Gu Li leaned back in his seat. I must say, the Autobot's autopilot feature was indeed impressive, and it would provide more assurance in future pursuits. He might even experiment with placing a can of Red Bull on the dashboard. However, it was a bit of a pity. The interior space was a tad cramped, making it difficult to stretch out. Drift, can you transform into a screen? No sooner had he spoken than a screen approximately 10 inches wide slowly materialized beside him. Upon seeing this, Gooley began to scroll through recent news. Meanwhile, in another building in New York City, Nick Fury, the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, was yelling into the phone, "Natasha, your vacation is over. Tony Stark has been attacked and is missing. You and Coulson need to head to Afghanistan." After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury focused intently on the computer screen with his remaining eye. The screen displayed an array of photographs, each depicting individuals that Tony Stark had encountered prior to his disappearance. Nick Fury scrolled through the images, letting out a long sigh. Beside him lay the complete dossier on the Playboy, a document he had reviewed countless times over the recent period. He even felt a peculiar sensation that he now understood Tony Stark better than Stark understood himself. The reason behind this was a valuable lesson he had learned over the years. To truly master someone, one must first thoroughly understand them. Tony Stark had a penchant for cheeseburgers. He entered MIT at the age of 14, where he met his best friend, James Rhodes. After his father's death, he took over the vast family business, Stark Industries, and became its chairman. A genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, arms manufacturer, and a key partner of the Department of Defense. None of these labels could fully encapsulate Tony Stark's essence, of course. What made this matter particularly pressing was that Tony was the only son of Howard Stark, one of the founders of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Indeed, the only son. Howard Stark had no other children, nor did he have any adopted ones. Nick Fury suddenly cursed, perhaps due to exhaustion. He felt his thoughts beginning to spiral. Shaking his head, he continued to gaze at the screen, sometimes contemplating and sometimes jotting down names on paper. After a considerable time, Nick Fury picked up the piece of paper, which listed the suspicious individuals he had just noted. Obadiah Stane, one of the founders of Stark Industries and a shareholder. He had worked alongside Howard for several years and assisted Tony in managing the company after Howard's demise. Aldrich Killian, founder of AAM, had previously worked with Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts. Although it was not immediately clear what motivation Killian might have regarding Tony Stark's attack, Nick Fury's instincts as an agent made him suspicious of this individual. The final person was Zhao Helen, a newly joined member of Stark Industries. Zhao Helen, a Korean scientist, was reputed to possess scientific prowess and intelligence on par with Tony. She had just accepted Tony Stark's invitation to join Stark Industries, and the very next day, Tony was attacked in Afghanistan. Though her likelihood is low, I'll still have Barton investigate. Nick Fury promptly stood up and dialed another phone number. Simultaneously, inside Old Goo's Turkish kebab shop. "Good morning, Magia. Oh, little Peter is here too. Come here for an uncle's hug." The graceful May Parker smiled warmly. "Did you sleep until the afternoon again? Have you eaten?" As for Gooley asking Peter to call him uncle, she merely took it as a joke. Little Peter, born in 2001, was barely 8 years old, and, perhaps due to the growth cycle of boys, appear more like a 5 or 6-year-old little pudding. Meanwhile, her boss, young Gooley, was a handsome lad of 20 who had once lived with her family for a time during his childhood. "Yes, I ate at home. Let me help, Magia." The two of them worked harmoniously in the kitchen, while little Peter, writing homework at the table, sensed that something was amiss. The exchanged glances between Aunt May and Uncle Goo felt unusual, reminiscent of the romantic tension between protagonists in a movie. Stretching the thread. "Goo, are you free after work? There's a family movie." Before May Parker could finish her sentence, Gooley nodded and said, "Sure, let's go together." "Okay." Gooley cherished this subtle connection between them. It was somewhat ambiguous, yet heart-fluttering. This was also why he frequently visited the shop. As for attending school, who needed that? What could one truly learn in school? With the family planning office director nearly arriving, it was far more productive to think of ways to earn more rewards during school hours. "Yes, I simply desire the system's rewards." Moreover, May was 30, and any normal man would find it irresistible to fall for her. Chapter 3. Peter's startling moment. New York's first cinema. After the film ended, Gooley and May Parker strolled towards the parking lot, hand in hand with little Peter. An awkward silence settled between them, primarily because neither had anticipated the intimate scenes in a family movie. It seemed that American openness began at a young age. "I'll take you home first," May offered. The transformed Bugatti could only accommodate two, as they had arrived at the cinema in May's compact car. "Let's drop little Peter off first. He's nearly asleep," Goo suggested. May's cheeks flushed slightly at his words. They traveled in silence, and perhaps due to the warmth in the car, beads of sweat dotted May's forehead. Concerned that the wind might disturb the slumbering Peter in the back seat, they refrained from opening the windows, but a strange emotion welled up within May, a fear of crossing the boundaries of their relationship, yet a yearning for deeper connection. At 30, she was a decade older than Gu Li. Moreover, they were old acquaintances. Gu had lived with her family for a time during his school years. Stealing a glance at the man in the passenger seat, May found herself at a loss for words, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Gu Li, too, felt a peculiar sensation. He had been adopted shortly after arriving in this world. The couple who adopted him were May's neighbors, hence their long-standing familiarity. Following the disappearance of his adoptive parents, he had stayed with May's family for a while, until he moved into a small villa in Manhattan. The two remained silent, each lost in thought as they arrived at May's home. As Gu carried Peter into his modest bedroom, he heard May say, "Gu, I placed some toys for Peter in your room. Let me tidy up." "All right, I'll help you," he replied. They busied themselves, and as May was carrying a toy box out, she suddenly stumbled over a nearby coat rack. Gu quickly reached out to catch her as she fell. In that moment, they felt each other's heartbeat. With hurried breaths, May's body rose and fell in rhythm. Gu swallowed hard, his throat dry, a fire igniting within him. Even after placing the toy box down, he did not release his hold on her. "Gu," May began, but her words were silenced by his lips. With a foot propped against the door, they tumbled onto the bed, embracing tightly. In the stillness of the night, Gu drew out a copy of full-time English practice exercises from behind him. "Sis, how is this English pronounced?" "God is a girl." Thus, the studious Gu immersed himself in late-night English pronunciation lessons. Through the guidance of the character May Parker, your cultural level has increased to 1, granting you the reward, Spider Sense. Spider Sense, also known as Peter's sixth sense, it allows one to anticipate impending danger and react accordingly. I love reading. I love learning. Time slipped away, and eventually, May could no longer withstand her fatigue, drifting into a deep sleep. Through the guidance of the character May Parker, your cultural level has increased to 1, granting you the reward, Super Strength. As Gu watched May sleep peacefully, he felt a sudden dryness in his throat. What the predicament? To survive in the Marvel Universe, he was pushing himself to learn. Fortunately, he had the advantage of the Super Soldier Serum. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could endure the sleepless nights of studying. Of course, that was merely an excuse. Deep down, he understood that this time was different. This time, he sought no rewards. He simply wished to be with May. He realized that the rewards received upon reaching a sufficient cultural level might correlate with the individual imparting the knowledge. His former mentor, Sharon Carter, was closely linked to Captain America, being the niece of his girlfriend, Peggy Carter, and would eventually engage in a romance with him. Thus, his first reward was the Super Soldier Serum. Dr. Helen Zhao, a brilliant scientist, had developed a new mechanical body for Ultron in the films. Upon attaining a sufficient cultural level, he earned the ability to transform and regenerate. And beside him lay May, the renowned Aunt May of Spider-Man, who bestowed upon him the gifts of spider sense and superhuman strength, if his suspicions were correct. To effectively resist the director of the family planning office, whom should he learn from? Hela, a violent femme fatale, seeking her out, could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Hela was currently imprisoned deep within Asgard by Odin, making it impossible for him to approach her given his current strength. Doctor Strange, well, he was indeed the Sorcerer Supreme, but he might not take an interest in someone like him. Though they shared Eastern heritage, he was merely an amateur in comparison. Captain Marvel? She was currently preoccupied with finding a new home for the Skrulls, leaving no opportunity for interaction. Yet the world around him, based on recent events and encounters, undoubtedly belonged to the cinematic universe. Within this universe, there were few women capable of confronting the likes of the Purple Potato. Could it be Wanda, still entangled with Hydra? The Scarlet, which certainly matches aesthetic, and born in '89, she was of the same age as Gu. The Invisible Woman, Susan Storm, was also quite impressive, and then there was Max. It seemed his targets were numerous. After putting away the English book, Gu pulled the blanket up to cover May. Then, he quietly lay beside her. Do not say that the protagonist is merely studying. This is all for the sake of review. Meanwhile, in a distant cave in Afghanistan, the unconscious Tony Stark had just opened his eyes. After struggling to pull a long tube from his nostrils, he attempted to rise, reaching for the water jug on the stone table. Just a day prior, he had received the Extremis Award, full of life, yet now he was in tatters. Following a painful cough, he noticed a man with a mustache nearby. As he reached for the water jug again, the man, turning away, said, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that. and when Tony finally turned to look, he discovered wires connected to his chest, prompting him to frantically tear at the bindings around him. Before him was an electromagnet affixed to his chest, connected to a car battery. After a while, realizing his predicament, Tony gazed at the cave's surveillance camera. "Did you see that?" Smile for the camera. After a brief pause, Ethan continued, "We've met once before at the technology conference in Bern, Switzerland." "I don't recall." Tony pondered his current situation. "You wouldn't remember. If I were as drunk as you, I might not be able to stand." Suddenly, the cave's iron door swung open, and a group of burly men barged in, babbling their intentions. Upon hearing Ethan's translation, Tony Stark, with his hands on his head, chose to refuse, to decline their request to manufacture missiles, only to be met with a brutal beating. However, when he was dragged out of the cave and saw the mountain of Stark Industries armaments piled outside, Tony smiled and shook hands with the little leader that a thought suddenly lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate for a long time. Chapter 1. Drift of the Transforming Warrior, February 13th, 2009. New York, Manhattan. Morning. Through the guidance of the character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you the drift transformation. The necessary permits are complete, and it is currently parked in the underground garage. Having taught all night, Dr. Zhao Helen remains in a deep slumber. The scattered books and clothes strewn across the bed evoke a sense of nostalgia in Guli. The melodious prompt in his mind elicits a sigh of reflection. Drift, you say? A commendable reward, indeed, worthy of the diligent teachings from Ms. Zhao over these many days. While he has acquired a wealth of cultural knowledge, it does leave him slightly overwhelmed, particularly as a student of lesser aptitude. After all, Ms. Zhao Helen is a doctor. With a flick of the television remote, Guli lights a morning cigarette, lost in a haze as memories from his past 20 years flicker through his mind. He is a traveler, having crossed over into this realm exactly 20 years ago. Of course, like all travelers, he possesses a system, albeit one that is rather peculiar. Aside from a starter gift package that included a Turkish kebab restaurant in Manhattan and a modest villa in the area, he has received little else. An formidable physique, no mutant abilities, and certainly no extraordinary powers. To attain further rewards, he must learn cultural knowledge from narrative characters, achieving a cultural level of 1. Yes, learning cultural knowledge. Please don't confine me to the darkroom. I beg you. This learning encompasses various aspects. For instance, techniques, postures, such as soothing massage techniques and the correct stance for golfing, among others. Although the cultural climate in America is relatively liberal compared to his previous life, his upbringing instilled in him the importance of self-respect, warning against overreaching and losing sight of greater goals. This has resulted in him not acquiring any useful rewards before the age of 18, that only after turning 18, 2 years ago, did he finally obtain his first superpower. And this reward for cultural study is Drift. The dual-wielding warrior, reminiscent of Miyamoto Musashi, was initially a member of the Decepticons, but later defected to the Autobots due to his admiration for Optimus Prime. He became one of the few Transformers with 3 distinct transformation forms. In vehicle mode, Drift takes the form of a blue-black Bugatti Veyron, transforming into a military S-97 Raider helicopter in flight mode. And in combat mode, he manifests as a flamboyant blue and gold warrior. Awakening on the bed, Zhao Helen stretches lazily, her graceful arc momentarily causing Gu Li to blush and quicken his heartbeat. He rubs his nose, contemplating whether he should study a bit longer, as he recalls the last time a certain lady imparted knowledge to him, which resulted in quite a generous reward when her cultural level was high. It was precisely because Gu Li was so eager to learn that she eventually fled upon seeing him. "Handsome, do I lack the allure of those books?" This was the last remark made by Sharon Carter before she turned away. Gu Li, feeling a pang of melancholy, rubs his forehead, pondering the difficulties of surviving in this perilous world. He asserts, with all sincerity, that he is not devoid of charm. He simply wishes to persist. Is that truly a fault? After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, Gu Li presents 2 lovingly prepared breakfasts. Emerging from the bathroom, Zhao Helen, clad in a bathrobe, rubs her head and playfully winks at Gu Li. Is she attempting to bewitch him? How can he endure? Professor Zhao, breakfast is served in order to better facilitate his cultural education. Gu Li suppresses his inner urges, turning his gaze away to avoid lingering on her alluring curves and elongated legs. Following breakfast, Gu Li resumes his studies. Through the guidance of the character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you a rebirth cradle, now stored in the system space. A rebirth cradle? Is it akin to Ultron? However, at this moment, The one who might rival deities with mere mortal strength has yet to become Iron Man. I presume that IT seems the rebirth cradle has arrived rather prematurely. Is it my fault that I'm late for work? Zhao Helen, rubbing her head, casts a reproachful glance at Gu Li, having never encountered a man quite like him. Could it be that he is not pursuing her, but merely seeking knowledge? It seems you might not need to go to work for the time being. Your boss appears to have been kidnapped. Gu Li gestures toward the news, currently broadcasting on the television. In breaking news, renowned entrepreneur Tony Stark, recently awarded the Extremist Prize, was unfortunately attacked while inspecting operations in Afghanistan. Here is the detailed report. Gu Li checks his phone. February 13th, 2009, the day of the arrival of the director of the Population Planning Office draws ever closer, and under that fateful snap of the fingers, who can guarantee their own survival? He, Gu Li, is not the fortunate king wielding a bow and arrow. He is simply a tenacious little Karami. Even without the arrival of the purple potato essence, the impending battle in New York cannot be avoided. The playboy has been kidnapped? Zhao Helen stares in shock at the television screen. Her new boss is indeed quite the womanizer, having seduced every cover girl of the magazine over the course of a year. However, it is unfortunate that Tony Stark does not fit her ideal type. She prefers someone like Gu Li, a muscular man, even if he is slightly younger than herself. Yet, he is undeniably formidable and possesses a love for learning. Moments later, she suddenly looks dejected and says, "Oh no, I just invested in Stark Industries stock." Though Tony Stark is a notorious philanderer, he is the soul of Stark Industries, and with the news spreading, the stock price will likely plummet for some time. Wow, who would have thought? Professor Zhao is quite the wealthy woman. Zhao Helen stumbles forward, once again caressing Gu Li's robust chest, her gaze dreamy. "Appa, how did you achieve this physique?" In that moment, stars twinkle in her eyes. Gu Li shrugs, resigned. It was all thanks to the serum rewarded by the system after learning from his previous teacher. His former mentor, Sharon Carter, the niece of Peggy Carter, Captain America's ex-girlfriend, granted him the serum upon achieving sufficient cultural knowledge. "It's all natural. Now eat up, as I need to visit the shop soon." Sitting beside Gu Li, Zhao Helen quietly enjoys her breakfast, though her gaze uncontrollably drifts towards him. After breakfast, she lies back down, utterly exhausted from the previous night. Meanwhile, Gu Li descends to the underground garage, inspecting the blue-black Bugatti. The drift transformation resembles the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, adorned in a striking blue-black color scheme. Is there even a Bugatti in the Marvel Universe? Gu Li shrugs. Surely the system can address that query. Drift, parked in the garage, curiously observes his new master. This lad appears rather feeble. Though he has not been in this world long, the information gathered during his brief time online suggests that this realm is quite peculiar. The crux of the matter is he was just about to teach Bumblebee a lesson in front of his idol when he was suddenly transported here. With a roar of mechanical transformation, the blue and gold robotic warrior, wielding dual blades, gazes down at the inquisitive Gu Li. "Brother, your method of study is quite unique. I sincerely apologize. Due to review reasons, I can only change the golden finger to cultural course study. I hope everyone can understand." Chapter 2. The owner of the Turkish kebab shop. In the underground parking lot, a blue and gold transformer resembling a Sakura samurai wielded dual blades. Emblazoned on its left leg were the characters for loyalty and righteousness. Yet its words clearly mocked its master. Gu Li was taken aback for a full 2.5 minutes upon hearing this. He suddenly pondered, could it be that in the future, all reward entities with self-awareness would be like this? If he were to be rewarded with a Daedara, would that fellow bring art to New York? How brave you are, Drift. With a gentle wave of his hand, the mechanical warrior, still holding its dual blades, was instantly transformed back into its car form by an irresistible force. Sorry, master." Seeing this, Gu Li opened the car door and inquired, "You can speak Chinese, right?" Fortunately, the triple-changing transformer before him was produced by the system, and he could control it with absolute certainty. If it were otherwise, simply relying on a 50-50 chance serum, it would indeed be challenging to handle the temperamental Drift. No wonder, after all, this guy hailed from the Decepticons and was quite the violent fellow. Although Drift later dug his own grave and allied with the Autobots, his inherent nature remained unchanged. Yes, Master, Autobots. Drift reporting for duty. Once the car door closed automatically, Gu Li chuckled softly. Good lad, with his fellow around, at least the days ahead would not be too dull. It was just a pity that Crosshairs was not present. Otherwise, they could form a comedic duo, as these two had plenty of memorable moments. "My dear master, where would you like to go?" "Old Goose Turkish Kebab Shop." Drift, To be honest, the name of the establishment awarded by the system was truly extraordinary. So extraordinary that it left one speechless. Virum. The engine roared to life, and the striking blue-black figure sped towards Old Goo's kebab shop like a shooting star. Keep it low-key, drift, Guli instructed helplessly from within. This fellow was simply too conspicuous. As of now, his abilities had not yet reached the level of abstaining from beef. OGBK. With his hands liberated, Guli reclined in his seat. One must admit that the Autobot's autopilot feature was indeed impressive, and it would certainly enhance his future romantic pursuits. He might even try placing a can of Red Bull on a dashboard. However, it was a bit unfortunate. The interior space was rather cramped, making it difficult to stretch out. Drift, can you transform into a screen? No sooner had he spoken than a screen of approximately 10 inches slowly materialized beside him. Upon seeing this, Guli began to scroll through recent news with his fingers. Meanwhile, in another building in New York City, Nick Fury, the then director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, was yelling into the phone. Natasha, your vacation is over. Tony Stark has been attacked and is missing. You and Coulson need to head to Afghanistan. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury focused his remaining eye intently on the computer screen. The screen displayed a series of photographs, each featuring suspicious individuals that Tony Stark had encountered before his disappearance. Nick Fury glided the mouse over the photographs, exhaling a heavy sigh. Beside him lay the complete dossier on that playboy. Nick Fury had reviewed it countless times over the past few days. He even felt an odd sense that he understood Tony Stark better than Stark understood himself. The reason for this was due to the invaluable experience he had accumulated over the years. To truly control a person, one must first understand them thoroughly. Tony Stark, a connoisseur of cheeseburgers. He entered MIT at the age of 14 and met his best friend, James Rhodes. After his father's death, he took over the vast family enterprise, Stark Industries, and served as its chairman. A genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, arms manufacturer, and a significant partner of the Department of Defense. These labels barely encapsulated the essence of Tony Stark. Of course, what made Nick Fury particularly invested in the situation was the fact that Tony was the only son of Howard Stark, one of the founders of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. Indeed, as the sole heir, Howard Stark had no other children or adopted sons. Nick Fury suddenly swore, perhaps due to being excessively fatigued lately. He felt his thoughts spiraling into confusion. Shaking his head, he continued to scrutinize the screen, occasionally pondering while jotting down names on a piece of paper. After a considerable time, Nick Fury picked up the sheet he had just filled with names of suspicious individuals. Obadiah Stane, one of the founders of Stark Industries, and a company shareholder. He had worked alongside Howard Stark for several years and assisted Tony in managing the company after Howard's passing. Aldrich Killian, founder of AM, who had previously worked with Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts. Although it was unclear what motive Killian might have regarding Tony Stark's attack, Nick Fury's instincts as a spy made him consider this individual highly suspicious. The last person was Zhao Helen, a newly joined member of Stark Industries. Zhao Helen, a Korean scientist, was said to possess scientific capabilities and intelligence that rivaled Tony's. Having just accepted Tony Stark's invitation to join Stark Industries, she was present the day after Tony was attacked in Afghanistan. Though her likelihood is slim, I think I'll have Barton investigate her. Nick Fury promptly stood up and dialed another number. Meanwhile, inside Old Goo's Turkish kebab shop. Good morning, Aunt May. Oh, little Peter is here too. Come here for an uncle hug. The graceful May Parker smiled tenderly. Did you sleep until the afternoon again? Have you eaten? As for Guli's request for Peter to call him uncle, she merely regarded it as a joke. Little Peter, born in 2001, was now just shy of 8 years old. Perhaps due to the growth cycle of boys, he appeared to be a pudgy 5 or 6-year-old. Her boss, young Guli, was a handsome lad of 20 who had once stayed at her home for a while during his childhood. Yeah, I had something at home. Let me handle it, Aunt May. The two of them worked together in the kitchen, while little Peter, sprawled over the table doing his homework, sensed that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Aunt May and Uncle Goo exchanged glances that were a bit off, reminiscent of the romantic tension found in films. Pulling at invisible strings. Goo, are you free after work? There's a family film. Before Aunt May could finish her sentence, Guli nodded and replied, Sure, let's go together. Okay. Guli truly appreciated the atmosphere between them, which felt a bit ambiguous yet electrifying. This was part of the reason he often visited the shop. As for school, what was the point? What could one learn in school? The family planning office director was almost here, He might as well think of ways to earn more rewards during that time. Yes, I simply wish to receive system rewards. Moreover, she was 30. Any normal man would find it hard not to fall for her. Chapter 3. Peter's startling realization ***, the first cinema of New York. After the movie concluded, Gu Li and May Parker, hand in hand with little Peter, strolled leisurely towards the parking lot. An awkward silence enveloped them, primarily because they had not anticipated any intimate scenes in a family film. It seemed that America's openness was indeed quite extraordinary, starting from a tender age. "I'll take you home first, Gu," May offered. The transformed Bugatti only accommodated two. They had arrived at the cinema in May's small car. "Let's drop little Peter off first. The little guy is nearly asleep," Gu suggested. Upon hearing this, May Parker's cheeks flushed slightly. The journey was quiet, and perhaps it was the warmth inside the car that caused beads of sweat to form on May's forehead. Concerned that the breeze might disturb the sleeping Peter in the back seat, they refrained from opening the windows. An odd emotion surged within May, fearful of crossing the boundaries of their relationship, yet yearning for a deeper connection. But she was 30, a full decade older than Gu. Moreover, they were old acquaintances. Gu had once stayed at her home during his school days, stealing a glance at the man seated in the passenger seat. His handsome visage elicited an inexplicable feeling in May, akin to an unnameable guilt. Similarly, Gu felt a strange sensation. He had been adopted shortly after his arrival. The couple who adopted him were neighbors of May, thus establishing their long-standing connection. After his adoptive parents went missing, he had lived with May for a time, alongside little Peter, until he moved into a quaint villa in Manhattan. Silently, they arrived at May's home, each lost in their own thoughts. As Gu carried Peter into his small bedroom, he heard May say, "Gu, I left some toys in your room. Let me tidy up." "Sure, I'll help you," he replied, in a flurry of activity. As May carried a toy box towards the door, she suddenly tripped over a nearby coat rack, and Gu instinctively caught her as she fell. In that fleeting moment, they felt each other's heartbeat. With hurried breaths, May's entire body rose and fell in rhythm. Gu swallowed hard, his throat parched, a fierce flame igniting within him. After they set the toy box down, he still did not release her. "Gu, May began, but her words were abruptly silenced by his lips. With a swift motion, they fell onto the bed, embracing tightly. Under the tranquil night, Gu retrieved a book titled Full-Time English Practice Exercises from behind him. "Sis, how do you pronounce this sentence in English?" "God is a girl." Thus, the studious Gu immersed himself in English pronunciation late into the night. Through the instruction of the character May Parker, your cultural level has risen to 1, earning you the reward, Spider Sense. Spider Sense, also known as Peter's Tingle, it allows one to foresee imminent danger and react accordingly. I love reading. I love learning. Time slipped by, and eventually, May could no longer withstand her weariness and fell into a deep slumber. Through the instruction of the character May Parker, your cultural level has risen to 1, earning you the reward, Super Strength. As he observed May sleeping soundly, Gu suddenly felt a parched throat. This was truly maddening. To survive in the Marvel Universe, he was putting everything on the line to learn. Fortunately, he had the advantage of the serum. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether he could endure the sleepless nights of studying. Of course, this was merely an excuse. Deep down, he was aware that this time was different. He was not pursuing rewards, but simply desired to be with May. He also realized that the rewards obtained when one's cultural level was sufficient might be influenced by the instructor. His former teacher, Sharon Carter, had a close relationship with Captain America, being the niece of Peggy Carter, who would eventually have a romantic involvement with him. Thus, his first reward was the serum. Dr. Helen Zhao, a brilliant scientist, had developed a new robotic body for Ultron in the film. After achieving a sufficient cultural level, he acquired the ability to transform into a powerful entity and a regeneration cradle. And lying beside him, the illustrious Aunt May, granted him Spider Sense and Spider-Man's extraordinary strength. If his conjecture held true, then to successfully resist the director of the family planning office, whom should he seek to learn from? Hela? The one with the smoky eyes and violent tendencies. Approaching her could likely lead to being fed to Fenrir. Moreover, Hela was currently imprisoned deep within Asgard by Odin, a place he could not reach with his current abilities. Doctor Strange? The Sorcerer Supreme could indeed be a mentor, but he might not take a liking to him, though they were both of Eastern descent. He was merely a fledgling compared to the Sorcerer Supreme. Captain Marvel? She was currently occupied seeking new homes for the Skrulls, leaving no chance for an encounter. Yet, the world beneath his feet, based on recent events and encounters, was undoubtedly the cinematic universe. In this universe, few women possess the power to confront the formidable Thanos. Was it Wanda, still entangled with Hydra? The Enchantress was appealing to his tastes, and born in '89, she shared his age. The formidable Captain Marvel was also impressive, as was the Invisible Woman, Susan, and Max. It appeared that potential targets were not scarce. After putting the English book away, Goo pulled the blanket over May, tucking her in gently. Then, he lay quietly beside her. Don't say the protagonist only studies. This is all for the sake of scrutiny. Meanwhile, in a distant cave in Afghanistan, the unconscious Tony Stark had just opened his eyes. After pulling out a long tube from his nostrils, he struggled to rise but failed, attempting to reach for a water jug on the stone table. Just a day after receiving the prestigious award, he now appeared disheveled and ragged. After a few painful coughs, he noticed a bearded man nearby. As he tried again to grasp the water jug, the man, facing away from him, remarked, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that." Upon rolling over to get a better look, Tony finally realized the wires connected to his chest, and he began to frantically tear the bandages wrapped around him. Before him lay an electromagnet affixed to his chest, linked to a car battery. After a while, coming to terms with his predicament, Tony glanced at the camera in the cave. "You see that? Give us a smile." After a brief pause, Ethan continued, "We've met once at the technology conference in Bern, Switzerland that I don't remember." Tony Stark began to contemplate his current situation. "You certainly wouldn't. If I were as drunk as you, I might not even be able to stand." Suddenly, the iron door of the cave swung open, and a group of intruders entered, chattering about their intentions. Upon hearing Ethan's translation, Tony Stark, with his hands over his head, opted to refuse, denying their request to manufacture missiles, only to be met with a brutal beating from the group. However, when he was dragged out of the cave and saw the mountain of Stark Industries munitions piled outside, Tony smiled and shook hands with the leader of the group. A thought suddenly lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate for a long time. Chapter 4, Soundwave, April 29, 2009, Manhattan District. After bidding farewell to Zhao Hailuan with a kiss, Guli reclined on the sofa, lost in contemplation. He recalled numerous Marvel Cinematic works he had viewed in his previous life, particularly the perplexing concepts of timelines and absolute time points. An absolute time point serves as an essential juncture within a timeline, and any forced alterations could yield irreversible consequences. Among the various events surrounding these absolute time points, none is more renowned than the antics of a certain Doctor Strange from a parallel universe. In that universe, to save his beloved Christine, Doctor Strange wielded the Time Stone to forcibly alter the circumstances of her demise. Yet, no matter how many attempts he made to change the outcome, the tragic fate of his girlfriend remained unaltered. Ultimately, his repeated use of the Time Stone led to the collapse and destruction of that universe. In that realm, Christine's death stood as an absolute time point. However, these events do not transpire solely within the confines of the cinematic universe. They serve as a catalyst for Gu Li's profound reflections on this matter. It was this very morning, under Zhao Hailuan's tutelage, that he acquired the new reward, Soundwave. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, was currently transforming into a military satellite, drifting above the Earth. Through the surveillance capabilities of Soundwave, Gu Li observed the conditions within the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Based on the progress of Tony and Ethan, it was estimated that within a couple of days, they would successfully forge the Mark I prototype. At that point, Ethan would sacrifice himself, slain by the freedom fighters within the cave. In a bid to buy time for Tony, the death of Ethan in the film is an established fact, yet Gu Li, having acquired Soundwave, pondered the implications of rescuing Ethan. Would it lead to the collapse of the universe, or perhaps result in unforeseen complications? Of course, possessing the profound teachings of survival, Gu Li certainly would not venture to Afghanistan himself. Such an action would be too conspicuous, as if he feared others would not discern the underlying clues. With Soundwave's presence, there was no need for his direct involvement. It is worth remembering that Soundwave often concealed himself in the depths of space to gather intelligence. As long as cameras existed, nothing occurring on Earth could escape his vigilant scrutiny. Moreover, he harbored within his internal structure a covert espionage unit, a mechanical dog that had previously vexed Optimus Prime, extracting countless steel beads to seize fragments of the Allspark. With this canine ally, neutralizing the freedom fighters, who were essentially the 10-ring small Carlomi, would be exceedingly effortless, requiring no personal intervention from Gu Li. In the past 2.5 months, Gu Li had also discerned the rules governing the system's rewards. The enhancement of cultural knowledge included, but was not limited to, printed books, ebooks, and daily life skills. Resolute in his decision, Gu Li issued a command to Soundwave. Suspended in the skies above Earth, The plan to rescue Ethan was officially set in motion. Time flowed silently, like a gentle stream. Every day, Guli would go to the shop to study with Mei for a while, and in the evening return home to accompany Zhao Hailuan in her studies after work. As for the looming catastrophe, they would deal with it when it arrived. After all, he was bound to such a system. It was amusing to think of other systems that relentlessly pursued their hosts, ensuring they ascended to the pinnacle of their lives, whereas his system, apart from a brief introduction and the ever-present luminous screen, remained utterly silent, not even a whisper. On May 1st, 2009, in a cave in Afghanistan, Tony and Ethan had spent 2.5 months laboring together to complete the Mark I prototype. Of course, if no unforeseen circumstances arose, but alas, misfortune struck. As Tony donned the prototype, the bald leader spotted him through the surveillance footage. The inquisitive Karami, arriving to inquire, rambled on in Hungarian, an obscure language that Ethan, fluent in many others, could not comprehend. When their inquiries bore no fruit, the two Karami attempted to force open the iron door, behind which a rudimentary bomb was affixed. With a resounding bang, the makeshift explosive detonated, obliterating the two Karami instantly. The explosion drew the attention of numerous freedom fighters, who quickly converged on the cave. Realizing the urgency of the situation, knowing the freedom fighters would soon arrive, the two men instinctively became tense. "All right, tell me what to do," Ethan said rapidly. Standing before the computer, "Press F11 and let me know when you see the progress bar." After a flurry of actions, Ethan gasped, "It should be displaying now." "You must tell me when you see it," he continued, trembling hands at the ready. Yes. Press Ctrl-I, then hit Enter. "Hurry and help me finish tightening the screws." Breathing heavily, Ethan fumbled with the screws. They're coming. Just finish it. Tighten every screw," Tony gently urged. "Wait for me to confirm it's safe before you come out. All right, Ethan?" At that moment, Ethan, his gaze fixed on the progress bar, murmured, "We need a little more time." In that fleeting second, he made a resolute decision. "Hey, Tony, I'll buy you some time." With that declaration, Ethan seized the machine guns discarded by the two Karami and dashed forward. Behind him, Tony shouted, "Stick to the plan, Ethan." Never before had Tony been so uncomposed. He longed for the prototype to activate swiftly. He knew that Ethan, his friend of 2.5 months, might face dire consequences as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Ethan, confronted by a group of armed freedom fighters, wore a look of serene satisfaction, knowing he had achieved his goal. He had bought his friend precious time. Perhaps in the next moment, he would perish, but he felt no regret. Witnessing such a monumental invention was worth it. More than anything, he was simply exhausted, truly exhausted. With a serene smile and closed eyes, Ethan remained oblivious to the gunfire, attuned instead to the sound of blood coursing through veins. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a swarm of blade-like robotic mantises encircling the remains of the fallen freedom fighters. The gruesome sight instantly compelled Ethan to bend over and retch. The valiant warriors who had once surrounded him now lay dismembered. Only the bald leader remained, trembling as he knelt on the ground, his bloodshot eyes betraying a profound terror. Suddenly, a blade from one of the robotic mantises crackled with electricity as it plunged into the leader's chest. As the leader succumbed to unconsciousness, the robotic mantis tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend why its master had issued such a command. Executing orders was their sole purpose. Observing the bespectacled human unharmed, the mantises swiftly darted towards the cave's entrance. Their subordinate was currently engaged in slaughter outside, and such a fortunate opportunity could not be monopolized. Meanwhile, the chief was floating above the earth. The sound of incessant explosions echoed from outside the cave. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. Clad in his original armor, Tony Stark hurried to his friend's side, noticing Ethan's dazed expression. "Ethan, are you all right?" he inquired. Upon seeing the grotesque remnants nearby, Tony's stomach churned violently. After a few moments, he suppressed his nausea and pressed on. "What happened, Ethan?" Regaining his composure, Ethan stammered, pointing towards the cave's exit. "Tony, robotic mantises. Wait until I ensure it's safe outside before calling you out." With that command, Tony strode towards the cave's exit, fully prepared for battle. The anticipation of witnessing the fruits of his 2.5 months of labor filled him with fervor, restoring him to a state of vibrant readiness. Yet, upon reaching the cave's mouth, he was taken aback to discover a silver mechanical dog leading several blade-like mantis robots in a brutal massacre, akin to butchers in a slaughterhouse, mercilessly exterminating the freedom fighters. Wang Defa. The scene before him exceeded all comprehension. He could scarcely believe that anyone could create such advanced and intelligent robotic dogs. The silver canine's weaponry unleashed a torrent of bullets with alarming frequency, defying the laws of physics. Stunned and bewildered, Tony Stark watched as the freedom fighters were systematically eradicated. When the mechanical dog approached him, he awkwardly raised a hand in greeting, recalling Ethan's earlier demeanor, which suggested that these advanced robots were allies, not foes. The mechanical canine, with a semblance of humanity, raised its forelimbs and gestured towards the assembly of blade-like mantises. In the astonished gaze of Tony, several of these mantises transformed into a pool of metallic liquid, merging seamlessly into the body of the mechanical dog. Wang Defa? His eyes blazed with fervor. This technology was simply astonishing. When the words "you are temporarily safe, you may leave" appeared before him in a laser projection, Tony's mind became momentarily chaotic. Could it be that the dog was remotely controlled? As he observed the mechanical dog, it abruptly morphed into a suitcase, upon which a message continuously rotated. "Hitch a ride and take me back to New York. The dog misses its master." In just 2.5 minutes, he had been inundated with an overwhelming array of stimuli, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular resolve: this technology must be acquired. It was not until the suitcase emitted a sound to alert him that Tony Stark remembered Ethan, who was hiding in the cave. "Ethan, you are safe. We are going home." The explosions outside the cave caught the attention of the American military base in Afghanistan. Colonel Rhodes, Tony's friend, piloting a helicopter, spotted Tony conversing with a stranger, having shed his armor. A slow grin spread across Rhodes' dark face, his bright white teeth strikingly apparent against his rich complexion. On May 1st, 2009, Tony Stark, who had been missing for 2.5 months, was rescued by the American military and returned home. Accompanying him back to New York were Rhodes, a bespectacled man, and a silver suitcase that Tony clutched protectively. Akin to a child fearful of losing a cherished toy, Rhodes found it perplexing how deeply Tony cherished that suitcase, treating it with the affection one might reserve for a beloved. Ethan, who was aware of the Blade Mantis robots, had no intention of traveling to America. However, upon hearing Tony's extraordinary accounts, he readily agreed to join Stark Industries. On the private jet, sitting beside Tony, Ethan's gaze was equally fervent as he fixated on the silver suitcase cradled in Tony's arms. Both understood that this suitcase could very well represent one of the greatest discoveries of the century, potentially altering the very fabric of the world. Observing this, Rhodes felt a surge of confusion. While he could comprehend Tony's obsession, the eccentric enthusiasm of this peculiar scientist served as a wake-up call. Rhodes speculated that both Tony and Ethan might be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The severity of PTSD can vary greatly, and if someone like Tony, an arms dealer of high standing, were indeed afflicted, the implications could be dire. This was a serious matter. Resolutely, Rhodes decided that upon their arrival in New York, he would ensure that both Tony and Ethan received medical attention. His relationship with Tony was quite amicable, and it was only natural that he regarded Ethan, who had rescued Tony, as a close friend. Meanwhile, Natasha and Carlson, who had been tirelessly searching for 2.5 months in Afghanistan, received a call from the director. "Natasha, Stark is almost in America. You two should return promptly." After hanging up, Natasha suddenly swung her fist, startling Carlson, who was nearby. He could only hear the beautiful colleague, who had recently joined, utter several of the director's catchphrases. As the director's confidant, he could only manage a wry smile. What could he do? He was not the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. He was merely Agent Carlson. And what could a humble agent like him do? When the higher-ups spoke, those below had to run with all their might. There was nothing Carlson could do, unless the day came when he became the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Otherwise, this kind of life would likely persist for a considerable time. Just as he had not yet returned to New York, a new assignment was handed down. On March 6, 2009, as he and Natasha were desperately searching for Stark in Afghanistan, several incidents involving human bombs occurred in New York. The Bureau had been investigating for nearly 2 months without success. Observing Natasha's unstable emotions, Carlson hesitated but ultimately decided it was best to return to New York to inform her. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that this colleague known as the Black Widow might go on a rampage in Afghanistan. Meanwhile, in New York, Gu Li, driving a blue-black Bugatti, could hardly imagine that 2 individuals were obsessively fixated on his dog. He had just picked up little Peter from school, and the boy's loquacious nature was unmistakably evident at that moment. "Uncle Gu, this car is so cool. Can I touch it? Really? When I grow up? Can I borrow it to drive? Can I really drive it?" Gu Li, exasperated, held his forehead with one hand while pretending to grip the steering wheel with the other. Regarding the matter of drifting and auto-driving, he had only one thought. He must not let the chatty little Peter find out. Otherwise, the entire New York would soon learn that Gu Li had a car that could drive itself. It was better to avoid trouble, especially since he hadn't yet managed to stop eating beef. Finally, after waiting for Zhao Hailuan to finish her overtime, He seized the opportunity of picking up Peter from school to plan some time with May. Little did he expect that Peter Parker could talk so much. He didn't stop the entire way, and Ghoulie was baffled by how that little mouth could chatter so incessantly. Taking a deep breath, Ghoulie encouraged himself, for May. For the reward, endure. Chapter 6, Stock Market Expert, Ms. Zhao, New York. Just disembarking from the private jet, Tony declined Rhodey's suggestion to visit the hospital for a checkup. He first purchased a cheeseburger and then swiftly convened a press conference. The harrowing experience of being trapped in Afghanistan enlightened him to the devastation wrought by the munitions produced by Stark Industries. Amidst a thunderous applause, Tony gracefully ascended the podium at the press conference, just as Coulson, who had finally returned to New York, spotted the enchanting Pepper Potts gazing adoringly at Tony from the audience. Miss Potts, I am Agent Coulson, with the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics. He introduced himself, his gaze unwavering from Tony. As she accepted the business card he proffered, she remarked, "This is rather convoluted." Coulson suppressed a sigh. Having heard this too many times. We are working diligently to resolve the matter. With a touch of exasperation, Pepper replied, "The Department of Defense, SHIELD, and the CIA have all reached out to us." Ever since Tony disembarked from his private jet, various departments had been frantically attempting to contact them. With the boss being indifferent, it fell upon her as the secretary to handle the onslaught. "We are an independent department and would like to request Mr. Stark to elaborate on his escape. I will make the arrangements, if that is agreeable." Noticing that Pepper had no intention of continuing the conversation, Coulson nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." However, the agent's vigilance led him to discreetly retreat to a less conspicuous spot. The camera flashed, revealing Tony at the podium extracting a branded cheeseburger from his pocket. "I witnessed young compatriots being slaughtered, perishing beneath the very weapons I created to protect them. I have undergone a profound awakening, realizing that my role in this world should be to contribute positively rather than merely manufacture explosive devices. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division." Effective immediately, the atmosphere in the press conference shifted dramatically as a singular thought coursed through the minds of the gathered reporters. This news is going to explode. Under Stan's cover, Tony returned to his seaside villa with Ethan, carrying a briefcase. The two resolved to delve into the extraordinary discovery of the advanced mechanical dog. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The mechanical dog, which had transformed into a silver briefcase, suddenly vanished. "Ethan, have you seen the briefcase? Wasn't it in your arms?" They exchanged bewildered glances until, with the assistance of the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, they managed to locate the stealthily escaping mechanical dog via surveillance footage. JARVIS, can you track the location of the dog? With a voice reminiscent of Vision, JARVIS switched to a video feed. "Sir, it has disappeared on a street in Manhattan." Tony stared intently for a moment, pondering, "What is over there? Can it be purchased?" "Sir, it's a residential neighborhood," replied JARVIS. "Oh dear. Stock prices are likely to plummet. Should I sell tomorrow?" Ghoulie gently tousled Zhao Hailuan's hair, surprised to discover that Zhao was, in fact, a seasoned stock trader. News of Stark's rescue and return to the homeland spread rapidly. The stock price of Stark Industries, which had been on a continuous decline for the past 2 months, suddenly surged, triggering a market halt. Unlike the stock markets of other nations, America does not impose limits on price fluctuations, commonly referred to as a price ceiling. However, it does enforce a mechanism known as a circuit breaker. When a stock's price experiences excessive volatility within a certain time frame, this mechanism can be activated, resulting in a suspension of trading. At this moment, selling is not an option. Meanwhile, the delightful Ms. Zhao Hailuan, in a frenzy, purchased shares as soon as Stark Industries stock began to rise. In the words of the astute investor Ms. Zhao, "Invest boldly, and let the villa be by the sea." One can only imagine that following the press conference announcing Tony's closure of the Stark Industries weapons division, the stock price is likely to plummet once more. "No worries. If worst comes to worst, Father will take care of you." Observing that his attempts at comfort were in vain, Ghoulie directly embraced teacher Zhao and began to sing a lullaby, entering a soothing phase. After a considerable time, a faint smile graced Zhao Hailuan's lips as she drifted into slumber. After gently covering her with a blanket, Ghoulie made his way to the living room. A post-event smoke felt more rejuvenating than a divine experience. Not to mention, he could also indulge in some time with his dog. As he pondered how the dog had made its way from Afghanistan to America, he found it astonishing that the dog and Tony Stark had both arrived in New York in succession. "From now on, the duty of guarding the house will fall to you, my furry friend." Although this villa had also been a reward from the system, Guli had lived there for many years without discovering anything particularly special. Not long ago, a fortuitous figure wielding a bow had been observed surveilling the vicinity of the villa for a time. Suddenly, Guli felt every hair on his body stand on end. Like a startled cat, spider sense, his heart raced, and his mind began to sound alarm bells. His instincts urged him to flee. In the living room, a flash of fire appeared, gradually coalescing into a circle of flames. Could it be? Is it a woman? If it were that woman, his current strength would be utterly insufficient. She was a celestial being on par with Odin, the king of the gods. Even the director of the family planning office would not dare to approach her when she was on Earth. As Guli watched, a bald figure clad in a yellow robe emerged slowly from the portal of light. Do not be alarmed. I merely came to take a look. The bald mage displayed a subtle smile, observing Guli with interest before casting her gaze upon the mechanical dog. It was intriguing that she could not perceive any traces left by the pair before her, even with the time stone. Had she not fortuitously been at the Temple of New York today, she would have never discovered this mechanical dog sneaking away under the cover of night. Are you a deity? Guli spoke in Chinese, but even he felt his performance could be critiqued as lacking authenticity. I had thought you would recognize me. The smile on the mage's face growing wider. Guli promptly inquired, is this magic? Can you teach me? Upon hearing her words, the bald mage regarded Guli gravely for a few moments before gently shaking her head. You possess no magical talent. After a brief pause, she contemplated asking once more why she had saved that doomed scientist, but the question faltered on her lips, and she fell into silence. Judging by the boy's performance over the past 2.5 minutes, she realized she would likely glean no useful information. Rather than pursue this line of inquiry, it might be more prudent to remain at the New York sanctum for a while, waiting for the boy to lower his guard and inadvertently reveal his secrets. Resolving this within herself, the bald mage nodded lightly, saying, farewell, I hope I have not disturbed your rest. She then turned and departed, the fiery aura in the living room dissipating along with her presence. Guli collapsed onto the sofa, his body gradually relaxing as the tension eased and the spider sense of danger faded. It was unfortunate that this powerful figure was unwilling to impart her knowledge to him. However, the mage's actions upon her arrival had subtly indicated to him that altering the fate of Ethan's death had not wrought any irreversible consequences. After reflecting for a moment, Guli suddenly pondered another question. Could it be that Ethan's demise was not an absolute point in the timeline of the cinematic universe? Chapter 7. Making Money, May 25, 2009. As anticipated by most, the stock price of Stark Industries continued its relentless decline, plummeting by a staggering 565 points. Ms. Zhao, a savvy investor who had wagered all her assets, was profoundly affected by the drastic fall, becoming increasingly distracted. During this period, even her beloved cosmetics had been downgraded to a lesser brand. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Guli found himself tirelessly comforting Ms. Zhao. To be frank, this was the opportune moment to acquire shares in Stark Industries, and Guli was tempted to invest. Yet, he soon discovered the unfortunate truth. He had no money. The profits from his Turkish kebab shop covered only his daily expenses, and the hefty annual taxes on his Manhattan villa further strained his finances. As for his foster parents' house, he had rented it out to a lawyer named Matthew, who had been delinquent on rent for nearly 6 months. All these factors had culminated in his inability to save even a modest sum over the past 20 years. It is worth noting that prior to acquiring the drifting and transforming Bugatti, his mode of transportation had merely been an ordinary Mazda. As he drove towards Old Goose Kebab Shop in his navy blue Bugatti, Guli pondered how to procure some funds. Upon hearing his master's dilemma, the Bugatti volunteered, Master, why not sell me and then sneak back afterward? At this suggestion, a glimmer of interest sparked in Guli's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. While such manipulation was not impossible, the crux of the matter was that he required a substantial sum of money. Selling the car too frequently would surely attract the attention of the relevant authorities. As for why he suddenly required a substantial sum of money, it was indeed the sense of urgency instilled by the visit of Master Gu that fateful evening. Guli harbored a profound disdain for the sensation of his destiny being dictated by others. Were it not for the existence of his system benefactor, he would undoubtedly choose to recline in apathy, indifferent to the whims of fate. Yet, having traversed realms and bound himself to a system, he resolved to embody the persona of one who abstains from beef. However, his current prowess did not permit such a luxury, and to enhance his strength, he required a new mentor. This dilemma introduced another quandary. His current teacher, Zhao Hailuan, resided with him, while his romantic interest, Sister May, dwelled in Queens. Should he invite another mentor or two, or even 3 or 4, he would find himself without adequate accommodation. Renting a hotel would compromise his anonymity. contradicting his penchant for discretion. Furthermore, the property leased to his attorney was unacceptably close to his lover's residence, risking exposure. In light of these considerations, Gooley concluded that the most prudent solution would be to acquire additional properties throughout New York and even in other cities. This necessity for funds was thus elucidated. Engrossed in his mental deliberations, Gooley failed to notice that his hands had slipped from the steering wheel, now resting across his chest. Due to the splendid weather, his transformed vehicle, a three-shifted Bugatti Veyron, had graciously morphed into a convertible. This sight left Tony Stark, who was seated beside him and donned sunglasses, utterly astonished. Although his own Audi R8 was under the control of the artificial intelligence Jarvis and capable of autonomous driving, he could not help but wonder if the handsome young man in the nearby black and blue Bugatti also possessed a similar AI. Earlier on their shared route, that Bugatti had executed several automatic drifts. Realizing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, Tony discreetly followed the young man. Upon witnessing him park in front of a barbecue restaurant, Tony promptly commanded, "Jarvis, 1 minute. I want all the information on this kid." Soon, a spectral blue interface materialized before Tony within the Audi. Gooley, 20 years of age, of Chinese descent, had been adopted by a couple at a young age and was currently a student at New York University. His ex-girlfriend was Sharon Carter, while his present girlfriend was Zhao Hailuan, a scientist at Stark Industries. Tony chuckled, a hand resting on his chin, bemused by the coincidence that this young man's ex-girlfriend was the niece of Aunt Peggy, and his current girlfriend was, astonishingly, Zhao Hailuan. A peculiar feeling washed over him, as if this young man had a penchant for targeting individuals close to him. The final piece of information piqued Tony's interest. "Jarvis, where did that mechanical dog last disappear?" "Yes, sir, it coincides with Mr. Gu's residence. Based on the information from that vehicle, there is a 60 probability understood. I happen to be a bit hungry." Tony reassured himself, alighting from the car and heading towards the barbecue establishment, fully confident in his own charm. As he stepped into the Turkish kebab restaurant, he was immediately greeted by an exclamation. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Stark, is it truly you? Could you please grant me an autograph?" The youthful Peter Parker, merely 8 years old, gazed at him with starry eyes, a hint of shyness evident as he bombarded Tony with questions. "Mr. Stark, is it true that you could craft circuit boards at the tender age of 4? Reports claim you built a V8 engine by 6. Is that accurate?" Casting a glance at the small boy clad in pajamas surrounding him, Tony inhaled deeply. "Little one in pajamas, does the restaurant have any signature dishes?" Peter nodded and called towards the kitchen. "Uncle Ben, Aunt May has a guest." Unbeknownst to him, Miss Skye, who usually worked the front desk, had taken the day off. When Uncle Ben and Aunt May emerged from the kitchen, Tony felt a sudden jolt of emotion. Just 2 seconds later, he politely remarked, "I wouldn't have guessed you were related to a nephew." "Thank you," May replied, her smile radiant, as she was mindful of her age when with Ben. This billionaire clearly possessed a knack for charming conversation. Ben, too, was taken aback by the encounter with a superhero who stood alongside gods in the eyes of mortals. He recalled that the Avengers had visited the Turkish kebab restaurant after the battle in New York, leaving behind a memorable scene. Indeed, the flutter of his little butterfly wings had slightly altered the course of events. "Mr. Stark, what would you like to order?" I'll try something unique." "It's my first time here," Tony replied, gesturing towards the menu hanging on the wall. Ben nodded and called to the kitchen. "1 order of donkey meat flatbread and a plate of cold donkey meat." Who decreed that a Turkish kebab restaurant must solely serve kebabs? Having grown weary of hamburgers and fried chicken, Ben had forcefully revamped the menu years ago. Meanwhile, May sat beside Peter, guiding the little one through his homework. The assignments for American elementary school students were not particularly burdensome, but to tire Peter out and ensure he slept early, she facilitated his studies. Ben waved his hand, purchasing a stack of English editions of 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulated tests. After all, he still wished to enjoy a tender evening with May later. Moments later, Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the donkey meat flatbread before him, a peculiar dish reminiscent of a burger. Alongside it lay a plate of unfamiliar meat, wafting an enticing aroma. To investigate the whereabouts of his mechanical canine, Tony silently encouraged himself. "It's just a plate of meat, you can do this." Chapter 8. Boss Help. In New York, at Uncle Ben's Turkish kebab restaurant, Tony pierced a piece of meat with his fork and chewed thoughtfully. He had initially intended to swallow it whole, but he found himself unable to resist the curious gaze of the pajama-clad child fixated on him. In mere moments, he widened his eyes in astonishment. He never anticipated that this peculiar meat would be so delectable. The texture was delightfully springy and rich in layers, and the meat itself exuded a subtle fragrance, a quality absent in any other meats he had tasted over the years. After indulging in several hearty bites, Tony, cheeks puffed, inquired, "Hey, What kind of meat is this? Gu Li promptly replied, it's donkey meat. You should try that huaxiao, a Chinese-style burger. Tony picked up the huaxiao wrapped in greaseproof paper and took a generous bite. Oh. The flavors lingered on his lips. The crispness of the flatbread combined with the tender, aromatic donkey meat exploded in his mouth. Delicious. It is said that donkey meat ranks as the second most delectable, with dragon meat being the first. However, since dragons do not exist, donkey meat is, in truth, the finest. This was a saying Gu Li had heard in his past life. In the Marvel universe, it seemed somewhat irrelevant, considering that dragons do indeed exist in this world. When the day comes that he can proclaim his abstention from beef, he must ensure to slay a couple of dragons for the occasion. Tony nodded in agreement with Gu Li's explanation. Thinking of Pepper and Happy, who were busy at the company, he quickly said, pack a few for me. Gu Li acknowledged, this needs to be enjoyed hot. It's best to eat it here. It posed no significant issue, as this place was relatively close to the company. By the way, do you offer delivery? Upon hearing this, Gu Li instinctively glanced at young Peter, who was fidgeting under Aunt May's watchful eye. What a pity. Before him was the Holland version of Spider-Man. Were it the Maguire version, he might have considered sending him to deliver the food. Returning his gaze, Gu Li shrugged, not at the moment. Once he finished his meal, Tony wiped his mouth and handed over a business card. When you have that service up and running, be sure to give me a call. Watching Tony Stark, who was leaving with several huaxiao in hand, Gu Li discreetly tucked the card into the system space. This fellow seemed a bit suspicious. Although Stark was quite the performer, the curiosity in his eyes was unmistakable. Gu Li pondered whether he had inadvertently exposed anything recently that might have caught this individual's attention. Perhaps he should simply call the front desk to inquire why the receptionist was absent again. Hello, Sky. Did you make it to school today? Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the other end. Help me, boss. Gu Li furrowed his brow, instantly recalling the Decepticon Soundwave hovering above the earth. The scene shifted to Sky's perspective. Through the video feed on his phone, Gu Li saw Sky frantically fleeing in her little van, pursued closely by several vehicles. Aunt May, I need to step out for a moment. The drifting and transforming Bugatti sprang to life, racing along the route indicated by Soundwave. Sky, whose true name is Daisy Johnson, is an exceptionally intelligent hacker who dropped out of school at the tender age of 17. She occasionally works part-time at Gu Li's establishment. This is the same Sky who later becomes renowned as Quake, prominently featured in the Marvel series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the comics. She is one of the only agents, alongside the likes of Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, to possess a level 10 security clearance. However, at this juncture, Sky has yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. She is merely a wandering minor hacker. Gu Li's actions elicit a fervent shout from Tony Stark, who has been monitoring him with great interest. Let me see who you truly are, he muses, reclining in his office chair, intently fixated on the surveillance footage. After racing through several streets, a blue-black Bugatti comes to a drifting halt. At the end of the street lies a dead-end alley, where the unfortunate Sky is hiding in a van while several men in black are vandalizing the vehicle. Damn it, hand over the data. Gu Li awkwardly scratches his nose, realizing that this group of thuggish enforcers is treating him with utter disdain. Hey, upon hearing a voice from behind, a burly man in black, reminiscent of a certain assassin from a past life, shouts at Gu Li, another yellow-skinned monkey. However, before he can finish his taunt, Gu Li delivers a powerful punch that sends him flying several meters, crashing into the wall at the end of the alley. Wang Defa, comes the voice of Tony from his office. Nick Fury's voice resonates from the S.H.I.E.L.D. office. The reason for Fury's attention on Gu Li stems from his surveillance of Tony Stark, which has now revealed an unexpected surprise. With a thud, the fallen man in black convulses a couple of times before lying motionless on the ground. Oh, miscalculated my strength, Gu Li thinks to himself. Ever since acquiring Spider-Man's extraordinary powers, he has refrained from engaging in physical confrontations. Soundwave commands the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, who is merciless and succinct, executing his master's orders with remarkable speed. The two onlookers, engrossed in their covert observation, witness the surveillance feed transform into static. Jarvis, what is happening? Tony inquires, his expression grave. Sir, all surveillance around Mr. Gu has been compromised, Jarvis replies. You are certainly not an ordinary individual, Tony remarks, stroking his chin. Was there any cache of the previous footage? Sir, the cache has also been cleared. Deep in thought, Tony Stark taps his fingers rhythmically against the desk. He is now 100% certain that the mechanical dog belongs to Gu Li, yet he cannot fathom how someone so young could wield such advanced technology. Jarvis echoes this confusion, noting that Mr. Gu's residence is akin to a fortress, impervious to any signal intrusion. Mark II. Tony murmurs to himself before rising and departing from the office. He could not concede defeat, although the competition had yet to commence. His pride forbade him from producing anything inferior to Gu Li's work. Meanwhile, Nick Fury wore a broad smile, his gleaming white teeth standing out strikingly against his dark complexion. He believed the disappearance of the surveillance had been uncovered by Stark. Yet, even if it had been discovered, what of it? This remarkable Mr. Gu would ultimately be recognized for his talents. Nick Fury first dialed Coulson, instructing him to manage matters regarding Tony Stark with utmost care. Subsequently, he made another call. Natasha, your holiday has come to an end. A new mission awaits your expertise. After hanging up, a subtle smirk graced Nick Fury's lips, exuding a mischievous charm. At just 20, Natasha would certainly handle the task with ease. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Natasha unleashed her frustration by smashing a watermelon on the dining table. Damn it. Chapter 9. The dishwasher in a secluded alley in New York. A thunderous explosion obliterated the traces left by Sky, reduced to mere ashes by Gu Li. To be precise, it was obliterated by a blast. After joining forces with the esteemed Ms. Zhao Helen, he had acquired skills such as the 3-transformation Iron Claw Drift, Rebirth Cradle, Soundwave, and the Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon. The Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon, a stellar weapon utilized by Thor and Valkyrie within the Men in Black universe, was centered around the power of the Blue Giant Star. Even as Gu Li and Sky drove away, he felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Fortunately, only a trillionth of its energy had been unleashed. Otherwise, it could have potentially pierced through the earth. Despite its modest appearance, its power was formidable, leaving behind an unfathomable crater in the alley. Truly, it was the legendary king of thermal weaponry. Regrettably, on Earth, he would likely never witness the full might of the Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon in its prime. Of course, the surveillance cameras capturing their departure had been entirely disabled by the sound wave. Boss, you're incredibly handsome. What should I do? I might accidentally fall in love with you, Sky exclaimed from the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she clutched Gu Li's arm tightly. In her eyes, he appeared youthful, strikingly handsome, and remarkably strong, capable of sending a person flying with a single punch. And that incredible weapon radiating blue light was simply too cool. How did they come to target you? Sky sighed in resignation, pausing for a moment before responding. I stumbled upon a little secret concerning AIM Corporation. I intended to make some extra cash, but I never anticipated it would escalate to this. You are truly quite brave. AIM Corporation, known as the Human Bomb Company, was specifically involved in developing the extremist virus. Although it might not rival the towering giants like Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, or Osborne Technologies, it nonetheless held a significant position among American capitalists. AIM, or Advanced Idea Mechanics, primarily featured in the Iron Man saga. One of the founders, Aldrich Killian, is the very individual seen in Iron Man 1, leaning on a cane. In the comics, he was created by Hydra. Sky, for now, should stay at the hotel, as Gu Li is aware that she mostly resides in her van, which has just been destroyed in an explosion. Well, at least her meals and accommodation are covered. Sky fixated intently on her young employer. Born in 1992, she had just turned 17 and had spent most of her time wandering aimlessly after dropping out of school. Sitting beside Gu Li at that moment, the sense of security she had long lost surged back into her life. Gu Li noticed the sparkles in Sky's eyes, reflecting a myriad of emotions, yet she deemed her too young to act upon them just yet. Although he yearned for the power of sonic waves, he still felt a tinge of conscience. Well, not much though. Despite surveillance footage being entirely erased by the sound wave, the resounding explosion still caught the attention of the New York Bureau. When the agents arrived at the scene of the explosion, they were utterly stunned to find a gaping abyss before them. It suddenly dawned on them that this was a monumental case, a pathway to promotions and raises. However, when they attempted to access nearby surveillance cameras, they were shocked to discover that all footage from a certain time frame within a 3-kilometer radius had vanished. The site bore no trace of the incident, having been obliterated completely. Ultimately, they had to contact the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, a tongue-twisting organization tasked with managing all extraordinary affairs. At that moment, the director of this enigmatic agency was perplexedly answering the phone. Natasha, why do you require such a hefty budget this time? Well, do you know where Gu Li resides? In the priciest villa district of Manhattan. How am I supposed to get close to him without renting a place? After 2.5 minutes of silence, Nick Fury finally spoke. Isn't there a barbecue restaurant nearby that's in need of a front desk cashier? Natasha, you should apply. It would be a piece of cake. Fury, you can take your suggestions and shove them. Natasha angrily exclaimed as she punched a watermelon before her, sending its juice splattering onto her white t-shirt, making it look particularly enticing. In 2008, Natasha was persuaded by Hawkeye Barton to defect from the Red Room and join SHIELD. Over the past year and a half, she diligently completed the missions assigned by the organization. Yet, ever since Stark was attacked in Afghanistan, her career as an agent had taken a dismal turn. Alongside the adorably earnest Coulson, they had spent 2.5 months searching in the Afghan desert. And what was the outcome? The target they sought had simply taken a private plane and left. After finally returning to New York, she was tasked with investigating a human bomb explosion. Now, the most infuriating part was being sent to apply as a front desk cashier at a barbecue restaurant. Natasha bitterly thought to herself that she would have been better off choosing to go undercover at Stark Industries. At least then, she could sit in an office. What kind of nonsense is being a front desk cashier? On the other side, the SHIELD agency, let us refer to it as such for brevity, received a lead regarding an incident in New York. Rarely does director Nick Fury venture out in person. Yet he took the initiative to lead a group of trusted agents to the site of the explosion. Upon learning of the measurements, Fury was immediately struck by numerous thoughts. He had witnessed extraterrestrial weaponry firsthand, yet nothing could compare to this. A gaping chasm over 2,000 meters deep, equivalent to 6 Eiffel Towers. Where were the surveillance cameras? Fury inquired of his accompanying agent. Director, all surveillance within a 3-kilometer radius has been compromised. Fury's expression darkened as he cast his gaze downward, fixated on the abyss before him. The name Ghoulie flickered through his mind, igniting a fervent fire in his eyes. It seemed I have underestimated that individual. As one of only 2 who knew the cause of the explosion, Fury chose not to divulge this information. He had intended to meet the individual with the East Asian visage personally, yet he was not well acquainted with Ghoulie's circumstances. This was entirely uncharacteristic of him, as he preferred to maintain control over situations. Thus, he resolved to await Natasha's report. At that moment, our Black Widow, Natasha, donned a simple attire and emerged from the subway, arriving at Uncle Goo's Turkish barbecue restaurant. Boss, I am here to apply for the position of front desk cashier. However, Ghoulie was not present. After dropping Sky off at the restaurant, he had accompanied Ms. Zhao Helen for a shopping excursion. Natasha was greeted by May and Sky. I'm sorry, but we already have a cashier. May pointed to the cheerful Sky. May's words struck Natasha with an unexpected blow, casting a shadow over her spirits. The formidable Black Widow could not even secure a cashier's job, yet her sense of duty as an agent compelled her to inquire, are there any other job opportunities available? I have just become unemployed. May, being a kind-hearted woman, could not ignore the forlorn expression on the young lady's face. Would a dishwashing position suffice? Chapter 10. The Pursuit of Wealth in New York. At Uncle Goo's Turkish barbecue restaurant, Ghoulie reclined listlessly against the window. After days of contemplation, he found himself at a loss for any quick methods to amass wealth. Lacking skills, capital, and connections, he was utterly destitute. Yet, for the sake of his educational aspirations and to augment his strength for survival, he had no choice but to continue seeking funding. After all, seizing the opportunity to invest in Stark Industries stocks at this juncture was one of the few promising prospects available. Sky sat behind the cash register, occasionally stealing glances at Ghoulie. She felt herself falling in love, finding him increasingly attractive with each passing moment. Meanwhile, our future, albeit unsuccessful, young Peter, only 8 years old, was diligently completing what felt like an endless pile of homework under May's watchful eye. He could not fathom how he had offended Uncle Goo to deserve such punishment. Had Ghoulie been privy to Peter's thoughts, he would have advised, if you went to bed earlier, you wouldn't have such troubles. Since becoming involved with Ghoulie, May had grown increasingly beautiful. At 30, May felt that her life was experiencing a rejuvenation. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the renowned Black Widow diligently fulfilled her role as a dishwasher. Gazing at the mountain of plates before her, Natasha's eyes dulled with regret for not having infiltrated Stark Industries. Just as Ghoulie lit a cigarette, he suddenly sensed the piercing glares of May and Sky. With a resigned shrug, he retreated to the parking lot to indulge in his smoke. Who would have imagined that a modest barbecue joint could host nearly half of SHIELD's superheroes? Spider-Man, Quake, Black Widow, let alone the vigilant Archer across the street. Did he not need to work? Ghoulie was fairly convinced that Stark's previous visit was not motivated by ulterior motives, but rather an accident, as the man had not returned since. Each day, it was the cool, sunglasses-clad Happy, the barbecue joint's most loyal patron, who came to pick up 3 orders. As for the sudden appearance of Natasha and the young Archer, Ghoulie could not discern what had captured the attention of the egg. In truth, the taciturn Soundwave, lurking high above the earth, was privy to the reasons behind it all. He was aware of Tony Stark and SHIELD's surveillance of his master. Yet, as his master had not inquired, he remained silent, maintaining an air of aloofness. With a significant rise in Stark Industries' stock price still on the horizon, Ghoulie pondered whether to embark on a little heist that night. Upon overhearing his master's murmurs, Drift excitedly erupted into a series of roars. After gently kicking Drift's tire, Ghoulie entered the vehicle and began to search for a target. New York City, particularly America, is divided into roughly 5 major regions, including Brooklyn, where even Captain America cannot afford property, the Queens, home to May and young Peter, and Manhattan, where Ghoulie resides, along with the Bronx and Staten Island. Beneath Manhattan lies a smaller area known as Clinton, the very heart of Hell's Kitchen. As his finger glided across the screen displaying Hell's Kitchen, Ghoulie contemplated for several minutes. Kingpin, a muscular figure with over 90% of his physique composed of muscle, was one of the primary adversaries of both Daredevil and Spider-Man. Given Ghoulie's current half-blood serum and partial Spider-Man abilities, facing such an opponent would be quite daunting, unless he employed the Blue Giant's annihilation cannon. But that contraption could inadvertently obliterate the Earth. Just then, Ghoulie's phone transformed into a miniature robotic frenzy. The mechanical dog, Laserbird, robotic bat, and the chaotic minion were all part of Soundwave's tape legion, typically concealed within his chest cavity. Now, they nestled beside Ghoulie Master. "I have a way to make money," the chaotic little minion exclaimed, casting a glance at the wickedly deranged creature, which bore a striking resemblance to a lunatic. Ghoulie hesitated before asking, "What is it?" "Master, I can directly transfer the funds to your account." Indeed, it is capable of such feats. After all, in its universe, it infiltrated Air Force One alone to extract data and uncover the whereabouts of the Decepticon leader, Megatron. It is fair to say that Megatron's resurgence is largely attributable to its efforts. Is it really that straightforward? Won't it be traced? Rest assured, Master. It will absolutely remain undetected. Ghoulie chuckled as he patted the little creature's head. Just go ahead, and if needed, let Soundwave assist. If more intelligent robots arrive in the future, who knows, Ghoulie might just transform into a walking pile driver. Consider Ultron, with merely a blink. Tony Stark found his account diminished by $2 billion. The path ahead is arduous. It seems this evening I must spend more time with Ms. Zhao Hailuan to secure greater rewards. Hiss, Ghoulie suddenly felt a pang in his lower back. Although the stock trading expert, Ms. Zhao, is his lucky star, and the system rewards him with high-tech products whenever he is with her, increasing their intimacy level is proving to be quite a challenge. He must be a considerate and responsible boyfriend to augment that intimacy even slightly. Ding dong. Your Wealth Bank card ending in 89757 has received a deposit of $1,000,000 with a balance of $1,819,527. The notification from Xiaomi Luan caused Ghoulie to exclaim, "So soon? You didn't transfer it directly to my card, did you?" "Master, after thousands of attempts, it was ultimately routed through the Family Trust Fund to reach your account." Upon hearing this, Ghoulie gave Xiaomi Luan a thumbs up. Though its combat capabilities are limited, it turns out to be a technically adept transformer. With this, it appears my plans can proceed. The stock ventures, the property acquisitions, the pursuit of romance. Ultimately, I shall not partake in beef. Ding dong, ding dong. Glancing at the incessantly chiming Xiaomi Luan, Ghoulie commanded, silence the notifications, and switch to phone mode. Thus, time flowed as days turned into weeks. With the denizens of New York City engaged in their ceaseless hustle, Ghoulie oscillated between Zhao Hailuan and May, gradually augmenting his own prowess. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Dr. Ethan, Tony Stark was diligently working on the development of Mark II at his seaside villa. Ethan had also developed a fondness for the donkey meat pies delivered by Happy. Had it not been for Tony's urging, he would have ventured out himself. Of course, his primary desire was to meet the enigmatic mogul who possessed a robotic canine. Black Widow continued her role as a dishwasher at the barbecue restaurant. Finding no opportunity to connect with Ghoulie, her daily toil of washing dishes prompting her to curse fury countless times in her mind. She also discerned the ambiguous connection between Ghoulie and the alluring May. Additionally, the receptionist, young Sky, gazed at Ghoulie with a look that would make any woman envious. After weeks of surveillance, Hawkeye Barton was reassigned to another task by Nick Fury. Coulson continued to pursue contact with Tony Stark, yet his plight was equally disheartening, as he failed to encounter Stark at all. Each visit to Stark Industries resulted in a meeting with Pepper Potts instead. Finally, on November 15, 2009, marking the 9th month of confirming his relationship with the astute investor Ms. Zhao, the familiar notification sound echoed once more. Under the tutelage of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you Quintessa. Chapter 11, Quintessa. Through the guidance of Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has reached 1, and you have received a reward, Quintessa. The mining function has been activated, allowing you to dispatch intelligent beings for mining, with random rewards to be obtained. Observing Dr. Zhao beside him, who was diligently organizing study materials, Gu Li couldn't help but internally scoff. So you're going up against the Transformers, are you? Next time, why not summon a Cosmic Emperor for me? Sensing a shift in Gu Li's mood, Zhao Hailuan gently traced her finger across his cheek and inquired, Darling, what is troubling you? Taking her hand in his, Gu Li replied with a sense of ease, You should get some rest. This is something I cannot adequately explain. Quintessa, who claimed to be the creator of the Transformers, was likely a fabrication. Aside from the primordial supreme, Gu Li could not conceive of any other possibilities. This Quintessa, however, was among the few Cybertronian mechanical beings capable of transforming into humanoid form. Apart from Quintessa, the only other example he recalled was the Decepticon Alice. Only these two had ever assumed human appearances, and both were female. As for Quintessa's combat prowess, it was rather perplexing. On one hand, she was formidable enough to slap Optimus Prime, who dared not retaliate. It is worth noting that those who opposed him generally met grim fates, with Megatron having been vanquished on multiple occasions. Yet, on the other hand, she was also driven away by Bumblebee's cannon fire. Was it possible that she was subjected to a forced parity with Cybertronian powers? Under Zhao Hailuan's instruction, most of the system rewards he received were related to the Transformers. Given this trend, the next tier of reward might very well be the Allspark, or perhaps even the Cosmic Emperor or the Primordial Supreme. However, what he truly desired were rewards that would empower him, such as the power of the Phoenix, the force of chaos, or the strength of fairies. Regrettably, there had never been any reports of mutants on his Earth. Gu Li's conviction stemmed from the day he acquired Soundwave, when he stealthily infiltrated the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives. Information regarding characters like the Hulk and Skrulls was present, yet there was not a single mention of mutants. Gu Li was convinced that if mutants existed, he could undoubtedly acquire the Phoenix power from Jean Grey. Yet, these notions were merely figments of his imagination. The prospect of obtaining Phoenix power seemed distant unless he ventured into other multiverses. Currently, he was unable to even leave Earth, let alone traverse the multiverse. The power of chaos, or rather chaos magic, presents an enticing opportunity to explore. At this moment, Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, should still be with the Hydra. As for the Black Widow, Natasha, who is lurking in the shadows washing dishes, Gu Li deems her presence unnecessary. She is unlikely to possess anything of value. Following the battle in New York, the combat prowess of both Black Widow and Hawkeye has gradually diminished. It is quite a challenge for these mere mortals to keep pace alongside a cadre of superpowered beings. Conversely, the other mortal, Stark, is equipped with a variety of Iron Man suits. It is worth noting that the subsequent nanotech suit, Mark 50, is capable of breaching the defenses of formidable foes. Little Sky will be turning 18 next year, if I recall correctly. Gu Li stowed his notes into the system's space and, lying down, gradually slipped into slumber. Completely oblivious to the presence of Quintessa, who was just rewarded by the system and now drifting through his home. Quintessa was most curious about the Earth beneath her. In her universe, this planet is the embodiment of the Cosmic Emperor. Yet, within the depths of the Earth lies another formidable entity. The mere aura she sensed sent shivers down her spine, reminiscent of the primordial supreme being in peak condition. Quintessa also discovered that she bore a type of restraint upon her, akin to the one she had imposed on the Transformers of Cybertron, strikingly similar. The only notable difference appeared to be that this particular restraint seemed unbreakable, having fused with her very essence. Within this modest abode, she also detected several familiar presences, military robots from Cybertron. A flash of blue light enveloped Quintessa, and when it faded, she had transformed into the form of a human woman. Adorned in a purple robe, she smiled enchantingly as she made her way toward a room on the second floor. Meanwhile, at Tony Stark's seaside villa, after 6.5 months of labor, with the assistance of his friend Ethan, the significantly more powerful Mark II had finally been completed, surpassing the original timeline. Ignoring the protests of Ethan and J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony soared through the skies of New York clad in the Mark II armor. Ah ha ha ha. Within the confines of the Mark II, he laughed joyously, never having felt such elation before. After all, flying is a dream of humanity, and mechs embody the romance of man. J.A.R.V.I.S. What is the record for the SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? Sir, the record for fixed-wing flight is 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be broken. Let us proceed. At that moment, Tony's laughter was genuine and heartfelt. Should nothing unforeseen occur, this might very well be the happiest moment of his life. The perspective shifts back to Gu Li's small villa. As he lay in deep slumber, he was suddenly jolted awake by an inexplicable force. for a beguiling woman in a purple robe was gently caressing his chest, while the lady Zhao Hailuan beside him lay either in a deep unconsciousness or a profound sleep. Quintessa? I am Quintessa, the great creator. Upon witnessing this, Guli waved his hand irritably, and an inexplicable power from the system flung the woman in the purple robe onto the sofa. Anyone who is abruptly awakened is likely to exhibit a touch of irritability, especially in the presence of a woman who appears both proud and a tad haughty. How dare you assault the magnificent creator? Kneel before me. Guli inexplicably felt a surge of morning grumpiness. Even the great Quintessa could not escape my wrath. It is well known that humans are at their most irritable during forced awakenings. After a brief pause, Guli turned to Quintessa. Teacher, impart to me the culture of Cybertron. In truth, he was uncertain whether learning from Quintessa would elevate his cultural level to 1 and subsequently yield a reward. After all, the creator of Cybertron is not a character from the Marvel Universe. Yet, after a considerable time, the system's melodious notification suddenly chimed. Through the teachings of the exceptional Quintessa, your cultural level 1 has received a random reward, a card of fate. Guli pondered. Could it possibly be the ability of the mutant card king? He hastily examined the skill description. Utilizing dark magic, it allows for switching between 3 modes: stun, knockback, and magic absorption, inflicting substantial damage upon foes. Strangely, the magical energy required for this skill was sourced from a loan, and the system even thoughtfully facilitated an automatic contract signing. Contracted entity, Dormammu. Guli rubbed his temples in exasperation, feeling torn. This reward seemed rather dubious. No, it was exceedingly perilous. Why, you may ask? Because in the Marvel Universe, borrowing magical energy is akin to a bottomless pit. It's not merely a matter of repayment. It concerns whether one can repay at all. This predicament is far more terrifying than usury. One might end up utterly obliterated, considering that beings like Dormammu are hardly benevolent. Of course, unless one chooses to default. Chapter 12, $300 million New York, Manhattan. Morning. Guli stood absent-mindedly in the kitchen, contemplating the rewards he had received after obtaining cultural level 1 under Quintessa's tutelage the previous night. He felt conflicted, as those who entered into contracts with Dormammu often found themselves in a state of being neither fully human nor fully ghostly, much like the smoky-eyed Uncle Ben. Quintessa, reputedly the creator of Cybertron, is arguably the second most formidable reward he has acquired. The most powerful, of course, is the Blue Giant's planet-destroying cannon. However, the cannon is notoriously unstable. One misstep could obliterate the Earth. That being said, it was indeed somewhat surprising that Quintessa could transform into a human form. I have truly fallen from grace. Regret, frustration, resentment, and sorrow intertwined across Guli's visage. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would surely, But learning must take precedence. He could always indulge later when he is stronger. Moreover, the mining feature that the system unveiled yesterday requires tangible miners, allowing the rebellious Quintessa to occasionally take on the role of a miner, which seems rather appealing. As a responsible employer, Guli resolved to appoint Quintessa as his dedicated secretary. After all, there is an adage from a past life that goes, for matters of importance, consult the secretary. For systems, access the panel. Name, Guli. Race, human. Age, 21. Superpowers, 50/50 serum, spider senses, super strength, fake cards, items, vibranium shield, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue star annihilation cannon, affiliation, drift, soundwave, tape legion, Quintessa. Contracted entity, Dormammu. Upon witnessing this, Guli awkwardly scratched his nose, realizing that over half of his system rewards were bestowed by Ms. Zhao Hailuan. However, upon reflection, this was to be expected. They had known each other for a year and had cohabited for more than 9 months, nearly exhausting the library of their shared home. The reward for a cultural level of 50 points. The little cricket handgun, also inspired by the film Men in Black, is exquisitely petite, no larger than a palm, yet boasts astonishing recoil. In terms of power, each shot equates to the explosive force of a grenade, and it possesses infinite ammunition. Truly, it is a product of the system, undoubtedly a masterpiece. Additionally, the vibranium shield, contributed by Professor Sharon Carter, had been stored in his system space for years, as he had found no occasion to utilize it. After all, one cannot very well don a Captain 50/50 costume on Halloween. Naturally, he had disposed of various trivial rewards, such as Captain 50/50's diary. The tendrils of dark energy coiling at his fingertips gradually coalesced into a blue energy card, and as Guli toyed with it, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, that woman might still be in New York. Realizing this too late, he hastily retracted his dark magic. He had no desire to confront the Ancient One once more. even though the Ancient One wielded the power of the dark dimension and had extended her life for centuries. She was a celestial-level powerhouse, while he was merely an ordinary superpowered individual. The Great can light the way, but he was currently incapable of igniting a fire. As for his lender of dark magic, the entity known as Dormammu, that was a formidable concern. Dormammu, ruler of the dark dimension, was at least of the same caliber as the Ancient One. Never mind. Worrying now would be futile. He should first ascertain how much money he had amassed. When Ghoulie opened his phone to check his bank balance, he was left utterly stunned, frozen in place. Balance, 302, 389, 757. 300 million? He counted it over 10 times before he could finally confirm it was indeed over $300 million. Little chaos, did you rob the Jinbing family? At that moment, a mechanical arm extended from the side of his phone, affectionately nuzzling against Ghoulie's arm like a kitten. Ever since their encounter with Quintessa the previous night, the mechanical dog and Little Chaos had become increasingly akin to beloved household pets. Ghoulie offered a brief moment of silence for Jinbing. Considering the timeline, Mark II should soon be nearing successful development. Once Tony Stark publicly acknowledges his identity as Iron Man after his battle with Ironmonger, coupled with the launch of the Clean Energy Project, Stark Industries' stock price will undoubtedly soar once more. Little confusion, all this money is invested in Stark Industries stocks. Meanwhile, at the Phobler building in New York, has Kingpin lost his mind? What exactly does he intend to achieve? A weary group of Phobler agents cast exhausted glances at their director, feeling utterly helpless, as no one could fathom Kingpin's sudden descent into madness. In recent days, the notorious crime lord has been mercilessly attacking rival gangs, resulting in numerous casualties. While the deceased were merely low-level thugs, the ramifications were undeniably adverse, particularly for Phobler. Kingpin's actions were a blatant affront to their authority. Who can enlighten me as to what has transpired? In response, the silence from the Phobler chief was deafening. The agents had spent days investigating, even discreetly contacting several informants, yet to no avail. Faced with this impasse, the Phobler chief reluctantly dialed a number. Hello. There's a situation requiring your assistance. Upon receiving Phobler's plea, Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly. He was familiar with Kingpin, merely a crime lord. Having weathered numerous storms, including encounters with extraterrestrials, Fury regarded Phobler as increasingly ineffectual. Could they not resolve such trivial matters on their own? It appeared that, in critical moments, he would still have to rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. Recently, he felt the burdens upon his shoulders growing heavier. Those damned politicians in America might as well allocate all funds to S.H.I.E.L.D. What use is Phobler, if merely a decorative entity? Clint, head to Hell's Kitchen and investigate what Kingpin has been up to lately. Hell's Kitchen, once a notorious slum on Manhattan Island, was primarily inhabited by working-class Irish immigrants, infamous for its dismal living conditions, severe racial conflicts, and high crime rates. Kingpin, under scrutiny from both Phobler and S.H.I.E.L.D., held a cigar between his lips, and as smoke swirled around him, his expression grew increasingly dark. Dressed in a white suit, he appeared extraordinarily robust, his weight seemingly several times that of an average person. He gripped a black cane tightly, rhythmically striking the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A cadre of silent henchmen stood before him. In that moment, Kingpin was not just irritable, but also plagued with frustration and helplessness. At some point, the inheritance he intended to leave his son had inexplicably diminished. A staggering $300 million was missing from his accounts, essentially his entire life's work. Just like that, it vanished without a trace. He inquired at the bank, only to be met with the response, "Sir, our records indicate that these transactions were executed by you personally." Personally? My foot. He muttered, "I'm hefty, not foolish. Who in their right mind would donate $300 million? Who? Tell me, who would do such a thing? Eye Patch. Have your hackers uncovered anything?" Eye Patch, a mercenary and professional assassin, was one of Kingpin's trusted lieutenants. It may take a little more time. The perpetrator appears to be a habitual offender, leaving no traces behind. Upon hearing this, Jinbing's expression turned grave as he extinguished the cigar in his hand. A habitual offender, indeed. Over the years, he has offended so many. Who could it possibly be? Chapter 13. The Cradle of Rebirth, New York, deep into the night. Ghoulie reclined on the sofa, cradling his rightful girlfriend, while the television before them broadcasted the explosion of Stark Tower. The addition of the term rightful stemmed from an unforeseen incident. Half a month prior, intending to surprise her boyfriend on his birthday, Zhao Hailuan stealthily arrived at a barbecue restaurant, only to catch Ghoulie flirting with Sky, transforming her surprise into an unexpected revelation. That night, Ghoulie endured a barrage of bites, and thereafter, Zhao Hailuan declared her claim over him. As for the explosion on the television, it was orchestrated by Iron Man and the Ironmonger. If all proceeded as anticipated, Tony would publicly acknowledge his identity as Iron Man at tomorrow's post-battle press conference, thereby unveiling the grand saga of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In a previous life, Ghoulie might have called upon a couple of friends to admire the spectacle, for the romance of mechas was indeed appealing to him. However, now, equipped with foreknowledge of the plot's trajectory, especially after the visit from the Ancient One, Ghoulie harbored but one thought: to bide his time until he could boldly declare, "Ha ha ha, I do not consume beef." Having languished in mediocrity for half his previous life, he now possessed a golden opportunity, rendering self-deprecation unnecessary. Of course, prudence remained paramount. After all, this was the tumultuous land of America. Were it not for the system's stipulation that he could only accept guidance from characters within the Marvel narrative, he would have no reason to remain in such a predicament. He recalled the plump figure by the shores of Daming Lake, seemingly making an appearance in the realm of iron as well. Perhaps he should ask Soundwave to look into it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ghoulie's mind. With Ironmonger recently deceased, could he not investigate the old fellow's estate? After all, he was one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. Surely he would be wealthy. Once Zhao Hailuan had been lulled to sleep, Ghoulie, accompanied by his little companion, descended into the basement. The villa bestowed upon him as a system reward boasted a basement of approximately 200 square meters, where his mechanical dog and its entourage frolicked. Little companion, conduct some research and procure Ironmonger's assets. Let us create a virtual account this time, he instructed. Ironmonger was undoubtedly wealthier than Jean Bing. However, such a sudden influx of wealth would likely attract attention. The previous transfer involving Jean Bing's funds was executed under the family trust of Ghoulie's adoptive parents. He wondered where the couple had gone to revel, having been nearly absent for a decade. At long last, Ghoulie could finally acquire the adjacent building and bring Sky over, for Zhao Hailuan had already expressed her understanding of his situation. Moreover, his behavior cannot merely be classified as morally questionable. In high emotional intelligence terms, for the fate of humanity and for the myriad beings of the universe, I, the unparalleled General Ghoulie, am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. In more pedestrian emotional terms, I am simply captivated by her physical form. Of course, the crux of the matter is that Sky has just turned 18. If all goes according to plan, she will soon possess her first area of affectability, whether it be the 50-50 serum or Spider-Man's extraordinary strength. Both serve solely to enhance the corporeal form. As for the cards of fate, they tend to be quite extravagant. Sky's future superpower, Shockwaves, can be likened, in layman's terms, to Whitebeard's tremor fruit. By means of vibration and distortion of objects, she can achieve destruction or manipulation of said objects. However, her superpower does not derive from the X gene. Thus, she is not a mutant, but rather half-inhuman. To simplify, mutants and Eternals, among others, were created by the Celestials based on ancient humanity, while the Inhumans were engineered by the Kree. Almost forgot, there is also a celestial infant residing within the Earth. Ghoulie chuckled wryly. Viewed from this perspective, the family planning director's plan to annihilate half the beings in the universe may indeed be connected to the celestial infant within the Earth. In the Marvel Universe, not only is America beleaguered, but the Earth beneath our feet faces similar tribulations. The Chitauri seek to invade Earth, Dormammu wishes to conquer it, and the Devourer covets its essence. A flash of the purple-robed figure that transformed into Quintessa crossed his mind, prompting Ghoulie to suddenly think of another woman, Circe, an Eternal who has resided on Earth for 7 millennia. At this moment, she should be working at the London Museum. Ghoulie lit a cigarette, contemplating whether he should embark on a journey to London to purchase a residence, and subsequently familiarize himself with this ageless woman, hoping she might impart a few lessons to him. After all, Circe's former lover, Ikaris, is one of the most formidable members of the Eternals' Earthbound roster. This individual, aside from lacking the ability to gain strength from sunlight, possesses a plethora of superpowers strikingly similar to Superman. Soaring through the cosmos, with laser beams emanating from his eyes, he is essentially a replica of Superman. As for who is superior, that remains a matter of perspective. Master, that sum of money has been secured. Impressive. Ghoulie affectionately ruffled the head of the little creature, its texture quite pleasant. However, he discerned a troubling issue. The little one's physique appeared somewhat fragile. This fragility was not limited to the little creature alone. Even Drift and Soundwave exhibited similar vulnerabilities. After all, in the cinematic realm of Transformers, even weaponry of that technological caliber could shatter their mechanical bodies. What more could be said for the current Marvel Universe? This is one of the reasons Ghoulie remains steadfast in his cautious approach. He believes that Drift and Soundwave would struggle against Tony in his Mark armor. It is worth noting that the Mark armor withstood a tank shell's blast in Afghanistan, suffering little more than a fall. The prowess of drifting and the sonic strength of sound waves are evidently challenging to achieve, let alone the frail form of the little chaos, which could be effortlessly severed by a chainsaw. What should be done? Ghoulie fell into deep contemplation. The three transforming golden warrior, the drifting entity, and the formidable Decepticon Soundwave hovering above the earth, along with the mechanical canine belonging to the Tape Legion, constituted his few loyal subordinates. Was it conceivable that he might assign them to auxiliary roles henceforth? Tasking them with intelligence gathering, monetary pursuits, and transportation could indeed prove feasible. Ghoulie murmured softly, "If only I could transmute their bodies into vibranium. The strength of vibranium would be sufficient to elevate them to the status of competent warriors rather than mere support units." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Ghoulie's eyes as he retrieved a vibranium shield and the massive regeneration cradle from the system space. My goodness, is the regeneration cradle truly this large? Since acquiring this contraption, he had not laid eyes upon it, and now, witnessing it firsthand, Ghoulie found himself momentarily bewildered. This unusually large regeneration cradle occupied nearly half of the basement space. He even felt that the cradle's interior had enough space to accommodate two drifting entities. Could it be that this regeneration cradle was indeed intended for Transformers? Upon seeing the rapid flicker of green light from the system, Ghoulie's face broke into a radiant smile. Little Chaos, let us first experiment with the vibranium shield. Chapter 14. Journey to London. Following the operational guidelines of the regeneration cradle, Ghoulie positioned the vibranium shield and Little Chaos in their respective slots. The moment power was activated, the dazzling lights of New York City were plunged into darkness. Of course, the darkness lasted only 2.5 minutes, likely due to the diminutive stature of Little Chaos and the relatively small size of the vibranium shield. Strangely, while the entirety of New York experienced a blackout, Ghoulie's basement remained brilliantly illuminated. The regeneration cradle, radiating a brilliant azure light, slowly opened, and the mechanically gleaming Little Chaos joyously leapt out. At that moment, it felt immensely powerful. Indeed, aligning itself with its master was the most astute decision of its existence. Meanwhile, the mechanical canine and avian, witnessing Little Chaos's exuberance, eagerly nudged Ghoulie's arm. Glancing at his pet-like companions, Ghoulie sighed, "There's enough for everyone, but please wait a while." As for vibranium, he had none left. It seemed necessary to allocate some time for a journey to Wakanda, Ghoulie mused. Purchasing it was out of the question, at $10,000 per gram. His modest fortune could hardly afford it. Furthermore, those funds were earmarked for future power enhancements and should not be squandered on vibranium. Thus, it appeared that a visit to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition was the only option. In the cinematic realm, vibranium originated from a meteorite that fell to Earth 10,000 years ago. This meteorite landed in two notable regions, one being Antarctica, and the other the ancestral home of the Black Panther, Wakanda. How about taking my dog on a journey to Antarctica? If I could discover vibranium there, I wouldn't need to venture to Wakanda. Ghoulie affectionately patted the dog's head. After all, attempting a zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda would likely lead to discovery, given that the technology in that desolate place is the most advanced on Earth. Once discovered, an inevitable battle would ensue. Therefore, Antarctica it is. As for a metal even more formidable than vibranium, it must be the URU metal from Asgard. Moreover, the knife wielded by the purple sweet potato spirit is quite impressive as well. Sighing heavily, Ghoulie lamented his own inadequacy. He still could not even fly beyond Earth. How could he even dream of exploring the cosmos? After storing the regeneration cradle in the system's space, Ghoulie picked up the phone transformed from the Little Chaos and booked a flight. He intended to try his luck in London. After all, what if he succeeded? That would mean he could potentially connect with Ikaris, the ceiling of the Eternal's combat prowess, and his girlfriend. Given the system's nature, the rewards or superpowers he receives are often linked to those he instructs. If he tried enough times, perhaps fortune would smile upon him, granting him various abilities from the Eternals. Returning to his room, Ghoulie embraced Zhao Hailuan and drifted into slumber. With a 50-50 serum, a sleepless night didn't significantly impact his body. However, it did weigh heavily on his mind, leaving him feeling inexplicably unwell. The following morning, after bidding farewell to Zhao Hailuan, Ghoulie hailed a cab to New York Airport. An impromptu journey was a dream once unattainable in his previous life. Viewed in this light, his reincarnation seemed rather splendid, at least affording him a car and a home. Pondering this, Ghoulie couldn't help but chuckle. His trip to London was a spontaneous thought, as he had never previously contemplated such travel. At that moment, Tony Stark was at a press conference, having just declared, "I am Iron Man." Except for a certain leggy blonde with whom Tony had shared a night, all the journalists in attendance stood up, their cameras clicking incessantly. Eager to thrust microphones into the man's mouth, Tony had intended to say more, but was interrupted by Jarvis's voice in his ear. "Sir, Mr. Gu has just boarded a flight to London." Stimulated by the mechanical canine, Tony had recently devoted all his energy to the development of the Mark armor. He instructed Jarvis to keep an eye on Gu Li's movements, confident that the Mark armor would prove superior to the mechanical dog. His battle with Stan the night before had thrust the Mark armor into the public eye, leading to the current press conference. Tony turned away from the event, driven by a desire to discover what that enigmatic man was doing in London. Truthfully, he was unsure why he felt compelled to do so. Perhaps it was a mutual admiration between two geniuses? He had always believed that the mechanical dog had been created by Gu Li and was aware of his journey to London. Natasha, who was somewhat slow to realize her circumstances, had learned of them indirectly through Sky in May. After several months of working as a dishwasher, she found herself on the brink of emotional collapse. The demands of her busy job weighed heavily on her, compounded by her spiraling self-doubt. Despite her attempts to draw closer to her objective, Gu Li, she felt as though she was making no progress. Natasha considered herself reasonably attractive, yet despite her overt hints, he remained utterly indifferent. She even entertained the notion that Gu Li might not be fond of women, but quickly dismissed the idea upon recalling a recent incident where she witnessed him being caught by his girlfriend while flirting. But why? This perplexed Natasha. She was no less captivating than others. Why did he show her no interest whatsoever? While out shopping, Natasha resolved to report Gu Li's impending trip to London. Upon receiving her call, Fury was taken aback. It had been quite some time since Natasha had proactively provided an update since the undercover operation began. Had the target left New York? What business did he have in London? The reasons remained unclear, and Natasha felt a sudden surge of insecurity. She had never experienced such feelings in her career as a spy. "Very well, I understand," Nick Fury replied before slowly rising from his seat. He needed to prepare to cultivate an aura of mystery for his upcoming meeting with Iron Man. Meanwhile, in the New York sanctum, the Ancient One opened her eyes, the green glow of the time stone fading gradually from her chest. She had recently attempted several times to glimpse Gu Li's future, yet had consistently failed, a phenomenon that had never occurred in her long life. A little one whose future remains obscured. Could you be the variable? Through the connections of the New York sanctum, the Ancient One also researched Gu Li's background. He had always been remarkably stable, maintaining average grades and shunning the spotlight. In every aspect, he appeared to be an ordinary individual. Had it not been for that fateful night when she encountered the mechanical dog, she would have never paid him any mind. Following that incident, she had remained in the New York sanctum, observing him until she finally uncovered something significant. The dark magic he had recently wielded was infused with the essence of Dormammu. However, this only deepened the Ancient One's confusion. As the last time she had seen Gu Li, he bore no trace of magical energy. Somehow, right under her nose, he had forged a pact with Dormammu. And the kind of magic he wielded was unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Perhaps she should visit the London sanctum for further investigation. Chapter 15, Molecular Reconstruction. London, known by many names, is most famously referred to as the Fog City. The reason for this moniker stems from two primary factors. On one hand, London's geographical position is noteworthy. It is situated in the southeastern part of England, nestled in the basin on both banks of the Thames River. During autumn and winter, the air circulation within the basin is insufficient, leading to the frequent occurrence of dense fog. On the other hand, since the early 20th century, the majority of households in London have employed coal as their primary source of domestic fuel, resulting in substantial smoke emissions. This smoke, combined with London's climate, has given rise to the infamous London fog. Upon leaving the airport, Gu Li initially intended to visit a nearby brokerage to begin his search for housing, especially after recently acquiring a fortune through the Iron Tyrant. However, the pervasive mist in the air prompted a sense of hesitation within him. The constraints of the system necessitated that if he wished to acquire greater rewards, he must seek guidance from various narrative characters. Most of these characters from the Marvel Universe reside in America, apart from his target for this journey, Circe of the Eternals. To understand the origins of the Eternals on Earth, one must trace back to 5000 BC, when the celestial Erishem selected 10 individuals endowed with superhuman abilities and dispatched them to Earth to defend against the deviants. For millennia, the Eternals have safeguarded humanity from the incursions of the deviants. Following the extermination of the last batch of deviants in 1521, a schism emerged within the Eternals regarding the continuation of their protection over humanity. Ultimately, the 10-member team resolved to part ways and await the summons of the Celestial. 5 centuries ago, after parting ways with her former lover Ikaris, Circe chose to reside in London with one of her fellow team members, a water sprite. The deviants, much like the Eternals, are intelligent beings created by the Celestials. Initially, the Celestials had introduced the deviants to Earth to incubate the celestial offspring within the planet. As the growth of these celestial entities required vast amounts of energy from intelligent life, at that time, humanity had not yet ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain. To ensure humanity's continued propagation, the first batch of deviants assumed the role of guardians, tasked with eliminating those predators that preyed upon humankind. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired, and the deviants, who were meant to protect humanity, became the new predators that feasted upon it. This forms the backdrop of the Eternals and deviants within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The narrative involving the 10-member team of the Eternals unfolds after the conclusion of the climactic battle in Avengers: Endgame. However, the film, spanning nearly 2.5 hours, felt as though it conveyed little of substance, a failure that transcended expectations. Returning to London, Gu Li, with a stroke of luck in mind, made his way towards the museum. As for the plethora of culinary delights lining the streets, he opted to forego them. After all, there is a saying that the top 10 restaurants in London are predominantly French. His target, Circe, possesses the extraordinary ability to reshape the molecular structure of objects. In simpler terms, it is akin to the fabled ability to turn stone into gold or reminiscent of the powers of the reality stone. In the film, Circe transforms a speeding delivery truck into a flurry of rose petals. A single word, beauty, an almost suffocating superpower. Alas, to attain this extraordinary ability, he must beseech Circe for guidance, perhaps more than once, to have any hope of acquiring her powers. Although Gu Li possesses a visage akin to that of the esteemed readers, earning him the title of the most handsome man in New York, he still harbors a modicum of insecurity, for she is a woman who has lived for over 7 millennia. Who can say what peculiar inclinations she may have developed over such an extensive period? At the entrance of the museum, Gu Li clenched his fists and took a deep breath. With women like her, one must strive. The Natural History Museum of London opened its doors to the public in 1881, boasting an impressive collection of 75 million specimens of flora, fauna, and fossils, making it the largest natural history museum in Europe. Gu Li strolled through the museum like any ordinary visitor until he spotted a man engaged in a phone call, which jogged his memory. He seemed to have erred. Circe did not work at the museum. The man was, in fact, Dane Whitman, an employee of the museum, who was pursuing Circe. A rival, indeed. How audacious of him to take advantage of her husband's disappearance to undermine another. From the snippets of conversation Gu Li overheard, it appeared that Dane had not yet succeeded. Perhaps the ancient Circe was currently in a state of emotional seclusion? Fortunately, Gu Li had eavesdropped on their evening rendezvous. He stood quietly behind Dane, feigning interest in the exhibits before him. Should he orchestrate a cliched chance encounter? A heroic rescue, perhaps? Ever since that visit from the Ancient One, Gu Li had been in a prolonged state of tension and anxiety. He yearned to acquire greater power to confront the inevitable threats that lay ahead. With his current strength, evading the impending conflict in New York would pose no challenge. Yet, he could not hide indefinitely, especially with a system binding him. These past years, he had brought considerable shame to the predecessors of his journey. Contemplating the remarkable prowess of those who had come before him, who began their journeys invincible, effortlessly completing tasks to wield powers like the Phoenix Force or the Kryptonian physique. He felt inadequate. Unlike those predecessors who had gradually ascended to greatness since childhood, he found himself bogged down in the pursuit of mundane knowledge. In previous years, he had been oblivious, devoted to his studies. It was only in his first year of university that he realized the knowledge he had sought independently bore no reward. He could only gain recognition through the guidance of others. Moreover, there were stringent limitations. The mentors had to be characters from the narrative. Not too many, not too few. As an ordinary individual, he had no chance of encountering them. His meeting with Sharon Carter had been a stroke of luck. Without a decade of foolishness, he could never have conceived of such a confounding system. Hello, would you like me to assist you with an introduction? Regaining his composure, Gu Li nodded towards the bearded Dane. The exhibits before them had consumed an entire afternoon, during which Dane meticulously elucidated the intricacies of each display for the inquisitive Gu Li. Dane felt as though his throat might ignite from exhaustion. Yet he could not resist the fervor for natural history exhibited by his student. He was compelled to provide a thorough and earnest explanation of each artifact's origins. Eventually, as night descended, Gu Li expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Dane. At last, I can return to pen my graduation thesis. Shall we dine together?" Glancing into Gu Li's sincere eyes, Dane replied apologetically, "I regret to inform you, Gu, that I have prior commitments this evening. Would tomorrow suit you instead? I would love to introduce you to the culinary delights of London." Had it not been for his earlier arrangement with Circe, Dane would have readily accepted Gu Li's invitation. The allure of Gu Li, with his striking appearance and shared passion for natural history, was undeniably compelling. Very well, they exchanged numbers and parted ways. A mutual appreciation evident between them. Watching Dane drive away, a faint smile graced Gu Li's lips. Brother, I shall learn from you 5 times over. Chapter 16. Oi. Hey. Gu. Over here. Following the sound, Gu Li spotted Dane waving enthusiastically from across the restaurant. He approached, feigning a momentary bewilderment. Boy, Dane. What a coincidence. In truth, he was unsure if he had been noticed while lingering near the restaurant earlier. Regardless, as long as he remained unfazed, any awkwardness would fall upon others. Dane, thrilled by the serendipitous encounter with his new friend, introduced him. Gu, this is Cersei, my friend. Cersei, this is Gu, who has just arrived from New York. Dane's warmth was palpable, yet it sparked a fleeting pang of guilt within Gu Li. However, this sentiment was swiftly submerged by his desire for self-improvement. Hello. Gu Li greeted in Mandarin. Hello, Cersei responded, equally in Mandarin. Dane felt a remarkable affinity between himself and Gu Li, as they had just met in the afternoon and found themselves reunited that evening. Let us sit together, Gu. Perhaps due to Gu Li's unexpected presence, Cersei appeared slightly out of sorts, quietly listening as Dane and Gu Li delved into discussions about ancient architecture, although she had personally witnessed the construction of these edifices. The perspective of an Eternal provided a unique amusement to the current scenario. Stonehenge suggests a celestial alignment of 9 stars at that time, doesn't he? Gu. I had no idea you shared this belief. Naturally, Gu Li concurred, as within the Marvel Cinematic Universe's lore, approximately 5,000 years ago, cosmic convergence connected the 9 realms on the world tree, prompting humanity to construct Stonehenge in accordance with the celestial phenomena. After a moment of contemplation, Dane lamented, my previous paper, which touched upon the realms of Norse mythology, was dismissed by my mentor as mere fabrication. Perhaps your mentor places greater faith in science. In Gu Li's perspective, the Norse gods within the Marvel universe were, at best, merely powerful extraterrestrial beings. Considering the timeline, that Brazilian beauty, the formidable Thor, who stood as the pinnacle of power in the early Avengers, was likely to make her entrance soon. Time was of the essence. As dinner concluded in a delightful atmosphere, the trio strolled through the streets of London. Not far away, several shadowy figures, upon spotting Gu Li, hastily emerged to encircle them. Clad in sunglasses, the Italian mobsters stammered at the 3, we're here to rob you. IC, IP, IQ cards, reveal your passwords. Hearing this, Gu Li felt a pang of regret. The mobsters he had carelessly summoned prior to arriving at the restaurant appeared to have rather peculiar thought processes. Dane, witnessing the scene, swiftly shielded Cersei behind him. The gentle Cersei glanced around, confirming the absence of any onlookers, and contemplated intervening. At that moment, a cheeky voice echoed from above, hey there, dear Gu. Looks like you're in a bit of trouble. The group looked up to see the iconic figure of Iron Man descending from the sky, clad in Mark III armor. The mobsters were instantly flummoxed. Their boss had never mentioned this twist. Having already received their payment, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. In a bid to fulfill the violent expectations of their employer, they had recently scoured the internet for videos of heists from the distant lands of China. Yet with Iron Man's sudden arrival, the robbery seemed futile. Gu Li, too, was bewildered. He had no inkling as to why Tony would be present on the streets of London. Shouldn't he be at home, confronting the long-awaited boiled egg? Upon witnessing the Mark armor, a sense of dread washed over him. This is a disaster. His initial plan had been to orchestrate a staged robbery by hiring a few mobsters, thereby allowing him to play the gallant hero in a classic rescue scenario. While somewhat cliched, it would at least serve a purpose. The primary motivation behind this scheme was rooted in his lingering psychological scars regarding seeking help from others. For instance, he recalled Sharon Carter's resolute expression as she turned away, a sight that tugged painfully at his heartstrings. His current relationship with Ms. Zhao Helen was built upon a foundation of shameless persistence, bolstered by the elixir of youth, showcasing a flawless physique. In contrast, his bond with May was grounded in years of camaraderie. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel that his handsome visage, akin to that of a reader's ideal, was utterly wasted. What did it matter to be deemed the most attractive in New York if he resorted to such trite methods of flirtation? Furthermore, he had been too hastily provoked by the Ancient One, almost eager to rush in with his books in hand. He believed in mastering the art of learning before delving into matters of the heart. Or rather, he was inherently a person devoid of emotional attachments, solely desiring supernatural abilities. The Mafia members arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As they left, the small-time leader even raised an eyebrow at Gu Li, as if to convey, although we did not accomplish the task, the money is non-refundable. Gu Li, feeling a pang of melancholy, rested his forehead in his hand, a wave of sentiment washing over him. At that moment, they still adhered to their professional ethics, utterly unfazed by the thrashing they had received not long ago. Perhaps a lighter hand would have sufficed. Dane, sporting a similar mustache to Tony's, gratefully grasped his hand, expressing, "Mr. Stark, thank you. Thank you so much." Just moments ago, he had nearly embarrassed himself in front of the person he admired and a newly made friend. His gratitude towards Tony was sincere. Tony shrugged, casting an innocent glance towards Ghoulie. "Your friend?" Ghoulie nodded. "Yes, my friend. What brings you here?" The exchange between the two flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of long-time acquaintances. Tony patted Dane on the shoulder, discreetly glancing at the dark-haired lady beside them, a flicker of understanding dancing in his eyes. No wonder he had come to London. It must have been for the lady. Cersei, however, did not quite align with Tony's aesthetic preferences. He was more drawn to blondes with long legs and ample curves. Reflecting on Ghoulie's current girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan, Tony believed he had unraveled the mystery. Was it perhaps due to their shared Eastern heritage? "Hey, I coincidentally own a manor in London. Shall we go for a drink?" Tony proposed, intending to play the role of a supportive ally. Ghoulie nodded, feeling somewhat disheartened and in need of a drink. He perceived that Cersei's chances of showcasing her supernatural abilities were slim. Dane also agreed, as he had just formed a friendship with Ghoulie, and they shared common interests. Furthermore, the influence of Stark Industries could benefit his family's business. Only Cersei glanced at her watch. "My sister is home alone, and I feel a bit uneasy." "Not to worry, I'll go fetch her," Tony replied, uncharacteristically earnest, determined to facilitate the situation. Thus, the quartet made their way to Tony's London manor. The water sprite, whom Cersei referred to as her sister, was one of the 10 members of the Eternal clan. For certain reasons, she had maintained the appearance of a 10-year-old for millennia, lacking companionship, and quickly bonded with Tony. "Goo, you are the most handsome person I have seen in years," the water sprite remarked, gazing intently at Ghoulie. "Little girl, what do you know?" "Words without substance lack reliability," Tony retorted playfully. Dane, also sporting a mustache, wholeheartedly agreed. He realized that both women, one large and one small, were subtly glancing at Ghoulie. Dane considered himself reasonably attractive, yet he felt dwarfed by Ghoulie's striking features. His facial contours were sharp and defined, akin to a master sculptor's handiwork, with each line perfectly placed. Those eyes sparkled like stars in the heavens, captivating all who beheld them. With a tall and well-proportioned physique, he exuded an irresistible allure. In response to the praises from several individuals, Ghoulie offered a faint smile, declaring, "There are another one. 3 billion as handsome as I am back in my hometown." Chapter 17. The true superpower in the late hours of the night, at Stark Manor in London. Ghoulie sat quietly in the courtyard, observing the drunken antics of Tony and the water sprite. Their inebriated demeanor and nonsensical chatter were truly a sight to behold, both grotesque and difficult to endure. In truth, he had long since abandoned any hopes of learning to read from Cersei. He had come simply to enjoy a drink, yet unexpectedly found himself successful in a most peculiar manner. A few hours prior, Dane had abruptly received a phone call and left, seemingly to attend to a family matter. This left only Tony, the water sprite, Ghoulie, and Cersei to drink together in the courtyard. Perhaps it was the effect of the counterfeit alcohol. But Ghoulie inadvertently entered the wrong room. Under Cersei's wary yet perplexed gaze, he retrieved a comprehensive explanation of ancient Egyptian script from his pocket. After a lengthy exposition, Cersei, somewhat dazed, nodded in understanding and began to elucidate the intricacies of ancient Egyptian writing. Having lived for over 7,000 years, she was quite familiar with the ancient scripts of Earth. After several hours of study, a notification chimed from the system, through the teachings of the character Cersei. "Your cultural level has increased. Reward, molecular restructuring superpower." Molecular restructuring. By rearranging and recombining molecules, one can transform substances into others at will. Goodness. This was the epitome of superpowers. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled the superhumans in the Marvel Cinematic Universe who opted for close combat. How utterly pedestrian. And what folly for a long-range mage to masquerade as a berserker. Did they think everyone was Gandalf? Regarding molecular restructuring, Ghoulie believed he could engage with it for a lifetime, perhaps even master it. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he hurried to the restroom to experiment with his newly acquired superpower. Initially, he feared that Tony's interruption would thwart his heroic rescue aspirations, leaving him disheartened. Yet, he had underestimated the allure of being the most handsome in New York. Truly, his looks rivaled those of the readers themselves. What could a 7,000-year-old Eternal do against that? As he watched the tap water in his hands gradually transform into gold, Ghoulie felt an exhilarating rush, unbelievably delightful. The ability to turn water into gold? he would never want for money again. It was simply marvelous. In the restroom, chaos ensued as various objects met their fates. Toothpaste morphed into a rose, the mirror transformed into an ink-wash painting, and the toilet became a ceramic statue of Tony. After indulging for a solid hour and a half, Gu Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Was this not magnificent? He sincerely acknowledged that the ability to reshape molecular structures is undoubtedly the coolest superpower in history, without exception. It is perplexing why the remarkable utility of Cersei's superpower had not been discovered earlier. Had he known of its extraordinary efficacy, he would have rushed over without hesitation. The key advantage of this ability is that it possesses no cooldown and seemingly requires no energy expenditure, akin to a conceptual rule. If one were to pinpoint its only flaw, it would be the necessity of physical contact with the object. Were it possible to reshape the internal molecular structure without such contact, it would be utterly perfect. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Gu Li's eyes. There indeed exists such a possibility. Chaotic magic or reality gems. Both can affect changes without the need for contact. It was time to take action. Regaining his composure, Gu Li hurriedly sat beside the inebriated water spirit and pulled out a tome entitled Detailed Exegesis of Ancient Babylonian Script. Sister, could you help me decipher these? Gu Li said, brimming with excitement. That night, it was highly likely he would reach cultural level 2, and indeed. It wasn't long before the system's notifications sounded again. Under the tutelage of the water spirit, a character in the narrative, your cultural level has increased to 1. You have acquired the superpower of invisibility. Invisibility is one of the abilities of the water spirit from the Eternal Clan's 10-member squad. Her other power is the creation of illusions. Gu Li had realized that this darn system tends to break down powers into fragments. For instance, Spider-Man's abilities have been split into several components. Having been with May for almost a year, Gu Li had yet to gather all of Spider-Man's powers. This situation bore a striking resemblance to a certain penguin from a previous life. To be precise, it was slightly better than that unscrupulous penguin, as the system merely fragmented abilities without resorting to superpower shards. As for the ability of invisibility, it proved to be less useful than he had envisioned. In a world devoid of superpowered individuals, it could be quite advantageous, say, for peeking at someone in the shower. However, in the Marvel universe, teeming with superpowered beings, invisibility seemed somewhat out of place. Meanwhile, in London, the Ancient One was adorned with a perplexed expression. She could never have anticipated that Gu Li, the troublesome lad, had come to London solely to seek a girlfriend. Is this what the youth of today engage in? She mused. The Ancient One, feeling vexed, conjured a teleportation circle, reflecting that this boy was nothing more than an aimless dreamer. There was no need for her to continue monitoring him. Yet, as she stepped into the teleportation circle, she remained utterly baffled. How had Dormammu's choice of candidates suddenly diminished? In these times, could it be that even the Dark Dimension was experiencing a downer? Similarly bewildered was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who was far away in New York. The air of mystery he had meticulously crafted hours in advance had proven utterly futile. He hadn't even waited for Iron Man. After the press conference concluded, that cunning Tony had trailed Gu Li, departing New York alongside him. Unbeknownst to him, Fury sat alone in Tony's seaside villa, waiting the entire night without a glimpse of Tony. That scoundrel Stark, could it be that he was out wooing women? This scene echoes the post-credits of Iron Man, where Tony returns home to find a long-waiting egghead. Indeed, the much-maligned Tony was in the company of a woman. Yet, this woman was far too youthful for his taste. Resembling a child of merely 10 years, an eternally youthful water sprite from the Eternals, who yearned for love, particularly harboring inexplicable feelings for Ikaris. She resided with Cersei, holding on to the hope that she might see Ikaris at any moment, not anticipating that he had been absent for a full 5 centuries, leaving no trace behind. The reason she sat with Tony in the courtyard, sharing drinks, stemmed from a wager on how long Gu Li could endure studying. Ultimately, both lost their bet. The water sprite believed that a normal person could study for at most 2.5 hours. Although Gu Li was indeed strikingly handsome, the most attractive man she had encountered in her long existence, she guessed wrong. As for Tony, his investigation into Gu Li revealed that the lad often skipped classes, clearly lacking a passion for learning. Hence, he too faced defeat. Initially, Tony advised the young sprite against drinking, citing her age as a reason not to indulge. Yet, upon hearing the words young girl in reference to herself, the sprite transformed, insisting on matching Tony drink for drink. Thus, they found themselves in a state of inebriation, having consumed alcohol throughout the night. The two, now hungover, leaned against each other in the courtyard. Little girl, turn around, and I shall craft you a miniature Mark armor. Tony chuckled foolishly, intoxicated. He had gone to great lengths to assist Gu Li, even persuading J.R. V-I-S, to distract the mustachioed Dane. This hunk of metal is useless. Gilgamesh could smash it to bits with a mere swipe, Tony declared, slamming his glass down on the table, letting out a drunken belch. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Mark III can withstand a tank shell without a scratch. How could it be shattered so easily? Is this Gilgamesh some sort of Herculean brute? Chapter 18. Antarctic Vibranium Circe departed from Tony's estate with the water sprite. As if the previous night had merely been a release of her suppressed emotions from 500 years. Conversely, the water sprite exchanged flirtatious glances with Gu Li and even swapped contact information. Handsome, we shall visit you in New York, she said, as Gu Li gestured an okay. Watching the two depart. Gu, you are worse than I am, Tony remarked, slightly dazed, as he patted Gu Li on the shoulder, candidly expressing his thoughts. Now tell me, what brings you to London? Tony's sudden appearance in London undoubtedly had a purpose. He could not recall any scenes unfolding after the press conference that would account for it. Hey, Gu, do you have a mechanical dog that goes bayou, bayou, bayou? Are you watching me? Tony quickly waved his hand. No. Remember, the dog is the one I brought back from Afghanistan to New York. Recalling his earlier confusion, Gu Li enlightenedly nodded. No wonder he found it odd. The dog had journeyed all the way from Afghanistan to New York, arriving almost simultaneously with Tony, who had traveled by private jet. Tony, in truth, was an extraterrestrial being. Not a product of Earth's technology. Tony widened his eyes in astonishment. An alien? He exclaimed, glancing at Gu Li with a look of bewilderment. Yes, an alien. How about this? Take me to the outskirts first, and then we shall venture to Antarctica. All right. With a firm grip on Gu Li, Tony Stark soared into the sky, gliding through the atmosphere. Feeling the wind rush past him, Gu Li hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking Tony, what if you need to use the restroom after wearing that armor all night? Well, that's not a very funny joke, Tony replied. The sensation of flying through the air was exhilarating. As a human, who hasn't dreamed of soaring through the skies? Unfortunately, among the myriad of superpowers Gu Li had acquired, none bestowed upon him the ability to fly freely. In the cinematic universe, the female superheroes who can fly without external assistance include the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, Captain Marvel, Carol, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, Goddess of Death, Hela, Phoenix, Jean, and Darkhold Witch, Agatha Harkness. First to be eliminated was Jean, the Phoenix, as Gu Li's world lacked mutants. Next to be disregarded was the Ancient One, as she did not conform to his aesthetic preferences, a sentiment that also applied to Agatha Harkness and others. Currently, Carol was not on Earth, and Hela was imprisoned deep within Asgard. The only candidate who could grant him the ability to fly was Wanda, who was presently at the Hydra base in Eastern Europe. With a thud, the Mark armor landed, and Tony looked curiously at the enigmatic man beside him. What are we doing here? Gu Li tilted his head towards the sky and jested, I'm here to introduce you to an alien. A sound wave, drifting through the depths of outer space, responded to Gu Li's command and hurtled into the atmosphere like a shooting star. As it descended, friction ignited a long fiery tail around it. When Tony looked up in the direction Gu Li was pointing, he beheld a blazing light plummeting straight towards them. Oh my! The sudden falling event was immediately detected by MI-13, an agency akin to S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Eagle Nation, dedicated to protecting and addressing the nation from mysterious extraterrestrial and superhuman threats. Its principal members included Blade and Captain Britain. With a resounding crash, the sound wave struck the ground, stirring up a great cloud of dust. According to the law of smoke without injury, both Tony and Gu Li emerged unscathed. As the sound wave landed not far from them, a towering figure, 67 meters high with a striking black and white chassis and crimson eyes, knelt respectfully on one leg. Addressing, Master, Soundwave reporting for duty. The sight before Tony ignited an unparalleled fervor in his gaze. For a genius scientist like him, nothing could be more captivating than the enigma standing before him. As Soundwave transformed into a Cybertronian stealth aircraft resembling the F-117 Nighthawk, Tony could not contain his exclamation. Wangdefa, this defies the laws of physics. Such thoughts swirled in his mind, absurdity incarnate. The astonishing events that unfolded within mere minutes left Tony in a state of exhilaration that took time to subside. He had believed that with his Mark armor, crafted alongside Ethan, he stood at the pinnacle of the world. Yet now, he realized there existed many phenomena beyond his comprehension, like the colossal entity that had just morphed into a fighter jet. Gu Li boarded the aircraft and turned to the astonished Tony, inquiring, Oi, brother, will you fly over or come aboard? As for the possibility of being discovered by the Eagle Country folks, Gu Li had no doubts about the audacity of the Eagle Country daring to confront his brother, America. The moment the Cybertronian stealth aircraft powered up, It vanished from Mi-13's radar, just as Ghoulie had anticipated. Mi-13 only detected Iron Man Tony Stark in an oversized armored suit. During their journey to Antarctica, Tony refrained from incessant questioning. Instead, he examined the aircraft with childlike wonder, as if he had stumbled upon a rare toy. Dear Goo, is this what you refer to as extraterrestrial? By the way, how do they manage to transform? Hearing this, Ghoulie could only shrug helplessly. I'm not sure. What are we doing in Antarctica? He then pulled out his phone and tapped it gently, instantly transforming it into a miniature chaos. Tony's envious gaze conveyed his desire for such a device. Look at this metal, Tony remarked as he approached and scanned it with the Mark Armor scanner. After a moment, he puzzled. Vibranium? I recall my father's records mentioning a similar alloy. There isn't much vibranium circulating in the market. A portion of the future Stark Tower would indeed contain vibranium, but only a bachelor like Tony could afford it at a staggering price of 10,000 per gram. Ghoulie nodded. We are heading to Antarctica to find this metal. Is it very hard? Tony inquired. Remarkably hard, Ghoulie replied. It ranks among the hardest on Earth. However, the vibranium from Antarctica differs from that of Wakanda. I can't quite recall the specifics. During their flight, Ghoulie suddenly realized that his means of transportation needed an upgrade. In desperate times, one might resort to a spellbook to learn the art of teleportation, which would undoubtedly prove swifter than the current ordeal of air travel. Though the sonic wave travels at remarkable speeds, it pales in comparison to the convenience of a teleportation portal. During the lengthy flight, the two engaged in casual conversation. At last, after traversing several vast oceans, the sonic wave descended upon the icy expanse of Antarctica. With a metallic roar, it transformed back into its combat form. The sonic wave scanned the nearby metallic surroundings. The cinematic appearances of vibranium in Antarctica are scarce, but it vaguely resonates with the properties of adamantium, the metal entwined with Wolverine's essence. After hours of searching, the duo and their mechanical companion finally located their objective. Goo was below. Chapter 19, Anti-Metal Antarctica. Tony Stark glanced at the unusually agitated Ghoulie. Hey Goo, you seem a bit anxious. He couldn't fathom why the discovery of vibranium warranted such fervor. Ghoulie's expression bordered on madness. A reminder from his companion prompted Ghoulie to reflect deeply upon the glacier. Since the visit from the Ancient One, his mindset had subtly shifted. What was he so anxious about? With Odin and the Ancient One still alive, and the purple potato demon unlikely to descend upon Earth in the near future, he had ample time to prepare for what lay ahead. Indeed, why was he in such a rush? After a brief, incredulous laugh, Ghoulie turned to Tony and expressed his gratitude. Thanks. The target lies beneath the ice. I shall cut through. As Tony advanced to activate his Mark suit, Ghoulie swiftly interjected, let me handle this. It's time to experiment with my newfound abilities. Step back a bit, Ghoulie half-squatted, placing his palms flat against the Antarctic ice. Under Tony's watchful gaze, the rigid ice transformed into delicate white petals, dancing in the wind. Oh my, Ghoulie exclaimed, tumbling directly down the ice hole. A resounding boom echoed from below. As he landed in the cavern beneath, Ghoulie realized he must utilize his powers more frequently, otherwise, such missteps during combat could prove fatal. As the Mark suit gradually descended, a voice inquired, Goo, was that magic? Ghoulie appeared enigmatic. Each time Tony believed he understood, Ghoulie would redefine his perception. Moments ago, the solid ice had morphed into ethereal petals, an occurrence that defied logic. Consider it magic. I'll explain later. Let us investigate the vibranium first. After Tony, clad in his Mark suit, nodded, he casually picked up a piece of vibranium ore. Suddenly, chaos erupted. At the moment Tony made contact with the vibranium, his Mark suit began to dissolve as if it were melting ice. Ghoulie swiftly grasped Tony's arm, and in an instant, transformed one of the Mark suit's mechanical arms into swirling snowflakes. Tony, still haunted by the sight of the damaged suit, gazed at the loss of its arm. Goo, can this or really melt metal? It's simply a bane for you, Tony. The recent turn of events also reminded Ghoulie of the distinctions between Antarctic vibranium and Wakandan vibranium. The former, known as anti-metal, differs from its counterpart in that it does not absorb vibrational waves. Instead, it emits a vibrational field that weakens the atomic and molecular bonds of nearby metals, causing solid metals in proximity to liquefy. A mere fragment of Antarctic vibranium can render any metal into a liquid or a near-liquid state. Due to this property, Antarctic vibranium is often utilized as a catalyst. The true adamantium alloy appears to be a fusion of steel, Antarctic vibranium, Wakandan vibranium, and other metals in a specific proportion. Tony, step back. This substance is exceedingly unstable. If we're not careful, we might melt the reactor in your chest. Ghoulie shuddered at the thought of what the Marvel Cinematic Universe would become without Tony. Before them, the undulating veins of, or were scattered with variously shaped minerals, seemingly surrounded by a unique force field that isolated the existence of other metals. Gazing at the extensive deposits, Guli pondered how to effectively utilize Antarctic vibranium. He currently lacked the formula for true adamantium, and he was not an expert in the relevant field, making the situation quite challenging. Fortunately, they had avoided the sound waves. Otherwise, his limited subordinates would likely have been melted. It is worth noting that the entirety of the transformers is composed of metal, save for the allspark. Antarctic vibranium seemed to be the nemesis of all metals, forbidding the presence of any solid metal in its vicinity, a true sovereign of the metallic realm. Yet, when used as a catalyst, it can combine with other metals to forge the incredibly resilient adamantium alloy. Contemplating the formidable Wolverine, a surge of excitement welled within Guli. If he could transform the bodies of his myriad transformer subordinates into adamantium alloy through the regeneration cradle, it would undoubtedly yield an astonishing result. Regrettably, he lacked the formula for adamantium. Given the ore's propensity to melt metal, do you have any means of extraction? The two fell into deep contemplation, recognizing that the nature of this substance precluded the use of metal drills. In fact, any mining machinery that approached would likely cease to function. Tony, how about we first transport the scattered ore back, and once you have conducted your research, we can return to attempt extraction. Upon hearing Guli's suggestion, Tony posed another question that lingered in his mind. How do we bring it back? The two had arrived via aircraft empty-handed, having prepared no means of storage or collection. There's no need for you to worry about that. Just wait for me up there, Guli said, as he effortlessly hurled the Mark armor upwards. After all, he was a man endowed with extraordinary abilities. With the existence of the system space, collecting scattered ores posed no significant challenge. After gathering all the vibranium ores near the mine, Guli crouched on the ice layer, extending his hands to gently touch the solid surface. Like a magician performing an illusion, a series of spiraling steps were swiftly constructed under his touch. Gazing at the dreamlike scene before him, Guli sighed. It would be even better if I could fly. The ability to soar is of utmost urgency. The two had arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly, covering the ice cave before boarding their aircraft towards America. In New York, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, Nick Fury hung up the phone, staring blankly at the information displayed on the screen. The image showcased Tony Stark clad in Mark armor, accompanied by a formidable figure standing silently beside him. A large suit of armor, indeed, considerably larger than even the Ironmonger. It was truly befitting of Stark. The intelligence from Section 13 further solidified Fury's resolve to recruit Tony into S.H.I.E.L.D. On one hand, the organization was in dire need of a substantial benefactor, and who could be more suitable than Stark, the quintessential bachelor? With a wealthy patron, Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., could undertake more significant endeavors. On the other hand, both Fury and the politicians and military figures behind him recognized the immense potential of the iron armor. It was a tool capable of altering the global landscape. Such a powerful instrument must remain in American hands. Otherwise, they would prefer its destruction. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed items bequeathed by Howard Stark to Tony. Treasures of great importance that could potentially draw him back. The moment Fury laid eyes on the imposing figure beside Tony, he had already forgiven him. Though Tony had kept him waiting all night, the wait was undeniably worthwhile, especially for a benefactor of Tony's caliber. Perhaps he should pay another visit later that evening? Chapter 20. The Unreasonable Inventor in Manhattan. Tony stood before his villa, momentarily stunned as he watched the departing vehicle. Just a moment ago, the aircraft that had returned them had transformed right before his eyes into a Mercedes SLS AMG. Could it be that I need to shift my research direction? Never mind. I'll call Ethan first and discuss it when we meet. Unbeknownst to Guli, his inadvertent action had sparked a notion in Tony to reconsider his research trajectory. At this moment, he was filled with longing for Ms. Zhao, having not seen her for several days. Returning to the seaside villa of Tony, he exclaimed, "Hey, Ethan, you won't believe what I just saw. A mechanical dog. No, it's far more formidable than a mere dog. It's a massive mechanical life form. I'll be waiting for you at home." After shedding his Mark armor, Tony stretched lazily, approaching the liquor cabinet while pondering his recent discoveries. He had been informed by Guli that the Transformers hailed from the extraterrestrial planet Cybertron. Additionally, there was the matter of Antarctic vibranium, a substance that must be regulated, or the next iteration of the Mark V would be constructed upon this material. Yet, what truly ignited his envy were the myriad peculiar superpowers possessed by Guli. The ability to alter the form of matter and the manner in which Guli summoned the vibranium, with merely a flick of his wrist. conjured a pile of, or out of thin air. It defied the laws of physics. Was it possible that this individual was akin to a deity? At that moment, a voice echoed through the dimly lit living room. God, Stark, this world is not as you perceive it. I am Iron Man. Do you believe yourself to be the only superhero in existence? Mr. Stark, there are many like you, though you remain unaware. Who are you? Tony thought he was well aware he was not alone in this realm, for the individual accompanying him these past few days was indeed a superhero. After a moment of squinting into the shadows, he realized he had neglected to turn on the lights. Once illuminated, he found a one-eyed, burly man inexplicably standing in his living room. What an audacious character, showing off in someone else's home. It was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A few minutes later, much like the original narrative, Nick Fury, having been rebuffed by Tony, awkwardly departed. After considerable reflection, he dialed a familiar number once again. Natasha. Your holiday is over. I require your assistance. No, this time it is not for dishwashing duty. That Eastern fellow is proving to be more troublesome than Fury had anticipated. Given Natasha's allure, her long-term undercover mission had surprisingly failed. The most pressing matter at hand was to extend an invitation to Stark to join the Avengers. Taking a deep breath, Nick resolved, I am counting on you, Natasha. Meanwhile, Ghoulie retrieved nanotechnology from scratch from the system space. Once Mrs. Zhao had succumbed to slumber, he hurried to the basement, prompted by a recent system notification. Under the tutelage of the character Zhao Hailuan, his educational level had progressed. He received a special reward, the Grey Wolf, a top-tier scientist. What the hell, Ghoulie mused, remaining silent for an extended period. He could not fathom why the infernal system always chose the moments he was most engrossed to deliver sudden reminders, and this time, the reward was a conceptually absurd Grey Wolf, an inventor whose rationale defied Newton and the laws of physics entirely. As Ghoulie arrived in the basement, he was met with a lament from the Grey Wolf. I mean, boss, our place is a tad too small, don't you think? It is no wonder that Grey Wolf feels disdain, as he once resided in the Grand Wolf Castle, a magnificent fortress on the vast prairie, incomparable to a mere villa like Ghoulie's. Beside him, the mechanical dog and the little chaotic one, along with the mechanical bird, nodded in agreement with Grey Wolf's sentiments. Even the drifting sounds from the underground garage responded with a few beeps. Ghoulie felt somewhat offended. I shall procure a larger abode. Is it not simply a matter of acquiring a grander villa? Little chaos, see if there are any larger houses available for sale. After arranging the real estate matters, Ghoulie produced a piece of vibranium ore. Mr. Grey Wolf, could you assist me in examining this antimetal? I wish to forge an alloy based on it. Over at Tony's place, Ghoulie had left behind several pieces of vibranium, though most of it still resided in his system space. Not to be rude, but in such a rudimentary laboratory, I will take a look first. I cannot guarantee success, Grey Wolf said, empty-handed, pulling out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and began fiddling with the vibranium ore. As a few mechanical pets attempted to approach, Ghoulie quickly interjected, Hey, you lot. Keep your distance, you might get melted. These little creatures were simply idle. Once they moved into a larger house, he would assign them some tasks, one for mopping, another for vigilance, and, still in need of a cook. Entering the system interface. Name, Ghoulie, race, human, age, 21. Powers, 50/50 serum, spider sense, super strength. Fate cards, molecular restructuring, invisibility. Items, cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue star annihilation cannon. Affiliations, drift, sonic wave, tape legion, Grey Wolf. Contract target, Dormammu. After several chapters of effort, he had only acquired 2 powers? Ghoulie sighed heavily. The path of becoming a strong individual was indeed fraught with challenges. The following morning, upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Ghoulie learned from Sister May that the dishwasher, Xiao Na, had resigned. However, he paid little heed to it. Black Widow's romantic history was far more chaotic than his own, which is why he could easily disregard Natasha's advances. More importantly, he believed that little of value could be gleaned from her. Her sudden departure likely indicated that she had found no useful information. Perhaps the S.H.I.E.L.D. had become busy once again. Boss, did you bring us any gifts from London? The trip to London had been so hurried that he had not considered purchasing gifts. Nevertheless, Ghoulie calmly retrieved 2 cigarettes from his pocket, which, amidst their gasps of astonishment, transformed into 2 vibrant bouquets of roses. For the 2 lovely ladies, he said, as May accepted them with a smile, while Sky, in a fit of excitement, tightly clasped Ghoulie's arm, exclaiming, Boss, brother, teach me. Clearly, both believed they were witnessing magic. However, Ghoulie felt it unnecessary to elaborate. Magic was simply magic. Sky, I've purchased a house with plenty of vacant rooms. Why don't you move in? It's rather unsafe for you to stay alone in a hotel. Upon hearing this, Sky's eyes flickered. I can't afford the rent. You can handle the housekeeping then. Thanks, Muen. Guli quickly pushed away Sky, who was leaning in for a kiss. Hey, what are you doing? Meijie is right here. Although they both acknowledged each other's presence, bringing it to light was rather inappropriate. As night fell, Guli hurriedly led Sky towards their new home. The newly acquired residence, located on Manhattan Island, was about a kilometer from Tony Stark's seaside villa. The three-story main building, along with the basement, spanned a substantial 4,000 square feet, ample space for the few Transformers to frolic. The basement had been transformed into a dedicated laboratory by Grey Wolf. Heralded as the greatest inventor in cinematic history and the top contender in the physics and chemistry competition of the Green Pasture. Revered as the finest science student, Grey Wolf had once been a source of amusement for Guli, who joked about bringing him lamb to savor should he ever visit Green Pasture. Yet, when Guli actually approached him with a whole roasted lamb, the fellow unexpectedly burst into tears and adamantly refused the offering, declaring his preference for beef instead. Chapter 21. The New York Sanctuary, February 14, 2010. It was both the Spring Festival and Valentine's Day. Upon returning from Antarctica, Guli found himself ensnared in a bittersweet existence. Zhao Hailuan and Sky's younger sister, both possessing East Asian features, were quite in sync, yet they relentlessly targeted Guli. Despite not having reaped the benefits of their affection, he soon found himself besieged by the two women. On this Valentine's Day, Guli finally resolved to embark on his grand scheme for superpowers. However, an unexpected visitor disrupted his plans. In New York, on Manhattan Island, the arc reactor in Tony's chest had saved his life, but simultaneously plunged him into another predicament. Prolonged exposure to the arc reactor had resulted in palladium poisoning, leaving him reliant on chlorophyll juice for relief. After days of fruitless searching for a remedy, Tony, on Ethan's suggestion, rang the doorbell at Guli's residence, which was conveniently nearby his seaside villa. Upon learning of Tony's predicament, Guli solemnly stated, Tony, I know a place that might cure your palladium poisoning, but you must promise me not to disclose that I informed you. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Tony agreed. Go to 177A, Brick Street, Manhattan. Just tell the doorman you wish to sponsor Kamartage. As for the amount, that depends on your mood. Guli, reveling in the unfolding drama, divulged the address of the New York Sanctuary to his old friend, Tony. Gu, what is this place? Are you certain it can cure palladium poisoning? He had attempted countless remedies in recent days to no avail in addressing the issue of palladium toxicity within his body. Without a doubt, go, Tony. There lies everything you desire. The city of dreams, Kamartage. The reason for this persuasion was twofold. On one hand, Guli wished to inconvenience the esteemed Ancient One to deter her from visiting him unnecessarily. On the other hand, the adept in Kamartage certainly possessed the means to resolve the palladium poisoning, and who knows, perhaps Tony might even ascend to the status of the Sorcerer Supreme. Having returned from a fruitful expedition to the Antarctic in London, he could now strategize his next steps. Should he first seek out Wanda at the Hydra base, or learn hacking skills from Sky? This posed a dilemma. It is worth noting that Hydra was currently experiencing its zenith, with a fervent army of devoted followers and numerous politicians within the organization. They also controlled the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch of Hydra. The leader, Alexander Pierce, was not only a minister of the World Security Council, but also a close associate of Nick Fury and the overseer of the Winter Soldier. A reckless approach might entail significant risks. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities at hand, Guli resolved to first study hacking under Sky. Once he acquired the seismic abilities, perhaps he would have a greater advantage when he approached the Hydra base in Eastern Europe. How exhilarating! The reward offered by Wanda was chaos magic, or perhaps chaos power. If fortune favored him, it might indeed manifest as chaos power. Well, I don't eat beef, he chuckled. However, it was more likely to be chaos magic, as among the three great powers of Marvel, fairy power, chaos power, and phoenix power, only the phoenix power had made an appearance in the films, specifically the fragments of phoenix power within Jean Grey. The complete versions of these three powers were likely hidden far away. Upon hearing of the potential cure for palladium poisoning, Tony wasted no time in bidding farewell to Guli and drove towards Bleecker Street. In New York, at 177A, Bleecker Street, stood the New York Sanctum, one of the three sacred temples of Kamartage within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was also the place where the Ancient One frequently appeared, perhaps due to her fondness for observing the fate of the next Sorcerer Supreme. On that day, while basking in the sunlight at Kamartage, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, suddenly received a message from the guardian of the New York Sanctum, Master Daniel Drum. The chairman of Stark Industries, the world-renowned billionaire Tony Stark, wished to fund Kamartage. Hearing this message, the Ancient One felt a tumult of emotions. Indeed, Kamartaj was in dire need of funds. The costs of artifacts, the sustenance and livelihood of apprentices all required substantial financial resources. Had anyone else offered support, she might have readily agreed, but Tony Stark was a different matter entirely. As the guardian of the Time Stone, the Ancient One had glimpsed many future scenarios. She was well aware that Tony Stark was a pivotal figure at a certain absolute point in this universe. While the Ancient One had plans for retirement, she did not wish to become overly involved. What troubled her further was how Tony Stark had come to know about the whereabouts of Kamartaj in the New York Sanctum. It should not be. It simply should not be. The Ancient One sighed and casually drew a portal. Meanwhile, within the New York Sanctum, Tony sat on the sofa, his mind heavy with thoughts. The gatekeeper mentioned by Gu Li, Daniel Drum, informed him that the person in charge was unavailable and requested him to wait. Am I perhaps being a bit hasty? Tony pondered. Moments later, a bald woman clad in a yellow robe descended the wooden staircase from the second floor. A faint smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom. In that instant, Tony was utterly convinced that Gu Li had not deceived him. She certainly embodied the image of a sage. Perhaps she was an ancient healer? Mr. Stark, I appreciate your willingness to contribute, she said. I have a small request. Tony nodded and replied, please, go ahead. Could you enlighten me on how you came to know about Kamartaj and the location of this place? Tony was momentarily taken aback, gazing into her wise eyes that were fixed upon him. Can I choose not to answer that? As he noticed the yellow-robed woman still staring at him, Tony felt compelled to resist further. I promised not to reveal his identity. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense as Daniel Drum stood alone, smoking in the corner. Tony's mind was in turmoil, caught between his life and his promise. After a couple of minutes, it seemed the Ancient One had reached a significant decision. Mr. Stark, you tell me, and I shall honor your pledge of support. She contemplated for a moment, yet was obstructed by a veil of uncertainty, though she had her suspicions. Still, she wished to ascertain if it was indeed that mischievous boy. Apologies, but I must decline. At that moment, Tony felt as if he were enveloped in a radiant light. He remained steadfast to his promise to Gu Li. Hearing this, the Ancient One was taken aback, though it made sense in its own way. Perhaps, Mr. Stark, we can proceed this way. I will name the person, and if it is incorrect, you simply shake your head. Tony looked at the woman, who shared an Eastern countenance. Perplexed, can it truly be played this way? Those from Gu's side are quite intriguing. After contemplating for half a minute, Tony nodded and said, all right. Let us proceed as you suggest. At the very least, he had not disclosed Gu's identity directly. Is it Gu Li? Seeing Stark frozen in place, his face a mask of astonishment, the Ancient One sighed deeply. This troublesome boy must be dealt with. Chapter 22. Shockwave on the evening of Valentine's Day. Gu Li found himself reluctantly accompanying Grey Wolf. Due to the passage of several months, Zhao Hailuan and Jinhua have seemingly become inseparable companions. As night fell, Gu Li had yet to embark on his study plan when Zhao Hailuan unceremoniously thrust him from the room. Don't be disheartened, my friend, remarked the ever-encouraging Grey Wolf, donning sunglasses and puffing on a cigar while directing his mechanical pet army. My lady can be quite demanding too. Remember, a little tough love often comes from a place of affection. Feeling the weight of shame as he witnessed Grey Wolf's astounding score of 10 points from over 20,000 players, Gu Li bowed his head in embarrassment. In comparison to this remarkable individual, he could only consider himself a cad. Reviews often stated, Grey Wolf is the most patient father, the most loyal husband, the greatest inventor, and the most respected Wolf King. The moment Grey Wolf declared his love for the frying pan, all other confessions paled in comparison. With a heavy sigh, Gu Li lamented, it's all the fault of Brother Tongzi. In his past life, he must have read countless novels, yet never encountered such a bizarre system. To grow stronger, one must learn cultural knowledge from various women. Who on earth concocted this absurdity? Is this not the epitome of a CAD simulator? After all, with his striking looks, he was bound to attract attention during the learning process. Nevertheless, Little Sky, no, Little Daisy, was already firmly in his grasp, and he felt no urgency about the matter. After months of cohabitation, Sky revealed her true name to Gu Li, Daisy Johnson. By the way, boss, I synthesized new metals from those ores last time. Take a look and see if they meet the requirements. Upon hearing this, Gu Li hastily approached the testing platform. After a brief analysis, he gave Grey Wolf a thumbs up. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the greatest inventor in cinematic history. In just 2.5 months, Grey Wolf successfully fused Antarctic vibranium into adamantium, all while constructing a laboratory and conducting experiments. To be precise, Grey Wolf was reverse engineering the material used for the body of the Little Chaos, which was the same material as Captain Wu Wu's vibranium shield. As for the Wakandan alloy required for the experiment, It was a small piece Ghoulie had borrowed from Tony. Now everything was in place, save for the Wakandan alloy. Once he obtained the Shockwave superpower from little Daisy, Ghoulie would possess the means to mine Antarctic vibranium. At that point, he would make a trip to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition. Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Ghoulie clinked glasses with Grey Wolf. Little did he know, he was once again on the radar of the Supreme Sorcerer. Sometimes life unfolds in such a manner that the things you wish to evade become inescapable. Surprises and unexpected twists arrive without warning. Just like now. As Ghoulie was summoned upstairs, he stared in shock at the half-open door of Daisy's room, while Ms. Zhao Hailuan pinched him a few times before retreating to her own quarters and closing the door behind her. In a moment of self-reflection, Ghoulie lamented his own shortcomings as he ventured into Daisy's room, extracting a copy of Advanced Hacking from scratch to commence his foray into the realm of hacking. A cautionary note for minors was silently acknowledged. Under the luminous moonlight, Ghoulie perched beside Daisy, engrossed in her demonstration of how to breach the SHIELD firewall. Their night of diligent study fostered an increasingly intimate atmosphere between them. Observing the heap of books strewn across the bed, Daisy sighed in exasperation. Brother, are you certain you're a university student? I have never encountered anyone as foolish as you. Ghoulie, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, scratched his head. For he had intentionally skipped classes. It was akin to a student who could only score 0, finding even a single point to be progress, while a top student could hardly achieve a score beyond 100. Meanwhile, within the sanctum of New York, it remained unclear what conversation transpired between Master Gu-E and Tony Stark, but when Tony departed, a smile adorned his face. After bidding farewell to Stark, Gu-E too exhibited a joyful expression. Following a series of negotiations, she secured an annual sponsorship of $50 million for Kamartaj, free from financial worries. Gu-E eagerly opened her phone and indulged in a substantial purchase of essential supplies, intending to enhance the living conditions at Kamartaj. Once she had orchestrated these arrangements, she conjured a light screen, only to be taken aback by the scene it revealed. What on earth? Does this boy have an insatiable appetite for romantic conquests? Which villa? Which in Queens? Which in London? And now he has found yet another, she exclaimed. It appeared that this reckless youth harbored no grand ambitions, and it seemed that Dormammu's investment in him was destined for failure. Given Gu-Li's disposition, he scarcely had the leisure to delve into the dark arts, let alone spread darkness across the world. Gu-Li began to reconsider the decision she had made not long ago. In her accord with Stark, aside from assisting him with his palladium poisoning, she had stipulated a condition, to have Gu-Li learn magic. In her perspective, those chosen by Dormammu likely possessed some unique attributes, though she had not discerned any innate magical aptitude in Gu-Li during their last encounter. His peculiarity lay in the fact that even the Time Stone could not unveil his future. His destiny remained shrouded in mystery, gradually influencing the trajectory of this universe. The last time Gu-Li visited Gu-Li, his impact was minimal, but now, his influence had grown formidable enough to warrant her attention. It was this principle of confronting imminent threats that spurred her contemplation. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of regret washed over her. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while longer? Let the burdens be managed by Stephen Strange. With a serene smile and a glance at the dawn breaking in the east, Gu-Li conjured a portal and returned to Kamartaj. As the sun ascended, heralding a new day, the bustle of the sanctum resumed once more. However, at that moment, Daisy remained in bed, her fingers entwined in her hair, as if an endless stream of complaints lingered on her lips. Brother, you truly are quite foolish. Despite my guidance, you still lack the vigor to go to work. It's fine, I shall support you, she sighed. Please, just let me go to work. Very well. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Ms. Zhao Hailuan, who had been eavesdropping outside the room, could no longer endure the scene. Dinner is ready. Daisy quickly donned her clothes, her spirited demeanor returning at last. Meanwhile, Gu-Li seized the moment to activate the system notification. Through the teachings of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you the superpower, Shockwave. Shockwave, the ability to generate powerful shockwaves that cause targets to tremble, while additionally providing immunity to any damage caused by vibrations and mental attacks. Truly, such a formidable superpower could potentially shatter the very earth, even granting immunity to vibrations and mental onslaughts. It was indeed the nemesis of all mind mages. Gu-Li felt a pang of regret. Despite the immense power, Daisy seemed to wield it ineffectively in agents of SHIELD. Perhaps it was simply a necessity of the plot. If Daisy were to rampage unchecked, the director would likely find it impossible to continue filming. After all, this was a power akin to the quake fruit of Whitebeard. In high spirits, Gu-Li resolved to take a brief respite. indulging in some leisurely days before setting out to mine vibranium in Antarctica. However, he was taken aback when Tony rang the doorbell once more. Chapter 23. Journey to the New York Sanctum. What? Master Wong wants me to come by? At the villa's entrance, Guli glared at Tony in frustration. Brother, you promised me. What of your principles? Regret washed over him. He truly had been foolish to consider aggravating Wong. Now, he found himself in a rather vexed mood. This realization highlighted his inherent disadvantage in confronting someone of Wong's caliber. After all, Wong possessed the power to overturn tables, while Guli did not. He was merely an able, superpowered individual, while Wong was a formidable, celestial being. Seeing Tony engulfed in self-reproach, Guli resignedly said, "Let us go. I shall accompany you." Curiosity piqued within him. Given Wong's strength, there was no need for a messenger to convey a threat. He was the supreme sorcerer, unmatched on Earth. Thus, Guli was determined to visit the New York Sanctum to discern the true intentions of that enigmatic woman. On the journey to the New York Sanctum, Tony suddenly remarked, "By the way, Gu, Ethan has been eager to personally thank you. Are you free tonight? He wishes to treat you to dinner." At last, Tony recalled the matter that Ethan had persistently urged him to address. In response, Guli smiled and inquired, "Of course, how is he faring now?" Ethan was the scientist Guli had saved during his first attempt to alter the timeline of this world. Tony works at Stark Industries, where he spends much of his time collaborating with me on the Iron Man suit. Additionally, I have recently hired a new secretary, who, in your words, is quite impressive. When the topic of women arises, the two of them find common ground once more. Are you not concerned about the original secretary becoming jealous? During this period, Tony shares a more ambiguous relationship with Pepper Potts, one that has yet to be formally defined. As for Pepper, I intend to appoint her as the chairwoman and CEO of Stark Industries. She will undoubtedly excel in the role, allowing me to devote more time to researching the Iron Man suit and vibranium. Speaking of vibranium, Guli interjects eagerly. By the way, I have acquired the alloy proportions for the vibranium in Antarctica. We can commence secret extraction. Have you discovered a method for large-scale mining? Previously, Tony contemplated airlifting several hydraulic mining machines, but he feared that such an obvious target would attract attention. Well, I hadn't considered it last time, but it recently occurred to me that I might give it a try. First, we will secure the Antarctic vibranium, then proceed with a zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda, followed by altering the metal composition of my transformers using the regeneration cradle. As for the feasibility of replacing the transformers' bodies entirely with adamantium, the answers lie within the regeneration cradle produced by the system. It is both reasonable and scientifically sound. After all, if a system capable of connecting narrative characters can exist, what could be more implausible? Gu, that sorceress supreme, is she truly formidable? Tony hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Guli sighed and replied, "It is not merely a question of her strength. You see, she stands atop the pinnacle of humanity, unapologetically the most powerful being among Earth's inhabitants." To Tony, Guli is an enigmatic man, and now, another mystery in the form of a woman has emerged. Particularly, the people and events he has encountered recently have gradually instilled a sense of composure within him. How powerful is she? Is she stronger than you? Guli pointed to himself and then smiled wryly, saying, "When she is in a good mood, she could likely defeat 100 of me. If she is in a bad mood, perhaps even 1,000. In a mirrored space, Guli could hardly escape, let alone engage in combat. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Sorceress Supreme has never truly fought at full strength, and her demise was peculiarly swift. A celestial-level expert being stabbed by a dagger, who would believe it? Possessing the Time Stone, even if she were truly stabbed, she could recover instantaneously. Reflecting on the third Avengers film, one can understand the extraordinary manipulation displayed by the newly empowered Scarlet, which shortly after acquiring the Time Stone, the Sorceress Supreme seems intent on meeting her end. Among the celestial-level beings introduced in the earlier phases of the cinematic universe, each appears increasingly lackluster. The Sorceress Supreme seeks death, while Odin remains in a prolonged slumber. Do they truly believe they are unassailable? Odin, once a Titan, was demoralized after being overwhelmed by the Celestial Group. Had it been merely the Celestial Group that came, Odin might have emerged victorious. Regrettably, at the pinnacle of the singular universe stands the formidable Celestial Group, whose individual prowess is not only unparalleled, but also devoid of any sense of martial ethics. Their presence often manifests in multitudes, a veritable swarm rather than a solitary encounter. This very dynamic fuels Gu Li's desire to augment the strength of his transformers. In this world, one requires not only personal might, but also a formidable backing. The capability of one's subordinates holds equal significance to that of oneself. The transformers, produced by the system, exhibit unwavering loyalty to him. save for the unfortunate exception of the replaced Quintessa, a rather unstable and obsessive individual. At long last, the Audi R8 came to a halt once more at the entrance of the New York sanctum. Tony, adorned with sunglasses, and Gu Li, dressed in casual attire, swiftly made their way inside. After exchanging greetings with the gatekeeper, the sorcerer Daniel, the duo found themselves momentarily frozen in place. Master Wong has returned to Kamartage. She asked me to inform you both that all is well. Is that all? With a sense of resignation, they departed once again. Gu Li felt an unsettling sensation, though he could not quite pinpoint its source. Is she toying with me? I shall endure. But what choice do I have? I am utterly outmatched. Gu, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you, Tony offered. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Li realized he had no other engagements for the day. Daisy was recuperating at home, and with several new employees at the shop, his presence was unnecessary. Why not visit your company? I am curious to see Ms. Zhao at work. The astute stock trader, Ms. Zhao Helen, had become a veritable heiress after investing her entire fortune in Stark Industries stocks. However, as a scientist, her passions extended beyond Gu Li. She was deeply engrossed in her research on life sciences and nanotechnology. This very pursuit was what led her to Stark Industries, where she spearheaded her own research laboratory. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Brazil, factory worker Bruce Banner arrived at the soda plant, as per his usual routine. An accidental leak of gamma radiation had caused the scientist Bruce Banner to seek refuge here after his genes were irrevocably altered. Every time Bruce succumbed to anger, the beast within him was unleashed, an uncontrollable surge of violence swiftly consuming him and transforming him into a colossal green giant of immense strength. Yet, Bruce harbored no desire to become such a monster. Despite the extraordinary powers it bestowed, he yearned for the simplicity of a mundane life. He feared inflicting harm upon those around him, terrified of losing his sanity and humanity. In his Brazilian sanctuary, he adopted meditation and deep breathing to momentarily quell his inner turmoil, all while searching tirelessly for a remedy to heal his tainted cells. Suddenly, an inadvertent cut to his finger caused his irradiated blood to drip into the soda below. Chapter 24, Superpower Evolution Card Stark Industries. Gu Li stood quietly outside the research laboratory, admiring the sight of Zhao Helen diligently at work through the glass. It is often said that a man appears most handsome when diligently engaged in his work. However, the same can be said for women. At this moment, Zhao Hailuan, immersed in her tasks, radiates a unique beauty in the eyes of Gu Li. He had once heard the adage that every individual is a distinctive entity, and none is a mere appendage to another. Zhao Hailuan is not, Mei is not, Daisy is not, and Circe is not either. Fortunately, they respect each other as choices and refrain from interfering in one another's preferences. When Zhao Hailuan caught sight of Gu Li standing beyond the glass partition, she beamed with a smile and playfully blew him a kiss. It was only then that Gu Li suddenly recalled that he had yet to graduate. Perhaps he should return to school for a glance? Surely, he had not been expelled. However, this thought lingered for a mere 2 seconds. After all, why concern himself with such trivialities when he was already entangled in the Marvel Universe? He was not one to aspire to become a Dr. Banner with multiple doctoral degrees. His desires were simple: to survive, to find a few wives, to bear children, and to ensure the continuation of the Gu family's lineage in this alternate world. As for the prospect of employment after graduation, he wished it would gracefully vanish from his thoughts. After toiling for so many years in his previous life, the idea of working was utterly implausible. He had no aptitude for business and could only sustain his existence by relying on his charming chaos to shuffle money from others. Gu Li felt no turmoil regarding this. Wasn't living off someone else's fortune delightful, even if the benefactor happened to be a robot? Darling, what brings you here? Zhao Hailuan joyfully linked her arm with Gu Li's. He playfully pinched her soft cheek and said, "Come, let us skip work and explore the world." At that moment, Gu Li suddenly felt a yearning to seek out the Ancient One to learn magic, perhaps to master the art of teleportation. With such a skill, he could whisk his girlfriend away to experience the wonders of the world in an instant. That would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Just then, Tony strutted over with 2 secretaries in tow. "Pepper, this is Gu, the one who saved me and Ethan in Afghanistan." Although Tony had been clad in the original Mark suit at the time, he knew he might have managed to escape, but Ethan would likely have remained behind. This was why he introduced Gu Li to Pepper as the one who had rescued them. "Hello, Gu. Thank you for saving Tony and Ethan. I am truly grateful," Pepper expressed sincerely. When she noticed the intertwined hands of Gu Li and Zhao Hailuan, her admiration grew. "Hailuan, you two truly make a lovely pair." "Thank you," came their mutual response amidst a flurry of compliments. Yet, standing behind Tony was Natasha, who was doing her utmost to remain inconspicuous. She had not anticipated encountering her previous undercover target at Stark Industries. How awkward. Fortunately, after the dinner arrangement with Tony and Gu Li, she departed Stark Industries with her girlfriend. Tony, Gu is really quite handsome. You should have introduced us sooner. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Pepper's remark, Tony felt as though something peculiar had taken root in his mind. However, after Tony and Pepper unintentionally exchanged a glance, Tony's worries dissipated. He could perceive that the love in Pepper's eyes remained unwavering. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Gu Li and his companion were suddenly presented with a magnificent bouquet of delicate roses, prompting a startled scream from Ms. Zhao. It was uncertain whether her reaction stemmed from fright or overwhelming excitement. "My dear, how did you achieve such a remarkable feat?" Ms. Zhao inquired, her cheeks flushed with delight. "Your man has always been quite extraordinary. Have you not experienced this firsthand?" Gu Li replied with a mischievous grin, prompting Ms. Zhao to embrace him fervently. After a tender moment, Gu Li finally started the car. "Shall we dine first, then indulge in some shopping, and perhaps catch a movie afterward?" "Indeed," she responded. It was evident that a beloved must be courted and cherished. The love reflected in Ms. Zhao's eyes for Gu Li was now abundant, devoid of the earlier morning's sourness. The couple reveled in each other's company, as if they were newly in love, enjoying meals, shopping, and films. The afternoon, neither too long nor too brief, swiftly passed. Upon returning to their new home, they embraced tightly from the moment they stepped into the underground parking lot, akin to two seals playfully vying for grapes, sharing kisses without restraint. Naturally, once they reached the room, they held each other closely. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Daisy opened the door, and the sight before her caused her to exclaim, "I'm so sorry. I must have come at the wrong time." This scene suddenly reminded Gu Li of a legendary hero from his past life, renowned for his exceptional skills with throwing knives. Regrettably, he found himself unable to articulate the phrase he wished to express. Despite undergoing 4 or 5 reviews, he remained unable to utter that specific line. After several moments, Gu Li gently waved his hand, and instantly, 2 magnificent bouquets of roses appeared, presented to his beloved girlfriend. Daisy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Brother, is this magic?" Gu Li shrugged and revealed the secret of his superpowers to her. With his honesty, little Daisy became ecstatic. That evening, Gu Li, engrossed in Hacker from Scratch, continued to conjure roses, lilies, and morning glories until Daisy, exhausted from play, stretched and retreated to her cozy bed. Gu Li, gazing beyond the screen, sighed in exasperation at a certain individual still confined in the little black room. "I understand you. Do be more cautious in the future." Should the opportunity arise to visit DC, he would certainly seek out his super cousin for a discussion. Alternatively, it would not be out of the question to find a woman surpassing the divine lineage. After opening the system, the pleasant notification sound chimed once more. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you a mid-level superpower evolution card, allowing for the evolution of any superpower. Gu Li stared in awe at the purple superpower evolution card within the system space. This time, the system reward was surprisingly not another superpower. However, if he were to choose the evolution of his current superpower, there is no doubt that he would select molecular reconstruction. The serum, regardless of its evolution, could hardly transform him into a body of steel. Meanwhile, his spider sense and super strength would suffice to navigate the challenges of the cinematic universe's early to mid phases, while the fate cards and invisibility need not evolve at all. Conversely, the molecular reconstruction obtained from the eternal Circe reminded Gu Li of the molecular man, a being that is the arch-nemesis of the celestial. This individual is indeed a cosmic entity of immense capability, albeit somewhat unstable. In the comics, the molecular man engaged in a fierce battle against the celestial to prevent it from destroying the multiverse and consequently Earth, ultimately succeeding in annihilating the celestial. Subsequently, he triumphed over the Dark Avengers and the Sentinel. Yet after killing the Sentinel for the first time, he was ultimately slain by the resurrected Dark Persona of the Sentinel. Nevertheless, none of these beings have yet graced the cinematic universe. Of course, perhaps upon his arrival, these characters will appear in forthcoming films. That said, Gu Li harbors little faith that the superpower evolution card could elevate molecular reconstruction to the strength of the molecular man. After all, this is merely an intermediate tool. System. Evolve molecular reconstruction. Chapter 25. On sobriety. As Gu Li silently intoned, the purple evolution card gradually dissipated, and the system's prompt sounded once more. Evolution successful. Molecular reconstruction. By rearranging and recombining the molecular structure of matter, this allows for the transformation of substances into other materials without any restrictions on contact. Indeed, it merely lifted the contact restrictions and did not evolve to the subatomic level. Molecules, atoms, and subatomic particles represent different structural hierarchies of matter. with molecules formed by the covalent bonding of two or more atoms. Atoms serve as the fundamental building blocks of matter, comprising a nucleus and electrons. The nucleus containing protons and neutrons. Subatomic particles are smaller than atoms and include protons, neutrons, and electrons. The abilities of the molecular man have already attained at least the subatomic level. After regaining his composure, a slight smile curved Gu Li's lips. The direction was correct. He simply did not know when he would acquire the next superpower evolution card. Indeed, human desire is insatiable, having just obtained the evolution card. He was already fantasizing about when the next one would arrive. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Gu Li gradually drifted into slumber. For several days, he immersed himself in the book Hacker from scratch. Concerns about wealth had long since faded from his mind as he became engrossed in learning. Tony made several attempts to arrange a dinner gathering, all of which he declined. The Antarctic vibranium was of little interest to him. Whether he dined or not was inconsequential. This relentless pursuit of knowledge continued until the moment when Master Gu Yi called him, forcing an interruption. Gu, come to the sanctum in New York. I need to discuss something with you. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Li looked at his phone in confusion. Surely this woman cannot be so naive, having toyed with him once. She dares to return again? Yet, despite the myriad of objections swirling within him, Gu Li dutifully drove toward the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. There was no alternative. He was simply outmatched. Upon encountering the Ancient One, he noticed an inexplicable gaze directed at him from the elder. Have you been on a diet lately? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight, she remarked. Gu Li stood there, bewildered, until he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror of the sanctum. The reflection was still handsome, yet it bore the hollow semblance of someone drained. I have been wounded by indulgence, leaving me in such a state of disarray. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol, he murmured, lamenting his condition. Alas, lacking a wine glass, he could not dramatically shatter one to signify his resolve. Observing this, the Ancient One sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. You never mention your vices, do you? Young man, I have summoned you because I require your assistance with a matter. At this moment, filled with determination to renounce alcohol, Gu Li responded, Master, I shall not shirk my responsibility. However, could you teach me a spell? Just one will suffice. The Ancient One was taken aback by his willingness. A spell? Would it be a teleportation portal? Yes, precisely that. I wish to learn it, Gu Li replied enthusiastically. The Ancient One nodded, and, with a graceful flick of her fingers, an ancient tome materialized in her hands, which she then handed to Gu Li. You see, there is a witch in Europe with whom I share a certain connection. She has committed numerous misdeeds lately. Your task is merely to teach her a lesson. Curious, Gu Li inquired. A witch? A connection? Are you referring to Agatha? This time, it was the Ancient One who was intrigued, her interest piqued. You know of Agatha? Her mother was an acquaintance of mine from many years ago. I must entrust this task to you. No sooner had she spoken than the Ancient One vanished through a golden portal, leaving Gu Li to ponder. Great One, at the very least, could you tell me where she is located? Europe is vast, and with so many minuscule countries, navigating customs could be a nightmare. Once I become formidable, I shall delegate such tasks entirely. Gu Li could empathize with the Ancient One's somewhat unreliable behavior. After all, such powerful figures often possess their peculiarities. Agatha, full name Agatha Harkness, made her debut in the Marvel miniseries WandaVision. In the comics, she serves as the Scarlet Witch's mentor and has even acted as a nanny for the Fantastic Four. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, however, she is cast as a formidable antagonist, having slain her mother, Evanora, and leading a coven of witches merely for seeking to execute Agatha for her use of dark magic. The narrative has not been prematurely revealed. Rather, these characters have always existed within this realm, much like Hydra's long-standing presence within S.H.I.E.L.D. It simply has yet to be the moment for their true identities to come to light. However, what perplexed Gu Li was why Ancient One was so certain that he could teach this dark witch a lesson. Could it be that he was under surveillance by the higher-ups? That seemed unlikely. After all, he had recently acquired numerous superpowers, yet he had not truly engaged in combat. Unable to fathom the reasoning behind it, Gu Li decided to dismiss the thought and booked a flight to London for the day after tomorrow. As for today and tomorrow, he intended to continue enjoying himself. Meanwhile, in New York at AIM Corporation, founder Aldrich Killian stared darkly at the information displayed on the screen. So, a woman has obtained our experimental video, and you have failed to notice this? The truth behind the human bomb incident in New York on March 9th last year was indeed a covert experiment involving the Doomsday virus conducted by AIM. However, due to the virus's incomplete nature, unforeseen consequences ensued. Boss, since it hasn't been made public. Killian approached the speaker and delivered a sharp slap to his subordinate's face. Not made public? Are you waiting for others to expose it before you take action? I would rather take care of a dog than support you lot. Now, find that woman. Immediately. Yes, boss, the subordinate said, covering half of his face. Hesitating for a moment before asking, what do we do once we find her? Killian roared, kill her. He felt utterly exhausted. Indeed, Killian found himself weary. A&M had nurtured a plethora of inept individuals, and the company had only thrived thanks to the existence of the doomsday virus. If that video were to leak, it would deal a fatal blow to the company. He could not allow such an occurrence, hence that woman had to die. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly found himself envying Tony Stark, his former idol, the man he once waited all night on a rooftop in the biting cold on New Year's Eve. The man who had captured the heart of the woman he cherished. The memories of working with Pepper were the most beautiful moments of his life. His perseverance and tireless efforts over the years were all aimed at proving to Tony Stark that he was not inferior. He simply had a less fortunate beginning. Chapter 26. Ambushed Boss. Have you been drawing circles all morning as part of some ritual? Grey Wolf questioned, utterly perplexed by his leader's strangely eccentric behavior. To him, it resembled a peculiar dance upon the green pastures. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's inquiry, Ghoulie glared in frustration at the book titled The Comprehensive Guide to Advancing the Camartage Portal in his hand. The magical tome given to him by the Ancient One should have posed no issues. The problem lay in his inability to master the portal spell. He could not comprehend why the most fundamental spell from Camartage was proving to be so exasperatingly difficult. No wonder Ancient One had once remarked that he lacked the talent for magic. It couldn't be. How could one chosen by the system be so inept? According to reason, the hosts selected by the system are often regarded as chosen ones, and one would presume that their innate talents would not be lacking. Yet, I find this hard to believe. Ghoulie extended one hand while the other, mechanical and rigid, traced circles in the air, one circle, another, and yet another. The entire afternoon passed in this manner, with Grey Wolf leisurely perched on the sofa, a cigar dangling from his mouth, legs crossed. Accompanied by a mechanical dog and a mechanical bird, the three of them gazed at their leader for the entire afternoon, while Grey Wolf observed them in turn. Mechanical bird, is the master engaging in physical training? Mechanical dog, I believe the master is practicing some form of martial arts. Grey Wolf, do you think it's possible that the leader is summoning something? That makes sense, they nodded in agreement. After all, they had been summoned abruptly, unable to resist the coercive call. Truly, their great master must have felt a lack of new summons recently, prompting such diligent practice. As night descended, Ghoulie lay despondently on the sofa. He had toiled all day drawing circles, yet not a single spark manifested. It was exceedingly difficult. Just then, a mechanical ringing echoed, and Ghoulie hastily answered his phone, the cries of little Peter resonating from the other end. Uncle Goo, Aunt May and Sister Sky are hurt. You must come quickly. The basement suddenly trembled, and Ghoulie's aura surged, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Soundwave, ascend swiftly. The drift out of the underground garage was forceful, shattering the garage door. Once inside the vehicle, Ghoulie accelerated to maximum speed in an instant, with Soundwave hurtling towards outer space. From the moment he heard the news, Ghoulie trembled incessantly, consumed by fear of losing May and Daisy. His rationality began to wane, and he loathed himself for not mastering the portal, for carelessly allowing Soundwave to remain in the garage. Faster drift. Soundwave should have taken me there. His thoughts spun chaotically as he began to berate himself. If Soundwave had still been hovering over the earth, even allowing little chaos to monitor the vicinity of the barbecue shop would have sufficed for vigilance. What should have been a 30-minute drive was reduced to 7 minutes by the drift. Yet for Ghoulie, those 7 minutes felt like the longest of his life. Upon seeing the crowd gathered in front of the barbecue shop, a chilling sensation swept over him. The uncontrolled shockwave had even fractured the pavement. Fear and regret engulfed his heart. He scarcely remembered how he rushed into the establishment, but regained a semblance of composure upon seeing that May and Daisy were still alive. Daisy, her face streaked with tears, rushed into his embrace, and feeling her warmth, Ghoulie became fully alert. Do not worry, sir. The two ladies have only sustained minor injuries. Following the direction of the sound, Ghoulie had never found the police uniform to be as endearing as at this moment. I am George Stacy, the chief of the New York City Police Department. There are certain matters that require your cooperation in documenting. Moments later, still shaken by the events, Ghoulie recalled the series of occurrences. Not long ago, several furtive figures had entered the establishment, coincidentally encountering Chief George, who was dining with colleagues. Consequently, the ensuing gunfire within the restaurant led to the tragic death of a patron and injuries to several others. May and Daisy were fortunate to have only sustained cuts from shattered glass. Gratefully, Ghoulie clasped George's hand and expressed his heartfelt thanks. Thank you. Inquiring about any recent conflicts, George proceeded with the documentation for approximately half an hour. The tardy ambulance finally arrived to transport the injured patrons to the hospital. While Ghoulie generously covered all their medical expenses and compensations, he also granted his employees a 6-month paid leave, deciding against reopening the barbecue restaurant. At least until the crisis was resolved, it would remain closed. Observing May, who had her arm bandaged, Ghoulie firmly took her and young Peter to their new home. "Sister May, there are plenty of rooms here. You and Peter should stay for now. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." After such candid words, May cast a resentful glance, relieved that Peter was currently exploring the living room. Once he had reassured both women, Ghoulie directly made contact with the reverberations that lingered in the atmosphere. "Have you ascertained the origins of those individuals, Master?" "The 4 assailants are from the security division of AIM Corporation." Upon learning the truth, Ghoulie instructed his drifting home and mechanical companions with a few commands. After ensuring they would protect the home, he hastened into the night, his thoughts consumed by a singular intention: to eliminate them all. At the New York Police Department, Chief George Stacy was meticulously interrogating suspicious individuals captured on surveillance. The assailants who had exchanged gunfire with them at the barbecue restaurant did not appear to be ordinary criminals. Finally, through a comparison of the surveillance footage and the internal police system, George discovered that the assailants were, in fact, retired soldiers. It seemed this matter was far from simple. The shooter's target was unlikely to be the owner of the barbecue restaurant. But what could a young girl have done to provoke such a group? Just as George was lost in contemplation, a loud voice of astonishment broke through. "Chief, that owner is quite generous. He just donated $10 million to our department. Is the barbecue restaurant really that profitable? It makes me consider a career change." At this remark, George chuckled and retorted, "That car of his is worth several million. The restaurant is likely just a passion project." He surmised that the donation stemmed largely from the significance of that young girl to Ghoulie, perhaps even immensely so. George, who also has a beloved daughter, suddenly finds himself inexplicably drawn to Ghoulie, whose handsome appearance and commendable character stand out to him. In the capitalistic society of America, Ghoulie's actions at the barbecue restaurant starkly contrast the traits typically associated with its entrepreneurs. He provides unpaid leave for his employees, covers all medical expenses and mental compensation for his patrons, and generously donates $10 million to the police department. Such behavior hardly resembles that of an average American. Additionally, the sudden appearance of cracks in the street is rather peculiar, reminiscent of seismic activity. Curiously, New York has not experienced any earthquakes recently. Chapter 27. Uncontaminated in the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Director Nick Fury presides over a crucial meeting, discussing task assignments with numerous agents. The Black Widow has also arrived, her undercover identity within Stark Industries remaining undisclosed. The atmosphere in the conference room is tense, with Fury gazing intently at each agent. Ross has uncovered the whereabouts of the group and inquires who will venture to Brazil. Bruce Banner is among the individuals Fury has long desired to recruit, while Ross stands as a potential rival, primarily due to his control over the super soldier program. Suddenly, a trusted agent bursts into the meeting room. His expression grave as he reports, "Director, a severe firefight has erupted near the AIM building." Fury raises a hand to halt the meeting, instructing, "Switch to the live feed." At that moment, chaos reigns at the AIM building, with Ghoulie wreaking havoc. Those familiar with the game know well that such bloodshed can become addictive. Waves of virus-infected soldiers surge forth, while armed helicopters hover like colossal iron beasts above, their engines roaring thunderously as if to tear the very fabric of the world apart. The rampant gunfire streaks through the night sky like bolts of lightning, illuminating the entire battlefield. In the heart of the fray, Ghoulie gently waves his fingers. In an instant, everything vanishes. The battlefield falls into silence. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye and a few others stare at the surveillance footage in disbelief. Throughout his years as an agent, Hawkeye has never witnessed such an elegant yet environmentally conscious display of violence. Ghoulie's movements are devoid of any flamboyance. He merely gestures gracefully with his fingers. The hovering helicopters and the myriad of bullets and shells suddenly transform into a flurry of snowflakes, embodying an ethos of purity. Yet, when it comes to taking lives, he does so without a flicker of hesitation, embodying sheer brutality. The special forces, their bodies resembling molten lava, find themselves inexplicably transformed into dancing snowflakes even before they can approach. The scene before him shatters the very understanding he has cultivated since childhood. The ability to manipulate matter so effortlessly. How could he achieve such a feat? Even Superman might find it beyond his reach. Indeed, within the Marvel Universe, the existence of Superman comics is acknowledged. The agents, profoundly shaken within the conference room, remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, Nick Fury gravely declared he'll escalate his threat level to 10. The scene shifted to the AAM headquarters, where, after vanquishing the minions of Killian, Ghoulie clenched his fist towards the imposing structure. An unrelenting shockwave surged throughout the entire building. With a resounding crash, the glass facade of the edifice shattered, and the structure began to tremble precariously. At that moment, an urgent voice emanated from the Iron Man suit, soaring in from a distance. "Goo, stand down. The outside is teeming with Fabulous. Leave the rest to me." After a lengthy pause, Tony let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing Ghoulie relent. "You nearly scared me to death. When this guy goes berserk, it's truly perilous." In just over 10 minutes, he stormed through the AIM headquarters. Had the Iron Man suit not been swift, I have no doubt this building would have met the same fate. Although the reasons behind the turmoil remained unclear, Tony instinctively believed someone must have offended Ghoulie. After all, in his eyes, Ghoulie, like many of his Eastern counterparts, exuded elegance, subtlety, and politeness, and would typically refrain from instigating trouble. "Thanks. I'll take care of one more person before I leave." Ghoulie had not forgotten the principle of eradicating the root of the problem. The incident targeting Daisy traced back to none other than Killian, the founder of AM. Yet, whether it was Killian's orders or not had become inconsequential. Despite the evening's actions diverging from his usual approach, the likes of Killian were hardly worthy enough to compel Ghoulie to compromise his integrity. Did he think he was Dormammu or a mere purple sweet potato? Ascending in the elevator to the top floor, Ghoulie finally confronted Killian. The notorious antagonist from Iron Man 3 appeared surprisingly unperturbed, even smiling as he spoke. "Esteemed Mr. Goo, how about we strike a deal? How much would it cost to buy my life?" Living in America, the concept of hatred seemed trivial. In this degenerate society, money reigned supreme. Killian was convinced that the formidable Ghoulie, having grown up in New York, could not escape the society's corrupting influence. He firmly believed he could purchase his life with wealth. Little did he know, even if Ghoulie were to take his life, the money would still belong to Ghoulie, thanks to the most elite thief in history, Xiaomi Luan, whose reign of theft had concluded with the birth of Ultron. Ghoulie's response was succinct, accompanied by the excruciating pain of a ruptured heart within Killian. "In your next life, be more discerning." With a sound akin to a heart bursting, Killian's lifeless body gradually dissipated until it vanished completely. Exhaling deeply, Ghoulie felt a ripple of emotion within him, as it was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had taken a life. Fortunately, his methods were not excessively gruesome, and those who met their demise were reduced to nothingness. This afforded Ghoulie a peculiar illusion, as if he were ensconced within the realm of a video game. As for the potential troubles that might ensue, Ghoulie merely waved his hand, transforming into a mobile device, and proactively sent Tony the video of the catastrophic virus explosion that Daisy had previously acquired. Upon viewing the footage, Tony's confidence surged. "I shall escort you away from here. Shortly, I will convene a press conference at Stark Industries." Suddenly, the Mark armor seized Ghoulie, breaking through the thick floorboards, sending a cascade of cement and dust into the air. Ghoulie, with a sense of resignation, activated his abilities to disperse the dust from his face. Recalling that Tony still remembered the time he had flung him from the ice pit, this only reinforced his conviction. Mastering the portal was imperative. No formidable warrior would make their entrance relying solely on their own 2 legs. Can one truly be deemed a master if their arrival lacks grandeur? Although he could utilize his shockwave abilities for short-distance sprints and glides, the prospect of immediate flight was bleak. The portal remained the optimal choice. An hour later, Stark Industries held a press conference. Iron Man, Tony Stark, vehemently condemned AIM's inhumane human experimentation and acknowledged that he had personally neutralized the threat posed by the catastrophic virus. Furthermore, Iron Man pledged that Stark Industries would steadfastly uphold the principles of sustainable development, contributing to the construction of America. The footage unveiled at the conference marked the conclusion of the New York human bomb incident. The AIM building skirmish, on the surface, had reached its end. The vicinity bore no trace aside from shattered glass, as if the conflict had never transpired. Yet privately, within S.H.I.E.L.D., the atmosphere was grim. Nick Fury believed Ghoulie's destructive potential rivaled that of the Hulk. The distinction lay perhaps in the nature of their destruction, one physical, the other magical. "Natasha, you continue at Stark Industries. Coulson, you shall venture to Brazil. Clint, you are to engage with Ghoulie." After assigning the tasks, Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. These 3 individuals were each more troublesome than the last. Chapter 28. The undercover agent. Recent peculiar events in New York City have led to the mysterious disappearance of numerous citizens, prompting a mobilization of police forces, FBI agents, and S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. However, despite their exhaustive search over several days, they uncovered no leads. It was as if these individuals had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. What perplexed them the most was that all the missing persons had connections to AIM. The true culprit behind these disappearances was Gu Li. He had spent a month meticulously eradicating the remnants of the Killian faction within AIM, ensuring that the roots were thoroughly severed. Gu Li was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably uncover the truth behind the disappearances, and the hidden hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. would also come to realize the reality. He seeks to make them aware of the consequences of provoking him. I am a madman. You may do as you please. In this perilous world, mere survival is insufficient. One must occasionally reveal their fangs. The incidents surrounding AM serve as his display of ferocity towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra and the individuals lurking behind them. Do not meddle with me. At this juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D. representatives, Clint Barton and director Nick Fury, explained their intentions. Fury, that man is utterly insane, a complete lunatic. If he can uncover the personnel list of AIM, he can surely locate my residence as well. You should assign this mission to someone else. Nick Fury, resigned, nodded. Take a break. Barton, rest for a few days. Over the past month, S.H.I.E.L.D. has made substantial progress in its various endeavors. Tony Stark has been invited to serve as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., but he has two prerequisites. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. must cooperate in concealing the truth regarding AIM's headquarters and must not use this to target Gu Li. Second, S.H.I.E.L.D. is to return all items left by Howard Stark. Without much deliberation, the egg agreed to Tony's conditions. Although Gu Li is somewhat unhinged, there remains a chance for persuasion during his moments of madness. This alone is a step above the Hulk. Additionally, the items rightfully belong to the Stark family, so returning them poses no loss to either him or S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the proximity of Stark and Gu Li's relationship. When did these two become acquainted? Thus, Hawkeye's mission to engage with Gu Li was declared a failure, and Agent Coulson, stationed in Brazil, failed to encounter Bruce Banner. Upon learning of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements, Ross preemptively attacked the soda factory, causing Bruce to transform into the Hulk and escape. Fortunately for Fury, Bruce Banner stealthily returned to Culver University, granting him an opportunity for contact. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Gu Li, invited to dine with Tony and Ethan, had already prepared for his journey to Europe. A month prior, he had promised the Ancient One to search for Agatha. The unforeseen delay was becoming untenable. His primary concern was the Ancient One's wrath. While he had gathered from the films that the Ancient One generally refrains from interference unless Earth faces a dimensional invasion, that was merely cinematic portrayal, and he was dealing with the living Ancient One. In the past, Ethan had perished in the film. However, now, after being saved by him, Ethan was alive and well. Thus, certain matters cannot be judged by ordinary reasoning. Gu, are you ready? Tony inquired regarding the extraction of vibranium in Antarctica. Tony, I will first go to Europe to find someone, and then we shall proceed with the extraction. Tony suddenly became intrigued, gazing at Gu Li and asking, a woman, perhaps? To be precise, it is indeed a woman. Agatha, a woman who has lived for nearly 4 centuries, appears rather eccentric due to her practice of dark sorcery. Together with you, we find that Mark V can now transform into a briefcase resembling a mechanical dog. This inspiration stemmed from our encounter outside a cave in Afghanistan, where we witnessed the mechanical dog morphing into a suitcase. Tony and Ethan instinctively decided to develop Mark V in the form of a briefcase. Now, let us raise a glass to our grand endeavor. Tony Stark's inclusion in S.H.I.E.L.D. was the result of mutual agreement among the three of us. The explosion of the extremist virus, alongside the enigmatic Gu Li and the equally mysterious Master Gu E, enlightened Tony to the notion that this world may differ vastly from his previous understanding. Consequently, he conferred with Ethan to establish an organization aimed at addressing superhuman threats. The first individual they invited was none other than Gu Li. However, due to the limited number of personnel within their organization, certain mysterious incidents may not be detected promptly. Thus, Tony was recruited as an undercover agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Ethan, being a lifelong bachelor with no family and lacking superhuman abilities, was unlikely to be desired by S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Gu Li, his propensity for violence rendered him less suitable for undercover work. A sudden outburst could lead to chaos within SHIELD. Regarding the organization's name, the three of them, lacking in creativity, have yet to decide. While the temporary base of operations is established at Tony's seaside villa, Ghouli's agreement to join was influenced by the recent attack at the barbecue restaurant. Had it not been for Director George fortuitously dining there, the outcome could have been dire. Despite the multitude of villains in this world, those seeking to dominate it, those wishing to consume the earth, and those intent on annihilating half of the universe's sentient beings, there are still many ordinary individuals like George. Since Ghoulie has arrived in this world, he does not mind engaging in actions that he can easily undertake. Goo, once again, thank you for saving both Tony and me. Frankly, that was one of the most remarkable inventions I have ever witnessed. Ghoulie understood that Ethan was referring to the mechanical dog, and he raised his glass towards them. While being a superhero can be exhausting, individuals like them, who act freely yet adhere to their principles, may find it less burdensome. With sound waves monitoring from beyond and the presence of the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, they can effortlessly identify most anti-human activities. Moreover, there remains SHIELD's network of information channels. Although SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra to the point of resembling a sieve, or more accurately, a Hydra outpost, they still possess a foundational structure and a wider array of information than the three of them combined. Furthermore, since Tony is undercover to gather intelligence, his personal safety should not pose a significant concern unless Hydra were to act unpredictably. Speaking of Hydra, Ghoulie suddenly recalled their leader, the Inhuman Hive. Considering the timeline, that individual would soon be returning to Earth. On the other hand, Bruce Banner returned to America, striving to locate the original research materials to resolve the blood mutations caused by gamma radiation. Due to Ghoulie's interference, Ancient One temporarily subdued Tony's palladium poisoning, and the data left by Howard was retrieved by Tony from SHIELD. Without the threat of palladium poisoning, it is unlikely that Tony would descend into chaos again. However, perhaps the timeline self-repair would shift the battle originally occurring in Morocco to London. Chapter 29. A return to London. Speaking of timelines, they are intrinsically linked to the Time Stone and the Time Variance Authority, as well as the deity of stories, Loki, who explains why the Time Stone is green. At this moment, the Time Stone remains in the possession of Ancient One, while the fate of the deity of stories remains uncertain. My current abilities do not permit me to glimpse my future self. Perhaps my future self is gazing at me in this moment. Time is a rather abstract concept, representing the movement of matter, the continuity of change, and the manifestation of sequence. Perhaps at this very instant, the deity of stories is observing the present multiverse from the far reaches of the river of time. I understand that I must embody that deity for you, for all of us. Ghoulie is convinced that he too can ascend to such divine heights, for he is indeed a player with extraordinary privileges. With the presence of the Cadman simulator, he is skeptical that anyone can thwart him. If pushed to the brink, he would not hesitate to take his own life. When his soul is drawn to the underworld, he would cling to death's leg, using his reputation as New York's most handsome man to ensure that the purple yam spirit is left wearing the horns of a cuckold. It is important to recognize that this is death, an entity synonymous with eternity, infinity, and annihilation, collectively regarded as the four great abstractions. As for the planet Devourer, I regret to inform you that he is merely a unit of measurement. Goo, your laughter is somewhat unsettling, someone remarked. Ha ha ha, Ghoulie chuckled nervously. I just recalled something amusing. I'll head home now, and please arrange for tomorrow's private jet. Not a problem. I have an appointment with the water spirit. I'll be bringing her a set of battle armor. In the original timeline, Tony had only gifted the Mark armor to Rhodey and Pepper, even though War Machine was taken by Rhodey himself. However, without Tony's consent, he wouldn't dare to take it. For some reason, Tony seems to have a particular fondness for the Eternal's little girl, the water spirit. Perhaps he is inherently a slave to daughters. Thinking of Circe, who resides with the water spirit, Ghoulie felt a deep sense of longing. Of course, before heading to Europe, he must first appease the three at home. The next day at noon, Tony spotted a listless Ghoulie aboard his private jet. Goo, why do you look so haggard all of a sudden? Did you not rest well last night? Ghoulie had appeared quite well when they parted ways just a day and a night ago. In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie at this moment resembled a weary addict, his haggard visage adorned with pronounced dark circles, and his gaze exuding an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Strangely, this sentiment felt inexplicably familiar to Tony. I'll be fine after a nap. Wake me when we reach London. The exhaustion was genuine, yet the fruits of his labor were bountiful. After a year and a half, Ghoulie had finally acquired the full spectrum of Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities. Now, He possessed a blend of serum and Spider-Man's physique. However, for reasons unknown, he felt somewhat inadequate in the presence of his 3 girlfriends. It seemed that the Iron Man suit was urgently needed, but the dilemma was that this was Marvel, and he had no means to seek out Wonder Woman in DC. After a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Gu Li's mind galloped like a wild stallion across an endless prairie, ultimately returning, weary, to its stable. Youth is truly a blessing. Tony mused enviously as he observed Gu Li drift into a deep slumber without a second thought. Born on May 29, 1970, Tony was now 40 years old. Yet, he did not perceive himself as old. After all, a man at 40 is like a flower in full bloom. He simply felt that he was no longer youthful. For hours later, at London Airport, upon seeing the arrival of Water Sprite and Cersei, Gu Li rushed forward, arms wide open for a grand embrace. Brother-in-law, how long do you plan to stay this time? The glint of mischief sparkled in Water Sprite's eyes. In her view, the more stable and solid Gu Li and Cersei's relationship became, the greater her chances with Ikaris. Gu Li affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. I'm here to handle some business. I might be here for quite a while. Oh, doesn't this little girl see a place for Uncle Tony in her heart? Water Sprite playfully punched Tony's chest, resulting in a delightful jingling sound. Throughout her 7,000 years of existence, Water Sprite had always felt a sense of inferiority due to her inability to grow physically, having no friends aside from her eternal family. However, despite their brief acquaintance, she felt an inexplicable affection for this quirky uncle and cherished their time together. Cersei, standing nearby, maintained her usual calm demeanor, as if nothing could stir the depths of her heart. Yet, her gaze was elusive, avoiding direct contact with Gu Li. During this visit to London, Tony and his companion chose not to stay at Stark Manor, but instead resided at Water Sprite's home. Their reasons for this choice were rooted in personal considerations. Gu Li believed that leaving Tony behind here would be relatively safe while he sought out Agatha, especially with 2 Eternals present. Meanwhile, Tony was prepared to play his supportive role once again. Cersei and Water Sprite prepared a sumptuous welcome feast for the two, the dining table laden with delicacies from various nations. These dishes were not only visually appealing, but also tantalizingly aromatic. Resembling exquisite works of art that one hesitated to disrupt with a fork, the advantages of longevity have finally come to light. Both of them possess exceptional culinary skills, adeptly navigating both Chinese and Western cuisines. In admiration, Tony genuinely applauded. My dear, your and Cersei's cooking is truly remarkable, surpassing even Gu Li's barbecue establishment. Upon hearing Tony's words, the Water Sprite sighed, her expression tinged with regret. Alas, we lack the time to sample it. How about this? Once the school break arrives, I shall arrange a private jet to bring you both over. Upon hearing Tony's suggestion, the Water Sprite's eyes dimmed, losing their previous luster. She felt somewhat helpless, uncertain whether to disclose to Tony that she would never grow up and had never attended school. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Gu Li spoke. Sister, some matters, when viewed from a different perspective, may not necessarily be detrimental. With that, the chopsticks in Gu Li's hand gradually disintegrated into flowing particles that swirled around his fingertips. In the astonished gazes of Cersei and the Water Sprite, the particles reassembled into a lily and a rose. After placing them in their hands, Gu Li continued, when you confront your own abilities and shortcomings, you will discover that you resemble a diamond, shimmering under the sun, while your flaws serve as your whetstone, rendering you more resilient and radiant. The scene before them was familiar to Cersei and the Water Sprite, as it was a manifestation of Cersei's own superpower. Observing this, the Water Sprite stood up and exclaimed, Brother-in-law, are you also an Eternal? Chapter 30, The 10-Person Squad. Brother-in-law, are you also an Eternal? The Water Sprite quickly shook her head after speaking. She was aware that the Eternals who arrived on Earth 7,000 years ago comprised only a 10-member squad led by a Jack, consisting of a Jack, Cersei, Ikaris, Thena, Gilgamesh, Kingo, Phastos, Druig, Makari, and herself. I am human, a pure-blood human. Cersei, now noticeably more alert, fixed her gaze on Gu Li, questioning him with her inner turmoil. Why are you deliberately approaching us? What do you truly intend? Cersei's eyes were filled with both caution and anticipation, resembling an injured creature, yearning for the truth, yet fearing it might not align with her suspicions. Her emotions were akin to a tumultuous sea, surging waves preventing her from finding tranquility. She was uncertain of her own feelings, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of contradictions and unease. The day I encountered you was the most beautiful accident of my life. From the very first glance, I knew I had fallen for you. Whether it was love at first sight or mere infatuation, I simply fell for you. In that moment, Gu Li embodied the epitome of romanticism in New York, secretly commending himself. Is it truly unexpected? Such occurrences are often reasonable, after all. Upon hearing Gu Li's confession, Cersei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she resolved to temporarily disregard this man. Upon witnessing the scene, Tony and the water sprite discreetly raised their thumbs in approval beneath the dining table, silently acknowledging Gu Li. Tony was well aware that Gu Li resided with three stunning women, 18-year-old Daisy, 24-year-old Zhao Helen, and 31-year-old Mei. With the addition of the current presence of Cersei, there were now four. Furthermore, Tony was cognizant of Gu Li's purpose for coming to Europe, to seek out another woman. Of course, had Gu Li been privy to Tony's current thoughts, he would have vehemently protested, declaring, I did not. Do not speak nonsense. A madwoman like Agatha certainly did not align with his aesthetic preferences. Noticing the tension between his sister and brother-in-law, the water sprite skillfully diverted the topic. Brother-in-law, how do you know we are the Eternals? She inquired. Indeed, Gu, what exactly are these girls, and what is the Eternal race? Is it a branch of humanity? Faced with their inquiries, Gu Li could only shrug and say, that was your assertion, dear sister. I had no knowledge of your status as Eternals. The water sprite's lips twitched slightly as she recalled that she had indeed made that statement herself moments ago. Then why did you comfort me in such a manner? As if you were aware of my and sister Cersei's superpowers? Well, you see, I possess an innate ability to sense the energy fluctuations in others, Gu Li replied, pride swelling within him as he pondered the perfection of this excuse. Had anyone else in this world uttered such words, they might have been met with skepticism. However, as a traveler from another realm, he was somewhat familiar with the myriad of superpowered individuals in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Li's words, Cersei and the water sprite exchanged knowing glances. At that moment, Tony, completely bewildered by the conversation, interjected, what exactly is the Eternal race? Do the girls and Cersei possess superpowers? Gu, are you jesting? Noting the silence among the three, Tony felt as if his life had suddenly dimmed. Why was it that? During this time, he had only encountered superpowered beings, while he, Tony Stark, so exceptionally gifted, remained just an ordinary man? Why was that? Gu Li grasped Cersei's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. May I speak, Cersei? He asked, preparing to fully embrace his role as a rogue. The massacre before the AIM Tower had awakened his true nature. For an ordinary person, the dazzling array of superpowers was utterly enthralling. When one is confined to being merely ordinary, it is best to embrace that reality. Yet when the opportunity arises to ascend to the divine, who among us would refuse such a calling? Cersei, resigned to her fate, relinquished her struggles, allowing Gu Li to entwine their fingers. The Eternals arrived on Earth 7,000 years ago, and for these years, we have safeguarded the safety and propagation of human civilization, she revealed after a considerable pause, shedding light on the connection between the 10-member Eternal Squad and the narrative of human development. Tony once again found his perceptions reshaped, murmuring in a daze, so little one. You have existed for over 7,000 years? Indeed, Uncle Tony, she replied, and I have always looked this way, forever unable to grow. The water sprite succumbed once more to melancholy. The inability to mature signified for her an eternal deprivation of the sweetness of love. Yes, the Eternal have mostly romantic inclinations. Tony wrapped an arm around the water sprite's shoulders, uncertain of how to console this child of over 7,000 years. After all, he was merely a 40-year-old child himself. The scene before Gu Li prompted hesitation, and ultimately, he decided to remain silent for the time being. In truth, the water sprite was not destined to remain forever small. Relinquishing her powers would grant her the chance to grow into adulthood. As night deepened, the group engaged in light conversation before retreating to their respective chambers. However, a stealthy figure brushed his fingers lightly across the lock of Cersei's door, skillfully slipping inside. He then deftly produced a copy of detailed exegesis of ancient Egyptian texts and began to study. Why did I just sense a familiar energy fluctuation from you? Gu Li gently pinched Cersei's cheek, retorting, perhaps it is merely our mutual acclimatization to each other's energy signatures. The reason behind Cersei's sudden sensation of illusion regarding Gu Li remained elusive. Gu Li, at a loss, could hardly confess, I just acquired the superpower of your ex-boyfriend. Regrettably, it was still not the ability to fly. Instead, it resembled the heat vision of Cyclops from the X-Men, akin to the golden cosmic energy beams emitted from Icarus's eyes. Through his interactions with Cersei, Gu Li found himself under the delusion that given a year, he might very well acquire all the superpowers of the Eternals' 10-member team. Among this illustrious group, Cersei possessed the ability to reshape molecular structures, though she had yet to reach the bizarre, subatomic prowess of molecular man. The little water sprite wielded the power to manipulate illusions and cloak herself from sight. Icarus resembled a Superman from the DC universe, sans cape. He could fly at the speed of light, and emit cosmic energy beams from his eyes. Fina, known as the Master of Weapons, could conjure an array of energy weapons through cosmic energy, including swords, spears, and shields, and was a remarkable warrior. Gilgamesh, akin to a one-punch superhero, utilized cosmic energy to manifest powerful gauntlets. Kingo, claiming to be the uncle of Thor, could unleash cosmic energy projectiles and beams from his fingertips. Phastos, the ingenious inventor, could harness cosmic energy to create various weapons and technologies. Druig possessed the ability to manipulate the thoughts of others. Macquarie, the female version of the Flash, could not achieve the temporal traversal capabilities of Barry Allen. Jack, the leader of the team, was endowed with healing powers, capable of using cosmic energy to cure others. If the abilities of the 10 eternal beings could be consolidated within Gu Li, he would likely be capable of delivering a severe thrashing to Thanos on multiple occasions. The path of learning is indeed laden with challenges and responsibilities. Chapter 31. Dynamic Light Wave for 3 consecutive days. Gu Li found himself utterly engrossed in the tome titled Detailed Explanation of Ancient Egyptian Texts, lost in its depths, unable to extricate himself. It was only upon receiving a reminder from Tony that he jolted back to reality, recalling his task of locating Agatha. Yet, he was exceedingly occupied in his pursuit of acquiring the ability to fly. He was so busy that he scarcely found a moment to sip tea, let alone traverse Europe in search of that madwoman. Thus, he made the most prudent choice without hesitation. "Hey, Master Gui, it's me, Little Gu. Could you kindly assist me in locating Agatha?" He recalled that the mystical artifacts of Kamartaj were most suited for finding individuals. On Miami Beach, Gui, donned in casual attire and sunglasses, furrowed her brow upon answering the call. Indeed, she had previously commissioned Gu Li to discipline Agatha, but that had been a month and a half ago. This lad had evidently not taken it to heart. Though reluctant to engage with Gu Li, she nonetheless gestured with her hand, instantly isolating her soul from the world using the mirror dimension. With her hands forming seals once more, a luminous screen materialized, revealing the erratic Agatha within. With a snap of her fingers, Gu's soul returned to her body. Sokovia. Beep beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Gu Li promptly purchased a ticket to Sokovia. Through the recent teachings of Circe, his cultural knowledge had significantly improved. However, he still had not acquired the ability to fly, nor had he mastered teleportation. Thus, he was forced to resort to this most primitive mode of travel. While airborne, Gu Li reclined in his seat, studying the system panel. Name, Gu Li. Race, human. Age, 21. Superpowers, 50-50 serum, spider totem, destiny cards, molecular reshaping, invisibility, dynamic light wave. Items, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star destroyer cannon. Affiliates, drift, soundwave, tape legion, gray wolf, contractual entity, Dormammu. Upon acquiring the full abilities of Spider-Man, the corresponding section of the system panel transformed to reflect the spider totem. This totem serves as the source of power for all Spider-Men across the multiverse. But further details shall be expounded later. Gu Li's newly acquired superpower, the dynamic light wave, emanates from the same golden energy vision as Icarus, capable of unleashing golden cosmic energy beams from his eyes. It must be said, in terms of the flair he has always sought, the golden effects of the dynamic light wave have truly elevated his status. Just imagine, while his enemies are enjoying a hot pot and singing merrily, he suddenly ambushes them with a bayou bayou bayou. The best part is that this ability is incredibly versatile, effective in both close combat and mid to long-range engagements, and, remarkably, it possesses no cooldown. As long as his eyes remain unyielding, he can continue to unleash his powers indefinitely. Should any foolish individual dare to utter the words, "You dare to gaze again," Gu Li would undoubtedly respond with great enthusiasm. Within the realms of Marvel and DC, characters endowed with luminous ocular abilities include the well-known Superman, the Destroyer, Icaris, Cyclops, and the mute version of Deadpool. Additionally, there is Darkseid's Omega Beam, which is rather enigmatic, as it possesses the ability to curve. Moreover, the beloved character from our homeland, Azza, also showcases glowing eyes. However, should one engage in a contest of thermal vision among these figures, Icaris' heat vision would certainly be inferior to Darkseid's Omega Beam, yet superior to the laser eyes of Cyclops, the mute Deadpool, and Azza. When compared to Superman and the Destroyer, the assessment remains ambiguous. If the opportunity arises to venture into the DC universe, a comparison shall be made then. As he recalls the occasional character crossovers that occur in various multiverses between Marvel and DC. Upon acquiring the ability of photonic waves, Gu Li begins to sense that even without forging a romantic connection with Supergirl, he could very well ascend to a plus version of Superman solely through system rewards. One wonders what that madwoman is pursuing in Sokovia. Upon locating Agatha, he resolves to first test the potency of the photonic waves. The thrill of Bayou is surely exhilarating. Sokovia, an ostensibly inconspicuous Eastern European nation, plays a pivotal role within the Marvel Universe. In 1999, Sokovia erupted into civil strife. A bomb struck the Maximoff residence, resulting in the tragic demise of Wanda and Quicksilver's parents. Shortly thereafter, a second missile landed before the siblings. Fortunately, it did not detonate. Paralyzed by the fear of triggering the bomb, they remained motionless for 2 days, fixated on the Stark Industries insignia emblazoned upon it. From that moment, the seeds of hatred were silently sown. Another significant event was the climactic battle between the Avengers and Ultron, the Sokovia battle, which ignited the Sokovia Accords, ultimately leading to the fractious civil war within the Avengers. Gooley speculates that Agatha's objective may involve the hidden Hydra base within Sokovia. The Hydra organization is perhaps most famously known for its motto, "Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place." Throughout Hydra's storied history, notable figures include Hive, Red Skull, Dr. Zola, the Winter Soldier, and Baron. Among these, Dr. Zola, the diminutive genius devoid of superhuman abilities, leaves a particularly profound impression on Gooley. Zola, the intellectual backbone of Hydra, pioneered the technology for consciousness uploading and orchestrated the artificial brainwashing of the Winter Soldier for decades. He also developed weaponry capable of harnessing the energy of the Tesseract, and even in the Marvel series What If, Zola triumphed over Ultron in a contest for corporeal dominance. After the conclusion of World War II, the Hydra bases were obliterated, leading to Zola's recruitment into SHIELD, where he proceeded to resurrect Hydra and infiltrate the organization. This explains why, from the end of the war until the signing of the Sokovia Accords, despite Hydra's apparent demise, its influence lingered. The current iteration of Hydra has thoroughly permeated SHIELD, rendering it as porous as a sieve. One cannot deny that Nick Fury's ability to rise above the remnants of Hydra and assume the role of director of SHIELD speaks to his considerable skill. Although Hydra's ambitions to dominate Earth within the cinematic universe have repeatedly faltered, there are instances of their success across other multiverses, such as the infamous Hydra leader, known as Little Mouth, who managed to ensnare Captain America. We shall delve into that later. Upon departing from the Sokovia airport, Gooley, following the clues provided by Ancient One, relentlessly commenced his search for Agatha. Meanwhile, in Virginia, at Culver University, Bruce Banner, having fled Brazil, returned to his long-abandoned school. Memories surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. The visage of his girlfriend Betty, snippets from his work, and the unfortunate gamma radiation leak associated with the military super soldier program that transformed him into a green behemoth. These recollections flickered in his mind like vivid scenes from a film. Bruce's purpose in returning to the university was imbued with hope. He sought to uncover previous research materials to resolve his bodily mutations. His aspirations were modest. He merely wished to reclaim his former, ordinary self. Chapter 32. Hydra Base in Sokovia. Within the Hydra Base, Gooley suddenly pondered the futility of using his invisibility powers, much like how even dogs refuse to consume burnt fruit. Why this sudden realization? It was because, while infiltrating the Hydra base in search of the witch, he failed to locate her and instead was detected by thermal surveillance. His invisibility, it turned out, was not genuine. Frustration coursed through him. After all, invisibility was one of the Eternal's water spirit powers, yet he never anticipated being discovered by thermal sensors. Now, confronted by a cadre of Hydra soldiers with weapons drawn, he reluctantly deactivated his invisibility. "Is that you?" spoke the masked leader among the Hydra soldiers, clearly recognizing Gooley. Curiosity piqued within Gooley. Am I truly that famous now? However, mere seconds later, he realized that Hydra must have acquired intelligence about his abilities from SHIELD. If they recognized him, that simplified matters. He had come in search of someone. The small leader remained silent for approximately half a minute, prompting Gooley to prepare for confrontation, until he suddenly uttered a single word. "All right." Gooley gazed in astonishment at the individual before him. Utterly convinced he had not misheard, the underboss had indeed uttered the word good. Yet this only heightened his bewilderment. For heaven's sake, they were Hydra, an organization universally recognized as malevolent, a faction intent on world domination, a group with blood on their hands. How could they possibly be so accommodating? Were it not for his unwavering certainty that he had arrived at the Hydra base, he might have doubted whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. Scratching his head in confusion, Gooley realized he could no longer take action. Respect is a mutual exchange, and since Hydra had extended a courtesy, he was not one to disregard social niceties. Mr. Gu, whom are you seeking? I shall summon them, the underboss stated. With this invitation, Gu opted against being overly dramatic. Agatha. Upon hearing this name, the masked underboss fell silent. Yet Gu sensed a hesitation when the name Agatha was mentioned. After a few moments of contemplation, the underboss quickly retrieved his phone and dialed a number, seemingly reporting the situation. A short while later, he saluted the phone with the standard Hydra salute. Yes, leader. Mr. Gu, please hold. Never mind, just take me along. I am quite curious about what this madwoman is up to. Gu had not anticipated that Agatha had such ties to Hydra. Was it collaboration? The dark sorceress and Hydra. Strangely, they seemed quite compatible. Indeed, there were advantages to displaying one's fangs, as evidenced now. It was preferable to resolve matters through discourse rather than violence. Even though dispatching the Hydra soldiers before him would be a trivial task, he refrained from doing so. Under the guidance of the underboss, they traversed the corridors of the base for approximately 5 minutes until Gu finally laid eyes on the deranged sorceress. At that moment, Agatha appeared as if in a trance, arms outstretched, chanting incantations. Ayahe yahe yahe, seemingly engaged in some mystical ritual. The offering being a group of children. A glint of ferocity flashed in Gu's eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. Not far from the children, several larger iron cages stood ominously. Within them were humanoid creatures, their bodies cloaked in gray fur, a massive being lying with its back to the onlookers, obscuring its true nature. Seeing this, Gu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of golden light shimmering in his gaze. Under different circumstances, Agatha would have met her demise, and the Hydra members would not escape unscathed either. However, with the presence of children, he was uncertain if abruptly interrupting the ritual would endanger them. Have her cease. I have questions for her. The underboss nodded, for had any other person spoken to him with such audacity, they would have long since sealed their own fate. The gentleman before me, Mr. Gu, is indeed a different matter. After all, he is the one whom the leader has specifically chosen to recruit, and he may very well become my superior in the future. Perhaps I should extend a modicum of courtesy to my potential future leader? The little chief, having engaged in a brief moment of self-affirmation, promptly halted the incantation being performed by Agatha. Angrily, the mad witch approached, exclaiming, I did not come here for you to indulge in frivolities. Why did you interrupt the werewolf transformation ritual? Do not forget, there are no suitable sacrifices nearby. Upon hearing this, Gu mused to himself, so it is a werewolf. In the Marvel Universe, werewolves and vampires do exist, though they typically reside in Europe. Much like the legends of werewolves and vampires from my past life, which predominantly appeared across various European nations. One of the members of MI-13 in London, the Blade, is indeed a vampire hunter. Given the current circumstances, Gu speculated that the Dark Witch Agatha was invited by Hydra to conduct a werewolf transformation ritual akin to a human experiment. In light of this, it seemed prudent to eliminate them all. While Agatha and the little chief exchanged verbal barbs, Gu subtly shifted his fingers. In an instant, the Hydra soldiers within the base began to disintegrate, as though they had been struck by Thanos' snap. Their bodies slowly transformed into exquisite crimson petals, soaked as if in blood, creating a hauntingly beautiful sight as they danced in the breeze. This was akin to Gu's method of killing. There were no cries of anguish, no splattering of blood, and even the victims felt naught but a fleeting moment before succumbing to lifelessness. Though it was his second act of murder, Gu felt no discomfort. Rather, he perceived the need for refinement in his technique. 2.5 seconds later, the Hydra base in Sokovia was left with only a group of unconscious children and the defiant Agatha. Gu's eyes narrowed, and a brilliant golden light erupted, striking Agatha and sending her flying into unconsciousness. As for why he refrained from killing the Mad Witch, it was simply due to the formidable backing she possessed in the form of the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. One must understand that the Sorcerer Supreme is not merely the custodian of Kamar Taj, as well as the 3 sanctums in Hong Kong, London, and New York. The entire realm of sorcerers and witches on Earth falls under the purview of the Sorcerer Supreme. Indeed, those with connections are truly different. My anger is quite pronounced. Do not misunderstand. Gu's ire is not a mere venting of frustration, but rather a righteous indignation towards Agatha and Hydra for treating children as sacrificial offerings. At this moment, an aura of desire emanated unexpectedly from Agatha. Gu hastened forward and, from the witch's chest, retrieved a tattered book. Could it be that one? Chapter 33, The Dark Grimoire. Holding the book, imbued with a sinister aura, in his hands, Gu stood in a daze for several minutes, still finding it hard to believe that this unremarkable, tattered tome was one of the copies of the Dark Grimoire from Wanda's quest for her family. The Dark Grimoire, originating from the god of the underworld, Zizorn, is the source of all dark magic, serving as the polar opposite to the Book of Vishanti from Kamartaj. This tome is exceedingly powerful and malevolent, containing the wicked spells of ancient deities and numerous formidable dark sorceries. It ensures that anyone, regardless of their spoken language, can fully comprehend the mysteries inscribed within. It is worth noting that the Wanda who practiced the dark grimoire was almost unrecognizable compared to her former self. Before her immersion in the grimoire, although she possessed the strength to tear Thanos apart, she was far too unstable, lacking the consistency necessary for her power. In stark contrast, the Wanda who had embraced the dark grimoire single-handedly annihilated Kamartaj and reduced Doctor Strange to a state of frantic retreat. What was supposed to be Doctor Strange 2 was effectively transformed into Wanda's quest for her family. Subsequently, she employed dream-walking to seize control of the Wanda from the 838 universe, obliterating the entire Illuminati. It is essential to recognize that the Wanda from the 838 universe was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any superhuman abilities. That battle resulted in Captain Carter becoming the top commander, while Black Bolt was silenced before he could utter a word. The sorcerer, known as Mr. Fantastic, was reduced to a mere noodle. Moreover, the Illuminati of the 838 universe were not a band of weaklings. They had successfully defeated Thanos from their universe. Yet, even such a formidable group stood no chance against Wanda, empowered by the Dark Grimoire. Thus, it is evident that this book is indeed well suited for Gu Li to enhance his strength. However, at this moment, with the Dark Grimoire in hand, he found himself beset by hesitation. Could this all be a trial set forth by the Ancient One? It is no wonder Gu Li questioned the situation upon reflecting on the sequence of events. The copy of the Dark Grimoire was retrieved from Agatha, who had been sought out at the behest of the Ancient One. Furthermore, he recalled that while toying with the fate cards, the Ancient One had mentioned spying on him in New York at that very moment. Indeed, this was a test directed at him. Gu Li, huh? I shall not fall for it. Resolutely, Gu Li decided to surrender the Dark Grimoire to the Ancient One, believing it best to leave such a perilous artifact for Kamartaj to contend with. Yet, merely 2.5 seconds later, he found himself wavering once more. Was he truly willing to relinquish the Dark Grimoire so easily? He felt an overwhelming reluctance. It was akin to having others place a sumptuous feast before him. Yet he lacked the courage to partake, and now he was expected to return the meal. Such reasoning seemed absurd. Although the Dark Grimoire served as a conduit for Zysorn's return to Earth, and the user's soul risked corruption by Zysorn, the dark magic inscribed within the tome was undeniably alluring and stirred Gu Li's deepest desires. Moreover, he had already forged a pact with Dormammu, making an inevitable confrontation with the dark entity unavoidable, for he had no intention of returning the borrowed dark magic. Viewed from this perspective, the addition of another foe, Hisoka, did not appear to be a significant concern. Gazing at the unconscious Agatha for a prolonged moment, Gu Li was suddenly struck by a cunning idea. Why not eliminate the madwoman, leaving no witnesses? Just then, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. His spider sense had been triggered. A crackling sound ensued as golden flames slowly coalesced into a circle. Observing this, Gu Li swiftly stowed the Dark Grimoire into the system's space. Once obtained, what rationale existed for returning it? Dormammu was one thing. The ancient entities were no exception. After a brief wait, no one emerged from the portal. Instead, a voice resonated from the other side. Ancient One's voice. Throw her over. Without hesitation, Gu Li kicked Agatha towards the portal, and a powerful surge of magical energy emanated from the other side. This was certainly escalating. Just as Gu Li contemplated whether to comply and surrender the Dark Grimoire, Ancient One's voice echoed once more. There are 2 young ones with you. Do not harm them. Master, you must be mistaken. I, Gu, am a paragon of virtue. A truly benevolent soul, he replied. With a sigh, the golden portal vanished in an instant. Gu Li hastily wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering the formidable strength of the Ancient One and the identities of the 2 young ones. Suddenly, a wave of joy washed over him. Could it be the sister? What a delightful surprise. The chaotic magic beckoned. However, upon seeing the unconscious child lying on the ground, Gu Li sighed and dialed his brother Tony's number. A cacophony of sounds greeted him on the other end. Hey, Gu, I'm a bit busy right now. Gu Li, perplexed, inquired. Aren't you worried about Pepper finding out? Beep, beep, beep. Is there a problem? The sound waves prompted a visual feed to appear. Through the phone's video, Gu Li observed Tony, clad in Mark V, engaged in battle with a familiar figure, while the water sprite anxiously made a phone call nearby. Electric Whip Ivan, he actually followed me to London. Before arriving in London, he had anticipated this possibility, and indeed, it had come to pass. At that moment, Gu Li belatedly realized that his little Karami's fluttering wings had inexplicably thrown events into disarray. For instance, what should have transpired at the Morocco racetrack Ivan's attack on Tony had unceremoniously transformed into Tony and the water sprite being ambushed while enjoying their time in London. And then there was the gunfight that had erupted in the barbecue restaurant. All these occurrences had been altered time and again due to his actions. His once godly perspective as a traveler had dissipated, gradually surpassing his comprehension. Of course, with the existence of the scoundrel simulator, the necessity of a godly perspective became irrelevant. Yet, rather than complicating matters further, it would be wiser for him to refrain from any interference. Each should tend to their own affairs. In essence, whether he exists or not, the world will persist. The Chitauri will be vanquished, Hydra will be eradicated, and Thanos will also be defeated. His ultimate aim is to grow stronger by connecting with more female characters. Thus, Ghoulie resolutely decided, when it comes to pursuing women, he shall intervene as little as possible. For matters unrelated to his pursuit, he would adopt a laissez-faire attitude. Much like Agatha, for Ghoulie, should the need arise to eliminate her, it would be as effortless as squashing an insignificant insect. Her demise could be executed at any moment. However, it would be far more prudent to spare her life, allowing her to continue playing her role. For Ghoulie is well aware of what Agatha will eventually do, becoming Wanda's neighbor, nearly facing a deadly backlash, and even delivering a tome of dark sorcery. If Ghoulie were to eliminate Agatha now, given the world's peculiar nature, the role she was meant to fulfill might instead be assumed by a complete stranger unfamiliar to Ghoulie. Self-restoration of timelines is a curious phenomenon. Never mind. Let us first rescue the children and then seek out Wanda. Chapter 34. The Hammer in the Depths of Sokovia, within the lair of Hydra. Little Chaos was diligently deciphering the base's defense systems, while Ghoulie engaged in remote communication with Grey Wolf via another phone. Boss, remember to bring this back. And that one too, and the one behind it. Initially, he intended to obliterate the Hydra base entirely. But Little Chaos informed him that some equipment within the facility was quite remarkable and might be of use to Mr. Grey Wolf. Among Ghoulie's cadre of subordinates, Grey Wolf firmly held the position of the boss. After all, who would refuse a polymathic scientist? Particularly with mechanical entities like Little Chaos, Dog, and Mechanical Bird, all of whom had been extensively enhanced by Grey Wolf. The artillery flanking Dog's hindquarters had been upgraded to laser cannons, and a linguistic system was even added, allowing Dog to speak, once a privilege reserved for Mechanical Bird. Grey Wolf's ingenuity is truly extraordinary. Any invention he deems reasonable inevitably becomes so. As for how Ghoulie came to acquire Grey Wolf, it was purely serendipitous. That day, Ms. Zhao had elegantly styled her hair into an updo. I will empty the base. When we return home, you can choose as you please. There was simply far too much within the Hydra base, and perusing each item would take an eternity. Hence, Ghoulie opted for the simplest method, leaving nothing behind. Master, there is a room containing 2 individuals. Following the route provided by Little Chaos, Ghoulie ventured deep into the base and discovered Pietro and Wanda Maximoff, confined in a specially designed cell. At first glance, Ghoulie was completely taken aback. The now 21-year-old Wanda was remarkably youthful. That very glance compelled him, New York's most handsome, to take action. The potency of chaotic magic is undeniable, and Wanda is undeniably beautiful. Such a fortuitous combination is indeed rare. After all, the presence of several formidable women rendered him somewhat hesitant. Perhaps he had not yet been driven to the brink. He would address matters when he found himself devoid of choices. The siblings were highly vigilant upon the sudden appearance of Ghoulie, maintaining their guard even as the cage was opened. Who are you? Pietro asked, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. Wanda, peeking out from behind Pietro, cast a disdainful glance at Ghoulie, expressing her discomfort. I can sense that you harbor ill intentions towards me. This scene left Ghoulie utterly bewildered, prompting him to question whether his earlier gaze had been too fervent. Their awkward first encounter resulted in a poor initial impression. Come, lend a hand. There are a few children outside in need of care. Ghoulie promptly turned to leave, reflecting on his blunder and resolving to approach things more naturally. He decided to foster his bond with Cersei in the meantime, postponing other considerations until he acquired the ability to fly. Among the 4 children he rescued, 3 remained unconscious, while the one who woke clung to Ghoulie's clothing, unwilling to let go. After locating a vehicle within the base, Ghoulie drove the children to the nearby police station, with the Pietro siblings adorably following along. Thank you for saving us. What happened to the people in the base? They are dead. Just then, Ghoulie's phone rang, the ringtone blaring. You are the one, the one, the one. Hey, Goo, I was a bit busy. Are you heading out now? Tony's somewhat dejected voice came through the line. Have you wrapped things up on your end? Yes. Encountered a madman who was extradited to America by the Department of Defense. As expected, while the beginning had shifted, subsequent events unfolded as anticipated. That's good to hear. I still have some matters to attend to here, but I should be able to return by tomorrow. All right. I've heard from Fury that a hammer fell in New Mexico. Once I finish with the vibranium, I intend to check it out. After hanging up, Guli retrieved 2 cigarettes and glanced at Pietro. Care for one? Pietro hesitated, yet eventually reached out to accept it. However, neither of them ended up lighting the cigarette, as Guli suddenly recalled the presence of children in the vehicle. A hammer. And the Brazilian girl has arrived. Surely, the god of stories is not far behind. Guli's interest in Loki stemmed from both the intricacies of the timeline and the concept of absolute time points. In his previous life, witnessing Tony snap his fingers had left him with a tinge of regret. The Iron Man, a mere mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, deserved a more fitting conclusion, and he wished to explore the possibility of changing that. Yet, the actions of the Dark Strange that led to the universe's demise remained vividly etched in his memory. Loki would eventually become the god of stories and time, but those events lay in the future. Guli sought to discern whether the current Loki might already exist at the end of time. After all, the Time Stone has consistently manifested in a verdant hue throughout history. This suggests that the entirety of the multiverse, its past, present, and future, may be intricately influenced by that singular deity of narrative. Indeed, it is a chaotic affair, much akin to those films released at disparate times, yet narratively occurring in almost simultaneous timelines. After escorting the 4 children to the police station, Guli resolved to embark on his journey, for the Antarctic vibranium he had long coveted was finally within reach. Following the acquisition of the Antarctic vibranium, his next endeavor would be to venture to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition, subsequently upgrading the materials for drifting and sonic waves. The prospect of transforming into a true adamantium transformer stirred a sense of excitement within him. Nevertheless, upon noticing his persistent siblings trailing behind him, Guli inquired, "What are you 2 following me for? Could you lend us some money?" Time rewinds to not long ago in Amiriaca, New Mexico. In the quaint town of Old Bridge, under the cloak of night, the moonlight gently illuminated the streets, sketching the outlines of the town, while the outskirts remained enveloped in a tranquil darkness. A serene night breeze whispered through, bringing with it a cool breath that lightly swayed the leaves, as if sharing unspoken tales. Above this serene tableau, a colossal magical circle suddenly manifested, its runes shimmering with fantastical colors. This awe-inspiring anomaly captured the attention of Jane Foster and her companions inside the vehicle, prompting them to speculate about the nature of this extraordinary occurrence and its potential ramifications. The trio hastily drove their RV toward the site of this anomaly. Abruptly, a robust figure plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto their RV with a resounding thud. Moments later, a brawny Nordic man, reminiscent of a hungover individual, staggered and shouted, "Where's my hammer? Where's my hammer?" Chapter 35. The emergence of a system task in the Antarctic ice caves. Guli and his companion returned to the vibranium vein, employing their seismic powers to extract the precious metal. Suddenly, Tony Stark posed a seemingly innocuous question. "Gu, you seem quite interested in money, huh?" Guli halted his actions, bewilderment crossing his face as he turned to Tony within the marked suit. "Stark, are you speaking in human terms? Who doesn't like money?" However, he sensed that there was more to this inquiry and quickly pressed on. Why the sudden question? Tony, seemingly without reason, had posed this question, leading Guli to wonder whether something had transpired unbeknownst to him. After a moment of silence, Tony slowly revealed, previously, Stan's assets mysteriously vanished, and JARVIS has been investigating for months, uncovering a connection to you. The awkwardness was not limited to Guli. The small chaos in his pocket mirrored his discomfort. The assurances once made now echoed with a sense of betrayal. How many people are aware of this? Tony shook his head. I haven't mentioned this to anyone else. Guli's expression shifted, a sudden thought striking him. Perhaps a silencing would be in order. Perceiving the subtle shift in atmosphere, Tony swiftly activated the Mark armor and ascended into the air. After a brief pause, he hurriedly clarified, "We are friends, are we not? Rest assured, I would never divulge this." For reasons unknown, an idea surged within Tony's mind. A retreat from the armor was imperative. You should refrain from such actions in the future. What if the traces left behind are discovered by others? Guli nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. It seems necessary to explore alternative avenues for prosperity. Curiously, he pondered why he was so obsessed with wealth, as his previous plans of wooing women and purchasing property had not progressed significantly. Perhaps after some time, he would revisit those aspirations. Utilizing his vibrational abilities, Guli extracted vibranium for an entire day, though neither he nor Tony could ascertain the exact quantity they had amassed. Regardless, their mutual sentiment was that more was always preferable. Tony devised a plan to replace all of the Mark armors with a material composed of adamantium. even aspiring to forge an ironclad army. Meanwhile, Ghouli's task was considerably simpler, merely to alter the physical composition of Soundwave, Drift, and the canine companion. As they engaged in casual conversation, Tony remarked, "Just a few days ago, that large green entity appeared at Culver University and was repelled by the military. And then there was the hammer incident in New Mexico. I believe we need to recruit some additional personnel." Ghoulie nodded in agreement. Indeed, their numbers were somewhat lacking. The scale of S, H, I, E, L, D was such that managing 3 simultaneous incidents proved to be quite overwhelming. Black Widow was undercover at Stark Industries, while Coulson led a team of agents to handle the hammer situation in New Mexico, and Nick Fury personally oversaw Bruce Banner. However, he had resolved to avoid dismantling and infiltrating. How could he possibly explain this to Tony? While Tony had embraced the notion of becoming a superhero with all its accompanying responsibilities, Ghoulie was far less ambitious. He simply wished to become stronger and attract women. Their acquaintance had originated from Ghoulie's initial contemplation. Could altering Ethan's death yield irreversible consequences? Subsequently, Tony had discovered traces of the mechanical canine that had once saved both him and Ethan, which drew his attention to Ghoulie. The London expedition had inadvertently aided Ghoulie by diverting the attention of the troublesome Dane. For Tony, Ghoulie had opened a doorway to a new understanding of the world, revealing the existence of superpowered individuals. Transformers, Camartage, the Sanctum in New York, the Eternals, the Deviants. He even had a hunch that Ghoulie was aware of the origins of the hammer in New Mexico. Yet, this fellow seemed preoccupied solely with women and wealth. Tony let out a quiet sigh, realizing how reminiscent Ghoulie was of his younger self. As for Ghoulie, he contemplated not only strengthening his subordinates, but also what further steps he could take to augment his own power. The study of the Darkhold had proven challenging while the Ancient One was still alive. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Even if the Ancient One is unwilling to intervene, the triune entity behind Camartage, the Vishanti, would certainly not permit such an occurrence. After much contemplation, the most expedient way to enhance his strength appeared to be through emotional engagement with Cersei. After all, Cersei was his most significant reservoir of experience recently, boasting the extraordinary powers of the Eternals' 10-member squad. Lighting a cigarette, Ghoulie leisurely savored his fleeting mining career, envisioning a bright future ahead. At that moment, a sudden, urgent mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detection indicates that Old Goo's Turkish barbecue restaurant is under imminent threat of destruction by a malevolent entity. Please proceed to intervene promptly. Task duration, 30 minutes. Task failure, a height reduction of 10 centimeters. Ghoulie was left dumbfounded for a good 10 seconds. Brother, you are a heartthrob simulator, not a task simulator. The system's abrupt self-awareness left Ghoulie's mind buzzing, his thoughts spiraling into chaos, solely due to the glaring penalty for task failure. Had he been in New York at that moment, he could have driven over and dealt with the malevolent entity within the half-hour time frame without much difficulty. But alas, he was still in Antarctica. The prospect of a 10 centimeters reduction was tolerable if it pertained to his height. After all, even a drop from 187 centimeters to 177 centimeters could still be manageable. However, if it referred to a more sensitive matter, he might as well resign from life. The countdown displayed in his mind was painfully vivid. 29 minutes 26 seconds, 29 minutes 25 seconds. Ghoulie hastily halted his mining activities, extending one hand into the air while the other gestured in circles before him as he fervently chanted, "I beg you, I beg you." His peculiar behavior immediately attracted Tony's attention. "Ghou, what are you doing? Please let me concentrate for 30 minutes. If I can't draw the portal within that time, what am I to do?" The frustration of being a heartthrob simulator weighed heavily on him. His grand ambitions hung in the balance as time slipped away, ticking by relentlessly. At 20 minutes and 22 seconds, he had yet to manifest the portal. Tony positioned himself in front of Ghoulie, secretly recording a video that would later prove detrimental to his future. If time could be rewound, he would undoubtedly refrain from capturing that moment. With 13 minutes and 14 seconds remaining, then 13 minutes and 13 seconds, and 13 minutes and 12 seconds. Ghoulie's mind fixated on two singular thoughts, praying for the portal's emergence and hoping the malevolent entity would postpone its assault on his barbecue restaurant. There are plenty of streets in New York. Please target somewhere else first. I'll cover any damages. As the timer dwindled to 8 minutes and 28 seconds, Tony's next words sent a chill through him. "Ghou, 2 green behemoths have appeared near your barbecue restaurant." Ghoulie's hands trembled, his complexion drained of color, and his eyes lost their luster as he muttered, "Have they already arrived nearby? My 10 centimeters. Chapter 36. The Hulk's Abomination. With 6 minutes and 16 seconds remaining, Ghoulie found himself teetering on the brink of madness. A fleetingly insane thought crossed his mind. If time slipped away, he might as well shatter the earth. Yet, this notion was but a momentary flicker. After all, a shattered earth would mean the loss of the barbecue restaurant and his cherished 10 centimeters. Thankfully, the restaurant had yet to open, and the neighboring shops had already been ravaged by the cars hurled by those two green behemoths. Taking a deep breath, Ghoulie retrieved the dark divine book from the confines of his system space. He could no longer afford to ponder the trivialities. Rapidly, he perused the ancient tome, as if the wisdom within held the key to his salvation. The characters danced like ethereal notes in his mind, imprinting every word deeply into his consciousness. With 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, Ghoulie closed his eyes, calming his spirit, his hands falling naturally to his sides. He regulated his breath, concentrating his thoughts into a singular focus, entering a mystical state of profound clarity. In this moment, he felt as though he had merged with the entire world. He could hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart, a steadfast cadence of life. Nearby, the heartbeat of Tony within the marked suit echoed in his ears. On the icy surface, the penguin's heartbeats resonated like delicate notes, dancing lightly. Meanwhile, the deep, measured heartbeat emanating from within the earth belonged to the deity Tiamat. In this extraordinary state, Ghoulie perceived the heartbeat of every living being on earth, each pulse shimmering with its own unique brilliance, including that of the Hulk and the Abomination. Suddenly, a crackling fire ignited, and a golden portal materialized before him. Without hesitation, Ghoulie leaped into it, vanishing from sight, leaving a bewildered Tony, mouth agape, stuttering as he pointed at the spot where Ghoulie had disappeared. At that moment, on the streets of New York, the Hulk had fully transformed into a demolition crew. Two brawny giants inexplicably morphed into ranged attackers, launching cars like projectiles that sped through the air, crashing into buildings and innocent pedestrians. The wreckage and smoke filled the atmosphere, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic revelry. The chaotic streets reverberated with a cacophony of roars, wails, screams, and cries. This was the scene Ghoulie beheld as he approached the barbecue restaurant. Helicopters circled overhead, the flickering flames from explosions swayed in the distance, and a throng of reporters captured the chaos, their flashes illuminating the monstrous figures, rendering them even more grotesque and terrifying. With a gesture, Ghoulie transformed the cars hurtling toward the barbecue restaurant into a flurry of falling petals. The petals descended gracefully, akin to dancing butterflies or dandelions drifting on the breeze, creating a magnificent and colorful floral rain. His aura was as profound as an abyss, as vast as the sea, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. These two lifeless beings nearly caused me to lose a crucial 10 centimeters. How infuriating. At the moment his fingers glided effortlessly. The cars on the street appeared to be enchanted, vanishing in an instant, coalescing into a magnificent torrent of particles. This cascade resembled a colossal silver dragon, fiercely lunging towards the two monstrous entities. Within the particle stream, numerous chains emerged like agile serpents, rapidly encircling the monsters, binding them tightly and rendering them immobile. Meanwhile, his eyes sparkled with dazzling golden light, akin to two radiant suns, emanating waves of golden cosmic energy. These streams of energy surged forth like a deluge, bearing an aura of inexorable majesty, targeting the loathsome creature that had previously hurled cars at the barbecue restaurant. The wailing echoed once more. But this time it was the lament of the Abomination, writhing in agony as it struggled to tear apart the iron chains binding it. Gradually, two voids appeared upon its chest, and darkness enveloped its vision, leading it to succumb to unconsciousness. Ghoulie turned his gaze, casting a bewitching smile at the bewildered green giant, as golden dynamic waves radiated anew. Witnessing this, the reporters hastened to snap photos with their flashing cameras. Goodness, a superhero has emerged. Is he yet another champion of justice? He appears so youthful and striking. Speaking of which, why has he been shooting beams from his eyes for several minutes? The two colossal monsters, towering and muscular, resembled moving mountains. Yet, before that dashing young man, they exhibited no resistance whatsoever. At last, the immensely enraged Hulk broke free from his constraints, bellowing fiercely at Ghoulie, his massive fists pounding against his chest in a display of defiance. Ghoulie had previously attempted to molecularize the Abomination and Hulk, but alas, it had failed. The physical strength of these two creatures far exceeded his capacity for such transformation. Meanwhile, Ghoulie's new home seemed shrouded in a heavy gloom. Zhao Hilo and Daisy and Mei sat anxiously on the sofa, their eyes fixed on the news broadcast, as if they could pierce through the screen to glimpse the one they worried for. Sister Mei, when Ghoulie returns, we must give him a stern talking to. He takes his safety far too lightly, Zhao Hailuan expressed urgently, her voice laced with concern and reproach. Such terrifying monsters, with fists as formidable as hammers, could easily crush Gu Li to smithereens with a single blow. On the screen, the Hulk roared as he leaped into the air, his enormous fist crashing down towards Gu Li. The three women outside the screen instinctively closed their eyes, their faces as pale as paper, trembling with fear. "Aunt May, Uncle Gu is so handsome," exclaimed little Peter, who was squeezed onto the other side of the sofa, his voice ringing with excitement. The scene shifted back to the front of the barbecue restaurant, where a faint white circular shield enveloped Gu Li. He successfully withstood the punch with his shockwave ability, and once again, a golden light radiated from his eyes. Between the middle and index fingers of his left hand, a golden energy card gradually emerged. This was his first attempt, hoping to induce dizziness. The dazzling golden card swiftly struck the enraged Hulk, causing him to roll his eyes back and his body to sway unsteadily. If one card was insufficient, he would simply send a few more. The golden cards began to rain down upon the Hulk's massive form like snowflakes. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Hulk let out a thunderous roar, cast a glance at his girlfriend Betty, and without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee. However, he ran like a drunken man, swaying precariously. With the threat dissipated, the journalist stood in bewilderment. What had transpired today was utterly astonishing. Two colossal, rampaging beasts had wreaked havoc in the streets, only to be followed by the appearance of a presumably superhuman young man. Suddenly, a long-legged blonde woman raised her microphone and hurried towards Gu Li, having nearly lost her job since Tony Stark admitted to being Iron Man at the last press conference. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. She must interview this superhero at the first opportunity tonight, even if it meant paying a price. As Gu Li's handsome visage flashed before her eyes, the female reporter quickened her pace, while the other journalists, regaining their senses, rushed towards him with equal fervor. Sensing the commotion, Gu Li swiftly conjured a teleportation portal behind him. If not now, then when? He had no desire to become a superhero. Upon witnessing Gu Li's miraculous disappearance, the journalists became even more frenzied, determined to work overtime to complete their articles. Upon returning to the Antarctic ice cave, Gu Li was taken aback by the scene before him. There stood Tony Stark, our Iron Man, hovering in midair with one hand while the other incessantly drew circles in front of him. "Brother, what on earth are you doing?" Chapter 37, Alliance. Oh my. A new superhero has emerged. The golden superhero battles the green monster. Astonishing. The most dashing superhero in history is, in fact, a student at New York University. Madness. The unforgettable moments I shared with the golden superhero are among the most precious memories of my life. The New York media erupted in frenzy, with the front pages the next day dominated by news of Gu Li's battle against the Abomination and the Hulk. However, every edition featured images of Gu Li, who was now dubbed the golden superhero. Of course, it was also possible that the images of the Abomination and the Hulk did not conform to conventional human aesthetics. A powerful and handsome superhero would naturally appeal to a broader audience. Nonetheless, Gu Li felt that being called the golden superhero was excessive. He was still far from possessing the four vital abilities of a true superhero: flight, an indestructible body, a superhuman intellect, and the ability to grow stronger from sunlight. Among these, aside from flight, the remaining abilities were ones he could not acquire in the near future. His physical strength, somewhat akin to an indestructible body, could only be likened to that of Captain Marvel at best. However, in the short term, he may not encounter the astonishing team, unless he ventures to the lair of One-Eyed Fury to pilfer the communicator. As for the superbrain, that is merely a flaw in the system. The essence of gaining strength from basking in sunlight is the cornerstone of Superman's extraordinary abilities, and it appears that no one in the Marvel Universe possesses such a gift. Nonetheless, Gu Li suddenly became curious about the brand of razor Superman employs. It is worth noting that bullets cannot penetrate Superman's cornea, yet a razor can effortlessly shave his beard. The quality is truly remarkable. Regarding Superman's vulnerabilities, there are two: kryptonite and his persona, which embodies the brightest aspects of humanity. Fortunately, neither of these are my weaknesses. Gu Li rubbed his buzzing head. Having just returned home last night, he was subjected to a session of psychological manipulation. And even now, with the sun high in the sky, he still felt somewhat dazed. Yet the experience was pleasurable, and the outcome was delightful. From Daisy, he had acquired new rewards: 10 Terrigen crystals and a corresponding activation device. The Terrigen crystals are peculiar, naturally occurring minerals formed in the subterranean city of Adelan, capable of enabling Inhumans or humans with inhuman genes to unlock a plethora of superpowers. Ms. Marvel is poised to return. He intended to indulge in some tender moments with Daisy in his arms, but suddenly, he received a call from the water sprite. "Brother-in-law, my sister and I plan to visit New York. Remember to pick us up." Gu Li's expression shifted dramatically. This was a catastrophe. He must ensure that Cersei does not encounter the three women at home. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly cast him aside without hesitation. Thankfully, the small villa awarded by the system remains available. He would first arrange for Cersei to stay there. The trials of blissful happiness. In the minister's office of the International Security Council, Alexander Pierce sat in his chair, his demeanor grim, fingers drumming incessantly on the desk. The hurried rhythm mirrored his turbulent thoughts. Perhaps we should reconsider this decision, Pierce murmured. The destruction of the Hydra base in Sokovia compelled Pierce to re-evaluate the feasibility of recruiting Gu Li. This incident also made Pierce realize that Gu Li is a capricious individual, driven solely by personal whims. Such individuals are typically challenging to manage. Pierce's behavior was rather peculiar. There were no other people present in the office, nor did he connect any calls, as if he were conversing with himself. After a while, a flurry of static flickered across the computer screen before coalescing into a human visage formed from countless streams of green data. His actions were utterly fitting. A year prior, he had stolen 300 million from Jean, followed by 1.2 billion from Obadiah Stane, and this year, he had rendered Killian's 800 million fortune into thin air. He is a man devoid of moral standards. Had he been around back then, we might have achieved success much sooner. The Insight program requires the assistance of individuals like him. At worst, he can be compensated generously later. Upon hearing Dr. Zola's words, a spark ignited in Pierce's eyes. The Insight program, a monumental initiative he and Zola had tirelessly developed over the years, represented a crucial step towards Hydra's dominion over the world. In the face of such grand ambitions, the destruction of the Hydra base seemed trivial. Resolutely, Pierce inquired once more of Zola, "Who shall we dispatch to approach him?" The Winter Soldier? That individual possessed formidable strength, and within the organization, there was no suitable candidate at that moment. As he reflected on the Winter Soldier, who had proven most effective over the years, a wave of concern washed over Pierce. What if that man were to perish in the encounter? The Winter Soldier was indeed their trump card. I shall go. He should pose no significant threat to me in the short term. Doctor. Zola had been monitoring Gu Li since last year, and in the brief span of a year and a half, the latter had grown increasingly formidable. Fortunately, through extensive data analysis, Zola concluded that Gu Li was avaricious and lascivious, lacking any noble moral standards, a natural-born Hydra warrior. Regardless of Gu Li's strength, he would likely find himself at a loss against Zola's extensively backed artificial intelligence. This was precisely why Zola volunteered to personally recruit Gu Li simultaneously. Another individual determined to personally approach Gu Li was Nick Fury. He had watched the street battle footage countless times throughout the night. In his estimation, Gu Li was second only to Carol among superpowered beings. After all, Carol could fly, while intelligence gathered by S.H.I.L.D. suggested that Gu Li did not possess such abilities. However, Gu Li wielded another superpower that greatly intrigued Nick Fury: teleportation, a formidable weapon indeed. Even though he remained uncertain whether teleportation had limitations in distance or time, the potential of large-scale teleportation was staggering. Imagine the chaos of stealing from others before they even arrived home. At that moment, Kamartaj had yet to be widely recognized, leading Nick Fury to instinctively regard teleportation as a superpower. Had he known teleportation was a form of magic accessible to many, he would likely have become even more fervent. Agent Coulson, arranged for tonight. I shall meet this golden Superman. An aide, sporting significant dark circles under his eyes, quickly interjected, Director. Agents Coulson and Barton have been dispatched to New Mexico. Additionally, Mr. Gu's security is rather unique. We cannot infiltrate his home as we did Stark's villa. Hearing this, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. If that were the case, his plan for a mysterious entrance would be thwarted. Very well, I understand. Nick Fury sighed heavily. It felt somewhat disconcerting not having Coulson and the others at his side. Perhaps we could have Stark facilitate an introduction? Chapter 38, Working Two Jobs. Fury. What a rare visitor. Tony, in high spirits, jestingly remarked that the Antarctic vibranium gifted by Gu Li enabled him to gradually upgrade the Mark armor. Were it not for the insufficient Wakandan vibranium necessary to synthesize true adamantium, he would be inclined to forge an army of steel. Stark, shouldn't you address me as director? The two were indeed old acquaintances. Since last year, Fury had approached Tony multiple times to recruit him, only ceasing once Tony agreed to join S.H.I.L.D. as a consultant. Once seated, Nick Fury solemnly stated, Stark, I need your assistance. While pouring a drink, Tony casually inquired, What is it? Thank you, Fury replied, accepting the glass. Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. is somewhat short on high-end talent, and I would like to ask you to arrange a meeting with Gu Li. Upon hearing this, Tony quickly covered his mouth. nearly spitting whiskey all over Fury. After drying his hands, he regarded Fury with a knowing look. You're joking about Ghoulie joining S.H.I.E.L.D. That man is notoriously lazy, hardly even attending school. Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. is overflowing with beautiful women, I can't fathom any reason that would entice him to join. All right, I'll make a call, but I can't guarantee Gu will come. That's fine. Meanwhile, after Ghoulie ended the call, he smiled at his computer screen. Dr. Zola, you've seen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s earnestness. You're making it difficult for me. Arnim Zola, the brain behind Hydra and an artificial intelligence entity, was currently residing in Ghoulie's home, specifically manifesting on his computer. It's merely $10 million each year. Hydra can offer you $10 million every month. What do you say? Ghoulie mused internally. Just how much wealth does Hydra possess? The demise of Hydra in the cinematic universe is already predetermined. Rather than letting it benefit others, why not secure it for himself? Dr. Zola, your offer is indeed generous. But the distinction between joining Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. is significant for me. Should I join S.H.I.E.L.D., I would be a revered superhero, adored by countless fans. However, if I affiliate with Hydra, I would undoubtedly become a despised villain. Not only would I lose my fans, but finding a partner would become exceedingly difficult. Rest assured, the organization can provide you with different women every day, none inferior to those around you. Ghoulie felt a flicker of temptation. Moreover, Gu, if I may address you so, you need not make a choice. Simply acquiesce to S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghoulie stood frozen in shock. Good heavens, what a clever strategist you are, Zola, he thought. Yet, he understood he must not reveal his knowledge of Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. Doctor, what do you propose? First, agree to Nick Fury's invitation to join S.H.I.E.L.D., and in due course, you shall understand. Ghoulie stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, 2 jobs, you say? I relish the idea. Very well, Doctor, I shall await your further instructions. The two engaged in discussions regarding benefits and related matters, ultimately arriving at the following agreement. Ghoulie's annual salary would be a staggering $2 billion. His family would enjoy the same privileges as S.H.I.E.L.D. employees, with even higher priority. Within Hydra, Ghoulie would hold the rank of deputy leader, second only to Pierce, Zola, and a select few others. Dr. Zola departed with great satisfaction, having withheld further information about Hydra. Although Ghoulie had consented to join, the organization required additional time for evaluation. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received a call from Ghoulie at 3:30 a.m. Mr. Fury, this decision weighs heavily upon me. You are aware of my profound enmity towards evil. I ask for your understanding moving forward. No worries, Gu. We welcome your addition. Fury's heart raced with tumultuous excitement. He understood the importance of comforting Ghoulie in this moment, yet he found himself at a loss for words. While he had encountered stronger individuals than Ghoulie, none had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, with his dream realized, his emotions surged. After hanging up, he slapped himself in disbelief. The sting on his left cheek and the slight numbness in his left hand assured him of the reality. Ghoulie had agreed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had gained a formidable ally, a veritable weapon of mass destruction. Natasha's long-awaited vacation seemed within reach. Meanwhile, Ghoulie found himself in deep contemplation, as the system's notification echoed once more after ending the call. Congratulations, you have triggered a special mission, Annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. If he included the mission triggered earlier that day upon Zola's visit. Congratulations, you have triggered a special mission, Annihilate Hydra. He was juggling 2 jobs, while also planning to dismantle the organization from within. What was once a mere CAD simulator had morphed into a task simulator. What absurdity was this? Nevertheless, for the sake of that annual $3 billion, he resolved to take it easy at S.H.I.E.L.D. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie hurried to the basement. Wolfuncle, there's an artificial intelligence that has infiltrated my computer. Could you upgrade the home defense system when you have a moment? Grey Wolf rubbed his eyes. Boss, have you checked the time? It's 3:30 a.m. No capitalist is as greedy as you. Ghoulie sheepishly scratched his head. I was quite busy during the day and forgot to mention it. Grey Wolf rolled his eyes. Busy with what? Oh right, you were too preoccupied with your own affairs. Just a moment, let me have a cigar to calm down. In the stillness of the night, Grey Wolf often reminisced about his family back at Wolf Castle. Well, I've signed a 3-year contract. Only a year and a half left. He donned a jacket, placed a cigar in his mouth, and sat before the server to begin tinkering. Approximately 2 minutes passed. Having successfully traced the whereabouts of the diminutive figure, Guli contemplated for a moment before deciding that there was no immediate need to eliminate him. I shall work for 2 years and discuss it further once I receive my salary, she mused. Noticing that Grey Wolf had also lost his drowsiness, Guli ventured into the kitchen, slicing 2 pounds of cooked beef and retrieving 2 bottles of beer. Uncle Wolf, how did you arrive here? She inquired, eager to discover whether she could unearth a means to traverse the cosmos through Grey Wolf, as her yearning for advancement was insatiable. The superhuman abilities of Wonder Woman and Supergirl tantalized her immensely. Grey Wolf cast a glance at the overly affable Guli and exhaled a plume of smoke. Boss, the contract states that I cannot disclose that information. If you desire a transdimensional device, I can craft one for you later. The mention of a transdimensional device set Guli's hands to rubbing in excitement. Is it truly capable of traversing the universe? Can I return? If that were indeed feasible, it would mean she could take off from the same spot. However, she quickly reminded herself of the wall. Returning was undoubtedly impossible. Chapter 39, Employment at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury radiated enthusiasm as he introduced Guli to the various departments and their functions within S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson and Barton are currently on a mission in New Mexico. Pertaining to that hammer in the news, he explained. The reason for his exuberance was evident. S.H.I.E.L.D. had dwindled to a mere handful of agents. At that moment, the formidable forces of Thor and the Hulk had yet to join their ranks. As a newly inducted member, Guli was now a figurehead of S.H.I.E.L.D. Reflecting on Natasha, Fury hesitated briefly before opting for honesty, realizing that some truths were better laid bare to prevent future misunderstandings. Gu, the dishwasher from your family's barbecue restaurant, is actually an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Guli feigned surprise for a few seconds, giving a thumbs up. She is quite dedicated. Her colleagues praise her for washing the dishes impeccably. After this brief interlude, Fury escorted Guli to the office that had been designated solely for her use. This will be your office from now on. Mine is across the hall, though generally we don't congregate here. Guli nodded, understanding that most were either deep undercover or en route to becoming so, leaving little time for idle office visits. The office, spanning approximately 20 square meters, was well equipped with all the necessary amenities, and each item appeared to be of considerable value. The agency is quite affluent, she remarked. All of this is provided by Stark. He'll be visiting soon, having heard of your induction. Indeed. It was not long before Guli caught sight of a flamboyant Audi R8 through the office window. By the way, Gu, Minister Pierce from the International Security Council wishes to meet with you shortly. Fury himself was curious about Pierce's interest in Guli but trusted his old friend enough not to dwell on it, assuming Pierce was simply intrigued by this golden superhuman. It was well known that the public, especially the students at New York University, held an almost fervent admiration for Guli. After years of observing comic characters materialize into reality, it is only natural that one might lose their composure. Although there are subtle distinctions between Guli and Superman, the former serves as a sufficient mental anchor. Following Nick Fury's departure, Tony curiously prodded Guli's arm. What prompted this sudden change of heart? Aren't you supposed to be at home with your sister? He had previously suggested that they both join S.H.I.E.L.D. to gather intelligence, only to be met with Guli's vehement refusal. He had remarked that there was no point in engaging in such activities when one could simply exercise at home. In Tony's eyes, Guli was nothing short of a mischievous rogue. Guli shrugged and replied, engaging in the same old activities becomes rather tedious. I simply felt the urge to pursue a different path. He could not admit that his true motivation for joining was to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hydra organization behind it. Guli was acutely aware that should he utter such a sentiment, it would undoubtedly be intercepted by certain ears, as S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were not to be trifled with. Were it not for the sudden whims of the system, triggering a special mission, he would have never bothered to show up. The International Security Council. Following the code provided by Zola, Guli successfully arranged a meeting with Hydra's leader, Pierce. After exchanging boasts in front of a plethora of news media, they proceeded to the minister's office. Gu, welcome to our ranks. Guli nodded, surveying the surroundings before solemnly stating, Mr. Pierce, Dr. Zola, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Please confirm that this location is absolutely secure. Pierce's eyelids twitched involuntarily, casting doubt on whether Guli might suddenly turn violent. It would be careless if this individual truly intended to attack. Today would surely be his last. Noticing Pierce's unusual demeanor, Gooley offered a resigned smile. If I truly wished to act, it wouldn't matter how many people were present. Upon hearing this clarification, Pierce quickly laughed off the tension. Goo, I trust you. He pressed a button on the desk and continued. Now, our conversation will not be eavesdropped upon by anyone. Gooley lit a cigarette, calming the tumult within. For what he was about to disclose had only come to him after his morning encounter with Fury. There exists an extraterrestrial race residing among us, and their numbers have been steadily increasing over the years. This race possesses the ability to assume the appearance of any human being on Earth, perhaps yourself, Mr. Pierce. Or even me, or even President America, though certainly not you, Dr. Zola. The artificial intelligence, Zola, interjected. I find that somewhat offensive. Initially, curiosity flickered in Pierce's eyes at Gooley's words. He was aware of the Skrulls, having encountered them previously with Fury. However, confusion soon followed. How could Gooley possibly know of the Skrulls' existence? Gooley then gazed at the visage displayed on the screen. Doctor, Zola should be cognizant of their presence. Perhaps you could project their population 10 years hence. Before Pierce could nod in acknowledgement, Zola initiated a complex stream of data calculations. Approximately 2 minutes passed. The emotionless face on the screen spoke. There will be approximately 120,000. Pierce's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. So many? This is beyond my expectations. Over 1 million aliens capable of altering their appearance, even their gender. Would they truly behave as mere guests on Earth? If he were in their position, he certainly would not settle for being just a visitor. After all, was that not the very genesis of America? In recent years, the influx of Skrulls from beyond had noticeably increased. Pierce fell into a deep contemplation. Initially, the Skrulls were included in his plans for recruitment. However, it now appeared that the Skrulls already harbored ulterior motives. Noticing the change in Pierce's demeanor, Gooley interjected with embellishment. For Hydra, I shall not permit any other sentient beings to have the opportunity to occupy Earth. Either we annihilate them or expel them entirely. I do not wish for a day to come when I am unexpectedly betrayed by a Skrull disguised as Mr. Pierce. Gooley's intense animosity towards the Skrulls stemmed primarily from fear. He dreaded the prospect of one day connecting with a woman who might be a green-skinned Skrull. The mere thought repulsed him. Pierce nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Gooley's concerns. Such a scenario was indeed plausible, perhaps even already occurring. Goo, this matter requires further discussion between the doctor and me. You are welcome to join Hydra. The meeting concluded with mutual satisfaction. Gooley felt he had secured a cadre of free laborers to act as enforcers against the Skrulls. Similarly, Pierce sensed he had acquired a formidable ally. After all, Gooley's prowess was widely acknowledged. Otherwise, Fury would not have personally sought him out. Recalling the phone call from Fury earlier that morning, a slight smile crept across Pierce's lips. He was not with H-I-E-L-D. He was with Hydra. At Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer bellowed. This is not what I want. I demand wearable iron armor. Do you understand? After Ivan was extradited to America, Justin Hammer leveraged military connections to bring Ivan to Hammer Industries, recognizing his scientific capabilities. In recent years, Hammer Industries had been overshadowed by Stark Industries. His numerous confrontations with Tony Stark had rendered him a laughingstock. Justin Hammer would not stand for this. He aimed to conquer Stark in his area of expertise and declare to the world, I, Justin Hammer, am the greatest. Chapter 40. The Wealthy Heir. Peter in the living room of Gooley's home in Manhattan. 9-year-old Peter reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his video game while munching on snacks. Several bottles of sugary soda were strewn across the coffee table before him, embodying a spirit of carefree rebellion and love for freedom. As he caught a glimpse of Aunt May from the corner of his eye, he immediately sprang up from the sofa. However, little Peter was unperturbed, for his beloved Uncle Ben was right beside him. Indeed, with a combination of pulling, holding, and dissuading, Ben managed to escort May from the living room to the kitchen. Children's affinity for play is beneficial for cognitive development, but May rolled her eyes. Your reasoning is absurd. You bear full responsibility for Peter turning out this way. Ben, mindful of the lesson not to engage in rational discourse with women, silently scoffed. At merely 31, experiencing a midlife crisis seems a tad premature. After venting her frustrations, May suddenly posed a question. What if we allow Peter to endure a bit more hardship? It might contribute positively to his growth. Ben, exasperated, glanced at the complaining May Parker. Little Peter had already faced more than enough adversity in his life. Following the original narrative, Peter Parker lost his parents at a young age, subsequently lost his uncle, Aunt May, and even his girlfriend who forgot him. That was indeed sufficient suffering. Aunt May, you're starting to resemble a heartless stepmother, Ben remarked, while reaching out to touch May's abdomen. Is there something in there? May, irritated, swatted away his hand. Get off me. You're so inappropriate. I just feel that since moving here, Peter has become increasingly indulgent, and that's not a good direction. Our previous life was far from this lavishness. Recently, the pocket money Ben has given Peter could easily purchase several cars. In other words, Peter is beginning to resemble a wealthy heir. Ben sighed and advised, Aunt May, do you know what is truly detestable in this world? It's the notion that one must endure hardship and toil. Suffering is just that, suffering. It does not lead to success, nor is it something we should aspire to. Moreover, one should never derive inspiration from the suffering of others. They endure it simply because they cannot escape it. Thus, there is no justification for subjecting little Peter to unnecessary hardships. Although Ben does not attend school or work, he has amassed quite a fortune through his little escapades. If given a choice, who would willingly embrace the pain of poverty? May seemed unconvinced, yet she suddenly turned to Ben and asked inexplicably, Ben, do you want a child? Upon hearing this, Ben lifted May into his arms and headed toward the bedroom. Thinking isn't enough, action is required. No, it's daytime. After an extensive VIP chapter, Ben rose to change his attire. The water nymph and Circe were arriving in the afternoon, and he needed to pick them up from the airport. He couldn't fathom why they had suddenly come to New York. Meanwhile, Ms. Helen Zhao continued to lead her team in research on life sciences and nanotechnology, while Daisy was learning hacking techniques from the Big Bad Wolf. The barbecue restaurant, having undergone renovations, would take some time before reopening. Ben was quite satisfied with his recent life circumstances, yet he was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Circe's temperament was far from that of the three women at home. Ms. Zhao occupies her rightful place with unwavering composure, and she possesses a remarkable ambition. Sister May treats Gu Li with the indulgence of a neighborly elder sister towards her younger brother, while Daisy harbors a hint of admiration for Gu Li. Coupled with a carefree disposition, this dynamic explains Tony's envy, as he finds himself surrounded by three women who coexist harmoniously. However, Circe is different. She embodies a profound compassion for humanity, yet remains fragile and sensitive regarding her own emotions, a true eternal being. Upon witnessing the drifting in the underground parking garage, Gu Li suddenly recalled that the two-seater could not accommodate three individuals. Casually sketching a portal, he arrived in Tony's underground garage and dialed his phone. Tony, could I borrow a car for a bit? Sure, take your pick. The garage code is 89757. By the way, are you coming to the Stark Industrial Expo tonight? The audience misses Superman. Gu Li pondered briefly. I'll see how time goes. Circe and the Water Sprite have an afternoon flight. Please send my regards to them. I'm a bit busy here, so I'll hang up. As the line went dead, Gu Li sighed, resting his forehead in contemplation. He was uncertain whether his interference would complicate matters further. After all, in the original timeline, Rhodey had already become War Machine by this point. Now, due to Tony's recent focus on upgrading the Mark armor, Rhodey had yet to acquire it. If memory served him correctly, the Stark Industrial Expo that evening would see the notorious Ivan stirring up trouble. The genuine adamantium Mark armor should pose no significant issues. In Tony's underground garage, Gu Li casually selected an SUV and drove towards the airport. Initially, his plan was to visit New Mexico. He had overheard Agent Coulson reporting on Thor while sitting beside Nick Fury. The suspected Nordic warrior with long hair could only be one individual, likely accompanied by some Brazilian beauty. His motivation for this trip was twofold: to test whether he could lift the hammer, as it seemed to be a rite of passage for those who had traversed the Marvel Universe. The hammer's resting place had become a pilgrimage site for fans. However, Gu Li believed that he would likely fail to lift it. To put it plainly, he lacked the resolve and conviction to sacrifice himself for the sake of saving the world. And he did not possess the formidable power that Odin had imbued within the hammer. On another note, he wished to meet the venerable Stan Lee, who was said to embody the one above all. Perhaps he could glean some insights from him. Furthermore, he was curious to see if Jane Foster's friend, Max, was as legendary as rumored, both in size and in allure. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if successfully connecting with Max would grant him the power of Thor. As he drove, Gu Li was suddenly startled by his own thoughts. The four women currently in his life were already a handful, and adding another might just drive him to madness. Upon careful reflection, maintaining a relationship with Max that involves only physical intimacy without encroaching upon each other's lives does not seem entirely unfeasible. He has come to a profound realization. During his previous relationships with three girlfriends, he committed a fundamental error by offering each one the promise of a home. This was far from the behavior of a scoundrel. Rather, it was an expression of affection, not deserving of such a derogatory label. It is important to understand that a true scoundrel is one who abandons their partners and children, whereas he has never harbored such thoughts. After all, his aspiration is to provide every woman with a child. Before alighting from the vehicle, Gu Li donned a low-brimmed hat and sunglasses for a semblance of disguise. With the illustrious title of Golden Superman to uphold, he is somewhat of a celebrity and must remain discreet. His primary concern, however, is being recognized by Ms. Zhao and her companions, as he anticipates an inevitable bout of PUA from the trio. Chapter 41, Flight, Part 1. Brother-in-law, why are you wearing a hat? The water sprite inquired from the back seat, playfully tugging at Gu Li's hat. Had it not been for the familiar aura emanating from Gu Li, she and her companion might have failed to recognize him, hidden amidst the crowd. Gu Li, driving, responded with a hint of exasperation. I've become wary of those paparazzi. They have been tailing me almost around the clock. If I were to be inadvertently photographed, they might start pursuing you too as well. Stealing a glance at their knowing expressions, Gu Li silently commended himself for his foresight. I'm doing this for your sake. Are you not touched? Gu Li, you also possess heat vision, Cersei remarked in Mandarin. The purpose of their visit to New York was to inquire directly about how he came to have heat vision akin to Icarus. The superpowers he exhibited, sharing similarities with those of the Eternals, were utterly absurd, almost as if he were a composite of the abilities of a 10-member Eternal squad. Upon hearing Cersei's question, Gu Li pondered briefly. Well, it seems that every so often, I inexplicably acquire a new superpower. As for why this occurs, I cannot quite comprehend it myself. Perfect. Regardless, we will have ample time together in the future. Perhaps the answers will reveal themselves then. Cersei nodded in acceptance of Gu Li's explanation. By the way, sister, how long are you planning to stay? Gu Li subtly inquired about Cersei's intended duration. Brother-in-law, we are actually planning to move here. The water sprite's response was entirely unexpected, sending Gu Li's mind into a whirl of contemplation. After several moments of reflection, he was convinced that her words were not entirely genuine. Cersei was quite fond of her job. That sounds splendid. If you both remain, at least I will have company. Who knows? Next year, sister, you might become an aunt. Who doesn't tell a little white lie now and then? Really? Brother-in-law, are you both planning to have children? The water sprite exclaimed with sudden excitement. In the span of over 7 millennia, she, the water spirit, has always been the youngest among the eternal family. Now, with her lineage set to multiply significantly, it is only natural that she feels a stir of ambition. Brother-in-law, you must put in the effort, she encouraged. I cannot do it alone. It requires Cersei's cooperation. Before she could finish her thought, her mouth was suddenly covered, and an atmosphere of joy filled the vehicle. They sped along, and the three of them finally arrived at the quaint villa previously rewarded by the system. Gu Li had successfully taken leave under the pretense of attending the Stark Industries Expo. As night fell, Gu Li seized an opportunity to slip into Cersei's room, only to be met with an unexpected declaration. Not today, I am feeling a bit unwell. At this, Gu Li nodded in understanding. In that case, I shall read for a while on my own. You may offer me some guidance. All right. I've never seen anyone so enamored with ancient Egyptian culture as you, Cersei remarked. Perplexed, Gu Li responded. In truth, I am curious about many cultures. Was he fond of learning? Not particularly. It was the allure of superpowers that captivated him. Time slipped away, and Cersei soon fell into a deep slumber. Gu Li tenderly brushed her cheek, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The ability he yearned for fused with his being, as the system's notification resonated within him, causing every cell in his body to exult. Through the teachings of the character Cersei, your cultural proficiency level has increased by 1, granting you a special reward, the Satisfaction Card. Satisfaction Card. This card automatically transforms based on the host's current psychological state into Icarus-style flight. Was it a loss? After all, flight was one of the superpowers he had long coveted. Yet, if the Satisfaction Card had just transformed into the Iron Body, it too could enable flight, even fulfilling his dream of perpetual motion in a roundabout way. Another matter weighing on Gu Li's mind was Cersei and the Eternals. She took immense pride in having safeguarded humanity for 7,000 years, her love for humankind unwavering. Yet the truth is often cruel. The Eternals on Earth believe their efforts over millennia have successfully protected the continuity of human society, a fact that cannot be denied. However, if the Eternals were to learn the reality that all their endeavors were merely a means to awaken the celestial seed, the day the celestial Tiamat manifests within the earth will herald its destruction. Would Cersei be able to accept this? There lies an even harsher truth. Among the 10 members of the Eternal team, aside from the leader Ajak, the remaining 9 have been brainwashed. Their so-called homeland is nothing more than a world furnace. The Eternals are but mass-produced automatons created by the Celestials within this furnace. The first batch of altered beings deployed by the Celestials to Earth, meant to serve as guardians of humanity, were also their creations. It was only due to their disobedience that the Eternals came into existence. After the Celestial group learned their lesson, They began to reprogram the Eternals to restore them to their factory settings after each divine mission. Could Cersei accept this? Undoubtedly. She could not. Gazing at the slumbering Cersei, Guli ultimately found himself unable to speak. It is no wonder that people often say that lies do not harm. But the truth is a swift blade. Behind all of this lies the terrifying influence of the Celestial Group, a force that is exceedingly fearsome, at least in Gu Li's current perspective. After all, the robots they mass-produce possess strength that surpasses his own. Never mind. The ship will naturally reach the bridge when the time comes. The most important thing now is to experience the sensation of flying. In an instant, as his thoughts glided, a crackling teleportation portal materialized at the bedside. Gu Li, oblivious to the fact that he was clad only in his pajamas, dove right in. He then joyfully soared around the earth, having plotted and toiled for so long to finally gain the ability to fly. Who among humanity does not yearn to soar through the skies and ascend to the clouds? At this moment, Gu Li's emotions mirrored those of Tony as he piloted the Mark II above the skyline of New York. His smile akin to the dazzling fireworks that illuminate the night sky, radiating boundless joy and excitement. Oh, how delightful it is to revel in the unrestrained and liberating embrace of the wind. As Gu Li felt the wind's caress, every cell in his body, every mundane aspect of his spirit, was liberated in this moment, free from its shackles. He could finally fly. Suspended high in the air. Gu Li took a deep breath. This unique perspective heightened his exhilaration. Perhaps the only difference between him and Tony was that he was orbiting the Earth. Yet, he dared not fly too swiftly. Icarus's maximum flying speed could reach the speed of light due to his formidable physique. Reference: in the film Eternals. Icarus flew from Earth to the Sun in just a few minutes, essentially equivalent to the speed of light. As for him, with merely the serum and the spider totem enhancing his body, he could not withstand the pressure that light-speed flight would impose. Among the Marvel heroines, who possesses a physique capable of enduring light speed? Captain Marvel? She certainly could. Hela may also manage it. However, both of them do not align with Gu Li's aesthetic. As for Scarlet Witch, her chaos magic is indeed powerful, but she belongs to the realm of fragile mages, her body not particularly robust. Wait, I have Shockwave. Chapter 42, Flight, Part 2. Shockwave can be as minuscule as causing internal vibrations within an object that lead to its collapse, or as grand as triggering severe earthquakes, or even destroying planets. Naturally, Shockwave possesses another function, the protective shield. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Daisy Johnson once surrounded herself with a spherical shield of shockwaves. And Gu Li had previously used a similar method to fend off a punch from the Hulk. However, Gu Li discovered that the spherical protective shield significantly hindered his flying speed. Thus, what he must now accomplish is to suspend the shockwave upon the surface of his skin, creating a protective layer akin to a shield. Due to the lack of a biological foundation, he is compelled to employ this method to counteract the friction of the air upon his body during flight. After all, his current physical strength lags behind the magnitude of his superpowers. Much like molecular reshaping, the shockwave is one of Gu Li's most valued abilities. However, his mastery over it has yet to reach the capacity to obliterate a planet. He has only acquired the superpower evolution card once. Among the myriad of abilities obtained, Gu Li has yet to discover alternative means of enhancing their potency aside from this singular card. His system lacks a marketplace and does not offer lotteries. Previously, there were only rudimentary connection rewards, but recently, the system has been erratic, triggering tasks under specific circumstances. For instance, while mining in Antarctica, the impending collapse of Old Gu's barbecue shop prompted the task of defending it. Yet, the rewards for completing such tasks have been abysmally disappointing, to the point of being utterly inconsequential, even less impressive than the little cricket's pistol. He still recalls the notification. Congratulations on completing the task of guarding the barbecue shop. Reward: Blue Flame Gatling. Regardless of the circumstances, each bullet fired from the little cricket's pistol carries the explosive power of a grenade. Whereas this Blue Flame Gatling leaves much to be desired. Was the system truly suggesting he confront Thanos with it? At this moment, Gu Li resembled a figure clad in a sleek, silvery protective suit, the shockwave enveloping his skin. Once he resolved the potential peril of flying too swiftly for his body to endure, Gu Li unleashed his full power, soaring around the earth at breakneck speed. After 2.5 hours of exhilarating chaos, he found himself sitting atop his roof, smoking a cigarette, the thrill gradually subsiding. Ultimately, his physical strength fell short. His maximum flight speed failed to reach even 1% of the speed of light. If he recklessly accelerated beyond reason, his body might ignite as a consequence. Among the myriad speedsters in the Marvel and DC universes, the most renowned include Superman, the Flash, Reverse Flash, Quicksilver, and Macquarie, among others. Quicksilver and Macquarie are relatively comparable in speed, though significantly slower than their counterparts. In most instances, Quicksilver does not surpass the Flash. However, there have been instances of unexpected outcomes. In the collaborative comic Justice League vs. Avengers, Quicksilver was depicted as exceeding the Flash's speed in the Savage Land. As for Superman, he embodies a more versatile archetype, possessing an array of abilities. Theoretically, Superman can surpass the speed of light during the Silver Age. He once transcended light speed to journey back in time. The Flash, on the other hand, possesses an extraordinary speed force that operates as a bug without limits, potentially reaching 10 times the speed of light under extreme conditions. After all, the DC reboot is not merely a name. As thoughts flitted through his mind, Gooley found himself laughing aloud at his own greed. How insatiable he was. After all, how many chapters had it been? There remained ample room for growth ahead. Sleep beckoned him. Yet, just as he lay down, his phone rang in an untimely manner. Upon answering, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts alongside Tony's grave voice. "Goo, there are too many people at the venue. We might need you to come over and help with the crowd control." Tony immediately thought of the portal, selecting a formal suit from the system's inventory. Just as Gooley was about to activate the portal, he was lazily snuggled by Cersei, who had been roused by the ringing phone. "Are you going out at this late hour?" Gooley gently brushed her nose. "Your superhero is about to make an appearance." At that moment, at the Stark Industries Expo, Tony hung up the phone, his brow furrowed as he gazed intently at the rows of iron machines from Hammer Industries. The audience's cheers did little to lighten his mood. He had to admit, the Electric Whip Prince was indeed talented, having conjured up such a fleet of remote-controlled toys in a mere span of time. Although these creations did not align with Tony's aesthetics or principles, given a different setting and some time, he could swiftly eradicate this array of gadgets. However, the sheer number of ordinary people present at the venue was a significant concern. Scanning the crowd, he noticed a sea of fans waving various support banners, some for Iron Man, some for the Golden Superman. Wait, what was that bizarre sign for Captain America? Tony paused, clearly surprised that there were fans of that old coot at the event. If a confrontation were to erupt between him and the remote-controlled toys, the consequences were too dreadful for him to contemplate, and he had no desire to witness them. From the moment he donned the Mark suit, he had embraced his responsibility to safeguard the Earth and humanity. Thus, after assessing the situation at the venue, he promptly contacted Gooley, confident that he would devise a strategy to minimize any potential damage. Just as this thought crossed Tony's mind, a golden halo slowly emerged on stage. Instantly, the audience, upon recognizing the emblem, erupted into waves of jubilant cheers. "Ah, Superman! Superman! Superman!" Emerging from the portal was Gooley, clad in a light golden leisure suit, a tasteful selection by Ms. Zhao Hairan that perfectly complemented his aura and reputation. To the audience, illuminated by the lights, Gooley resembled a radiant deity. The screams crescendoed, each wave louder than the last. Gooley extended a hand to greet the fervent fans below, initially believing a skirmish had already commenced, only to realize it was merely the beginning. Yet, unlike Azu, he harbored no desire or awareness of becoming a major celebrity. As he caught sight of Rhodes seated in the audience, Gooley inexplicably felt a pang of regret. With his presence, Rhodes had yet to transform into a war machine. Was this the end of his former glory? Unforgivable. He resolved to encourage Rhodes later. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, a heartwarming meeting between fans and their idols. Yet Justin Hammer stood awkwardly at the host's podium. He could hardly fathom that Tony Stark had invited Superman to grace the occasion. After all, Superman was currently the most celebrated superhero. "Damn you, Stark, you cunning old fox. Wasn't this supposed to be a contest of iron suits?" Instead, Stark had veered onto another path, now competing in the realm of connections. Though Hammer was indeed a fan of Superman, this was one of the rare, perhaps singular, opportunities to triumph over Stark. He would not relent. Chapter 43. Continue speaking upon seeing Gooley at the expo. Ivan, who was remotely controlling the iron robots, raised an eyebrow. An unexpected turn of events had occurred, but it was not a significant issue. He had prepared a grand surprise for Tony Stark. Just then, the once vibrant atmosphere of the expo shifted dramatically. Dozens of iron robots, under Ivan's remote command, ascended into the air, transforming from guardians into executioners, launching an assault on the crowd below. The sudden upheaval left the audience with no time to react or even gasp in horror. Gooley merely glided his fingers, conjuring a magnificent spectacle before thousands of onlookers. The iron robots and their barrage of bullets morphed in an instant into a flurry of golden petals, raining down upon the venue. The audience, momentarily stunned by the turn of events, was once again ignited with fervor by the golden shower. "Superman! Tony felt an inexplicable sense of regret as Gu Li stole the spotlight. He was far too adept at theatrics, fully aware of what the audience craved. However, Tony was relieved that the crisis had concluded before it truly began, and he still had the electric whip prince to contend with. Gu, the scene is in your hands. As the Mark armor soared into the sky, Gu Li approached the still-dazed Hammer and patted him on the shoulder. I have a task for you. Evacuate the crowd. Without waiting for Hammer's response, Gu Li took off from the ground, disappearing into the sky in an instant. Oh, I can't take it. So cool. Superman. 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 Hammer looked up to see the audience's fervent gazes, flushed faces, excited cheers, and trembling bodies. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury, overseeing Natasha's operations, also stood up, astonished. He can fly? Could he truly be a Kryptonian? In the realm of thermal vision, flight, and the transformation of material forms, Fury could conceive of no other possibilities beyond the Kryptonians depicted in comics. Moreover, these abilities merely scratched the surface of Gu Li's potential. Could there be more yet to be revealed? Might he, like Carol, harbor untapped powers? With a grave expression, Fury murmured a hope that Gu Li sincerely wished to join S.H.I.E.L.D. In recent times, he had delved deeply into the files concerning Gu Li within the agency. Unlike Tony Stark's sense of responsibility, Fury believed that Gu Li's core principle was a capricious sense of justice. On the positive side, as long as Gu Li remained just, no one could impede him. Conversely, should he ever stray from that path, he too would be beyond restraint. Before the Avengers' initiative could be fully realized, Nick Fury found himself compelled to confront a dilemma. Should superheroes be subjected to limitations? This predicament was akin to choosing whether to save one's mother or girlfriend from drowning. From the perspective of an ordinary person, was it right or wrong for superheroes to inadvertently harm civilians while saving the world? Who then should oversee these champions of justice? Politicians like those in America. Should they become mere pawns for the political elite? The freedom of the strong is defined by the boundaries set by the weak. Could these superheroes truly navigate such a moral landscape? Lost in contemplation, Fury failed to notice the phone ringing beside him. Meanwhile, clad in his Mark armor, Iron Man encountered Ivan, who was similarly equipped in his own armored suit, at a scenic location. Ivan, emboldened by the prospect of revenge, appeared quite pleased. Tony Stark, your nightmare has arrived. I expected you to assemble an army of iron, but it seems you have merely conjured a collection of remote-controlled toys. Unperturbed by Tony's mockery, Ivan retorted, humans are fallible. Trust me, remote control is preferable. This was precisely why, despite his capability to forge suits akin to Tony's, he had opted to create only a single wearable suit, while the rest were merely unmanned iron automatons. He rejected Tony's ethos. Stark, your only advantage lies in your fortunate birth and the caliber of your acquaintances, Ivan lamented, only to falter mid-sentence, overwhelmed by frustration. Why was it that he was born a mule, while Stark enjoyed the privileges of a thoroughbred? Go on, say it, he urged. I dare you. As identical reactor-driven suits clashed, Ivan soon realized that his attacks, including his electric whip, could not penetrate Stark's armor. What metal is this? He inquired. If memory serves, it's called true adamantium, Tony replied, clarifying Ivan's confusion, before adding, by the way, it was a gift from my exceptionally talented friend. At that moment, Ivan felt a pang of vulnerability. So, only you have friends? He mused, reflecting on his own lack of companionship. Justin Hammer, the foolish arms dealer, was merely a tool for his ambitions. In that instant, Ivan recognized the value of cultivating friendships. The outcome of the confrontation between the two was evident. The Mark suit, crafted entirely from true adamantium, decisively triumphed over the electrically whip-wielding Prince Ivan. In the absence of War Machine Rhodes, Ivan narrowly escaped the fate of being obliterated by a second explosion. You have lost, Stark, Ivan uttered inexplicably. Beneath Tony's feet, the already damaged iron suit adorning Ivan began to flicker urgently with red lights. Pepper, Tony murmured, as if coming to a profound realization. The Mark suit immediately ascended. Its velocity pushed to the utmost limit. Boom. The sound of an explosion erupted, a dazzling fireball and piercing noise illuminating the entire vicinity. Ultimately, Ivan met his demise in the blast. The rapidly soaring Mark suit, in its final moment, soared skyward, cradling a stunned Pepper. This time, the anticipated explosion did not resonate. Tony, belatedly aware, realized that the remaining iron suits had been transformed into golden petals by Gu Li at the venue. On the rooftop where the two rested, Tony gazed affectionately at the emotionally stirred Pepper. In that moment, he comprehended that the most significant person in his life had long been by his side. Their passionate kiss lingered, and they reluctantly parted, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, ready to embrace once more. Just then, two figures appeared on the rooftop. Accompanied by a teasing remark, it was Gu Li, cloaked in invisibility alongside Rhodes. Gu, do they not resemble two seals grappling for grapes? Ah, Pepper's startled exclamation broke the moment, as Tony cast a resentful glance at the inexplicably arrived duo. You two can leave now. Even though Rhodes, for various reasons, was unable to become War Machine, the Marvel quipster's wit remained intact. This scene, previously unseen by Gu Li amidst the ex-wife's iconic moments, now struck him as perfectly fitting and utterly delightful. With a flick of his thought, a crackling golden portal materialized behind Gu Li. I shan't intrude upon you further, Rhodes. Would you like a ride back? Upon hearing this, Rhodes appeared genuinely tempted. He truly wished to experience the sensation of Superman's portal. However, recalling Gu Li's earlier suggestion, he quickly shook his head. Perhaps another time, Gu. I have matters to discuss with Tony. Chapter 44. The hammer is gone in the early morning. As Gu Li and Cersei engaged in their morning exercises, they were suddenly interrupted by the persistent ringing of a phone. Gu Li, irritable, waved his hand, using his wave-manipulating ability to disconnect the call, eager to resume their workout. Yet, the vexing ringtone stubbornly persisted. Answer it. There may be something important, Cersei gasped, slightly out of breath from their exertion. Gu Li nodded, and the phone, transformed from a minor chaos, obligingly connected the call. Hey, Superman, go check on that hammer. A familiar voice echoed from the other end. Gu Li retorted with exasperation. Tony, wait until I finish my run. He found Tony's suggestion quite nonsensical. A hammer? What a ridiculous notion, utterly unremarkable and devoid of any softness. How could one possibly prioritize morning exercise? As our ancestors wisely proclaimed, the foundation of a day is laid in the morning. After instructing the bewildered Xiaomi to shut down, the room was once again filled with the sounds of exertion. 2.5 hours later, Gu Li materialized in Tony's residence with a crackling portal. Before his eyes, two figures clad in mark armors appeared, one of which housed the exuberant face of Rhodey. His dazzling smile a true spectacle. It was evident that Rhodey and Tony had struck an undisclosed agreement the night prior, and the War Machine was ready for action. Do you still need to run? Tony gazed at Gu Li, perplexed. Does Superman require running? Who would believe such a thing? I maintain a daily regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Do you think that's why I am so formidable? Gu Li proclaimed, betraying not a hint of embarrassment, though upon reflection, his daily exertion seemed far more extensive. Upon hearing this, both Tony and Rhodey were visibly intrigued. If such training could render them as powerful as Gu Li, it was certainly worth considering. Shall we go? Are you two planning to fly over? Or will you accompany me? Regarding this query, Tony evidently had other intentions. How about we race to see who can fly the fastest? In Tony's estimation, Rhodey was equipped with the Mark 6, while he donned the more advanced Mark 7. There was no way he would finish last. And perhaps he might even have a chance to surpass Gu Li. Rhodey nodded in agreement, still brimming with energy from their night flight. Are you certain you wish to compete with me? Gu Li sighed in resignation, observing the eager expressions on their faces. Let us proceed. No sooner had he spoken than the War Machine roared to life, crashing through Tony's iron gate. Rhodey, you old fool. The Mark 7 launched itself in pursuit of Rhodey. With a mere wave of his hand, Gu Li utilized his molecular manipulation abilities to mend the gate before soaring into the sky, catching up to the two in less than a second. The monitoring division of the American military was thoroughly exasperated. One Iron Man had already given them enough headaches. He blatantly disregarded air defense regulations. Now, with the arrival of a Superman and their own Colonel Rhodey, they were in a state of despair. I wish I could have one too, lamented the soldier in charge of surveillance, tears of frustration streaming from his eyes. In the air, the three figures flew side by side. Tony chuckled with relief. At least this time you haven't surpassed me. God knows how many blows to his pride he had endured since meeting Gu Li. Aside from wealth, he found himself bested in every other aspect. He was neither as youthful nor as endowed with superpowers. In fact, he possessed not a single superpower himself. Tony Stark had once been a paragon of excellence. Is that so? Gu Li replied with a mischievous grin. As a shockwave enveloped him, he instantaneously accelerated. A thunderous explosion of air followed, startling both Tony and Rhodey. When they lifted their eyes, Gu Li's figure had vanished. Jarvis, given the previous speed, sir, I am not entirely certain, but it is approximately 120th of the speed of light, around 2,500 kilometers per second, or even faster. After experiencing X2, they collectively vowed never to compete with this anomaly again. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, outside Old Bridge Town, seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson was managing the aftermath. Beneath his feet lay the scorched remnants of the Rainbow Bridge's magical array, as several accompanying S. S-H-I-E-L-D. Linguist diligently interpreted the records. He glanced up casually, feeling an inexplicable sense of curiosity at the sudden presence of another individual. Superman, Coulson murmured, pondering when this figure had arrived. Noticing the absence of a golden circle, which in the eyes of the world was the hallmark of Superman's arrival. Coulson promptly stepped forward, extending his hand in introduction. Hello, I am Coulson. This marked their first formal encounter. Upon learning of Superman's induction into S-H-I-E-L-D, he had nearly leapt in excitement. Aside from Captain America, Superman was his second favorite superhero, albeit one had passed away and the other existed solely in comic books. I am Ghoulie. Has Thor departed? Coulson nodded in response. He left about an hour ago. Their conversation drew the attention of the nearby S-H-I-E-L-D agents, who were now singularly focused on capturing a photograph with Superman. Several female agents even flushed with excitement. Ghoulie cast a casual glance, instantly awestruck by the imposing figure. Max, he is truly grand and remarkably fair. Such a stature must be difficult to manage. Jane Foster, who shared a budding affection with the god of thunder, gazed dreamily at the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, acutely aware that it might be years before they would meet again. Her friend, Daisy Louise, whom Ghoulie regarded as Max, stood nearby, offering comfort. Daisy Louise looked up just in time to lock eyes with Ghoulie. Oh, Jane, look. It's Superman. Ghoulie nodded amicably. Though Max's imposing figure aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences, he was no mere stallion in heat. Rather than squander time, he would prefer to engage in more athletic pursuits with Cersei. The superpowers of the Eternals' 10-member squad were not to be underestimated. It was merely that the film had showcased a rather limited display of their myriad ranged abilities, opting instead for close-quarters combat. This situation was likely a consequence of exorbitant special effects costs. However, within the Marvel Universe, the concern of costly effects was non-existent. His only worry was that the portrayal of superpowers might not be sufficiently captivating. The mirror dimension of the Ancient One, Daisy's shockwaves at home, Cersei's molecular restructuring, the ancient magic documented in the Darkhold, and even the Blue Nova annihilation canon within the system space. All these elements promised to deliver an abundance of visual spectacle. With some time still remaining before the Ancient One would join the Eternals, the dark magic inscribed in the Darkhold could not yet be wielded openly. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Tony and Rhodey finally made their tardy entrance. New Mexico is 578 nautical miles or 218 kilometers away from New York, with 1 nautical mile equaling 852 kilometers. In Iron Man 2, Tony Stark's flight speed exceeds the maximum velocity of an F-22 fighter jet, which is 410 kilometers per hour, specifically mentioned to surpass 414 kilometers. Considering factors such as direct flight and the location of Old Bridge Town, the journey is roughly estimated to take about 2.5 hours. Has the hammer vanished? Upon receiving the news from Coulson, Tony looked up to see Ghoulie surrounded by 2 beautiful women. The trio engaged in jovial conversation. This rascal is back again. Doesn't he fear a fire at home? Chapter 45, Wakanda Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 1. In New Mexico, at a hotel in Old Bridge Town, Ghoulie immersed himself in the study of astrophysics. The echoes of Max's exuberant shout from the previous night still ringing in his ears. Superman is my apprentice. The only twinge of regret he felt was that the reward was not a superpower related to Thor. However, this was understandable, as Max's admiration for Thor's physique was purely aesthetic, especially since Thor was her friend Jane's boyfriend, and nothing had transpired between them. Yet, Ghoulie had no such concerns regarding Max. Through the teachings of the character Daisy Louise, your cultural level has risen, granting you the Transformer, Cable. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and leader of the Dinobots, boasts a colossal form measuring 256 meters in battle mode, truly a pinnacle of power among Transformers. Similar to Ms. Zhao Hailuan, Daisy Louise is also a researcher, which may explain Ghoulie's acquisition of yet another Transformer. The journey to Wakanda is imperative. He and Tony have already gathered all the necessary materials to synthesize true adamantium, with the sole exception of Wakandan vibranium. The reason for their delay in traveling to Wakanda lies in recent events, with the plots of The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, and Thor 1 unfolding, alongside unforeseen tasks emerging from the erratic system. Furthermore, Ghoulie and Tony have diverging views on how to obtain vibranium. Tony wishes to purchase it, while Ghoulie aims for a zero-cost acquisition. These various factors have led to their inaction. Consequently, among the Transformers Ghoulie has acquired, only the small mischief has been upgraded with a new body made from vibranium, while Drift, Soundwave, and the mechanical dog and bird from the Tape Legion. as well as the recently acquired cable, all require material upgrades. With drift standing 46 meters tall, sound wave at 67 meters, and cable towering at 256 meters. If one considers the Iron Legion Tony intends to forge, Guli estimates that they might need hundreds of tons of Wakandan vibranium. At a price of 10,000 per gram, 100 tons of vibranium would amount to a staggering 100 billion. This price precisely matches the net worth of Iron Man as officially disclosed by Marvel. Perhaps selling Tony would be a feasible option? With a mere thought, a crackling portal materialized before him. Guli, this time, chose to depart with a nonchalant attitude, engaging only physically and not emotionally. As adults, their mutual consent hardly renders him a scoundrel. Upon revisiting Tony's residence, he disclosed the staggering sum required for the procurement of vibranium. Astounded by the figure, Tony exclaimed, "What? 1 trillion? Gu, are you jesting? Even if I sold myself, it wouldn't suffice." To which Gu replied, "In fact, selling you would just cover the cost." Tony, ever composed and rational, gazed at Gu with bewilderment. "You're referring to the price of 100 tons of vibranium, yet we have no need for such an excess." Although he envisioned constructing an army of Iron Men, he was not delusional enough to think of creating thousands of steel warriors. First, he wasn't certain if the funds at his disposal would be adequate, and secondly, the politicians in America would certainly go berserk. "What? Are you start planning a rebellion?" With a resigned sigh, Gu continued, "Consider the 46-meter drifts, the 67-meter sound waves, the 256-meter cables, mechanical dogs, mechanical birds. Calculate how much vibranium I require. Besides, we should retain some reserves, shouldn't we?" Upon hearing Gu's reasoning, Tony found himself in an unprecedented emotional state. The billionaire, Tony Stark, would one day be short on funds? Ridiculous. Who would believe it? Even more incredulous was the media's portrayal of Gu, dubbed the Golden Superman and Humanity's Light, now consumed by the notion of a zero-cost acquisition. "Gu, how much do you have?" Tony began to relent slightly. "I've invested most of my capital in your company's stocks. I currently have around 1.2 billion available. Perhaps we could sell some stocks?" Tony shook his head vehemently. "Absolutely not. That would spell doom for Stark Industries. Selling off shares as a major stakeholder would be tantamount to announcing to the world, 'I'm out, you take over.' The stock price would plummet. And that would be the best-case scenario." As the atmosphere thickened, Gu continued to stoke the flames of persuasion. "Then let us proceed with my plan. Zero-cost vibranium from Wakanda." Tony rolled his eyes, his face a mask of resistance, and retorted, "Gu, we are superheroes." Suddenly, Gu shouted, "If that's the case, let us have a serious discussion. Tell me loudly, Tony, what do we need Wakandan vibranium for?" Though perplexed, Tony answered, "To synthesize true adamantium." He was baffled as to why it was referred to as true adamantium. Could there be a counterfeit version? Gu again raised his voice, "Tony, what do we need true adamantium for?" "To construct an army of iron warriors, and yes, for your transformers," Tony responded. Elated by this revelation, Gu eagerly asked, "So tell me, what is the purpose of building this army of iron warriors?" "Gu, what on earth is wrong with you?" Tony clearly had yet to grasp the underlying meaning of Gu Li's words. He merely perceived that Gu Li was feigning ignorance. Gu Li asked earnestly, "Pray tell, what is the reason behind this?" "To protect the Earth." Tony responded with a weary resignation. He silently resolved to later instruct Pepper to inform Helen Zhao that her boyfriend was somewhat unhinged. "Then, Mr. Tony Stark, may I inquire about our ultimate purpose for acquiring vibranium from Wakanda?" Initially, Tony's expression was one of helplessness and confusion, but as Gu Li spoke, it gradually transformed into a grave demeanor, culminating in a shocked widening of his eyes as he muttered, "Are we obtaining Wakandan vibranium to safeguard the Earth? Is that a valid interpretation?" Gu Li heartily slapped Tony on the shoulder, visibly pleased, and declared, "Congratulations, you have answered correctly." Thus, the great and noble Iron Man, Tony Stark, was successfully indoctrinated by Gu Li, who was heralded as the beacon of humanity. The two then formally began to devise a plan, the Wakandan Zero-Cost Acquisition Initiative. To my knowledge, Wakanda is situated in East Africa, merely a backward agricultural nation. Gu Li scoffed, "Backward? Brother, have you forgotten the value of vibranium? $10,000 per gram." After being influenced by Gu Li, Tony now felt somewhat intellectually inadequate and fell into a contemplative silence. Gu Li sighed and supplemented the information he possessed. On the surface, Wakanda appears to be a poor, underdeveloped agrarian state, but in reality, it is the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Our target, the vibranium, lies within their territory. Upon hearing this, Tony's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you absolutely certain they are the most technologically advanced nation on Earth?" Chapter 46, The Wakandan Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 2. "Are you really certain they are the most technologically advanced nation?" The illustrious Tony Stark was unwilling to concede. Even if Ghoulie claimed that the tech of the electric whip Prince Ivan was the most advanced, he might accept that. But to assert that Wakanda was the most advanced? He found that utterly implausible. In response to Tony's inquiry, Ghoulie pondered briefly. In comparison to you, they each have their merits. While Wakanda's technology is quite formidable, it barely holds its own against the Mark armor and the arc reactor. He continued, their nation is concealed within a protective shield. At that point, I shall stealthily infiltrate, while you, dear Tony, create a diversion outside to attract their attention. Tony nodded, a hint of concern crossing his face. If their technology is truly as advanced as you suggest, they must possess a plethora of high-tech weaponry. To this, Ghoulie could hardly be bothered to critique, simply shaking his head. Not at all. They adhere to primitive combat methods. Our great Wakanda employs the finest materials to forge the most rudimentary weapons and engage in the most primal warfare. Although Wakandan spears can emit lasers, they choose not to utilize them, favoring a more obstinate approach. Tony, your Mark armor is far too conspicuous, and your fame precedes you. To conduct a zero-cost purchase without arousing suspicion seems rather challenging, as one's identity could be easily discerned. You have now garnered more fame than I, with fans in Europe even establishing a cult in your honor. Upon hearing these words, Ghoulie rose and proclaimed loudly, people die for wealth, birds perish for food. Since we have resolved to pursue this zero-cost venture, let us not hesitate but proceed at once. Tony quickly grasped Ghoulie's shoulders, advising, let us devise a plan before we act. Otherwise, perhaps your dog could accompany me outside to assist. Tony held fond memories of the dog that once saved him and Ethan. The dog? Ghoulie mused, suddenly struck by a more suitable candidate. No, a wolf. Tony, my brother, I shall send you through the portal first, and I will return home to fetch 2 helpers shortly thereafter. 2 crackling golden circles of light appeared, one leading to the East African savanna, the other to the lair of the Grey Wolf. In an instant, Ghoulie arrived at the laboratory, where Grey Wolf was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Wolf uncle, I need a favor. I must retrieve something from a location guarded quite rigorously. Grey Wolf, cigar in mouth, rose and grabbed a toolbox. Let us make it quick, boss. This movie about werewolves battling 300 vampires is quite captivating. With a crackle, the portal opened and then closed again. Ever since mastering the teleportation spell, Ghoulie's mode of travel had transformed dramatically. However, it took him quite a while to realize that when Ancient One gifted him the Camartage Portal Advancement Manual, it did not come with the levitation ring. The levitation ring is essential for every novice magician, aiding in the concentration of thoughts during magical practice. Were it not for the stimulation of reducing 10 centimeters, he might not have managed to learn the teleportation spell through the methods outlined in the Dark Grimoire. Ancient One surely had ulterior motives. Ghoulie thought grimly, once you are gone, I shall go bully your disciples. Meanwhile, far away in Camartage, basking in the sun, Ancient One inexplicably sneezed several times in succession. Sensing something unusual, she quickly rose to calculate with her fingers, but moments later, she murmured in confusion, strange, nothing significant is supposed to occur recently. The next notable event is 2 years away. Glancing at her vibrant disciples, she sighed, reflecting, indeed, I am growing old. At this moment, in Eastern Africa, Wakanda is situated on the East African savanna. If we were to reference its location on Earth in a previous life, Wakanda is near the borders of Lake Turkana, adjacent to South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, also known as the Aline Triangle. Grey Wolf, sporting sunglasses and with a cigar in his mouth, coolly pointed in a certain direction. Boss, the energy fluctuations in the area ahead are quite intense. The Wakanda you mentioned should be located there. Behind the formidable Grey Wolf stood Ghoulie's zero-cost purchase gang, comprised of members such as Iron Man Tony, the shape-shifting bumblebee, the mechanical dog, and the mechanical bird. Tony gazed incredulously at the talking wolf, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. While the existence of the Eternals and Camartage had been within the realm of his acceptance, the presence of this cool wolf struck him as utterly absurd and insane. The world had become so surreal that even wolves could articulate speech. What was even more astounding to Tony was that the wolf, known as Grey Wolf, fashioned a detector with the simplest of toolkits, accomplishing this feat with remarkable ease. Astonishingly, the device proved quite effective. In less than 2 minutes, the wolf effortlessly crafted several jamming devices to ensure their activities remained undetected by various surveillance methods. Such a terrifyingly brilliant wolf was a true genius. A fervent light sparkled in Tony's eyes, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. At that moment, he yearned to engage in a profound discussion with this wolf gentleman, casting aside any thoughts of vibranium. Beside him, Ghoulie's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Tony, Bumblebee, Doggo, you all provide support outside. I will escort Uncle Wolf inside. Remember, the jamming devices are only to disrupt surveillance equipment, so we must not be discovered. Rest assured, Doggo and I will create a diversion outside. Gu Li, having learned from the previous incident involving thermal sensing surveillance, donned a jamming device and waved his hand, activating his invisibility ability to cloak himself and Grey Wolf from sight. With the wolf perched upon his shoulder, he soared towards their destination. Upon arriving in the area indicated by Grey Wolf, he indeed encountered an imperceptible energy shield obstructing his path. A forceful breach would undoubtedly raise alarms within. Typically, an energy shield comprises electromagnetic and plasma shields. The electromagnetic shield serves to repel various high-energy particle weapon attacks, as high-energy particles are predominantly charged. Thus, any charged particle would be deflected by the electromagnetic field. In essence, the presence of an electromagnetic shield renders high-energy particle weapons incapable of striking their target. Conversely, the plasma shield is designed to defend against neutral particles and kinetic weaponry. This shield employs superheated plasma constrained by magnetic forces into a dense region, forming a thermal barrier. Consequently, when kinetic weapons and solid projectiles make contact with the shield's surface, they are incinerated by the intense heat or detonated prematurely. This explains the explosion of Thanos' warship artillery above the Wakandan shield. As for the specifics of operation, Gu Li admitted his ignorance. He was merely a student at New York University, not a genius like Dr. Banner or Tony. However, this did not hinder him from successfully traversing the energy shield through his molecular restructuring ability, gradually making his way toward the majestic Black Panther statue. Chapter 47. The Zero-Cost Purchase of Wakanda, Part 2. The vibranium, located within the subterranean canyons of Wakanda, is entirely mined through mechanized methods, with underground rail cars responsible for transportation. The total reserves amount to approximately 10,000 tons. This visit marks Gu Li's inaugural entry into the interior of Wakanda, and as he gazes around, two distinctive styles immediately captivate his attention. The city nestled within the basin is adorned with futuristic skyscrapers, interwoven with streets that exude an essence of primitive tribal culture, creating a unique and alternative beauty. Gu Li even glimpses rooftops crafted from pure vibranium. How extravagantly opulent. He muses internally. This city, built upon the foundation of vibranium, possesses a wealth so immense that even billionaire Tony Stark would be moved to tears. Aside from its relatively modest size, it far surpasses America in terms of grandeur. Descending through the cavern beneath the Black Panther statue, Gu Li, accompanied by the Grey Wolf, glides downwards. After traversing a considerable distance within the dimly lit cavern, he is greeted by the sight of a vast underground gorge. The gorge sparkles with luminous blue vibranium veins, and a magnificent rail line stretches across both sides, seemingly endless. This must be the railcar system for transporting vibranium. The quantity of vibranium he and Tony require is rather substantial, and the vein beneath him is merely a tributary of the larger deposit. Thus, he opts to follow the branch further onward. At long last, he arrives at the cave at the end of the branch, where he discovers his target, the Wakandan vibranium mine, its azure glow illuminating the entire cavern. Gu Li rubs his hands together in excitement, ready to activate his seismic abilities and become a jubilant miner once more. In truth, he could instigate a powerful earthquake to swiftly shatter the vibranium deposits. However, Gu Li deems such an action unnecessary. As a conscientious participant in the zero-cost purchase, his sole aim is to amass wealth without causing harm. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. When engrossed in an activity one truly enjoys, time seems to slip away unnoticed. What may feel like mere minutes can often stretch into a significant passage of time. Just as in this moment, Gu Li awkwardly realizes that his enthusiasm for mining has led him to extract more than anticipated. The vibranium, or within his system storage, has accumulated into a veritable mountain. Upon glancing at the system's display, he experiences a sudden twitch at the corners of his mouth, an astonishing 1,000 tons of Wakandan vibranium, or did he truly mine a mere tenth of it? Am I now the wealthiest person on Earth? Gu Li whispers to himself. At the market price of 10,000 per gram of vibranium, has he just unearthed an entire $1 trillion? That equates to the wealth of 10 Tony Starks. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. In the future, should Ms. Zhao wish to invest in any stocks, she may do so freely, for I have acquired wealth. In an uplifted mood, Gu Li casts a lingering glance at the radiant blue vibranium veins, yet the little demon within him stirs a conflict. Should he extract it all? The Grey Wolf perched upon Gu Li's shoulder sighs and advises, "Boss, excess can be counterproductive. It is merely a pile of broken stones. Once I have comprehended its molecular formula, my dear leader, you may utilize your abilities to transmute it." Gu Li nodded knowingly. The sole flaw of molecular reconstruction lies in its inability to create something from nothing. However, it can facilitate the free transformation of any other substance. Previously, he had not employed this method, particularly for transmuting vibranium, as he was unaware of its molecular structure. This also elucidates why, during combat, he often transformed objects into petals or snowflakes. Being a mediocre student, he only understood the molecular formulas for those forms. At that moment, an unexpected disturbance arose. Who is speaking? A vigilant girl with dreadlocks scanned her surroundings. Upon witnessing the scene within the cave, she hastily pressed a button on the device affixed to her arm. A piercing alarm instantly resonated across Wakanda, and the girl swiftly contacted her brother. Observing this, Ghoulie reluctantly soared towards the protective barrier. It was careless of him. Sound cannot be cloaked, and one ought not to speak. Let us rewind to a short while ago, atop a mountain outside Wakanda's protective barrier. Dog, the time is nigh. Shall you proceed, or shall I? Tony, responsible for external support, inquired of the mechanical dog. My brother and I shall go. The residue from your weapon's detonation may reveal our presence, replied one of Ghoulie's subordinates. Among them, the top scientist Grey Wolf ranked first, followed by the Cherry Blossom Warrior in second, and the Soundwave, drifting in outer space, in third. The newly joined Cable and Dinosaur King looked down upon their ranks, preferring to stand apart. Upon hearing this, Tony shrugged in resignation. Dog's analysis was indeed sound. The traces of Stark Industries on the armor's weaponry were conspicuously evident. Should we consider incorporating some of Hammer's weaponry in the future? This thought suddenly struck Tony. Perhaps it was not a bad idea. Thus, during subsequent acquisitions, Hammer would bear the brunt of the blame. Tony was momentarily taken aback by his own musings. What has come over me? Why am I contemplating distancing myself from Ghoulie? I am nearly being led astray. The projectiles fired by Drift and Dog detonated above the protective shield, promptly drawing Wakanda's attention. The Royal Guard, under the command of Captain Okoye, assembled, awaiting the king's orders. Upon learning of the event, Chaka, the reigning king of Wakanda, sighed in resignation. Ever since his brother illicitly trafficked vibranium, this foolish act had not only betrayed Wakanda's ethos, but also brought countless troubles to this once tranquil nation. In recent years, the ambitions and greed of the outside world had spread like wildfire, leading to an increasing number of factions coveting vibranium. The weight upon the old King Chaka's heart grew heavier, for he understood well that the existence of vibranium was a double-edged sword, capable of bestowing prosperity and wealth upon Wakanda, yet also igniting endless strife and turmoil. Eliminate these invaders. In an instant, as the king issued his command, the Royal Guard, armed with advanced long-range weaponry, gallantly surged towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Princess Suri, upon hearing of the invasion, hastened to the underground canyon. Sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, instinctively, she suspected that the external assault might be a diversion for something more sinister. Upon arriving at the cave with her guard, she was confronted with a startling scene. The vibranium mother lode before her had been depleted by nearly 1/10, marking the most significant loss Wakanda had ever faced. Brother, a thief has made off with a substantial amount of vibranium. He must possess the ability to become invisible and evade surveillance. Within mere seconds, Princess Suri analyzed the circumstances, her mind racing through a list of superpowered individuals on Earth. This revelation plunged all of Wakanda into a state of complete lockdown. Teams of royal guards, like the swift winds, raced towards the protective barrier, united by a singular thought: the intruder must not escape, especially one who dared to steal vibranium. Meanwhile, on the mountain outside Wakanda, two crackling portals slowly dissipated, allowing the zero-cost purchase team to vanish without a trace. After a thorough search, the guard team was left astonished to discover that, apart from the remnants of explosive shells, there were no other clues in the vicinity, as if the incident had never transpired. Witnessing this, Captain Okoye commanded sternly, "Bring the fragments back for analysis. The rest of you follow me to search the nearby mountains." She was resolute in her belief that valuable leads could still be uncovered. Far away in New York, Tony emerged from the portal, excitement radiating as he turned to Ghoulie. "How much did you bring? Is it sufficient for our needs?" Seeing Ghoulie remain silent, Tony assumed his companion was disappointed for not meeting their expectations, and thus he patted Ghoulie's shoulder in comfort. "Even a little less is fine. I can always scale back the Iron Legion plans." Regaining his composure, Ghoulie shook his head and raised a finger, realizing he had forgotten to acquire heart-shaped herb. After all, from the films, its healing properties were astonishing. The wounded Black Panther had fully recovered from his shoulder injury after consuming it. Furthermore, that herb would eventually be set ablaze by Killmonger, so it would be wiser for him to take some now. Although not essential for his own use, it could greatly benefit those around him. Ms. Zhao and Sister Mei were ordinary individuals, and even Tony, his brother, could benefit from a dose of the herb to enhance their vitality. 10 tons. That should suffice, and if needed, I can purchase more later, Tony mused. 10 tons is barely adequate. Guli chuckled and patted the marked suit. How could I possibly settle for just 10 tons? Think bigger. Upon hearing this, Tony was overjoyed and raised his thumb in praise, exclaiming, You truly acquired 100 tons. Impressive. No longer burdened by the discontent of prior actions. He found himself somewhat addicted to the notion of zero-cost purchases, and Guli remained as reliable as ever. Any endeavor he undertook was bound to succeed. 100 tons? What a jest. A full 1,000 tons would suffice, enough for several lifetimes. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out, Wang Defa, have you completely emptied their home? Regret began to seep in. The promise of 100 tons had escalated to an excess of 1,000, which felt excessive, even instilling a sense of guilt within him. Yet, why did the mention of 1,000 tons also ignite a flicker of excitement? It was merely an unexpected circumstance. Their total reserves of vibranium were approximately 10,000 tons, and 1,000 tons would hardly make an impact. Moreover, they were not selling it. Their sole intention was to forge an Iron Legion to protect the Earth. A slight smile curled at the corners of Gu Li's mouth at the thought of delivering a minor shock to Thanos. However, noticing Tony's lingering guilt, he quickly offered reassurance. Consider it a debt between us. Rather than letting it languish in the cave, it would be far better to utilize it wisely. Since Tony became a superhero, he had excelled in every aspect, though his moral standards were perhaps too lofty. With a deep sigh, he conceded, I suppose this is the only way forward. He even contemplated the possibility of earning $1 trillion in the future to send to Wakanda. This material emits quite a strong vibrational wave. I shall reserve a few tons for you. Once you've exhausted them, do let me know. Very well, I shall get to work. About half an hour later, Guli made a swift return to the underground canyon of Wakanda. Unlike his previous visit, the canyon was now bustling with an increased number of guards, with members of the Wakandan elite stationed at intervals. After wandering through the canyon for a while, Guli finally located the nursery for the heart-shaped herb. On a plot of approximately 6 or 7 square meters stood dozens of purple heart-shaped herbs, quietly awaiting their fate. He recalled that consuming the heart-shaped herb would transport one into a spiritual realm, and it was said that only royal members were permitted to partake, adding an air of mystique. After securing 4 heart-shaped herbs, Guli departed swiftly. Such an extraordinary substance was best entrusted to the cunning gray wolf. It was likely that the illogical heart-shaped herb would become reasonable in the hands of a similarly unconventional king like Grey Wolf. Now that he had procured the final material needed to synthesize true adamantium, it was time to upgrade the Transformers material. After all, the Transformers' bodies were rather fragile. Even ordinary firearms on Earth could inflict damage, let alone the myriad of superpowered beings within the Marvel Universe, who could dismantle them with the slightest oversight. Adamantium was evidently a commendable choice for replacing their bodily material. He fondly recalled Captain America's shield, which could withstand lasers, artillery fire, and the mighty hammer of Thor. Certainly, there were even superior materials available, such as URU metal and the material used to forge Thanos' formidable blade. However, those are things that cannot be obtained in a short period. We can always exchange them later when the time comes. After all, the regeneration cradle produced by the system is akin to a bug-level existence, much like the big bad wolf. Do not question its rationality, rather, ponder upon it. Upon returning home, Guli could not help but smile wryly upon seeing Peter engrossed in a video game in the living room. Would the little spider truly evolve into Spider-Pig under his care? Nevertheless, as long as Peter is happy, that is what matters. For several consecutive days, aside from the brief excursion to send Cersei and the water sprite back to London, Guli was primarily preoccupied. Under the guidance of the big bad wolf, he and Daisy were diligently engaged in the fusion work of true adamantium. The newly acquired cable's size was excessively large, barely fitting into the regeneration cradle, which consequently led to an exponential increase in the demand for adamantium. It was once thought that the house was sufficiently spacious, yet in the presence of the cable, it appeared somewhat inadequate. To accommodate the towering 20-meter frame of the cable, Guli purchased a farm on the outskirts and transformed it. The Dinosaur King cable possessed only 2 forms, both of which were combat forms, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus and the King Kong form. Finally, on the 15th day after the zero-cost acquisition, the bodies of Drift, Soundwave, and Cable, along with those of the mechanical dog and mechanical bird, were all replaced with true adamantium. Gazing at the array of companions before him, their bodies shimmering with a cold light, Guli could not suppress a satisfied smile. The hardness was such that even Wolverine would find it insurmountable. At this moment, Aside from the spark source, their entire bodies had been upgraded to true adamantium, rendering conventional artillery incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. Few superhumans on Earth could pose a threat to them. Daisy, who had labored alongside him for half a month, bore no trace of fatigue on her face. She leaned on Gu Li's shoulder playfully and said, "This is so cool. Brother, can you give me one?" She spoke in Chinese, her tone causing Gu Li to shiver involuntarily. "What is mine is yours. If you fancy it, go ahead and use it." Daisy immediately pouted. "I believe your nonsense. That woman of yours is not a saint. I was young and naive before, which is why I boarded your pirate ship." Gu Li scratched his head, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that he would be photographed by paparazzi at the airport? It was precisely because of Cersei's presence that his 3 girlfriends at home were exposed to her existence. "Daisy, there's something I wish to discuss with you." Gu Li retrieved the Terrigen crystal and activator from the system space, explaining to Daisy, who looked on in confusion, "You possess half inhuman blood, and this can activate your superpowers." "Really? I can be a superhero too?" At that moment, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she clutched Gu Li's arm, completely oblivious to the connection between Inhumans and herself. More or less. "Hurry, tell me how to use it." Observing Daisy's impatience, Gu Li leaned down with a mischievous grin and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing his words, her face flushed slightly, and then she glared at Gu Li in exasperation, gritting her teeth and replying, "Fine. Isn't it just wearing stockings? There's no need to look at me like that." Gu Li expressed his bewilderment. Ms. Zhao, on the other hand, was like a treasure, endlessly full of potential. "All right, just stand inside. Soon, a cloud of smoke will appear. If you feel uncomfortable, make sure to exit promptly." Following the instructions for the activator, Gu Li placed the Terrigen crystal into the device and pressed the start button. Instantly, a veil of smoke enveloped Daisy. Chapter 49. The Terrigen crystal. One must admit that the technological advancements of the Inhumans are somewhat misaligned. Indeed, the entire Marvel technological landscape seems skewed. Take Wakanda, for instance. Despite possessing such advanced technology, even capable of constructing spacecraft, they remain reluctant to modernize their agricultural techniques. And then there's the domain of Asgard, which has developed interstellar battleships, yet continues to wield conventional long spears as weapons. Why not incorporate some pulse or laser weaponry? Had their arsenal been more sophisticated, they might not have faced such a dire predicament with the dark elves invading their realm. It is quite perplexing. At a rural farm, Gu Li lit a cigarette and patiently awaited the effects of the Terrigen crystal. Once Daisy transformed into Ms. Marvel, and if Grey Wolf could decipher the heart-shaped herb, at least a few of his girlfriends would acquire some semblance of superpowers. Although Gu Li had never intended for them to engage in combat, considering the perilous Marvel universe, possessing a modicum of superpower is certainly preferable to having none. After instructing Ms. Marvel to return to outer space for surveillance, Gu Li began to contemplate the events that would unfold next. The current date was June 11, 2010, with the most significant event on the horizon being the Chitauri invasion of New York 2 years hence. By then, Tony's true adamantium army would likely be fully assembled. Would the Chitauri be able to withstand that? Almost forgetting about Captain Marvel's little secret, which would soon be unearthed next year. This implies that there would be no major incidents in the interim. Wait, there's also that detestable Skrull. Gu Li resolved to enlist Grey Wolf's assistance in creating a device to distinguish Skrulls. He recalled that in the comics, it was the Mystic Doctor who devised the instrument that ultimately resolved the Skrull dilemma. The shape-shifting capability of the Skrulls poses a significant threat to human society. The foremost concern is a crisis of trust. Soon, everyone might be suspected of being a Skrull. Although the Skrulls have never crossed paths with Gu Li, he finds their very existence repugnant and unsettling. Perhaps I harbor a form of prejudice? I wonder what Captain Marvel thought back then, agreeing to allow that band of green-skinned creatures to remain on Earth. Different in kind, their hearts must be different, especially when considering a species where every individual possesses the ability to shapeshift. This ability predestines their fate, either to become the singular entity in existence or to face annihilation. As the smoke from the Terrigen crystal within the activator gradually dissipated, Daisy opened her eyes and emerged. "Do you feel any difference? Is there any discomfort?" Gu Li inquired hastily. Daisy stood in silence for a moment, resembling a statue, utterly motionless, as if summoning some invisible force. After a brief pause, she dejectedly inquired, "Gu Li, why are my abilities ineffective against you?" Previously, she had endured Gu Li's shockwaves multiple times, a torment beyond description. "Damn it," Gu Li replied with an air of disbelief, delivering a playful smack to her rear. "Are you plotting to commit murder against your husband? Is this how one wields superpowers? Offering your boyfriend as a sacrifice to the heavens, is that it?" In an instant, her earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of fear. Sensing the rising frustration in Gu Li, he hoisted the pleading Daisy onto his shoulder and, with a mere thought, conjured a portal back to their room. A lengthy segment of VIP chapters echoed rhythmically against the bedframe. Meanwhile, on the distant East African savannah, the Wakandan Guard had spent 2 weeks digging deep into the earth. Yet they found no useful clues. The only remnants they discovered were fragments of a shell, unremarkable and commonplace, making it nearly impossible to trace its origins. Disheartened, the guards returned to Wakanda. In stark contrast, the members of the royal family wore expressions heavy with concern, for precious heart-shaped herbs had gone missing. These herbs, of immense significance to the royal lineage, had been steeped in mystery since time immemorial. Their loss paralleled that of the vibranium, with no traces left behind. The thief seemed to mock Wakanda silently. Capable of stealing vibranium, they could just as easily abscond with the heart-shaped herbs. The protective shield that Wakanda took pride in was rendered utterly ineffective in the face of this audacity. Who could possess such prowess? Such a figure could not be an ordinary criminal. Prince T'Challa appeared weary, burdened by the responsibility of investigating the vibranium theft as the next heir. With the assistance of his sister, Shuri, he had spent half a month pursuing leads with no success. "Shuri, have you identified any suspicious individuals?" he inquired. Shuri shook her head. "Brother, I have yet to find a superpowered individual with both motive and the ability to turn invisible." She added casually, "That thief might even be capable of flight." This notion sparked a light in her eyes, as if she had uncovered a new direction for their investigation. Rapidly, Shuri flipped through the list on her tablet, scrutinizing each entry. A flying superpowered individual. Hulk surely cannot fly, can he? Although she dismissed him verbally, she noted Hulk's name nonetheless. Iron Man, Mr. Stark, undoubtedly possesses the ability to fly and a motive for mischief. With swift strokes, she recorded Tony Stark's name. After all, who in the present day was unaware of Iron Man's illustrious reputation? As a fellow researcher, Shuri found herself quite eager to collaborate with Stark. Thor, the Norse god of thunder, fit the profile perfectly, capable of flight, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Thus, Thor's name was also inscribed. This information originates from a Wakandan spy, with recent data just returned. Superman possesses the ability to fly and teleport, meeting the criteria of that thief. However, he also has the extraordinary power to alter the structure of matter, rendering such actions unnecessary. The notion of transforming the structure of matter struck Su Rue with clarity, as she recognized the blind spot. If that Superman chose to convert vibranium, then Wakandan vibranium would no longer retain its rarity, potentially becoming as commonplace as ordinary stones. Su Rue cast a worried glance at her brother, who, in turn, shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Her concerns were valid, but they were powerless to act. After all, the reports from the spies sent from Wakanda to various nations indicated that the man was exceedingly formidable. To this day, no one has witnessed his limits, and it is unlikely anyone would dare. Yet, T'Challa found himself puzzled by why such a powerful Superman would choose to join SHIELD. Was it genuinely for the sake of preserving peace? Compounded by these dilemmas was Gu Li himself. After upgrading his Transformers companion, he finally carved out time to delve into the 2 unfinished system tasks, annihilating Hydra once and obliterating SHIELD, familiar with the narrative trajectory. He understood that even if he did nothing and waited for a few years, Hydra and SHIELD would inevitably fall. However, Gu Li was not inclined to wait. He was eager for the rewards. With astute maneuvering, he might even instigate a conflict between them and the Skrulls. At that moment, an unexpected phone call came through from his dear university advisor, Dr. Eric Selvig. "Gu, remember to return to school tomorrow. You have graduated." Chapter 50. Graduated? I graduated? Gu Li murmured in a daze after hanging up the phone. He had thought he would be expelled from school, considering he hadn't set foot on campus since his second year. His initial decision to attend university stemmed from the binding of a whimsical system. Only by successfully connecting with narrative characters could he reap relevant rewards. Although the system placed no gender restrictions on his romantic pursuits, Gu Li was confident in his orientation. He was solely attracted to beautiful women. Yet, the alluring women of society were disinclined to fancy a freshly graduated high school boy, prompting his desire to go to school for a chance encounter. At that time, he had just turned 18, still naive and devoid of any system rewards, merely an ordinary individual. Furthermore, in the land of the free, where gunfights erupted daily, these were not mere words. The outside world posed a genuine danger to someone as ordinary as him. These various reasons led the ordinary Gu Li to enter New York University with tears in his eyes. It was also within the university that he encountered his first love and later ex-girlfriend, Sharon Carter. from whom he acquired the serum, vibranium shield, and captain's journal, among other treasures. Since that time, he has finally acquired the means to liberate himself. Has it truly been 4 years? Indeed, time is a relentless blade, each moment sharpening the passage into age. For fleeting years have elapsed, leaving in their wake the finest visage of New York, the golden Superman, an inexhaustible fortune, and an undeniably striking appearance. One can assert with utmost certainty that Gu Li's current strength is the fruit of his diligent labor, achieved without any shortcuts. How inspiring! Gu Li admired himself in the mirror. Perhaps only you, seated before the screen, could rival my attractiveness. It is time to bid farewell to my former self. And this farewell is marked by his graduation ceremony. Henceforth, he vowed to uphold the fundamental principles of the Sea King, striving diligently toward universal levels, from singular to multiversal, then to colossal and ultimately omniversal, until he reaches the pinnacle of the entire cosmos. The road is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge far and wide. Gu Li's fervent emotions naturally influenced the woman beside him. Daisy, who had practiced her seismic abilities for 2.5 days, had unknowingly caused untold destruction since gaining her superpowers. At times, she would shatter the floorboards beneath her. Other times, the sofa would collapse as she sat down. And when tasked with washing dishes, no pot or pan in the kitchen remained unscathed. After much contemplation, Daisy volunteered, "Gu Li, I want to be a superhero like you. I wish to join SHIELD." Since they met at 17, Daisy's life of wandering had come to an end, and of course, she had avoided the misfortune of being detained for theft later on. In the original timeline, she was recruited into SHIELD. Now, empowered by her seismic abilities and influenced by her boyfriend Gu Li's superhero identity, the aspiration to join SHIELD ignited within her. Gazing at the enchanting figure in his arms, Gu Li reclined against the sofa, gazing helplessly at the ceiling. His decision to join SHIELD was, after all, to fulfill a system mission, to dismantle SHIELD and the Hydra lurking behind it. And as for Daisy, it was better for her to dismantle SHIELD than to wreak havoc at home. Well, as long as she is happy. All right, I shall call Lu Dan. Gu Li promptly dialed the number. Some matters, if delayed, may convey a lack of regard. "Hi Gu, just in time. We have a mission that requires your execution," came Nick Fury's enthusiastic voice from the other end. Upon hearing the word mission, Gu Li smirked. The disparity between SHIELD and Hydra became starkly apparent. He had nearly simultaneously joined both organizations. Yet Hydra had never asked him to execute any tasks and had already deposited his entire yearly salary. And SHIELD, they were quick to assign him a mission just days after joining, with his salary for this month not due until next month. No wonder Hydra thrived. This excellent company could not fail, as each member bore an inescapable responsibility. "Fury, the mission may have to wait. I have to attend a graduation ceremony tomorrow." "Graduation ceremony? What graduation ceremony?" The voice on the other end carried a hint of confusion. "The graduation ceremony of New York University. I shall be graduating tomorrow. By the way, there is another matter. My girlfriend wishes to join SHIELD. She is no ordinary person, but a superhuman." "Very well, once you have finished, bring her along to the agency." After the call ended, Daisy excitedly hugged Gu Li and playfully nibbled at him. "Hey, there are children present," exclaimed the 9-year-old Peter Parker, who was striving to assert his existence. Mimicking Uncle Gu's behavior, little Peter had summoned his parents to the school several times, not for any other reason, but because, at the tender age of 9, he was simultaneously dating 6 little girls. "Peter, Uncle has bought you several sets of study materials and placed them in your room. If you do not complete them by the end of the month, there shall be no pocket money for you this year." The little rascal, despite his antics, was still not one to be easily deterred. Upon hearing this, little Peter visibly trembled, casting a forlorn glance at Gu Li before timidly making his way to his room. Peter was resolute in his defiance, unless, of course, his allowance was guaranteed. Following this brief interlude, the 3 women began to whisper amongst themselves, discussing how to adorn themselves for Gu Li's graduation ceremony. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime occasion for their man, brother, younger sibling, as significant as the altar of marriage itself. In the afternoon, the school thoughtfully sent over the academic robes. New York University is renowned for its lack of gates. As it boasts no clearly defined entrance structure, its campus sprawls across Manhattan Island, seamlessly integrating with the city itself. This was one of the primary reasons Gu Li chose this institution. Its proximity to home allowed for leisurely mornings, and the absence of gates facilitated truancy. Under the urging of Mrs. Zhao, Gu Li donned the academic robe, prompting her to exclaim, "Darling, you look truly splendid." This was also the reason why. Upon their initial encounter, both were instantly captivated by each other, leading to a deepening affection over time. Perhaps the most significant reason was their shared traits: black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, May swiftly interjected, "I shall assist Peter with his homework," thus managing to escape the clutches of a certain someone. "To celebrate tomorrow's graduation, might I invite these two lovely ladies to join me for dinner?" Dining together is undoubtedly a means to enhance affection. Not far away, at the seaside villa, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were utterly consumed by the allure of adamantium. Tony, adamantium is truly the most exquisite material I have ever encountered. Its beauty is unparalleled. The silvery metal resembles a divine creation, and it is remarkably resilient. Despite our extensive efforts, we have yet to find anything capable of damaging adamantium. Ethan, do you suppose there is potential in creating Gundam-style armor? Chapter 51, The Concept of the Iron Legion. Gundam, indeed, is an intriguing notion. What has prompted such a thought? Ethan pondered for a moment before inquiring. It is likely that Ethan derived inspiration from the Transformers in Gu Li's possession, yet he refrained from articulating this directly, as Tony was the type to stubbornly maintain a facade despite his soft heart. Deep within, Tony harbored an unwavering desire to surpass Gu Li, a relentless competitiveness that was, quite frankly, vexing. Eventually, he hesitantly remarked, "Well, there are some ideas over at Zyribi that are somewhat acceptable." Ethan chuckled inexplicably, recalling the suggestion he had recently heard. What about the nanotech armor that Gu Li proposed? Aren't we supposed to be exploring that avenue? The current state of nanotechnology was still in its infancy, and Dr. Zhao's research had hit a standstill. The initial surge in nanoscience only occurred after Wakanda shared certain scientific advancements with the world, and as it stood, Earth's technological capabilities were somewhat lagging behind in this regard. The Gundam-style armor was merely a fragment of his envisioned Iron Legion. The development of modular armor with specialized functions was our primary focus. Specialized functions? Ethan inquired, bewildered. Yes. Specialized functions: firefighting, disaster relief, transport, medical assistance. Tony enumerated an array of concepts in one breath. Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Tony, are you planning to instigate a war?" It was not surprising that he thought this way. The types of armors Tony described were evidently tailored for warfare. Did Tony perceive the current global dynamics as stifling humanity's progress? Suddenly, Ethan felt a twinge of excitement, as his homeland had long been embroiled in conflict. Although many terrorists had been eradicated through their combined efforts, the nature of the Middle East dictated that terrorism and strife would persist, akin to resilient weeds. Tony sighed and clarified, "It's not about waging war. It's about preparing for potential conflicts or invasions." Upon hearing the word invasion, a hint of derision crossed Ethan's face. The idea of America being invaded was absurd. It would be a monumental stroke of fortune if it refrained from invading others. 20 years prior, nearly all wars on Earth were instigated or covertly supported by America. Were it not for his deep bond with Tony and his initial curiosity about the mechanical dog that had saved their lives, Ethan would never have settled in America, a nation steeped in sin and driven by a propensity for aggression. Noticing the skepticism on his friend's face, Tony shrugged helplessly. He was a vested interest in some matters and felt powerless. Shutting down Stark's weapons development division and becoming Iron Man to combat evil was a considerable effort on his part. "Ethan, this is not about warfare originating from within Earth. Gu once mentioned that certain extraterrestrial civilizations have a penchant for invading less advanced societies like ours." Upon hearing this, Ethan nodded. If it were indeed extraterrestrial forces, then safeguarding against such threats was undoubtedly warranted. After all, the struggles among humanity are merely internal matters. Should the entire Earth fall under the dominion of extraterrestrials, the fate of humankind would become precarious. We could be reduced to commodities or enslavement, reminiscent of the sordid events that once transpired on American soil. Ethan certainly harbors no fondness for cotton picking. After a lively exchange, the two men resumed their industrious endeavors throughout the night. As dawn broke, the weary duo was suddenly startled by Jarvis's voice. "Sir, Dr. Ethan, today marks Mr. Gu's graduation ceremony." New York University had begun fervently publicizing this event a fortnight prior, much to the delight of the admissions and publicity departments. After all, no university could boast a more illustrious student than a superhero, the man often hailed as the beacon of humanity. "Is Gu Charlie graduating today? I had thought he was roughly my age," Tony jested, bestowing upon Gu Li the name of Gu Charlie. The reason behind this moniker stemmed from his personal preferences and his belief that Gu Li was even more lackluster than some Charlie. Tony had a penchant for nicknaming nearly every superhero and villain within the Marvel Universe. Among the more notable appellations were Captain Popsicle, Bambi, and the protagonist of Explosive Point, with Thor being the most unfortunate. Thor had too, the protagonist of Explosive Point and Lebowski. Unbeknownst to Gu Li, he too was unwittingly saddled with the title of Gu Charlie. Ethan, shall we go take a look? Perhaps we might catch a glimpse of Gu's array of former girlfriends. The two older men shared a knowing smile, their expressions radiating with mirth as if they could already envision Gu Li's embarrassment. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of New York University's auditorium, thunderous applause reverberated. Commencing at 8 in the morning with graduation photos, the official ceremony began at 11. Lasting a full 3 hours, during which Gu Li found himself surrounded by an overwhelming number of alumni and journalists, the incessant flashes of cameras numbing his senses. Had he foreseen this, he certainly would have abstained from attending. Ironically, it was precisely this crowd that effectively separated him from his former romantic interests, leaving him to ponder whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. He recalled how that fellow, Azu, adapted to the life of a superstar, effortlessly navigating the spotlight with a radiant smile, just as the university's president, standing on the stage, bore a grin rivaling Azu's. Following this, a lengthy 2.5-hour ceremony ensued. When it was nearing his turn to take the stage, an attendant would guide him forward, and he was to ascend only upon the mention of his name. Should he receive a bachelor's degree, he would nod in gratitude to the dean, while a master's degree would require him to perform the cap salute. After acknowledging those around him, Gu Li quietly settled into his seat, while Ms. Zhao, Daisy, May, and little Peter were seated in the family section at the back. Not long ago, he had been informed by his advisor that he would be the last to take the stage, meaning he still had to wait an additional 2.5 hours. The organizer of the ceremony is undoubtedly a minor figure. Clad in their academic gowns, students ascend the stage one after another, while a throng of journalists intermittently clicks their cameras, evidently awaiting the appearance of the final man. Most of the students cast furtive glances toward a certain direction, some filled with admiration, others with fervor, and a few lost in reverie, yet none harboring jealousy. When one is merely a shade stronger than others, they might regard you as merely fortunate, leading to envy, resentment, and even attacks or slander. However, when one is sufficiently formidable, surpassing others by a significant margin, they lack even the courage to feel envy. All that remains is admiration and profound reverence. They will love you, fear you, and respect you. Beneath your feet lies a multitude of followers and believers, their awe and trepidation for you flowing endlessly like a mighty river. Gu Li, known as the Golden Superman, undeniably embodies this kind of strength. Chapter 52, Graduation Ceremony. Gu Li. The moment this name resonated, the auditorium erupted into thunderous applause, the sound echoing like an unending torrent. Akin to a stampede of horses across a vast prairie, dressed in his academic attire, Gu Li gracefully approached the stage. Yet, in the eyes of his fervent fans, his steps seemed almost ethereal, his gaze sparkling like the stars. Especially his warm and confident smile, which enveloped those around him in a sunny embrace, imparting a sense of warmth and comfort. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air. After receiving his diploma with a nod of gratitude to the principal, Gu Li felt an overwhelming urge to simply slip away unnoticed. Yet he knew that such an escape was impossible. As expected, the beaming principal invited Gu Li to the microphone, gesturing for him to say a few words. From the moment Gu Li stepped onto the stage, all eyes in the auditorium were fixated on him, and the principal was acutely aware of what the audience yearned to see. "Hello, everyone." As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the auditorium ignited like a powder keg, erupting into a fervent blaze. The students and reporters, led by the enthusiastic fans, erupted in wild cheers, akin to a volcanic eruption. "Subo man! Subo man! Subo man!" Gu Li waved in response to the fervor that had been ignited. He suddenly realized that his path as a superhero seemed to have veered off course, as he now found himself advancing in the direction of his ancestors. After approximately half a minute, Gu Li gestured for silence, and the crowd fell into a hush. "For me, this is a place that has allowed me to learn and grow. Indeed, had it not been for this place, where he met his ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter, he would not have acquired his additional superpowers. Moreover, he had formed numerous friendships that laid a solid foundation for the future. Additionally, the proximity to home allowed for the occasional skipping of classes. Who wouldn't cherish such an opportunity? Many proclaim me a superhero, yet you, and all of you, my dear friends, are the true heroes. The allure of Azu is indeed undeniable." As Gu Li spoke that electrifying phrase to the audience, It ignited a fervor that swept through the venue, their roars crashing like tumultuous waves, shattering the very roof of the auditorium. Subo man, Subo man, Subo man. Gu Li beamed with a warm and gentle smile, waving to the crowd before returning to his seat. The joy radiating from Azu is truly beyond imagination. Recently arrived, Tony and Ethan had initially intended to witness the awkwardness of Gu Li surrounded by a throng of former lovers. Yet, what unfolded before them was a sea of fervent admirers, eyes gleaming with adoration, and zealous devotees shouting in unison. Even the blonde, long-legged reporter known for her jibes at Tony exclaimed loudly, "Subo man, I want to bear your children." Clearly, we had underestimated Gu Li's influence. His following now rivaled that of Captain America. It is worth noting that Captain America has endured numerous battles throughout World War II, bolstered by decades of American government propaganda. After all, who does not cherish a vanished spiritual leader, especially in America? In contrast, Gu Li has merely subdued the Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York, yet has amassed such formidable clout, an unforeseen outcome for both him and many others. Indeed, it is the existence of Superman comics that has afforded Gu Li, with his heat vision and flight capabilities, an unfair advantage. With Superman sharing similar superpowers, people instinctively associate Gu Li with all the positive traits of humanity. Tony grimaced. While others may be oblivious to Gu Li's true nature, he, Tony, is the man who once shared a $0 purchase in Wakanda with Gu Li. Upon this thought crossing his mind, Tony let out a heavy sigh. Perhaps it is best to leave this matter unspoken. Even the illustrious Iron Man has succumbed to moral decay, undoubtedly influenced by Gu Li. Finally, after the old principal rambled on for another half hour, Gu Li's graduation ceremony concluded splendidly. What followed was a banquet outside, where the principal gestured grandly, inviting a multitude of reporters to partake. Yet his kind smile clearly conveyed, "Write well and promote vigorously." The reporters, understanding his intent, nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere of the banquet instantly blossomed with joy. As the rightful partner, Ms. Zhao naturally clasped Gu Li's hand, asserting her dominion over the alluring figures nearby. To Ms. Zhao, the first and second could be tolerated, but the existence of a third would be utterly intolerable, much like that woman from London, whom she refuses to acknowledge. When she and Gu Li posed for a photograph together, it incited a frenzy among the reporters, promising headlines for the next day. Superman's girlfriend. Tony, however, had lost all interest, for the throng of reporters and fans surrounding him paled in comparison to those by Gu Li's side. Nearby, Ethan observed this with a resigned shake of his head, lamenting the wretched competitiveness of men. Tony Stark is typically a calm and rational individual, akin to a finely tuned machine, effortlessly managing any situation. However, whenever he encounters Gu Li, he transforms, resembling a young creature vying for parental affection, desperately jostling his companions, fearful of being overlooked. Ethan speculates that this might signify Tony's acknowledgement of Gu, much like how he occasionally teases Ethan. A flurry of group photographs and frenzied journalist interviews consumed the entire afternoon. After bidding farewell to everyone, Gu Li conjured a grand teleportation portal, bringing his extended family back to the villa. Naturally, this was followed by a relentless barrage of photography. The world outside was exceedingly curious about this enigmatic golden portal, which defied all logic, yet seemed plausible in the presence of a superhero. Had Gu Li not exhibited such formidable prowess, leaving the politicians from America feeling uncertain, they might have sought to utilize it sooner. Gu Li sprawled on the sofa, utterly drained, while young Peter, seated beside him, was practically glowing with excitement. "Uncle, could you possibly give me a few signed photos?" Gu Li was perplexed, after all. Peter didn't seem to lack funds lately. Peter scratched his head and grinned. "Well, my girlfriends just called asking for them. They saw us standing together on television, and haha. They didn't believe me when I said Superman is my uncle." Gu Li felt a slight headache. Had he misguided his neighbor, Spider-Man? Were the girlfriends Mary Jane, Gwen, or perhaps some other young lady? Choose a few, and I shall sign them. True to Gu Li's expectations, Peter opted for a photo of just himself and his superhero uncle. The little one certainly possessed wisdom. After fulfilling Peter's request, Gu Li turned his gaze toward Ms. Zhao and Mei, who were busy in the kitchen. He wondered if Wolverine had succeeded in developing the heart-shaped herbal potion. Chapter 53. The current Wolverine. As for his obsession with the heart-shaped herbal potion, Gu Li intended to equip Ms. Zhao and Mei thoroughly. The heart-shaped potion was merely the initial step of his plan. The second step involved nanotechnology armor, although the technology was still somewhat in its infancy. Ideally, his best option would be Wakandan vibranium suits, considering those could be concealed within a necklace. Yet, Gu Li was uncertain if Su Rue had successfully developed them by this point in time. Should he venture to Wakanda once more? He suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had previously taken 1,000 tons of vibranium and 4 heart-shaped herbs. Would it be excessive to pilfer 2 vibranium suits? It felt akin to a farmer incessantly shearing a sheep, which indeed seemed rather excessive. Yet Gu Li resolutely decided to seize the opportunity to visit, unwilling to harbor regrets in the future. The incident at the barbecue restaurant remained vivid in his memory. Those interminable 7 minutes were an experience he never wished to relive. As for the clandestine embrace of Daisy, who slipped into his arms while Peter was away, that too was woven into his plans. With her ability to generate shockwaves, Daisy could certainly protect herself, but who would begrudge becoming even stronger? "Dinner's ready," called Sister May, bearing a platter of food towards the two lounging on the sofa. Gu Li relished this current lifestyle, as it imbued his existence in this foreign world with a sense of home. Regarding his mysteriously vanished adoptive parents, they had treated him well. Yet, curiously, despite the extensive surveillance and data collected by his soundwave abilities, their whereabouts remained elusive, as if they had never existed. "Darling, could you pour me a glass of water?" Gu Li, regaining his composure, nodded. However, when he handed it to Zhao Hailuan, she shook her head. "I can't drink it cold. Just give it to me." The little foodie Daisy took the glass and eagerly gulped down a couple of sips. Zhao Hailuan smiled at Gu Li, who affectionately tousled her hair before refilling her glass with warm water. Mrs. Zhao was truly understanding, a treasure of a girl. Aside from her unfortunate track record in stock trading, she had no flaws. Previously, she had gambled all her assets on shares of Stark Industries, which skyrocketed before she sold them all off to invest in Hammer Industries. The outcome was, alas, evident. Following the Stark Industries expo, due to allegations of terrorism, Justin Hammer was sentenced to 8 years, causing Hammer Industries' stock price to plummet, ensnaring Mrs. Zhao's assets once more. Little Peter had barely taken a few bites before he dashed back to his room, undoubtedly to call his girlfriends. Observing this, May Park wore a trace of concern on her face. "Gu, perhaps Peter and I should move back," she suggested, worried that her nephew, idolizing Gu Li, might become as fickle as him and end up causing heartache for countless girls. Although she had chosen Gu Li as her partner, she did not wish to see her nephew follow in those footsteps. It was a conflicting sentiment. She often pondered how she had succumbed to that alluring path. Upon hearing May and little Peter's intention to leave, Gu Li had not yet spoken to dissuade them when Daisy interjected, "Sister May, please don't go. I beg you. I don't want to eat takeout anymore." May affectionately held Daisy's hand, reassuring her, "Why don't you all come eat with us? It's more convenient that way." With the existence of portals, distance was no obstacle. Their separation seemed trivial. Sensing May's determination, Gu Li felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, little Peter had been somewhat misguided under his care, and he hoped that this period apart would allow May's love and guidance to steer him back on the right path. Perhaps he would return to procure a few suitable feather dusters. All right, but let us not go back to Queens. The demographic there is too complex and unstable. Let us head to the home Helen and I used to share. The villa awarded by the system had remained vacant for some time, making it the perfect opportunity for May and Peter to move in. "Thank you," May smiled, grasping Gu Li's hand. She felt immensely grateful for the understanding and support the little man offered regarding her choice. This was precisely why she cherished their time together. They shared a life intertwined, yet maintained their own independent spaces. However, mere words of gratitude were insufficient. A lengthy VIP chapter soon unfolded. 2.5 hours later, Gu Li, a cigarette dangling from his lips, arrived at Grey Wolf's laboratory. "Uncle Wolf, how is the research on the heart-shaped grass progressing?" Upon seeing Grey Wolf's haggard visage, he was taken aback. "Uncle Wolf, what happened to you?" Grey Wolf appeared utterly drained, his eyes tightly shut, dark circles accentuating his face, muttering phrases like, "Little leopard. Do you submit or not?" "What little leopard?" Gu Li inquired, perplexed, scanning the surroundings for any sign of a small leopard. The laboratory housed only the equally bewildered mechanical dog and mechanical bird, standing guard beside Grey Wolf. "Dog, what has happened to your master?" The mechanical dog respectfully replied, "Master, Grey Wolf consumed a heart-shaped grass and has become like this." Grey Wolf consumed the heart-shaped grass and then called out for a little leopard? Gu Li's brow furrowed slightly. "How long has it been? Why didn't you inform me?" "About an hour ago. Master Grey Wolf forbade us from telling you," the dog timidly replied. If not for the knowledge that the system would not betray him, Gu Li would have been tempted to reprimand the dog. In such a short span, the dog seemed to have forgotten about its master. Approximately half an hour later, Grey Wolf slowly opened his eyes. Yet, what struck Gu Li as peculiar was that, despite Grey Wolf's frail and exhausted appearance, a fleeting glimmer of reminiscence danced in his eyes. "How strange," Gu Li mused. "Boss, I have accomplished my mission. The heart-shaped grass is secured." Grey Wolf instinctively picked up a cigar, beginning to exhale smoke. This action evoked a sense of familiarity in Gu Li, reminiscent of his own post-activity indulgence. Waving off the mechanical dog and bird, Gu Li approached with a mischievous grin, whispering, "Uncle Wolf, have you encountered the Black Panther goddess?" Gray Wolf's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. "Boss, how did you know? Did you see her?" Truly, he was the boss. His methods were indeed extraordinary. Gray Wolf felt nothing but admiration. Seeing Gray Wolf's reaction, Gu Li realized his suspicions were correct, and he comfortingly patted Gray Wolf's shoulder. Once, Ning Kaichen united with Nye Xiaoqian. Now, Gray Wolf bravely approached the Black Panther goddess. How admirable. Gray Wolf rolled his eyes, and, with a contemplative puff of smoke, replied, "Boss, you should quickly consume a heart-shaped grass and meet that woman. I informed her that you would be her master from now on." The Black Panther goddess, Batet? Yes, that woman is indeed called Batet. Chapter 54. The Black Panther goddess. In Gu Li's original plan, 4 heart-shaped herbs were to be distributed. 1 for Zhao Hailuan, 1 for Sister May, 1 for Daisy, and the final one reserved for Tony. The reason for not providing one to young Peter was due to the fate that decreed Peter Parker's transformation into Spider-Man, a choice made by the Spider Totem. Clearly, the powers of the Spider Totem conflicted with those of the Black Panther goddess. It now appeared that he needed to consume a heart-shaped herb to make an initial greeting with the Black Panther goddess, and he would procure another for Peter later. As for the nature of the conflict, with the connection between Gray Wolf and the Black Panther goddess, it was merely a trivial matter. After retrieving the heart-shaped herb from the system space and consuming it, Gu Li slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness seemed to drift into an ethereal realm, enveloped in a mist that swirled around him like gossamer. After a moment, a graceful black leopard materialized, casting an awkward glance at Gu Li, remaining silent. "Greetings, Great Black Panther goddess. I am Gu Li. Shortly, 3 women, a nephew, and a friend will be arriving. I hope you will not trouble them." The Black Panther goddess, Bast, rolled her eyes in exasperation and nodded in acknowledgement. Fortunately, this fellow had only a handful of family members, and with that one rival. The total count was merely 5 or 7. Were the Wakandan guards truly so incompetent that they allowed the theft of 7 heart-shaped herbs? Is there something I need to do here? Gu Li was uncertain about the origins of the heart-shaped herb's power. He had merely come to familiarize himself. "You may leave." As soon as the words were spoken, Gu Li's consciousness returned to his body. He clenched his fist, feeling the enhanced power coursing through him. Though minor, it was better than nothing. With a thought, a crackling golden portal appeared instantaneously, and Gu Li found himself back in Wakanda. Had it not been for Gray Wolf's unforeseen connection with the Black Panther goddess, he would not have rushed back so hastily. He had intended to grant Wakanda some time to grieve. However, the necessity of acquiring the heart-shaped herb compelled him to return to the underground canyons of Wakanda. Within the heavily guarded canyons, the members of the guard, particularly the black women, wore grave expressions, as if they could perceive unseen threats. Gu Li waved his hand in greeting and proceeded to the nursery where the heart-shaped herbs were cultivated. Cersei, being an eternal, did not require the heart-shaped herbs to amplify her strength, and with 2 remaining, he contemplated taking 5 more. The previous 2 could serve as seeds for future use. This would eliminate the need for continual exploitation of Wakanda's resources. Moreover, even if he refrained from taking them, the heart-shaped herbs were destined to be consumed by the fiery fate of the money leopard. Indeed, I am still benevolent. Gu Li swiftly approached the vigilant members of the guard, incapacitating them with lightning speed. After securing 5 heart-shaped herbs, he departed gracefully, completing the entire operation in under 2 minutes. The alarm of Wakanda echoed once more. Upon returning home, Gu Li, amidst the exclamations of Zhao Hailuan and Daisy, carried both of them into May's room. "Darling, I can't today. I'm feeling a bit unwell," Gu Li hastily explained. Imparting a few precautionary words to them, and May before administering heart-shaped grass to them, all while they gazed at him in confusion. The process of their fainting and subsequent awakening lasted less than 2 minutes, likely because the Black Panther goddess had grown impatient. After Mrs. Zhao smashed through the bed frame in May's room with a single punch, she excitedly clung to Gu Li like a jubilant little bear, showering him with kisses. "I love you, darling. All right. Take a couple of days to adjust to your strength, and refrain from going to the lab for now." He treated his family equally. Upon reaching little Peter's room, he exchanged a few words with the boy before advising him to take the heart-shaped grass himself. This time, Peter was unconscious for merely a minute before awakening, confirming that the Black Panther goddess was indeed irritable. "Peter, you're still young. You must not misuse your powers. If you ever need to confront your classmates, remember to hold back." The excited little one hugged Gu Li tightly, expressing, "Thank you, uncle. All right, it's time for bed. In a couple of days, I'll take you out to play." Finally, only one task remained. After glancing at his watch, Ghoulie stepped through the portal to Tony's house, only to be met with a resounding complaint. "Goo, you're my real brother. Could you at least give me a heads up next time?" Ghoulie sighed, expressing his disappointment. "I initially intended to bring you a wonderful gift, yet here we are. I aimed my heart at the bright moon, yet the moon illuminates the gutter." What does that last sentence mean in Chinese? About 10 seconds later, Tony burst into hearty laughter, saying, "If you're coming, just come. Why bring a gift? It feels too formal." After uttering that phrase in Chinese, he quickly added, "My Chinese isn't too bad, is it? In that case, should I not bring anything?" No. If it's worth your personal visit, it must be something good." Extracting the purple heart-shaped grass from the system's space, Ghoulie looked at Tony, whose face was brimming with eagerness, and said, "Open your mouth. Eat this. It will transport you to a misty realm." Half a minute later, Tony gazed at his fist in disbelief, feeling as if he could now slay a bull. "What have you given me, Goo? And that talking leopard? It's simply marvelous." Through Jarvis's body assessment, he discovered that his current physique surpassed even that of the recorded Captain America. Heart-shaped grass, procured from Wakanda. Don't let this slip. Its effects are slightly more potent than the super soldier serum. For now, adjust to your enhanced strength at home. Okay. With the heart-shaped grass consumed, Iron Man should, in future encounters with the Winter Soldier and Captain America, stand a fighting chance. Yet, Ghoulie suspected that Tony would likely choose to go easy on them. After all, he was a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with gods despite his mortal frame. However, being too great could pose its own pitfalls, leaving Pepper and Morgan as a pair of orphans. "I must be off. Fury has assigned me a task." After the crackling portal vanished, Tony took a few deep breaths to calm his excited heart. However, after attempting several times, he could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty guffaw. This was perhaps the most joyous he had felt since the flight of the Mark II. Who would have thought that he, Tony Stark, could possess a physique that rivals that of Captain America? No, according to Ghoulie, it was perhaps even more formidable than the Captain-S. The mere thought of that old soldier, Captain America, rekindled a fierce competitive spirit within him. Yet, if he had heard correctly, both the heart-shaped herb and vibranium were sourced from Wakanda. Why didn't that old rascal Goo inform him about the zero-cost acquisition? Chapter 55. The Winter Soldier in the Royal Palace of Wakanda. A heavy cloud of despair enveloped the atmosphere. The thief had returned once more, in less than 2 months. He had come 3 times. The first time, he had stolen a staggering 1,000 tons of vibranium, an event that left the old king feeling utterly perplexed. After all, how could a mere thief abscond with such an immense quantity? The second time, he pilfered 4 heart-shaped herbs, which, while significant, paled in comparison to the 1,000 tons of vibranium. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the thief returned yet again, this time making off with 5 heart-shaped herbs. With fewer than 20 left, the loss of 9 was catastrophic. The old king, Chaka, was left with no choice but to divide the nursery cultivating these herbs into 3 separate locations, each heavily guarded. Strangely enough, it was the theft of the heart-shaped herbs that ultimately ensured their preservation in the world. Naturally, the old king had suspected internal betrayal, but after nearly 2 months of investigation, no useful leads had emerged. "Father, I wish to venture outside and see if I can uncover any clues," Prince Chala suddenly declared. Gazing into his son's determined eyes, the old king sighed. "Be safe, and remember to take the equipment your sister developed. Father, you must also take care of yourself. The foundation of Wakanda remains steadfast. Do not let these matters sadden you." After parting from his father, Chala sought out his sister, Princess Shuri. "Brother, you're going to the outside world? Can you take me with you? I want to see Iron Man and Stark Industries," Shuri chimed eagerly. Typically, Chala carried himself with the grace of nobility, but at that moment, he looked at his sister with affectionate indulgence. "Shuri, I must attend to some matters. Stay here and continue developing the anti-invisibility surveillance equipment. That thief may return." Upon hearing about the thief, Shuri became incensed. "All right, once I complete it, I will ensure we capture him and humiliate him thoroughly." That thief was a bane to Wakanda. Their protective shields and surveillance systems proved utterly ineffective against him. He moved through Wakanda with the ease of returning to his own backyard. Once Chala had made adequate preparations, he departed Wakanda, accompanied by several members of the Royal Guard. Their first destination was New York. At this moment in Manhattan, Ghoulie opened a portal, traversing between 2 houses. Little Peter expressed his grievances about moving out. He cherished living here, yet ultimately could not withstand Aunt May's unwavering insistence and that wretched feather duster. The thought of being lectured by Aunt May in the future, with no one to rescue him from her admonitions, filled Peter Parker with dread. The endless homework and the inability to enjoy conversations with his girlfriends weighed heavily on his heart. The items to be relocated were few. merely the clothes and study materials of May and little Peter. "Uncle, do come and visit me often," he pleaded, clutching Gu Li's leg as they prepared to leave. Gu Li nodded earnestly. Even as a reward, he would certainly visit and assign Peter some extra homework. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. In stark contrast to little Peter's apprehension about the future, Daisy brimmed with aspirations of becoming a superhero, especially at the thought of soon joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Her spirits lifted. Clinging to Gu Li's arm, the two stepped through the golden portal into S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Rumlow spotted Gu Li and hurried over, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Hey, Superman, I'm Brock Rumlow. May I take a picture with you?" Upon learning from the leader a few days prior that this formidable figure was also at the helm of the organization, Rumlow felt a sense of assurance. The Hydra Enterprise was more stable than ever. Gu Li nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Rumlow, I've heard of you." Rumlow, resembling an ardent fan, was the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces and a member of Hydra, known by the moniker Crossbones. The advantage of being part of two organizations became apparent, as all agents at S.H.I.E.L.D. were both fans and colleagues of Gu Li. After sharing a knowing smile and capturing their photo, Gu Li led Daisy to the S.H.I.E.L.D. testing facility. Nick Fury, who had been waiting, nodded at them. "Gu, have he'll assist with testing Daisy's superpowers. There's a mission that requires your attention." Emerging from behind Fury was a strikingly youthful and attractive agent. "Hello, X3. Agent Hill was indeed beautiful, though tragically, she would later fall victim to the Skrulls, further solidifying Gu Li's resolve to eradicate them. After Hill and Daisy departed, Nick Fury's expression grew serious. Natasha encountered some trouble during her mission. This is the last known location. Barton has already gone ahead. Gu Li merely glanced at the marked location on the map, and in an instant, a crackling golden portal appeared. He stepped inside, leaving Nick Fury to sigh heavily. He.S. just too formidable. Regardless of Gu Li's motives for joining S.H.I.E.L.D., the only strategy for Fury is to ensure Gu Li becomes a true member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the leader of the Avengers. Meanwhile, what unfolded before Gu Li's eyes was an endless expanse of ruins in the chaotic Middle East, seemingly within the territory of the Ten Rings gang. In his mind, there lingered no recollection of this particular plot. Indeed, the film merely captured a fragmentary representation of events, leaving the tasks undertaken by each S.H.I.E.L.D. agent unaddressed in the cinematic portrayal. Gu Li now possessed an array of superpowers, among which Shockwave, fake cards, molecular restructuring, and dynamic light waves served as offensive maneuvers. While his defensive capabilities primarily relied on Shockwave, 50-50 serum, spider totem, and heart-shaped herb, invisibility and flight were reserved for enhancing both attack and defense. Although sound waves could monitor the globe, the Middle East posed a unique challenge. The area was littered with ruins and devoid of surveillance cameras, and the information gleaned from satellites in outer space was scant. Furthermore, lacking the ability for large-scale reconnaissance, he could only search painstakingly in the current circumstances. The last communication from Black Widow to S.H.I.E.L.D. had occurred 2 days prior, while Hawkeye had arrived just yesterday. Yet curiously, there was not a whisper of activity nearby. Suddenly, a faint gunshot echoed from a distance. The air erupted explosively as Gu Li hastened toward the source. There, he spotted a long-haired man wearing a mask, a large star emblazoned on his silver right arm. Not far from him, Hawkeye and Black Widow lay on the ground, evidently injured. Was that Bucky? The cold-haired man hesitated for a moment before noticing Gu Li's sudden appearance and unleashed a torrent of bullets. Yet, in a bizarre turn of events, the projectiles transformed into a flurry of petals as they soared through the air. As a gentle breeze swept by, a hint of confusion flickered across Bucky's stoic visage. Gu Li launched himself into the air, delivering a punch imbued with shockwave that sent Bucky hurtling away, vanishing without a trace. He then conjured a teleportation circle, turning to the two who had just risen from the ground. "Can you still move? If you could lend a hand, I wouldn't mind." Hawkeye Clint offered a wry smile. Having come to assist Natasha, he realized he had underestimated the situation and had fallen prey to the Iron Fist. After helping the two to their feet, Gu Li inquired, "Who was that just now?" Although he knew the answer, playing the fool is sometimes an obligatory skill for a superhero juggling dual roles. "I'm not quite sure either. Mr. Superman, could you help us back to S.H.I.E.L.D. if we linger any longer? The next time you see me might very well be at my funeral," Gu Li remarked. Hawkeye Clint had a touch of humor. Chapter 56, Iron Wall Astro Boy in the S.H. emergency room, the medical team responded swiftly, administering aid to the gravely injured Hawkeye and Black Widow. Outside the emergency room, Nick Fury anxiously puffed on his cigar. Goo. What on earth did Clint and the others encounter to sustain such severe injuries? Iron Arm, Astro Boy, Ghoulie replied nonchalantly, exhaling a plume of smoke. What the hell? Nick Fury's face displayed his signature shock. Iron Arm, Astro Boy? What in the world is that? A newly emerged superhuman or a terrorist? Fury bombarded him with 3 rapid-fire questions. Ghoulie pursed his lips, expressing uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure. When I arrived, it was all a blur. Perhaps you could inquire further once Clint and the others finish their treatment. Some things may not be believed if I speak of them, so it would be best if Hawkeye and Black Widow relay the details. However, he had not anticipated that the two would be so thoroughly bested by the Winter Soldier. It seemed rather illogical. It was often said that those who become darker in nature gain tenfold strength, while those who are redeemed lose a fraction of their power. Within the Marvel Universe, if one were to rank the characters who have weakened due to redemption, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, would undoubtedly be the strongest contender for the championship title. Reflecting on Bucky's remarkable feats post-redemption, during the battle in Wakanda against Thanos, he wielded a machine gun with a prowess that placed him on par with Rocket Raccoon. Subsequently, he was subjected to a massage and acupressure from the Wakandan Guard, resulting in the loss of his vibranium right arm. The once-renowned Hydra model was thus diminished. Considering Bucky before his redemption, he had fiercely contended with Captain America, who had received the Super Soldier Serum, and was evenly matched with Black Panther, who had consumed the heart-shaped herb. In light of this, it was not entirely unjust for Hawkeye and Black Widow to have fallen short, especially given the unfavorable terrain in the Middle East for a long-range marksman. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie turned to Liu Dan and inquired, "How is Daisy doing? Does she meet SHIELD's recruitment criteria? Let us have her train with Agent Hill for a while," Nick Fury replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Initially, Fury believed that Daisy Johnson was merely one of Ghouli's acquaintances, her interest in SHIELD seemingly spontaneous. However, based on the results of Hill's evaluation, it was evident that Daisy possessed the ability to generate formidable shockwaves, akin to seismic waves, with the potential to induce earthquakes. Such power was nothing short of a devastating weapon, a superweapon indeed. Alarmingly, her strength surpassed that of any other agents within SHIELD, aside from Ghoulie, and it was a strength that transcended mere levels. Fury stifled his excitement, instructing Hill to facilitate Daisy's onboarding. Otherwise, he feared he might burst into laughter, as evidenced by the smile that was already creeping onto his lips. "Goo, if you have any more friends like Daisy, do recommend them. We can negotiate on benefits." Ghoulie nodded, reflecting, "While your appearance leaves much to be desired, your ambitions are quite grand. The reason I consented to Daisy joining SHIELD is twofold. Firstly, she was on the verge of dismantling my home, and neither Ms. Zhao nor sister Mei had any viable solutions. Ultimately, our family convened and decided to send Daisy to dismantle elsewhere. Secondly, Daisy was becoming quite idle at home. Particularly after graduating from her training with Grey Wolf, she had even begun to monitor my whereabouts and activities in real time. Thankfully, Soundwave remained loyal and, in her typically taciturn manner, sent a message. "Master, the mistress wishes to keep an eye on you." Thus, taking into account these two factors, our family unanimously agreed to assign Daisy to SHIELD. After discreetly messaging Pierce, Ghoulie signed the necessary documents and posed for a photograph. Feeling quite bored, Mr. Pierce encountered a mysterious individual with iron arms during his mission, and he was uncertain whether this person was affiliated with the organization. After sending him flying several kilometers, he now felt as though he was becoming a mascot for SHIELD. As he spent half an hour outside the emergency room waiting with Fury, during which no fewer than 80 SHIELD agents requested his autograph. How could he possibly refrain from indulging in beef and maintain his ancestral pride under such circumstances? The purpose of his message to Pierce was clear. "You better hurry up and provide me with the list of Hydra members. I didn't kill the Iron Arm Man this time, but next time it might not go so well. If I accidentally eliminate a Hydra member in the future, don't come looking for me." Strangely enough, this double agent experience, working 2 jobs, was rather exhilarating for Ghoulie, serving as a delightful seasoning in his life. Finally, after 2 additional hours, 2 mummies were wheeled out of the emergency room. Fury waved the others away and asked, "Clint, Natasha, may I ask you a couple of questions?" Natasha, with only her eyes visible, blinked wearily. "Go ahead." She felt as though her bones were about to disintegrate and longed for rest, preferably a long vacation. Do you know anything about that iron-armed fellow? Natasha closed her eyes in annoyance, wishing for destruction. Damn fury. Shouldn't you be asking us if we need a break or something to eat? Clint, unable to bear it any longer, weakly replied, Fury. Neither Natasha nor I know anything. That guy was likely obliterated by Superman's punch. Nick Fury fell silent for a few seconds before saying, All right, take care to rest. He then left without looking back, intending to investigate whether there were any other forces behind the iron-armed man. After Fury dismissed everyone and asked a couple of questions, he turned and left, leaving only Gu Li to tend to the two injured agents, Clint and Natasha. Seeing the situation, Clint had no choice but to plead again, Superman. Could you help us call the nurse? I'll take you there, Gu Li replied. Through the creaking golden portal, he guided them into the agent's exclusive infirmary. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Natasha felt awkward due to her previous undercover work alongside Gu Li, while Clint, unfamiliar with the situation, was at a loss for words. You two take care, I'll go call the nurse. After exiting the infirmary, Gu Li sighed, sensing that S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a troubling state. He even felt that under the current circumstances, he needn't lift a finger, as it seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. might not last much longer. However, his memories indicated that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not in such disarray. In fact, it was precisely because he joined Hydra that Pearson Dr. Zola had grown increasingly impatient, secretly accelerating the execution of their oversight plan. Despite their lingering wariness of Gu Li, Natasha and Clint's unexpected predicament was, in reality, orchestrated by Pierce, who aimed to reshape S.H.I.E.L.D. into a Hydra stronghold. Clint, Natasha, Coulson, and Hill, who were by Nick Fury's side, were the very targets of Pierce. Just after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Gu Li received another call from Fury, informing him that someone wished to meet him. After hanging up, Gu Li murmured to himself, "I shouldn't have been discovered." Chapter 57. The conditions of Wakanda. The one seeking to meet Gu Li was none other than the future Black Panther, Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. Upon departing from Wakanda, T'Challa, accompanied by several guards, hastened to New York and reached out to S.H.I.E.L.D. Through the embassy, he wished to meet the Superman. Initially, Nick Fury declined. Gu Li was now a significant figure within S.H.I.E.L.D., someone to be treated with utmost respect. Fury had no doubt that if every Superman enthusiast acted similarly, Gu Li would soon be overwhelmed and might even leave S.H.I.E.L.D. However, when the Wakandan ambassador promised a sponsorship of $30 million, Fury, after a brief moment of astonishment, acquiesced. He also stipulated a condition. The sponsorship funds must not be processed through official accounts, but rather through an alternative, and the meeting could not take place at S.H.I.E.L.D. Eager for such a straightforward agreement from Wakanda, they finalized the details and set the meeting location at the Wakandan embassy. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury cautiously ended the call, surprised by how smoothly events had unfolded. On one hand, Gu Li had agreed to meet with Wakanda. On the other hand, Fury had never anticipated that a fan of Superman would be so fervent as to offer $30 million merely for a chance to meet his idol. What a spendthrift prince, unfortunate indeed. The sudden ping of a text message further astonished Fury. $30 million had been transferred. Should he discuss the possibility of S.H.I.E.L.D. organizing Superman fan meet-and-greet events? After all, their generosity was truly remarkable. A prince from an East African agricultural nation, so lavishly straightforward with $30 million. If this continued, he would not even need to embezzle funds from the agency to construct safety houses. Gazing at the $30 million in hand, Nick Fury mused softly, perhaps I should bet on the Celtics to win? Currently, the Lakers trailed 2-3 in the finals. With a wave of his hand, Fury decided to wager the freshly acquired $30 million, for that was his investment philosophy. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Wakandan embassy, Gu Li was warmly welcomed by the spirited people of Wakanda. The enchanting gazes of several female guards sparkled with enthusiasm, as if they wished to envelop Gu Li within their sight. They guided him to a private room, where T'Challa, who had been waiting, promptly rose to greet him. Greetings, Superman. Hello, you may call me Gu Li. Feeling a twinge of shyness and unease before the poised and noble Wakandan prince, Gu Li was momentarily taken aback. Initially, during the zero-cost purchase phase, one may not have sensed the existence of such emotions, yet now, in the face of the suffering individual, Gu Li feels a pang of guilt. Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize for making you come alone. The reason I invited you here is to discuss a matter with you. Pray tell, Guli replied, curiosity piqued. Are you, perchance, seeking my assistance in apprehending a thief? If that is indeed the case, it would be rather intriguing to see you, Guli, attempt to seize yourself. It is indeed the case that I am aware of your extraordinary ability to alter the molecular composition of matter. Might I request a demonstration? Chala concluded, pulling a piece of vibranium from his briefcase and placing it upon the table before them. Guli took the small piece of vibranium in hand, contemplating for a moment. Let me hazard a guess. This metal is a specialty of your homeland, or rather, exclusively belonging to Wakanda, and its quantity is rather limited. Are you concerned that I might produce countless pieces of this material in the future? Chala awkwardly nodded. Mr. Gu, this is vibranium. I trust you have heard of it. In truth, Chala's request stemmed from a dual purpose: to ascertain whether Guli's powers could indeed yield unlimited vibranium, and to indirectly assess whether Guli could potentially be the enigmatic thief. If Guli could mass-produce vibranium, it would render the notion of the thief stealing 1,000 tons from Wakanda absurd, as one could simply acquire it through infinite transformation. As for the possibility of exposing Wakanda to Superman and the wider world, Chala expressed indifference. The thief's ability to infiltrate Wakanda with impunity overshadowed the concern of exposure, particularly when weighed against Guli's extraordinary abilities. After all, should Guli truly possess the power to generate vibranium, Wakanda's vibranium would soon be as commonplace as any other metal. Under the puzzled gazes of Chala and his guard, Guli grasped the knife and fork on the table, allowing the steel utensils to slowly dissipate before transforming into a small piece of vibranium. Chala stood in a daze for several moments, gesturing for his guard to withdraw. Mr. Gu, though I may be presumptuous, I must request that you refrain from selling vibranium to outsiders. You may propose alternative conditions, and Wakanda will do its utmost to accommodate you. The unfolding events had begun to exceed Guli's expectations. He had not merely restructured the utensils into vibranium. Instead, he had molecularly disintegrated the knife and fork and quickly retrieved a small piece of vibranium from his system space as a substitute. His ability to freely transform objects hinged upon his knowledge of their molecular formulas. In other words, to convert a steel coin into vibranium, he needed to know the molecular formula of vibranium without requiring that of the steel coin, as the latter was forcibly dismantled into a molecular state to compose the vibranium formula. Returning to the matter at hand, Guli was genuinely taken aback that Chala sought him to discuss the prevention of vibranium sales to external parties. Your Highness, such a course of action would incur significant losses on my part. Guli's demeanor shifted seamlessly, as if he were genuinely negotiating terms with Chala. While it might have seemed presumptuous, he reiterated, Mr. Superman, Wakanda will exert every effort to accommodate your needs. Chala and his sister simply wished for vibranium to remain scarce and not circulate widely, for it is the very foundation of Wakanda. Then, Your Highness, what can Wakanda offer me? Firstly, I have no need for monetary compensation, and with my capabilities, little can harm me. Chala, acknowledging Guli's subtle bravado with a nod, asked, What is it that you require, Mr. Gu? An awkward silence enveloped the room. One party did not know how to articulate their needs, while the other was uncertain of what to provide. Let us proceed this way, Your Highness. I harbor an immature notion, and I wonder if Wakanda could extend its assistance. Please, do elaborate. Guli lit a cigarette and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. As a superhero, combating evil is my mission and responsibility. However, the safety of my family remains precarious as a result. Therefore, Iron Man and I have designed a suit of armor to withstand most ballistic attacks, which can be concealed within a necklace or bracelet. Yet, due to the current immaturity of nanotechnology on Earth, we are unable to manufacture it. If Wakanda could assist. Your Highness, I assure you, the vibranium I produce will solely be for my personal use and will never be sold externally. Guli concluded with a resigned expression, embodying a sense of hopelessness. It was precisely Guli's demeanor at that moment that alleviated the sudden doubts that had arisen in Chala's mind. Mr. Gu, we have what you seek. Chala's words elicited a look of confusion from Guli. You share this perspective? Then we can discuss it together. Chala shook his head and continued, Mr. Gu, your vision has already been realized in Wakanda. If your request is merely this, then I can acquiesce. Are you certain it has been realized? Indeed, Chala clapped his hands, and a nanotechnology suit gradually enveloped his form, ultimately culminating in the striking Black Panther suit. Wait, isn't Wakanda primarily an agricultural nation? Is there more? Guli, adept in his acting, quickly inquired. He knew well what Wakanda entailed. Yet to avoid revealing his insight to Chala, he felt he deserved an Oscar for this performance. In response, Chala sighed, fully aware that it would not be so simple. Your Highness, I wish to customize 5 of those protective suits, and additionally, I would like 1 tailored black Superman suit. Observing the pained expression on Chalia's face, Gu Li solemnly stated, I promise you, not a single gram of vibranium will escape my possession. After a brief hesitation, Chala nodded in agreement. Having already taken advantage of Wakanda's resources on 4 separate occasions, Gu Li felt a tinge of guilt and added, of course, should Wakanda require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Both parties expressed considerable satisfaction with the recent discussions. Wakanda no longer harbors concerns about the rampant availability of vibranium, while Mr. Gu successfully accomplished his mission of arming Ms. Zhao and Sister May. Mr. Gu, do visit Wakanda when you have the time. Thank you, Your Highness. After Mr. Gu's departure, Chala activated the holographic communication device to inquire with his sister, who had participated in the entire conversation. Su-Rue, how do you feel? I doubt Mr. Gu is the thief. Far away in Wakanda, Princess Su-Rue responded through the hologram. I don't believe he is, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Though I can't pinpoint what it is. Through the analysis of Mr. Gu's voice, Su-Rue could confirm that the voice she heard in the vibranium mother mind was not his, yet she struggled to recall the exact words from that moment. Additionally, acquiring 6 vibranium suits in exchange for 2 promises leaves one wondering if it was a loss or a gain. Brother, when will you return? Today. I'll retrieve the suits and deliver them to Mr. Gu. In high spirits, Mr. Gu returned home only to awkwardly discover that the house was empty. Sister May and little Peter had moved to another residence. Ms. Zhao was likely in the lab researching nanotechnology, and Daisy was learning at Shield Under Hill, leaving the house feeling desolate. When he arrived at the Grey Wolf laboratory, Uncle Wolf was engrossed in working on a new type of battle armor with his mechanical dog and bird, completely unaware of Mr. Gu's presence. Why not find Max for a reward? Without hesitation, Mr. Gu vanished. Previously, Mr. Gu had only triggered 1 reward, and Max had pleaded for mercy while clutching the sheets. When Mr. Gu reappeared, he found Max sprawled on the sofa, looking utterly exhausted. After an exhilarating session, Max, breathless, nestled in Mr. Gu's embrace, said, Darling, could you help me find a job? What about Jane and Counselor Eric? Don't mention it. Jane went on a trip without me, and Eric found a new job. Acting strangely every day. Sometimes, the world feels remarkably small. Max's partner, Eric, happens to be Mr. Gu's counselor at New York University. Eric has now been invited by Nick Fury to join S.H.I.E.L.D., researching the power of the Tesseract, also known as the Space Gem. Given that Egg did not inform Mr. Gu of these developments, it is evident that S.H.I.E.L.D., like Hydra, is still in the process of evaluating him. I graduated only to find myself unemployed. I had planned to attend your graduation ceremony the other day, but the thought of possibly being seen by your girlfriend deterred me. Sneaking around with Superman is far more thrilling. What kind of job are you looking for? Mr. Gu cherishes this fleeting romance, as Max is genuinely lovely and soft. Anything will do. I have no particular requirements, ideally something laid back with good benefits. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Li, who was in a sage moment, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his lips. Shall I simply transfer the money directly to you? Really, dear Mr. Superman? Are you certain you wish to support me? Support? It does seem plausible. After all, the rewards acquired from Max were rather pleasing. Following 2 rounds of passionate endeavors, the system's melodious prompt echoed once more. The character Daisy Louise's affection for you has greatly increased. You have obtained the Decepticon Red Spider. The Red Spider, a loyal second-in-command of the Decepticons, renowned for its rebellious nature, transformed into an F-22 Raptor fighter jet, serving as the airstrike commander within the Decepticon ranks. Boasting the swiftest flight speed among its squadron. Daisy, perhaps you should return to work. Idleness breeds lethargy. Just like Gu Li, who immediately sought tasks to occupy himself during his spare time, knowing that without effort, he would forfeit the system's rewards. All right, dear. Remember to introduce me to a good job. I'm off to sleep. Observing Max close her eyes while absent-mindedly caressing her chest, Gu Li helplessly rose to cover her with a blanket, nearly losing his resolve against their previously made agreement to refrain from entangling in each other's lives. According to the original storyline, Max eventually became a PhD in astrophysics and joined the Celestial Sword Bureau, though the specific details remained unexplained. Thus, he resolutely decided against supporting her. Such a remarkable talent should be encouraged to grow swiftly. Meanwhile, the Red Spider, stationed at a suburban farm by the system, disdainfully challenged Steel Cable to a duel. I am the second-in-command of the Decepticons. Master has yet to speak, and you expect me to kneel and submit? Steel Cable, known as the mighty dinosaur bot, could not constantly accompany Gu Li due to its massive stature. Moreover, as the leader of the dinosaur bots, Steel Cable's pride prevented it from accepting the role of a mechanical subordinate. Therefore, it carved out its own path. With the arrival of a Decepticon, Steel Cable certainly would not let the opportunity slip away. However, it was unexpected that the Red Spider displayed such courage, daring to propose that the outcome of their duel determine the rightful leader. Even before upgrading to true adamantium, Steel Cable deemed it trivial to handle the Red Spider with just one hand, especially now that its materials had been entirely upgraded. With a single strike, Steel Cable shattered the Red Spider into fragments. Realizing it was on the brink of demise, the Red Spider hastily called out to Gu Li, "Master." An accident occurred when the Red Spider arrived. Chapter 59. Who destroyed the F-22? In a factory on the outskirts of New York, Gu Li stared in disbelief at the mangled remains of the Red Spider. The second-in-command's entrance was indeed surprising. He naturally believed Steel Cable's account, for the hulking figure of Steel Cable radiated sincerity, and honest individuals seldom utter falsehoods. After retrieving the regeneration cradle, Gu Li instructed Steel Cable to place the shattered Red Spider inside, along with a substantial amount of true adamantium to reconstruct its new form. 1,000 tons of vibranium, pilfered from Wakanda, were divided equally between Gu Li and Tony, with each receiving 500 tons. Through the relentless efforts of Grey Wolf and his minions over several days, approximately 250 tons of authentic adamantium had been fused, accompanied by an immense consumption of electricity and the radiant brilliance emanating from the cradle. The new Red Spider emerged majestically from the regeneration cradle. It knelt on one leg in a display of utmost reverence and proclaimed, "Master, the second-in-command of the Decepticons. Red Spider reports to you. I sincerely commend your greatness and thank you for granting me a new lease on life." Gu Li nodded in satisfaction and suggested, "How about we give the F-22 Raptor a try?" It must be noted that Red Spider's eloquence was indeed charming. He promptly placed a call to Rhodey. "Rhodey, it's me. I've recently acquired a new toy and would like to test it out. Can you provide some cover while I fly?" "Absolutely, Gu. We're good friends. You can count on me for this minor task. By the way, let's get together soon. I'd love for you to sign something for my nephew. He's a huge fan of yours," Rhodey assured him from the other end of the line. "Sure, bring Tony along." After hanging up, Gu Li piloted the brand new F-22. Soaring into the sky, the sensation of flying was distinctly different from mere flight. It was a magnificent experience akin to wielding a grand toy. The F-22 Raptor, being the first operational fifth-generation fighter jet, combined stealth capabilities, agility, precision, and situational awareness, along with its air-to-air and air-to-ground combat abilities, rendering it the most proficient fighter jet in America. Its maximum speed reaches 2,410 miles per hour, approximately equivalent to Gu Li's speed in a second. The F-22, slicing through the skies above New York, immediately captured the attention of the American military, and unfortunate Colonel Rhodey was tasked with the pursuit. Rhodey, feeling exasperated, turned a shade of deep crimson. He never anticipated that the toy Gu Li mentioned was an unfamiliar F-22 Raptor, one that had never been registered with the military. Damn Gu, he thought. As Gu Li's friend, the responsibility of cleaning up after him fell squarely on his shoulders. Clad in the Mark VI armor, also known as War Machine, Rhodey gritted his teeth and chased after Gu Li's F-22, but despite his efforts, he could not catch up. This is definitely not an F-22. As an Air Force colonel, Rhodey was intimately familiar with the F-22, yet the aircraft Gu Li piloted, from the satellite surveillance footage, was not only visually similar but outpaced the F-22 by an unfathomable margin. After half an hour of pursuit with no sight of it, the incessant directives from the ground command compelled Rhodey to dial Gu Li's number. "Gu, enough of this. Stop immediately and come up with a plan. The Department of Defense is nearly losing its mind." The unidentified F-22 roaring across American skies was akin to a declaration of war to the Department of Defense, and Rhodey, whose ambitions included becoming the Secretary of Defense, could not afford to falter here. Finally, after some time, he caught sight of Gu Li, who appeared utterly unconcerned. Rod was infuriated. He could not fight back, so he had to find a way to resolve the issue. After the two descended to the ground, Rod, with a grim expression, helplessly inquired, "Gu, what is this thing?" "The F-22 does not operate this swiftly." Gu Li chuckled and patted the Red Spider, followed by a cacophony of mechanical sounds. Under Rod's astonished gaze, the Red Spider transformed into a colossal mechanical titan, rendering the War Machine before it akin to a mere toy. "Wang Defa? Did Tony create this?" Gu Li was taken aback for a moment, then fervently nodded. He and T claimed it was Tony, but that was merely Rod's assumption. At that moment, Rod resembled a child who had discovered a more delightful toy, cautiously reaching out to caress the Red Spider with affection. Observing the Red Spider's forlorn gaze, Gu Li shrugged helplessly, saying, "Just bear with it, it will pass." The entire ordeal lasted approximately 2.5 minutes, until Rod was jolted back to reality by the booming voice of the defense minister. Minister, this is a magnificent creation by Tony. It poses no significant issues. I will negotiate with him. Rod reassured once more. Ghoulie, stifling a laugh, jested, Rod, I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Rod, startled, quickly exclaimed, please do not take that. Goo, I still aspire for a promotion. In a flash, a crackling golden teleportation portal materialized. Ghoulie waved his hand and returned to the farm with the red spider. Rod, witnessing this, sighed in resignation and soared toward Tony's seaside villa. What did you say? The F-22, the Mark armor, was created by me? Tony Stark bellowed at Rod, who was clearly concealing something, leaving Tony momentarily bewildered. Did Goo Charlie inform you? Rod awkwardly scratched his head. His reluctance to disclose everything stemmed from the fear of Tony misunderstanding. Yet to his surprise, Tony immediately thought of Ghoulie. This further solidified Rod's conviction that the F-22 was indeed a creation of Tony's. Noticing Rod's expression, Tony snapped, damn that Goo Charlie, always shifting the blame onto me. Tony had previously witnessed the transformation of a drifting titan, yet the flying vehicle form was not an F-22 Raptor, but an armed helicopter. Has Goo Charlie acquired another new transformer? Hearing Tony's murmurs, Rod curiously asked, Tony, what exactly is a transformer? Is it something akin to your F-22? It certainly fits the image. Tony shouted once more, Rod, I shall reiterate, it is not my creation. At that moment, the newly awakened Pepper rubbed her eyes and gazed at the two men, who wore varying expressions. Tony, what have you created now? A rather unsettling thought unexpectedly struck Pepper as she observed the suddenly silent Tony and Rod. She wondered if Tony's old habits had resurfaced. Having been Tony's personal secretary for many years, she had dealt with the aftermath of his mischief more than once. Moreover, an unexpected turn of events has arisen. At this thought, Pepper's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her gaze reflecting an imminent outburst of emotion. Tony, with a mere glance, discerned that his beloved Pepper had misinterpreted the situation. Hey, Pepper, don't think like that. It's not as you presume. Rod, you must clarify this to Pepper. Indeed, Pepper, what Tony has conjured is but a mere creation, yet he steadfastly denies any responsibility, insisting that it was Ghoulie's doing. Chapter 60. The fabricated incident. After placing the red spider at the farm, as night fell, Ghoulie concluded this delightful day and made his way home. However, upon arriving and embracing Zhao Hailuan, the previously joyful Mrs. Zhao instantly transformed, her countenance darkening as she fixed a piercing gaze upon him. She even leaned closer to Ghoulie's chest, taking a gentle sniff. Pray tell, Mr. Goo, how do you account for this cheap cologne wafting from you? Caught off guard, Ghoulie stood frozen, guilt washing over him. Alas, he had been careless. After an afternoon of flying the Max, and then the F-22, he had forgotten to bathe. With May absent from the household, he found himself devoid of support. Daisy, on the other hand, wore a bemused expression, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama, while Zhao Hailuan regarded Ghoulie with the intensity of someone who had caught their partner in infidelity. Is it that Daisy and I cannot satisfy you? Are we not meeting your expectations? Or is my service lacking? Like a chastened child, Ghoulie responded to her inquiries with a simple no for each question. Then enlighten me, Mr. Goo, why do you seek the company of other women? Why? After dismissing Daisy, Ghoulie attempted to take Zhao Hailuan's hand in a conciliatory gesture, only to have it forcefully rebuffed. Once they were alone, he finally spoke. Hailuan, I don't desire this. It's merely that I possess a superpower that necessitates certain actions to be acquired. Zhao Hailuan, perplexed, scrutinized Ghoulie, her small hand brushing against his forehead. Are you speaking nonsense? Truly, you must believe me, Hailuan. After 2 minutes of silence, Mrs. Zhao, gritting her teeth, retorted, your superpower is quite peculiar. Perhaps the creator had inadvertently conjured a spark of inspiration. How could he explain this? Ghoulie could only conceive of this rationale. Sharing about the system would garner disbelief. Who would truly believe in a system that transcends all? Mrs. Zhao, striving to temper her rising anger, inquired, then why seek me out? I possess no superpower whatsoever. As her ire subsided by half, Ghoulie quickly drew her into his embrace, gazing deeply into her eyes. Hailuan, you are different. My love for you is pure and sincere. The two, enveloped in passionate affection, shared a kiss. With May and little Peter having moved out, Ghoulie felt unencumbered. Just as he prepared to connect once more, a bothersome doorbell rang. Zhao Hailuan hastily pushed Ghoulie away, taking a breath while adjusting her blouse. Go check. There are only a few who know our address. Ghoulie nodded, and upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpected trio, the furious Tony, the reluctant Rhodey, and the tearful Pepper. Ghoulie mused, what an odd ensemble. What on earth has transpired? As Pepper entered the living room, her sobs intensified, possibly upon seeing Zhao Hailuan, her previous grievances spilling forth in tears. When Ms. Zhao embraced Pepper, she cast a bewildered glance at Gu Li, inquiring about the situation. Gu Li shook his head in response. I am equally in the dark. Surely this cannot be a matter of emotional entanglement? The emotional dilemmas among the three seemed somewhat illogical. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Li took the initiative to ask Rodi, what has brought you here at such a late hour? Rodi, momentarily at a loss for words, realized only then that the F-22 was likely not of Tony's making. Allow me to explain, Tony sighed, then continued, the root of the issue lies with your transformer. After a considerable time, upon hearing the entire account, Gu Li gazed incredulously at the trio. Is this truly what it is? You all have come here at this hour for this. Pepper, that transformer was indeed my doing. Since Tony and you have become involved, he has not pursued any other women, despite his previous reputation. However, please believe he has turned over a new leaf. Rodi and Pepper nodded in agreement with Gu Li's assessment of Tony's past indiscretions. Only Tony could hardly conceal his indignation. What is it like to be labeled a scoundrel by Gu Charlie? If looks could kill, Gu Li would have met his demise several times over. Another perplexed party was Ms. Zhao, whose previously forgiving heart was inexplicably reignited, prompting her to resolve to exact a proper punishment on Gu Li that very night. The reconciled Tony and Pepper sat closely together, while Gu Li and Zhao Hailuan exchanged meaningful glances. Observing this scene, Rodi sighed and rose to take his leave, stating, I shall return home to find my wife. I shall forego this spectacle of dog food. The trio had arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Before leaving, Tony turned back to Gu Li, mockingly gesturing across his throat. You wait for me. This matter is far from over. Gu Li shrugged, bemused. Later that evening, at 9 o'clock, after returning from dinner with Mei Jia, Zhao Hailuan donned enticing lingerie and began teasing Mr. Gu alongside Daisy. Just as Gu Li prepared to indulge in a delightful escapade, the two women unceremoniously kicked him off the bed. If you dare to run out tonight, you shall never again find yourself in my bed, they declared in unison. So, this was the ambush. Gu Li lit a cigarette, silently reciting the Heart Sutra countless times. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, while practicing profound prajnaparamita, perceived that all five aggregates are empty, thus liberating all from suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. This helped him suppress the tumultuous excitement within his heart and body. It seems I must exercise caution in the future. I must not be discovered again. Gu Li murmured softly. As for not going out, that is but a jest. His current prowess does not even reach the level of a celestial being. And ahead lies singular universe level, multiverse level, hyper-universe level, and omnipotent universe level challenges. How could one dare to relinquish hope before achieving true invincibility? After all, the system remains his greatest support. Although he could continue his training with his current strength, it would be sheer folly not to take the existing shortcut. Even if this system is somewhat troublesome and lacks finesse, it is nonetheless akin to an external aid. How many have yearned for a system, yet found none? Gu Li once again grasped several bottles of beer and made his way to the Grey Wolf laboratory. Ever since Uncle Grey Wolf became entangled with the Black Panther goddess, he had gradually become gaunt. Upon seeing Gu Li, Grey Wolf weakly remarked, Boss, I have developed the vibranium molecular formula and cultivated the heart-shaped herb. The nano-armor, however, will take some more time, so could I possibly have a moment's respite? Grey Wolf felt utterly exhausted. Faced with a capitalist-like boss and a small leopard who resembled a 1,000-year-old grievance, even after consuming the heart-shaped herb, his body could scarcely endure. Suddenly, he longed for his wife and little Grey. Hearing this, Gu Li awkwardly offered a word of comfort. Uncle Wolf, do take care of yourself. He then turned without looking back, returning to the living room. Let him drink alone. Chapter 61. The vibranium armor life returned to tranquility once more. Aside from the occasional tasks from S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce from Hydra had called to express his gratitude to Gu Li for showing mercy. The Winter Soldier, after being flung several kilometers away, had been painstakingly rescued by Hydra, and Gu Li had successfully obtained the list from Hydra. It was clear that Pierce was fearful, given the frequency with which S.H.I.E.L.D. assigned tasks to Gu Li. He worried that before the Insight program had even commenced, Hydra would be entirely eradicated. Thus, he devised a plan to liberate Gu Li from S.H.I.E.L.D. Under the pretense of an external mission from the Security Council, Pierce had but one request. As long as Gu Li refrained from appearing before Nick Fury, he was free to do as he pleased. 7 days later, at the Wakandan Embassy in New York, Mr. Gu, Here are the 6 sets of vibranium armor customized as per your request. Please take care of them. Once again in New York, Chala appeared to be in splendid spirits, as if he were in the throes of love. Thank you, Your Highness. Should Wakanda require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, Guli sincerely stated. Feeling an intensified sense of guilt for the kindness shown by Wakanda, he was determined to prevent the tragedy of the old king being killed by Baron Zemo. As for the dashing young prince before him, there was truly nothing he could do. The unfortunate passing of the Black Panther actor in reality had led to the demise of the Black Panther in the cinematic universe. Such a transcendent matter was beyond his capabilities. By the way, Mr. Gu, this is my sister, Su Rue, the developer of the vibranium armor. I've heard that you have a good relationship with Iron Man. Could you possibly introduce us? From that moment, Guli noticed the girl with dreadlocks beside Chala observing him intently. Unfortunately, he harbored a mild prejudice, feeling indifferent towards women of African descent. Greetings, Princess Shuri. I assume Tony must be quite pleased to meet a brilliant scientist such as yourself. However, I must ask you to hold for a moment while I consult him. Very well, thank you. Tony still bore a grudge against Guli, as the previous incident involving the F-22 had nearly cost him Pepper, despite it being merely a misunderstanding fueled by Rhodey's imagination. Nevertheless, Tony remained somewhat aloof towards Guli. This time, however, he swiftly agreed to meet Shuri. Having heard the words, the genius scientist developing the nanosuit wishes to see you. Moments later, Guli hung up the phone and smiled. I trust one have met your expectations. Shall we depart now? Indeed. He had previously instructed Tony not to let anything slip. After leading Chala and Shuri to Stark Industries, Guli left behind a set of vibranium suits and took his leave. The seaside villa was off limits, as the basement there was piled high with vibranium, making it prone to exposure. Watching Guli depart, Chala and Shuri couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The superhero had left a vibranium suit for Iron Man. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the two before him, Tony curiously glanced at the vibranium suit. Is this item particularly valuable? Mr. Stark, you may want to give it a try. With Shuri's assistance, Tony stored the vibranium suit back into the necklace, then gently patted the chain around his neck. As the black vibranium suit slowly enveloped him. Wang Defa, nanotechnology? Meanwhile, Guli had slipped back outside Helen Zhao's laboratory at Stark Industries. The sight of Ms. Zhao intently examining data was truly captivating. Unlike the last time when he was largely ignored, this time, as soon as Guli arrived outside the lab, he was surrounded by a throng of researchers. Superman, may we take a photo? Ah, Superman, could I get your autograph? After several encounters, Guli had become adept at handling the requests of his fans, signing autographs and posing for photographs in a flurry of activity. Once the crowd dispersed, Guli took Ms. Zhao's hand and stepped through the teleportation portal once more. Upon arriving home, Ms. Zhao complained, in broad daylight, must you be in such a rush? Guli playfully tapped her on the head. Wait a moment, I have something wonderful for you. Carrying 5 sets of vibranium suits, Guli entered Uncle Wolf's laboratory. Wolf Uncle, could you help me check if there are any issues with these nanosuits? Upon hearing nanosuits, Uncle Wolf perked up. Let me take a look. He retrieved a peculiar instrument from his toolkit and began tinkering. About 2 minutes later, he announced, Boss, there's nothing wrong. There's a monitoring program that seems to be linked to a certain display, but I've already cleared it. With this, the nano armor should be ready within 2 days. Guli genuinely gave him a thumbs up. Grey Wolf is undoubtedly the most extraordinary being among his numerous subordinates, at least rivaling Tony Stark. Well then, I shall take one for myself. The rest are yours to examine. Guli retrieved one of the vibranium suits from several options and contained it within his bracelet. Turning back to the living room. Ms. Zhao, extend your hand. Following his instructions, Zhao Hailuan gently touched the bracelet, and in an instant, the sleek black vibranium suit enveloped her entirely, her exquisite curves causing Guli to swallow hard. Ms. Zhao truly is a treasure. Unlike Guli, who was lost in thoughts of curves, Zhao Hailuan evidently grasped the crux of the matter. Darling, which company developed this nanotechnology? It is remarkably advanced. At least 56 years ahead of my research. It's from Wakanda. I managed to acquire 6 sets through your man, and Wolverine is currently studying them in the lab. Aside from the chatterbox Peter, the others were aware of the existence of Grey Wolf and his Transformer subordinates. The reason for Peter's ignorance was simple. Once he knew, it would be as if the entire world was aware. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailuan nestled into Guli's embrace and planted a couple of kisses on him. Darling, let us go take a look together. All right, just put away the vibranium suit first. It's making me a bit too excited. Ugh, you lecher. After exiting Grey Wolf's laboratory, Zhao Hailuan fell into a deep state of self-doubt. The nanotechnology she had been researching since university paled in comparison to Grey Wolf's mere 2 months of effort. Wolverine had begun from scratch, gradually delving into research. And with the newly acquired vibranium suit, a new nanotechnology armor would soon emerge. Zhao Hailuan remained motionless in Gu Li's arms, clutching his back tightly. Darling, am I really that foolish? Patting her head, Gu Li quickly reassured her. I tell you, sweetheart, Wolverine is an extraordinary talent. He cannot be measured by ordinary standards. All that seems illogical becomes logical in his presence. Gu Li began recounting the myriad inventions of Grey Wolf, from weather cubes to handcrafted aircraft carriers, defying the sun with sheer will, and a variety of manned spacecraft, along with electromagnetic cannons and energy guns, which were mere trifles. Time slipped away, and before long, Zhao Hailuan, like a sleepy kitten, curled up in Gu Li's embrace, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted into slumber. Well then, today I must endure further torment. Who knows how he managed to survive the past 7 days, each one spent under the relentless scrutiny of Zhao Hailuan and Daisy. Today, he found himself unable to escape yet again. Chapter 62. Unclean June 17, 2010. After a week of training at S.H.I.E.L.D., Daisy invited her mentor Agent Hill, along with Natasha and Clint, who had just been discharged from the hospital, as well as Agent Coulson, who had returned from vacation in New Mexico, for a meal together. Of course, the troubled director Nick Fury was also on the guest list for reasons unknown. The group of 6 arrived at a mysterious restaurant. Daisy, this place seems a bit too extravagant, doesn't it? The conversation was initiated by Coulson, who mentioned that one of his girlfriend's dreams was to dine at this establishment, albeit it operates on a membership basis. Not only are the prices exorbitant, but non-members are strictly refused entry. You needn't worry, Coulson, said Daisy. I have sufficient funds. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she admitted that she had not inquired thoroughly before their arrival. Having only heard from Gu Li that the cuisine here was quite commendable, the elegant lobby manager had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, and upon spotting Daisy, she respectfully guided the group into the banquet hall on the top floor. Good evening. Shall we serve the meal now? Yes, Daisy replied, glancing at the waitstaff, who stood like a group of courtiers in the banquet hall. With a hint of melancholy, she waved her hand to dismiss them. She disliked this aristocratic style of service, finding it excessively decadent. To her surprise, the lavish banquet hall featured only a single enormous dining table, accompanied by a full orchestra poised and ready. It exuded a distinctly medieval royal ambience reminiscent of Europa. Once the waitstaff had departed, the atmosphere among the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. became slightly more relaxed. I apologize, esteemed seniors, Daisy began. Not at all, Daisy. We rarely have the opportunity to indulge like this, Hill remarked, expressing her fondness for the young girl who aspired to be a superhero. Indeed, let us enjoy this moment thanks to you, Clint added reassuringly. The perks of being with S.H.I.E.L.D. were decent, but they were hardly enough for extravagant indulgence, particularly for someone like him who had several children to support. As they engaged in light conversation, the dishes began to arrive in succession, an impressive total of 108, each meticulously plated to resemble a work of art, boasting exceptional flavors and aromas. After a rare moment of silence, Hill finally looked up and asked, Daisy, have you come into some fortune recently? I bought some sports bets with my brother, Daisy replied. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury, who had been somewhat glum, suddenly perked up. Daisy, do you also enjoy betting on sports? Daisy quickly shook her head and softly explained, my brother said it was a sure win, so I placed a few bets. Is it the Game 7 showdown today? Yes, exactly. Fury, puzzled, inquired, but the results of today's match aren't out yet. How can your brother be so confident? He immediately deduced who Daisy's brother was, realizing why Natasha's undercover mission had failed. Just by observing the women around Gu Li, it was evident that both Zhao Hailuan and Daisy were formidable, perhaps even rivaling Natasha, with the added advantage of dark hair and eyes. My brother said, if we lose, he'll cover my losses. At this, Fury's lips twitched in disbelief. If it weren't for his pride, he would have liked to ask, does Gu Li need a younger brother? If it were possible, becoming Superman's brother wouldn't be unacceptable, given that he had recently acquired a substantial sum from Stark Industries, enough to fund numerous safe houses. How much did you wager? 30 million on the Lakers to win. Upon hearing this, Fury felt a sinking sensation. He had placed all 30 million he earned from Wakanda on the Celtics. No way. Does Superman have the ability to predict the future? So you liquidated your stocks to purchase that wretched restaurant solely because Daisy invited colleagues for dinner today? Tony expressed his growing bewilderment towards Gu Li, remarking that while he might seem unfaithful, at times he exhibited a surprising depth of emotion, spending lavishly without a moment's hesitation. Yet, if one were to argue that he was not unfaithful, one could easily assemble a basketball team from the women he has dated. much like the ongoing NBA Finals displayed on the screen at that moment. Exhaling clouds of smoke, Ghoulie languidly remarked, "The restaurant is situated in quite a favorable location. We could relocate Helen's laboratory there in the future." "Goo, this is somewhat excessive. Dr. Zhao was specifically recruited from Seoul," Tony countered. The effort Stark Industries expended to secure Zhao Helen was considerable, yet they had not anticipated Ghoulie's interception. Ghoulie scoffed. "Isn't the nanotechnology from Wakanda sufficient for your needs?" It remained a mystery what had possessed Su Rue and Chala to forge a strategic alliance with Stark Industries, facilitating the exchange of scientific advancements. Tony sighed, attempting to persuade, but there's still life sciences. This field is rather limited, and it would be arduous to find someone more accomplished than Dr. Zhao. Helen merely felt her laboratory was somewhat cramped, and as her partner, I naturally must support her. Ghoulie suddenly grinned mischievously at Tony. "Oh, billionaire, if you genuinely believe in the future of life sciences, why not invest a little?" It was uncertain whether Ms. Zhao had been spurred by Grey Wolf, but she was adamant about establishing her own venture. The source of her confidence stemmed from Grey Wolf agreeing to become the chief scientist of the laboratory. Ghoulie could scarcely imagine what Marvel's Uncle Wolf might conjure within the realm of Marvel's technological advancements. "By the way, Tony, there's actually another excellent candidate you might consider." "Who?" Tony inquired, intrigued. "Bruce Banner. You must be quite familiar with him. Currently, only a handful of you can be deemed top scientists. In the absence of Dr. Strange, Ghoulie believed that only Dr. Zola could rival these three. Bruce Banner, possessing 6 doctoral degrees, was an expert in gamma radiation. Tony Stark, the man whose mind harbored the Mind Stone in the comics. Princess Su Rue, a pioneer in Wakandan research and the developer of the vibranium suit. Yet, in the presence of Grey Wolf, they all paled in comparison. My Uncle Wolf reigns supreme across all realms." Regaining his composure, Ghoulie recalled something important and quickly said, "By the way, brother, I have a matter that requires your and Princess Su Rue's assistance." "What is it?" "There exists a rather odious race on Earth. They can transform into any human likeness, even replicating superpowers." Upon hearing Ghoulie seek assistance, Tony, who had been lazily lounging on the sofa a moment prior, sprang up in alarm, exclaiming, "Wang Defa? Are you certain you're not speaking nonsense?" To be candid, Tony was skeptical, but seeing Ghoulie's serious demeanor, he apprehensively inquired, "Aliens? Skrulls?" After a lengthy discussion, Tony, without hesitation, seized Ghoulie and made haste to find Princess Su Rue. The green-skinned beings possessed the ability to transform into either male or female. Tony gagged a few times, his mind racing with thoughts of his past one-night encounters, wondering if any of those individuals could possibly have been a Skrull. Why do I feel so unclean? Chapter 63. Hail Hydra in New York, at the Wakandan Embassy, upon hearing the intentions of Ghoulie and his companion, Chala and Shuri fell into a prolonged silence. The sudden influx of information was somewhat overwhelming for them. Although Wakanda had long maintained a state of secrecy, they had never neglected to gather intelligence from the outside world. Their network of spies and the satellites orbiting Earth served as undeniable proof of their vigilance. However, this was the first time they had heard of the Skrulls. Chala murmured in disbelief, "Mr. Gu, does this mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware of the existence of the Skrulls?" "It should be known," Ghoulie replied. "The Skrulls remaining on Earth were the ones initially chosen by Captain Marvel and Nick Fury, while another faction had followed Captain Marvel into the cosmos in search of a new home. Currently, the Skrulls on Earth were relatively benign and posed no conflict with Ghoulie. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ghoulie was resolutely determined to expel them or eliminate them entirely. Recently, aside from Max, he had refrained from seeking new connections to acquire superpowers, primarily due to his apprehension that during the connection process, a female might suddenly transform into a green-skinned Skrull. If it were a female Skrull, he could endure it. But what if it were a male? Ghoulie dared not entertain such thoughts, fearing that his younger brother might be frightened, even though the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly low, nearly negligible. Yet, he could not place his hopes on the notion that the Skrulls harbored no malice toward him. What if they did? Princess Shuri, regaining her composure, turned to Tony. "Mr. Stark, if we are to develop a device to distinguish between humans and Skrulls, we first require a sample of a Skrull. In simpler terms, they needed one or multiple Skrull specimens for continuous testing and data analysis." "I will find a way," Tony assured, even without Ghoulie's insistence. The subtle glances exchanged among those present indicated that as a formidable asset, Ghoulie was the most suitable candidate for capturing the specimens. Shuri nodded and added, "It would be best to proceed to Wakanda, as our equipment here is somewhat outdated." Tony remarked, "I feel somewhat offended." After devising a plan of action, Ghoulie clandestinely made his way to the Hydra base in New York. "Hail Hydra! A throng of fervent Hydra supporters saluted and shouted. "Hail Hydra!" Ghoulie responded. Although merely a simple slogan, its impact is undeniably profound. Ghoulie has no doubt that even if he were to command this group of Hydra soldiers to their demise, they would charge forth without a moment's hesitation. "Take me to Dr. Zola," he ordered. "Yes, leader." Moments later, the large green face on the computer screen spoke with an emotionless tone. "Goo, regarding the threat posed by the Skrulls. The organization has decided to address it only after the implementation of the Insight program. For Hydra, the Skrull menace pales in comparison to the potential threats posed by other superheroes on Earth and those who might resist Hydra's dominion. Doctor, to be candid, this is not the most opportune moment for the execution of the Insight program." As Pierce forwarded the list of Hydra operatives to Ghoulie, he also briefed him on the details of the Insight program, clearly indicating that Ghoulie had successfully passed Hydra's probationary period. "Share your thoughts, Goo," he urged. "The organization, having lurked in the shadows for so long, can ill afford failure or upheaval. The execution of the Insight program must be decisive, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. no opportunity to react. Doctor, we merely need to await the right moment to let the organization's brilliance illuminate the entire world. The threat of the Skrulls will only intensify with the passage of time. To put it bluntly, what if one day they become as formidable as Mr. Pierce? What then shall we do? What can we do?" the Oscar-winning Ghoulie remarked. In an instant, Dr. Zola recalled the 3 spacecraft being developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., the Ascendant. A plan began to take shape. "Goo, I will confer with the leader immediately. Do you require anything else?" "Doctor, I want all the information on the Skrulls, every detail." The artificial intelligence Zola, after a brief contemplation, promptly delivered all the internal Hydra data and specimens concerning the Skrulls to Ghoulie. Through Ghoulie's unwavering resolve to eradicate the Skrulls, Zola concluded, "Ghoulie, a quintessential human, is obsessively violent and severely racist. He is, quite simply, the perfect leader for Hydra." Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Daisy, you are incredible. Winning 30 million in capital. This time Daisy has earned at least 10 million, remarked the imposing Hill, filled with admiration. "The joy of the wealthy is truly unimaginable. Yet the sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate with one another, compared to Daisy and Hill's elation." Nick Fury found their revelry to be nothing short of a nuisance. The windfall he had painstakingly acquired from the extravagant Prince of Wakanda, a staggering 30 million, had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a ripple. Fury's naturally grim demeanor appeared even darker now. Prior to the gathering, he had seemed burdened with concern, partly due to his gambling on sports, but also because of the recent spate of attacks on S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Natasha, Clint, and Coulson had all been subjected to mysterious assaults without exception. Originally, he had arranged for Ghoulie to personally investigate the matter, but to his surprise, the Security Council had assigned Ghoulie another task. Talented individuals are indeed in short supply. Stark merely provided funding and equipment, seldom participating in the internal affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing Natasha's cheerful demeanor, Nick Fury hesitated before finally speaking. "Natasha, could you take a trip to India? The Green Giant?" Natasha instantly understood. The previously jovial atmosphere cooled dramatically at the mention of work. "Fury, isn't that inappropriate for little Natasha?" Clint had no doubts about Natasha's ability to handle other tasks, given her years of experience as an agent. However, facing that hulking figure posed significant challenges. The vast disparity in strength was one concern, while the giant's lack of intellect was another, rendering it perilous. "Director, let Ghoulie handle it." Daisy, aware of the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, believed that only Ghoulie could truly prevail over the Hulk. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. Ghou has been assigned another task by the Security Council. Meanwhile, Ghoulie was in India, conversing with a simple-hearted man. "Mr. Superman, are you here to capture me?" "No, Dr. Banner, I'm here to seek your assistance." Chapter 64. Am I really that exceptional? Wakanda. Ghoulie and Tony exchanged apprehensive glances, never anticipating they would have the opportunity to enter Wakanda so openly. Just a short while ago, they had engaged in a zero-sum transaction there. Behind them stood Bruce Banner, bewildered and scanning his surroundings, having been inexplicably invited to this mysterious nation. He was now collaborating with Superman and Iron Man alongside a young African girl to develop a detector designed to distinguish humans from Skrulls. Yet, he had never heard anyone mention that the agricultural nation of Wakanda was so advanced. Furthermore, when had extraterrestrial beings ever existed on Earth? In the futuristic, sci-fi laboratory, Bruce took several deep breaths. Stark, let me gather my thoughts. 10 minutes prior, he had been in India, that was true. 10 minutes later, he found himself in Wakanda. Indeed, before him stood Superman and Iron Man, that was accurate. The Skrull corpse on the table, undeniably real. Yet, an absurd sense of disbelief washed over him. He had only been in India for less than a month. Was the world changing this rapidly? Tony and Sue Rue scrutinized the Skrull corpse on the laboratory table for quite some time. Goo, this thing seems to be quite old, doesn't it? Yes, from 1995. Ghoulie had never expected to find a Skrull's body within the Hydra base. It likely belonged to the Skrulls that accompanied Captain Marvel upon her return to Earth in 1995. Where did you acquire this? Not only Tony was curious. Sue Rue and the now composed Banner were equally intrigued, fixing their gaze on Ghoulie. Within a mere 10 minutes, Ghoulie not only escorted Dr. Banner but also acquired the corpse of a Skrull, an accomplishment that was rather astonishing in its swiftness. As you are aware, I have a considerable number of admirers, and one of them was generous enough to present me with this. Ghoulie chuckled lightly, stating that matters concerning double agents ought to remain undisclosed. You all continue with your tasks. I must return to attend to some affairs. Such cerebral endeavors are evidently ill-suited for someone of my academic inadequacies, likely causing a headache for some of the world's most brilliant minds. Regardless of whether we ultimately succeed in expelling the Skrulls or eradicating them entirely. At the very least, once the detector is successfully developed, I can pursue my romantic endeavors with greater assurance, free from the worry of unexpected frights. Upon arriving at the Grey Wolf laboratory, Ghoulie was greeted by the sight of Grey Wolf exhaling the smoke of his post-experiment indulgence. Boss, I've perfected the nano battle armor. Would you like to give it a try? Ghoulie nodded appreciatively, accepting the jade-like necklace Grey Wolf offered and gently touching it. Instantly, a torrent of particles surged forth from the necklace, enveloping his body entirely, forming a silver-white battle suit reminiscent of a futuristic warrior. The artificial intelligence within the armor was linked to the Soundwave module. Once I find the time, I'll work on a few satellites to ensure full coverage of the Earth. Grey Wolf, I adore you. Ghoulie exclaimed sincerely, filled with anticipation for the extraordinary innovations Grey Wolf would conjure. Grey Wolf shrugged nonchalantly. As long as you're happy. Shall we venture out together? Very well. I shall also take a stroll. In a harmonious ascent, the duo clad in silver-white battle armor soared into the skies. Boss, remember to activate the stealth function. Grey Wolf instructed through the communication device. Okay, activating stealth. Unlike the sensation of flying with superpowers or piloting an F-22, the futuristic nano battle armor offered an entirely different experience. Once airborne, one need do nothing. One could even close their eyes and drift into slumber at great heights. Boss, this design is lightweight, hence I have not equipped it with physical ammunition. The palms of the armor are electromagnetic cannons. After half an hour of experience, Ghoulie was immensely satisfied. Although it did not yet rival the Mark 50 armor, it was impressive nonetheless, particularly in terms of speed, surpassing even the Red Spider. Grey Wolf, I have something to discuss. After listening, Grey Wolf displayed a rare interest, but then shook his head. Boss, have you forgotten? Someone in Wakanda has heard my voice. Ghoulie stood in astonishment. Indeed, this was true. He had recently become somewhat complacent, nearly exposing himself. Then let us return home for dinner. In the office of the Minister of the Security Council, Pierce, after hearing Dr. Zola's suggestion, inquired gravely. What is your perspective on Gu's proposal? Theoretically, Gu's assertions were quite valid. He was a competent Hydra soldier. And both his analysis of the current situation and his proposals appeared to align well with our present circumstances. Zola's consciousness calculated an alternative outcome that would be more favorable for Hydra, to oust Pierce and appoint Ghoulie as the true leader of Hydra. As a staunch racist, Zola had unwavering faith that Ghoulie would elevate Hydra to its zenith, leading them into the cosmos, and even guiding humanity to dominate the universe. This notion incessantly assailed Zola's consciousness. As an emotionless artificial intelligence, he placed his trust solely in the results he had derived. He yearned to confront Pierce directly, urging him to step aside. However, rational thought hindered his awareness. The time was not yet ripe. At the very least, he needed to consult Ghoulie before reaching a conclusion. Pierce remained silent for an extended period, finally instructing, delay the execution of the Insight project and await the opportune moment. After departing from Pierce, Zola was eager to access the screens within Ghoulie's residence. Yet, to his surprise, his consciousness was obstructed by a firewall. Left with no alternative, he resorted to a nearby public phone to contact Ghoulie, which ultimately allowed him entry into the Grey Wolf laboratory. Without indulging in pleasantries, Zola got straight to the point. Ghou, do you harbor any alternative thoughts regarding Hydra? Gazing at the large face on the screen, Ghoulie asked, bewildered, Doctor, are you here to test me? Has my cover been blown? There seemed to be no reason for concern. He had never mentioned the task of annihilating Hydra. So how could Zola, this diminutive entity, have discerned it? Was it merely through behavioral data analysis? Quite impressive. Ghoulie discreetly gestured to Grey Wolf, signaling him to proceed with caution, considering the possibility of having to obliterate the Hydra base housing Zola. Goo, I have come to inquire whether you possess any superior suggestions for Hydra's future. The impassive visage continued, yet Zola's emotionless voice inexplicably conveyed a hint of excitement. Sincere? Asked Ghoulie. Sincere, leader. Ghoulie lit a cigarette, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. Doctor, please articulate why you sought me out. Goo, your strength surpasses even that of Steve Rogers in his prime, yet this is not the primary reason for my visit. I seek you out because of your avarice and lasciviousness. Ghoulie hastily interjected, you need not elaborate on that. It is widely known. Oh, I have reviewed your experiences over the years. You possess a modicum of conscience, but it is scant. You exhibit tendencies befitting a dictator. Furthermore, your unwavering resolve to eradicate the Skrulls indicates that you possess all the qualities necessary to lead Hydra: cold-bloodedness, obsession, violence, racism, and strength. Ghoulie stood in disbelief, the cigarette in his hand burning down unnoticed. Am I truly that exceptional? Indeed, Goo, you were born to be the leader of Hydra. In all my years, I have encountered no one more suitable than you. Chapter 65, Robot Zola, Grey Wolf Laboratory. Ghoulie awkwardly discarded his cigarette, but, I promise you, Doctor, anyone would feel a touch of embarrassment when receiving such praise. Furthermore, the roles of leading Hydra and its eventual demise appear to be rather incongruous. Who claims that one cannot extinguish oneself while at the helm? Currently, only Zola acknowledges his leadership position. Among the remaining Hydra members, the likes of Rumlow seem to harbor no objections. His unwavering faith in Ghoulie is unmistakable. Ghoulie harbors no doubts that, even should he instruct Rumlow to eliminate President America, Rumlow would act without hesitation, perhaps even inquiring about the method. Then let us confront Pierce directly. Should he refuse, we shall have to sever ties with him regretfully, Zola urged impatiently. Ghoulie replied, why do I suddenly feel a pang of regret? Zola is even more extreme than our second-in-command, the Red Spider. The latter merely wishes to ascend to leadership, while Dr. Zola seems poised to eliminate Pierce at the slightest provocation. Pierce is, after all, the current leader of Hydra. Doctor, allow me to first create a body for you. Leader, I have numerous backups of my consciousness. For now, I have no need of a physical form. The truth is, Zola holds a certain disdain for ordinary bodies. Are you certain? This is crafted entirely from true adamantium, sturdier than Captain's shield. After a brief interval, once Zola's consciousness had been downloaded into the adamantium robot, he opened his eyes and curiously examined his new form. Incredible. I am no longer that diminutive figure. Leader, is this Stark's technology? Zola recalled that only Stark and Wakanda possessed the prowess to create robots of such caliber. Behind you stands Wolverine, my chief scientist. By the way, Doctor, how many people can you mobilize within Hydra? Ghoulie sought to ascertain whether eliminating Pierce would yield more benefits than drawbacks. In response, Robot Zola awkwardly scratched his head. Leader, you know that I typically handle intelligence gathering and research. Personnel mobilization is primarily the domain of Pierce and a few others. To put it another way, we are both mere figureheads? Ghoulie sighed in resignation. At this juncture, we cannot eliminate Pierce. As for the Hydra base housing your consciousness, Doctor, do you think it prudent to relocate it? After a moment's contemplation, Zola replied, when time permits, we should download those consciousness backups, leaving one to mask our presence. After a brief pause, Zola inquired anew, Leader, regarding the Insight program. Doctor, although the Insight program was spearheaded by you and Pierce, let me be candid, it is destined to fail. Our task is to preserve the power we can control. I do not wish for any dissenting voices to linger within Hydra when the time comes. Understood, Leader. You truly do not intend to eliminate Pierce? Ghoulie circled around Robot Zola, hesitantly asking, Doctor, do you have a grudge against Pierce? No, I merely find you remarkably composed. Indeed, eliminating Pierce at this moment would not serve their interests. It would only incite a power struggle within Hydra, leaving Zola and Ghoulie with little to gain. Come, let me show you the base. Through the crackling golden portal, Ghoulie led the Robot Zola to an expansive rural farm. The land surrounding the farm had been largely acquired by him for the purpose of constructing a future base, and a simple framework had already been erected. Master, the Red Spider sends his regards, the Red Spider promptly announced, bowing respectfully within the vast factory, displaying an admirable sense of decorum. Master, when will you summon the bed? Ghoulie observed the hopeful expression on the Red Spider's face and then glanced at the Robot Zola beside him, thinking of a group of rebellious souls. What's the matter? Do you have a grudge against Megatron? No, 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 master, the red spider replied. I merely believe that the evil soul of the bed deserves to be illuminated by your brilliance. Ghoulie felt a twinge of embarrassment at the red spider's hidden thoughts. Suspecting that the recent upgrade to true adamantine had instilled in him a newfound confidence, yearning for a chance to avenge past grievances against Megatron, he proclaimed his life motto, I am destined to be the leader of the Decepticons. After all, the red spider had never triumphed over Megatron and had never had the opportunity to taunt him with this motto. Steel Cable, Red Spider. Allow me to introduce our new member, Dr. Zola. You three will be responsible for the farm base from now on. The robot Zola remained silent, having long forgotten what astonishment felt like, but he suspected that his current expression mirrored that sentiment closely. Leader, is this also a robot? Ghoulie patted Zola on the shoulder. They are Cybertronians, Doctor. The universe is vast, and we have no need to squander our efforts on Earth. Let us set our sights higher. Our ambitions lie among the stars. Hail Hydra! Zola saluted Ghoulie eagerly, adding, Leader, shall we not first eliminate Pierce? He was impatient to ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos and witness its splendor. It's not yet time to dispatch Pierce. Do not worry, if the moment arises. I shall leave it to you. Currently, we lack like-minded personnel and a base. Thus, Dr. Zola, the task of constructing the base is entrusted to you. I have acquired all nearby farms, and I hope you can transform it into our fortress. Doctor, this is the beginning of our conquest of the universe. What nonsense about Thanos? I, Ghoulie, shall unify the entire multiverse. Ghoulie's grand aspirations emerged suddenly, only to fade just as quickly. After delegating the base construction to the robot Zola, Ghoulie became a hands-off manager, once again indulging in a life of leisure. Sister May busied herself with the reopening of the barbecue restaurant, while Daisy drove enthusiastically to work every day, diligently striving to become a true superhero. Meanwhile, our beacon of humanity, Ghoulie, spent his days idly holding the treasure girl, Zhao Helen. Connecting the storyline, Zhao Helen received an intermediate superpower evolution card. Had the system grown too lazy to tally the occurrences? My dear, I must head to work now. Ms. Zhao languidly slumped in Ghoulie's embrace. Did you not resign? Why are you going back to work? The feeble Ms. Zhao rolled her eyes. We have been lying at home for 4 months. Ghoulie glanced at the phone on the bedside. October 27th, 2010. Blissful days seem to vanish all too swiftly. One wonders if the trio from Wakanda has successfully developed the device to distinguish between humans and Skrulls. Holding his beloved a little tighter, Ghoulie spoke with deep affection. I truly wish this moment could last forever. Exhausted, Ms. Zhao succumbed to a deep slumber in her lover's arms, while Ghoulie began to contemplate the evolution of his superpowers. Entering the system. Chapter 66. Cultivating the Dark Divine Manuscript. Name, Ghoulie. Race, human. Age, 22. Superpowers, 50-50 serum, spider totem. Fate cards, Shockwave, intermediate molecular restructuring, invisibility, dynamic light wave, flight. Heart-shaped grass, items, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star destroyer cannon, dark divine manuscript copy, affiliates, drift, sonic wave, tape legion, quintessa, gray wolf, steel cable, red spider, contract target, Dormammu. Should he acquire a high-level superpower evolution card this time, Ghoulie would undoubtedly hesitate not at all. Determined to elevate his molecular restructuring to a higher level, transitioning from manipulating molecular structures to controlling atomic structures. The sheer magnitude of such power is simply beyond imagination. Truly terrifying. It is important to note that molecular manipulators operate merely at the subatomic level or even smaller. Regrettably, this time the reward remained a mid-level superpower evolution card, and both evolution cards were obtained from Ms. Zhao, truly a treasure of a girl. Among his array of superpowers, he could immediately dismiss the 50-50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, invisibility, and heart-shaped grass. Furthermore, Ghoulie's current flight speed, constrained by the strength of his physique, had yet to reach its limits. Thus he could rule out flight as well. After all, even if his flying ability could elevate to superluminal speeds, even to the level of divine swiftness, it would be futile if he perished before taking off. What remained were only the shockwave and dynamic light wave, the latter being sufficient for his needs. While the Shockwave offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, making the choice for evolution quite evident. Evolve Shockwave. Ding. Your superpower Shockwave has evolved to intermediate level, with greater strength and wider range. How exceedingly vague. Ghoulie roughly sensed the power coursing within him. In simple terms, the difference between pre-evolution and post-evolution felt akin to the awakening of the tremor fruit. It was nothing short of earth-shattering. Now, he could effortlessly trigger a massive earthquake. Yet, the greedy Ghoulie's elation lasted but a fleeting moment before he furrowed his brow. He presently resembles a wooden barrel constructed from disparate planks, some elevated while others remain low. In other words, his physical resilience struggles to keep pace with his burgeoning abilities. With a body of steel and the power of the phoenix, Gu Li's eyes sparkle with stars. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that he cannot encounter the genuine Wonder Woman or the possessor of the Phoenix Force in the near future. Should he seek out Carol? The strength of Captain Marvel, disregarding the myriad factors of the sequel, is undeniably formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to say she is a cornerstone of the Avengers' might. After all, this is a cinematic universe devoid of the overwhelming presence of mutants and elder beings that could cause a collapse in power dynamics. At this moment, the only Ancient One Gu Li can connect with is the Sorcerer Supreme. Entities such as Kang the Conqueror, the Living Tribunal, the Beyonder, as well as the Celestials and the Eternal Ones, are unlikely to grace the cinematic universe in the immediate future. Of course, barring Kang, who even Ant-Man could handle. His appearance would likely pose no significant threat. Presently, the women on Earth who could greatly augment his strength are the Ancient One and Wanda. The Ancient One is immediately excluded. Even if it meant starving Gu Li, he could not bring himself to harm her. As for Wanda, that young lady harbors a profound wariness towards Gu Li. During their initial encounter, she effortlessly discerned his hidden intentions. Perhaps he should explore other multiverses? Gu Li recalls Wolverine once mentioning the existence of a transdimensional device. If fortune smiles upon him, and he ventures into the X-Men universe. Even if he cannot obtain the Phoenix Force, acquiring an ice manipulation ability or the prowess of Lady Luck would suffice, especially with an abundance of Omega-level powers available. Should he encounter a deranged Wanda, experiencing the sensation of being a prime minister might also prove delightful. Strangely, Gu Li feels that Wanda in her Scarlet Witch state possesses a certain allure that surpasses her current demeanor. However, upon reflection, these superpowers seem somewhat inadequate in the face of molecular reconstruction. No matter how formidable fire and ice may be, I could simply transform them into rose petals. What then would you do? Am I perhaps underestimating my own strength? As this thought surged within him, Gu Li could no longer resist the impulse that bubbled to the surface. After placing a gentle kiss on the sleeping Ms. Zhao, he quietly rose from the bed to cover her with a blanket and then traversed through a portal to a secluded mountain forest. At last, he could experiment with the Darkhold. It would be best if the Ancient One refrained from intervening, should she dare to approach. He would ensure she understands why the flowers bloom so vividly. With newfound confidence in his abilities, Gu Li settled atop the mountain, slowly forming seals with his hands as instructed by the Darkhold. A contract request from Zysorn materialized, inquiring whether he wished to sign it. Gu Li paused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Why did this ancient being suddenly seek a contract? Furthermore, this seemingly rudimentary system possesses such a function? Why had he not discovered it sooner? If, and I emphasize if, signing a contract with Zysorn would bring any detriment to me, he mused silently to the luminous screen in his mind. Seconds turned into minutes as he awaited a response. The familiar chime echoed in Gu Li's ear. No. Sign. People die. Birds fly to the heavens. Immortality lasts for eternity. Why worry? The system has proclaimed no issues, so why fret? If one wishes to contract with me, rest assured that one day, be it Dormammu or Thawne, you shall be devoured whole. Thawne, the legendary god of dark magic, was originally conceived as the source of Wanda's chaotic magic. Yet, as time unfolded, Wanda surpassed even Thawne in power, prompting a narrative shift that redefined chaotic magic as an ancient force that existed from the dawn of creation. Wanda was born with the gift of chaotic magic, merely activated by the Mind Stone. With a gesture, Gu Li summoned forth countless dark creatures that materialized from thin air, their howls reverberating through the mountains. The cacophony was overwhelming. With a single, decisive grasp, Gu Li reduced the howling fiends to ash, casting a sidelong glance at the surviving creatures that instantly quaked and knelt before him. These beings, summoned from the realm of darkness, adhered to the survival rule of might makes right. Time passed, and a golden halo manifested atop the serene mountain. Master Gu Li emerged, and upon witnessing the creatures surrounding Gu Li, she sighed. Indeed, you have traversed this path. Not long ago, while in Camartage, she had sensed the ripples of dark magic and, after divining, discovered nothing. It was then that Gu Li realized the disturbance was undoubtedly caused by Gu Li. With the influx of countless creatures from other dimensions, Gu Li resolved to teach this boy a lesson. The prospect of facing the supreme sorceress filled Gu Li with exhilaration. His face flushed with excitement as his body trembled slightly. Master, it is truly you. Are they not magnificent? Chapter 67. The Book of Dark Magic. Gu. You are a good child. There is no need to stray from the righteous path. It is not too late to turn back now. Master Gu Li looked at Gu Li, who was seated beneath her with disappointment. After months apart, this boy had grown significantly in strength. But who was she? The supreme sorceress of Kamartaj and one of the three sanctums, the pillar of the sorcerer realm. In less than half a minute, Gu Yi successfully subdued Gu Li, who lay on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? As clarity returned, Gu Li hung his head in regret. Despite possessing numerous superpowers, why had he recklessly chosen to wield the newly learned dark magic? Was the shockwave not appealing? Or was the molecular reconstruction not formidable enough? Alas, he had mocked those who, to save on special effects, chose to engage in battle without their physical enhancements. Yet now he found himself in a predicament worse than that. Master Gu Yi, I acknowledge my error. Captured, he had little recourse but to plead for mercy, knowing that even a sonic blast from the vacuum of space would likely prove futile against her. Why do you harbor malice towards me, the sorceress? As the two engaged in combat, Ancient One could perceive the deep-seated resentment and malice within Gu Li's heart. How dare you say that? Was it not you who harbored ill intentions first? Gu Li bellowed, lifting his head defiantly. I believe my hostility towards you is rather negligible. If I truly bore malice, you would have long been confined within Kamartaj, leaving you no time to delve into dark magic. Is your malice not significant? You provided me with a spellbook focused on teleportation advancements. Yet, Master Gu, as a novice in teleportation spells, do I truly require advancements? What I need is to learn the fundamentals. Moreover, you did not even grant me a suspended ring. Pray tell, Master Gu, does this not constitute malice? Upon hearing Gu Li's accusations, Ancient One sighed, resting her forehead in contemplation, realizing why she had felt as though she had forgotten something. Well, young Gu, setting this aside, it does not serve as an excuse for your practice of dark magic. Nonsense. Why don't you teach me at Kamartaj? You expect me to self-study? Look at your so-called magic. After months of trying, I have yet to master a single spell, while dark magic, I can learn several in no time. Gu Li's relentless complaints echoed, and a flicker of light seemed to spark in Ancient One's eyes. She murmured, you truly can learn several? Why would I deceive you? If you have the ability, release me, and we shall start anew. I will certainly make you understand why the flowers bloom red. After a moment's contemplation, Ancient One seized the bound Gu Li and declared, come with me back to Kamartaj. Upon hearing this, Gu Li quickly pleaded, please, Master Gu. I am but a mere mortal. Let us not tarnish the sanctity of Kamartaj. If I am truly imprisoned, who knows how long it will last? How will I woo the ladies? How will I grow stronger? He had no desire to languish behind iron bars for a lifetime. However, regardless of Gu Li's struggles and pleas, Ancient One's expression remained resolute as she stepped into the teleportation circle. No, if anyone had been present at that moment, they would have been astounded that a figure of such power was being effortlessly handled by a bald-headed woman. Yet, the harsh truth remained. Those lacking strength have no voice. Upon traversing the portal, Gu Li was unceremoniously cast into a chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size, filled with numerous towering bookshelves. Young man, within these walls lie tomes on dark magic. You wished to learn, did you not? You may leave once you have completed your studies. Gu Li remained silent for a few seconds before responding. Fine, but could you please untie me? It is rather uncomfortable. Once you are free, With a gentle wave of her hand, the golden ropes binding Gu Li unraveled and vanished. With a crackling sound, two golden portals materialized before and behind Gu Li. Farewell. However, once Gu Li stepped into one of the portals, he was taken aback to discover that he was unable to teleport. Turning to see a subtle smile on Ancient One's face, Gu Li murmured, mirror space? Oh, you are aware of this as well. I am undoubtedly aware of everything, including the fact that Master Supreme has also delved into the dark arts, correct? As soon as the words left his lips, Gu's expression instantly returned to calmness, leaving Gu Li unable to discern her current mood. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, young Gu, is your pursuit of dark magic inspired by the future you have foreseen? What other reason could there be? Initially, his foray into dark magic was indeed motivated by such foresight. However, once he confirmed through the system that the contract with Zysorn would not inflict any harm upon him, he realized that the prior contract with Dormammu would similarly bear no detrimental effects, such as disfigurement or mental invasion. Were it not for this revelation, he would have long since dedicated his spare time to mastering the intricacies of that fateful card. Now that he was aware, even if he failed to repay the borrowed magical energy, it would not adversely affect him. So why not pursue it? He could leverage Dormammu's power. Gu Li, the impact of practicing dark magic on one's psyche is profound. If this continues, you may ultimately become a devoted follower of darkness, Master Gu diligently cautioned. Rest assured, I am not one to take my life lightly. I value it too much to engage in such reckless behavior. After observing Gu Li for a moment, Gu let out a sigh. Very well, you may proceed, but should you encounter any anomalies, remember to cease your endeavors. She dissolved the mirrored space. Upon witnessing this, Gu Li quickly interjected, wait, Master Gu, I still wish to explore the treasures of Kamartaj. Such an abundance of dark magic tomes is a rarity. If I miss this opportunity today, I may not have the chance to peruse them again. Then by all means, indulge yourself. But do remember to return everything to its rightful place once you are finished. Master Gu felt a tinge of age. Had it been 10 years prior, she would have undoubtedly confined the young man without hesitation. How different her demeanor was now. Gu Li had not noticed when Master Gu departed. His entire focus was now consumed by the dark magic tomes. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. He was like a famished scholar, finally immersed in the ocean of literature, losing track of time and everything else, until the familiar ringtone of his phone broke the silence. Darling, it's time to come back for dinner. Reluctantly, Gu Li cast a lingering glance at the bookshelf in the secret chamber. If only he could finish reading before returning. Leave a marker here. And come back when you can, Master Gu's voice echoed from an unknown source. Gu Li nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. With a thought, a crackling golden portal materialized. And he stepped inside, a confident voice trailing off as the portal closed behind him. Once you depart, I shall keep watch over Kamartaj. Chapter 68. The Battle for Banner, November 27, 2010. In a secret chamber of Kamartaj, Gu Li rubbed his tired eyes. After an exhaustive month, he had finally perused all the dark magic tomes within the chamber. He could confidently assert that he had amassed a wealth of knowledge in dark magic. It was quite peculiar. He had only learned a single spell from Kamartaj, yet he grasped these dark arts with but a glance. Was he perhaps a born dark magician? How astonishing! In a meditative posture, Ancient One shared the same bewilderment as Gu Li. She had never encountered such a peculiar individual over the years. While she struggled to grasp any spells from Kamartaj, the dark arts seemed to be at Gu Li's fingertips, often taking form before she had even finished perusing the spellbook. Frustrated, Ancient One held her forehead in contemplation. Oh, Tony, long time no see. What is happening? Oh, I'm on my way. In Wakanda, Princess Shuri, alongside her brother Tony and Dr. Banner, had laboriously spent 5 months successfully developing and upgrading a device capable of distinguishing between humans and Skrulls. As Gu Li emerged amidst a golden portal, she excitedly embraced the trio. Thank you for your hard work. Truly, researchers are among the most admirable individuals. Gazing at the watch on the table, which resembled a piece of intricate machinery, Gu Li couldn't help but exclaim, it's both beautiful and practical, impressive. The three exchanged exasperated glances, with Shuri puffing up like an inflated pufferfish. This is my watch. The device is over there. Following the direction of Shuri's finger, Gu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Before her lay an array of exquisite rings, bracelets, and necklaces displayed in a box. You transformed the device into jewelry? The earnest Dr. Banner nodded and explained, initially, Tony intended for it to be an electronic product, like a phone or a watch. But Princess Shuri felt that electronic devices might not always be on hand, so we fashioned it into wearable accessories. If a Skrull appears nearby, the device within the jewelry will alert the wearer. Of course, this is a personal item. The communal equipment is over there. A camera? Gu Li asked. Indeed, came the reply. With genuine admiration, Gu Li gave a thumbs up. In a world devoid of Doctor Strange, the three before her collectively represented the pinnacle of intellect, even surpassing that of Dr. Zolo alone. Gu Charlie, we have resolved the issue you raised. What are your plans now? Tony grumbled, reflecting on their 5-month stay in Wakanda, which had nearly driven Pepper to madness, while the infuriating Gu Charlie had been conspicuously absent all that time. For reasons unknown, Tony sensed that Gu Li had become more charismatic. Once a bright and sunny boy, he now emanated a depth and authority. Contemplating the matter, Gu Li fell into deep thought. Should they eliminate them all or drive them away? It was a dilemma. What do you think, my 3 genius friends? As soon as the words left her lips, Shuri, Tony, and Banner fell into an unspoken silence. Earth is humanity's home. Did aliens have the right to reside here? Particularly those capable of shapeshifting? What did this mean for all humankind? Ultimately, where would humanity's goodwill lead them? Would they be supplanted by the Skrulls? Or would they find themselves subjugated under their rule? Shuri was the first to break the silence. What if we reveal their existence and let all of humanity decide? In response to her answer, Gu Li waved his hand, while Banner shook his head, and Tony interjected, stating that the opinions of the majority could not determine the fate of the Skrulls. Only the views of a select few mattered. Why? When we elected our leader in Wakanda, Surue's speech was abruptly halted, as the consensus among the leaders amounted to just a handful of them agreeing. Ordinary Wakandans truly held no sway. The group expressed their thoughts freely, yet they struggled to find a universally accepted perspective. According to Gu Li, complete annihilation was the solution. But this was immediately dismissed by the other three. Ultimately, Tony concluded, as Gu mentioned, the incident originated from how Nick Fury and Captain Marvel referred to them, correct? I will speak with Fury before making a decision. While we cannot resort to bloody extermination, we must ensure they do not remain on Earth. Banner and Su Rue promptly expressed their agreement, while Gu Li remained silent for a moment before indicating he did not oppose the idea. In his view, consulting with the Egghead would yield little, and they could decide later. Given this, would the production of these devices be postponed until after negotiations? Seeing all three nod in affirmation, Gu Li picked up 5 rings and a dozen cameras from the podium. I will head home to install these. Tony, Bruce, will you accompany me? Bruce sighed with a wry smile. I don't even know where to go, due to the presence of the group. He had been in a state of constant upheaval over the years. Brazil, America, India, and had even been beaten by Gu Li in New York. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures swiftly approached from either side, grasping Bruce's arms. Come with me. X2. Observing this, Gu Li suddenly felt a twinge of regret. As Tony and Su Rue had beaten him to it. What is the rarest resource in the world? Talent. One need only look at S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, tirelessly traversing the globe to recruit talent. Even one Eric could warrant extreme confidentiality. Moreover, Bruce Banner, with his 6 PhDs, was more than just a premier scientist. He was also the Hulk, coveted by many factions. Whether Bruce Banner joined S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, he would serve as a top-tier asset in both combat and research. Bruce Banner looked in astonishment at the eager gazes of Tony and Su Rue. This windfall has come rather unexpectedly, leaving Dr. Banner uncertain about his choice. The chief scientist of Stark Industries, earning $50 million a year, with all expenses covered. The chief scientist of Wakanda, earning $100 million a year, with all expenses and a partner included. Gu Li, with a mischievous grin, was about to interject when he was immediately met with 2 piercing stares. You be quiet. X2. In truth, had he spoken, Banner would undoubtedly have accepted the offer. For he had recently learned a sealing spell in black magic that would ensure he would not transform due to excessive excitement. What did this mean for the wandering Banner? Tony and Su Rue resembled 2 ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with a greenish hue as they fixated on the unsuspecting Banner, eager to draw him into their ranks. After a heated debate lasting half an hour, tempers flared, prompting Gu Li to interject. Actually, I have just registered a company. Why not invest a little? And we can have Dr. Banner join us. In this way, wouldn't he still belong to both of you? Chapter 69. The voting meeting indeed. Upon hearing Gu Li's proposal, Tony and Su Rue instinctively nodded in agreement. After all, bickering was detrimental to camaraderie and disrespectful to Dr. Banner. I'll invest $5 billion. Tony declared first. Then I'll contribute $10 billion. Su Rue replied with a grin that clearly conveyed, I have plenty of money. Noticing this, Gu Li enthusiastically retrieved several agreements from his bag. Come, sign this agreement, and we shall all be partners. From the moment he made the suggestion to the signing of the agreement, less than 20 seconds elapsed, and Tony and Su Rue, in a daze, became partners without fully comprehending the document's contents. It wasn't until Gu Li had departed with Tony and Banner that Su Rue, beaming with joy, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Wait a minute, have I been duped? Gu Li, with his handsome visage, appeared to be an honest man. Yet his actions seemed anything but sincere. What's wrong, Su Rue? Su Rue, with a woeful expression, collapsed into T'Challa's embrace. Brother, I've been swindled out of $10 billion. Upon hearing the staggering sum, T'Challa's face remained impassive. He merely stroked his sister's hair and asked, What did your brother say? After a brief recounting of events, T'Challa reassured him, Mr. Superman is not that kind of person. Tony, equally oblivious, was just settling into Nick Fury's office when he suddenly recalled the $5 billion agreement he had neglected to review. Although Gu often had that little robot transfer money to others, surely he wouldn't deceive his own people, he thought, casting a furtive glance at Gu Charlie, who was exhaling smoke. At that moment, Nick Fury was exceedingly exhilarated. 5 months prior, he had dispatched Natasha to India, only to find no trace of Bruce Banner. Yet today, without any forewarning, Gu Li had brought Bruce into S.H.I.E.L.D., while the annual salary of $20 million was somewhat burdensome. Considering Gu Li earned only $12 million a year, Nick Fury felt his spirits lift. Did the 3 of you come for a specific reason today? He inquired in a pleasantly soft tone. However, upon observing Tony Stark's composed demeanor, his heart sank, sensing trouble. Fury, I'm here to negotiate terms. At this, Fury nodded seriously. Go on. Regarding the necessity of the scrolls remaining on Earth, or whether we should eliminate them entirely, choose one to discuss. Tony wasted no time, plunging straight into the matter, startling Nick Fury into a leap. What happened? Have the scrolls caused casualties? How could Stark possibly know about the scrolls? Fury, please confront this negotiation. I am utterly serious. Nick Fury glanced towards Gu Li as if seeking assistance. Don't look at me. He's far more straightforward. Eliminate them all. You know he is capable of it. If he cannot, I am here, and so is Hulk. It was only at this juncture that Nick Fury grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in a fit of exasperation, "Why? Give me one reason." "Why? A reason? Is one necessary? This is Earth, the home of humanity, and you allow countless extraterrestrials, who can assume any human form, to remain here. I cannot help but suspect your true intentions." Nick Fury persisted in his argument. They cherish peace. They are also victims. So what? Do all of humanity bear the risk? If their numbers swell from thousands to hundreds of thousands, or even millions, will they content themselves with merely being guests? What will happen then? You know better than anyone. Tony's words left Nick Fury in silence. His trembling hand struggled to light the cigar between his lips, whether due to excitement or some other reason, it was unclear. After taking a couple of puffs, he suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs. After a moment, Nick Fury weakly addressed Tony. "I need to convene a vote." "Very well." Black Widow, Hawkeye, Coulson, Hill, Daisy, and several others had just entered the meeting room, immediately sensing a stifling atmosphere. Romlo, who had previously worn a sincere smile towards Gu Li, quickly composed himself upon witnessing the tense ambience. Is it necessary to inform the organization of this significant matter? However, when Romlo met Gu Li's calm gaze, he felt a wave of reassurance. With the leader present, we are secure. The attendees were all high-ranking officials from SHIELD. As the personnel assembled, Nick Fury began, "Surrender all communication devices. I do not wish for today's discussions to be heard elsewhere. Hill, please place your phones outside the conference room." A few moments later, after Hill re-entered, Nick Fury pressed a button, transforming the meeting room into a steel fortress. Before we proceed with the vote, let me explain the reason for it. In 1995, when Coulson was still a rookie, we encountered two factions of aliens during a mission, the Kree and the Skrulls. The war instigated by the Kree rendered the Skrulls homeless. Following that incident, some Skrulls ventured into the cosmos in search of a new home, while others remained on Earth. Each Skrull possesses the ability to shapeshift. They can assume the guise of any human. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the meeting room became chaotic. Just moments ago, the SHIELD agents had been listening to the tale, but now they were overtaken by anxiety, each wondering if their colleagues might be Skrulls in disguise. As emotions settled, Gu Li raised his hand to calm the crowd. Once silence returned, he spoke slowly. The voting consists of two aspects. First, extermination. Second, the expulsion of the Skrulls from Earth. I have finished my remarks. Who is in favor and who is against? The aura surrounding Gu Li instilled fear in those present, leaving them too intimidated to voice their opinions. Tony sighed in resignation, recognizing Gu Li's propensity for violence. Those in favor of expelling the Skrulls, please remain seated. Those in favor of extermination, please stand. Upon hearing this, Lang Muo stood up without hesitation, yet when he noticed he was the only one, he awkwardly explained, "I obey the orders of the organization." Seeing this, Nick Fury attempted to salvage the situation. "If you agree to let the Skrulls stay, please raise your hand." No one complied, and he regretted his words, wishing he could add, "Those against their stay, please raise your hands." However, he understood that doing so would obliterate the authority he had painstakingly built as director. "Well then, I will report the voting results to the Security Council. You may all disperse." Fury pressed the red button once more, and the attendees exited in silence. Daisy shot meaningful glances at Gu Li, asking what had transpired. Gu Li waved his hand dismissively. "I'll explain at home." Once the room was empty, only Gu Li, Tony, the newly joined Banner, and Hawkeye Clint remained. Tony exhaled heavily and asked Gu Li, "Superman, what shall we do next?" "We wait for that woman to return." Chapter 70. That woman, which woman? Gu Li shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, I mean Fury's old flame, the legendary Captain Marvel. If she doesn't return, I am truly prepared to forcibly expel the Skrulls from Earth. The violent disposition I have exhibited is merely a tactic to lower the expectations of the organization." He continued, "Look, for your sake, I have refrained from killing them. Just expelling them is already quite benevolent, wouldn't you agree?" Clint, who had remained silent during the meeting, suddenly inquired, "Mr. Superman, is there a way to distinguish Skrulls?" As someone with a wife and children, his family undoubtedly represented his greatest concern and vulnerability, which is why he chose to remain. "Install 2 cameras in your home. and you'll be able to determine if they're Skrulls. Thank you. Thank you, Hawkeye said cautiously, taking the information and preparing to head home for installation. Let me accompany you. Just tell me your address. Ghoulie held a favorable view of Hawkeye, recognizing his luck in their previous battles. Every engagement he participated in was a victory, while those without him ended in defeat. Such an ally must be kept close. Clint nodded and quietly shared his home's location. Suddenly, a crackling golden portal materialized, and as they stepped through, Ghoulie's voice echoed back to the conference room. Brother, you and Dr. Banner go to the new restaurant I bought. Due to Clint's emphasis on privacy, the specific location of his home will not be detailed here. Clint's residence. In the courtyard, 3 children were playing when they suddenly shouted, "Mom, come see Superman." The children naturally overlooked their elderly father standing beside Superman. Observing this, Clint chuckled helplessly. The kids used to adore Iron Man, and now they favor you. As a father, I feel rather inadequate. Yet Ghoulie could sense the profound affection and happiness woven into Clint's smile. Why not discuss having a child with Ms. Zhao? The woman who emerged from the kitchen was none other than Clint's wife, Laura, a former agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had chosen a life of seclusion after marrying Clint. Hello, Mr. Superman. Please excuse the commotion. The children truly admire you. Looking at the starry-eyed children, Ghoulie smiled with contentment. I, too, have become quite the sensation. Superman, can you take me flying? Superman, may I see your heat vision? Ghoulie bent down to ruffle the little one's hair. Of course, but you must listen to your mother from now on. After enveloping the 3 children in protective waves of energy, Ghoulie lifted them into the sky. After soaring for about 10 minutes, Ghoulie gently descended back into the courtyard, where Clint and Laura exchanged a wistful glance. Ghoulie quickly joked, "Clint, I must take my leave, or Tony will surely blame me." Clint nodded in resignation, though he had intended to invite Superman for a meal. Considering the hero had previously saved both him and Natasha's lives and had been of great assistance once again. Truly a remarkable individual. As the shimmering portal buzzed into existence, the 3 children joyfully exclaimed, "Goodbye, Mr. Superman." The mysterious restaurant, referred to as such not due to its location or other reasons, was simply because Ghoulie had yet to conjure a fitting name. Tony drove with a somewhat bewildered Banner, taking a moment to caution, "Doctor, be wary of Goo Charlie. This sly one will sell you out before you know it, and you'll find yourself counting his money." Banner, still in a dazed state, chuckled softly, "Mr. Superman is a very caring person." Tony slammed on the brakes, incredulously staring at the earnest Banner. Caring? He is overflowing with compassion. From Tony's perspective, Ghoulie was indeed immensely caring, to the point of excess, as every beautiful woman could attest. Honestly, when he came to see me that day, he made sure to evacuate the surrounding refugees and even gave them a substantial amount of money, Banner recounted slowly, recalling the events of that day. Very well, but do remain cautious. Indeed, I, Tony Stark, have not misjudged him. Goo still retains his kind-hearted essence. Where are we headed, Tony? Banner, burdened by the weight of his own troubles, exhibited signs of severe social anxiety. Previously, Goo had arranged a gathering for his girlfriend and had chosen a splendid restaurant. As Tony explained, he suddenly recalled the threat posed by that woman. "Doctor, perhaps there will be a tough battle tomorrow that requires the big guy's assistance." Captain Marvel's strength remained a mystery to Tony, yet he seldom witnessed Ghoulie's cautious demeanor, leading him to conclude that Ghoulie was displaying a lack of confidence. "I shall do my utmost, Tony," Banner replied with a hint of exasperation as he dodged around, ultimately failing to evade the large figure. Meanwhile, the woman Tony was preoccupied with was hastily making her way to Earth following a message from Nick Fury's pager. A superhero, perhaps? She thought it best to strike first and inquire later. She was skeptical that anyone could truly emerge from the pages of a comic, suspecting instead that such a notion might be a ruse, particularly towards someone as earnest as Fury. In Carol's memory, Nick Fury remained the affable and sincere man he had always been. At this moment, our earnest Nick Fury sat in his office, consumed by worry. The sudden emergence of the Skrull issue caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily astonished. How could Tony and the others be aware of the Skrull's existence? Moreover, the surveillance footage from the conference room showed Ghoulie gifting Clint 2 cameras designed to identify Skrulls. It was perplexing, truly perplexing. Although surprised, Fury did not harbor significant concern. His momentary lapse in composure during the meeting stemmed from an inability to fully grasp the situation. Firstly, whether the Security Council would pass a resolution to expel the Skrulls remained uncertain. Secondly, upon Carol's return, Fury found it hard to envision anyone convincing her of anything. Who could possibly contend with Captain Marvel, who had torn apart interstellar warships? Ghoulie, while formidable, likely did not stand a chance against Carol, at least not based on Ghoulie's current performance. This was Fury's assessment, and Tony shared the same sentiment. As for Gu Li, if he had been asked a month prior, he might have concurred with that perspective, but now, I shall not be defeated. In the grand banquet hall atop the mysterious restaurant, a single dining table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, collectively known as the Manhan Quan Shi, consisting of 108 delicacies. On the opposite side of the hall, musicians played classical court music, evoking a desire to savor the ambience. Before the exquisite feast, Iron Man Tony felt no appetite whatsoever. Gu, are you confident? Dr. Banner, indulging in the culinary delights, glanced up at the nonchalant Gu Li. He was genuinely curious about the true strength of the woman Tony spoke of. Would she excite the Hulk? Tony, my friend, let us eat and drink to our heart's content. Chapter 71. She has arrived. Another tranquil evening unfolded. Gu Li soared through the skies with young Peter Parker on his back, the boy's incessant screams echoing behind them. Earlier that day, while flying with Hawkeye's child, Gu Li had realized he had yet to take little Peter on an adventure, so after dinner, he decided to carry his nephew for a while. He aspired to be a perfect man, akin to Grey Wolf. Upon landing, young Peter began to exhibit his chattiness, prompting Gu Li to urgently remind him, Peter, you haven't completed your homework yet. Oh no, the rendition of Spider-Man by Holland, owing to his cherubic visage, causes the 10-year-old Peter to appear more like a mere 7 or 8. Furthermore, having been raised under the somewhat misguided influence of Uncle Gu Li, he possesses a certain roguish charm. In summary, picture a young Holland, exuding the essence of a bully like Maguire, often dancing with his little girlfriends. After entertaining young Peter, Gu Li stealthily slipped into May's room. Fresh from her yoga session, May's attire accentuated her flawless curves. Among Gu Li's 3 girlfriends, Ms. Zhao Hailun embodies the ideal treasure girl. Daisy represents the innocent sweetheart, while May resembles a caring elder sister. This dynamic explains Gu Li's profound entanglement, rarely spending nights away from home. In the stillness of the night, during VIP chapters, he often finds himself instinctively thanking the cerebral system, having previously been too youthful to appreciate its worth. Now, on the verge of entering VIP chapters, he advises minors to depart, following hours of intimate connection. As waves of passion subsided, a melodious notification chimed once more. Congratulations! You have acquired Uni-Power Fragment 17, a mysterious force capable of amplifying the host's various attributes: endurance, agility, energy projection, object manipulation, molecular control, flight, and more. Gu Li stared in astonishment, his eyes widening. How had the system suddenly become so generous? Previously, it had never bestowed fragments. Moreover, with the emergence of the cosmic Captain Spider-Man's mysterious power, was it hinting at future acquisition of superpowers from the multiversal Spider-Man? The Cosmic Captain and Uni-Power, one of the 4 abstract entities known as Eternity, serves as its guardian, boasting peak abilities that lie between universal and multiversal levels. Notable superheroes who have held the title of Cosmic Captain include Spider-Man, Deadpool, Doctor Strange, and Invisible Woman. If Fragment 17 represents a complete Uni-Power, it could herald the significant conclusion of the cinematic universe's mid-phase. The numbering of the cinematic universe, MCU, is widely accepted as 199999, with the main universe designated as 616, the Ultimate Universe as 1610, and the Universe 838, infamous for its annihilation by Wanda S. Group. Yet, within Universe 838, Doctor Strange's girlfriend Christine revealed to him that the cinematic universe's number is 616. As for the reasoning behind this, it is best not to dwell on it. The subsequent narrative will use MCU number 199999. Returning to the perspective of Gu Li, he never anticipated that the mysterious force Uni-Power would manifest within the cinematic universe. This implies that the Inheritor family, which feeds on various totems, might also emerge. To briefly summarize the Inheritor family, they thrive on diverse totems and are inherently adept at countering all spider totems except Peter Parker's, with spider totems being the source of Spider-Man's powers. The formidable cosmic Captain Spider-Man was, in fact, swiftly defeated by the leader of the Inheritor family, Solus. Further details will follow. Moreover, the enigmatic power involved in Eternity is entirely beyond Gu Li's current capabilities. Little Kalami Gu sighed as she rubbed her forehead, lamenting the fact that this time, the reward was not the soul of battle sword wielded by the formidable 400 Ant, an artifact imbued with the power of a fatal strike. Regardless of one's strength, a mere utterance from the 400 Ant could lead to one's demise. The soul of battle sword originates from the beloved Tokusatsu series Toei Spider-Man, a creation that even the venerable Stan Lee has acknowledged, unlike the unrecognized works of the Overcomer Spider-Man. Of course, Marvel's recognition is of little consequence. For Gu Li, the reward holds paramount importance. Should an opportunity arise to acquire the soul of battle sword, invincibility would be at hand. Anyone who displeased him would face his wrath. That said, the myriad Spider-Men and their lineage from these alternate universes are unlikely to grace the cinematic universe in the near future, unless the film studios across the wall commence production. The emergence of the enigmatic power, Unipower, left Ghoulie lost in thought until the early hours of the morning when slumber finally embraced him. In stark contrast, Tony Stark remained wide awake throughout the night, his fear of insufficient firepower resurfacing yet again. A wave of helpless despondency washed over his mind, forcing him to remain seated before the screen the entire night. "Jarvis, how many Mark Series suits are combat-ready?" Tony inquired, his eyes bloodshot. "Sir, aside from those unsuitable for combat, there are 42 suits available for battle," Jarvis replied. After integrating the true adamantium alloy, he had spent 5 months in Wakanda, and the development of the new material for the Mark suits had come to a near standstill. "Not enough. We need more." Could a Captain Marvel, who had never before appeared, compel Tony Stark to capitulate? Impossible. He would not yield, nor would he falter. More, ever more. Tony's mind was consumed with the vision of additional Mark suits. He aspired to arm the entire Earth, whether it be extraterrestrials or Captain Marvel. Any entity that threatened the safety of the planet would become an enemy of the Mark Legion. It is indeed curious. Initially, the invasion of the Chitauri in New York left Tony with a lingering sense of insufficient firepower. Now, the potential emergence of Captain Marvel had him preemptively afflicted. He was that kind of person, possessing the flaws of an ordinary human, while his perceived selfishness was merely lip service. No one had ever believed he could become a superhero. Many claimed he was ill-suited for such a role. Yet the reality proved otherwise. During the Battle of New York, he charged into the wormhole with a nuclear bomb. Prepared for sacrifice, whether in Sokovia or Titan, Tony was always the first to charge into battle. In the climactic battle of 2023, he initiated the fateful snap, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities in his mortal form. Thus, Ghoulie would tell him that being a superhero is exhausting. The more one accomplishes, the greater the doubts that arise. If one must undertake such a role, it should be akin to a top-tier idol like Azu. Hee, I don't eat beef. The two individuals share similar temperaments yet diverge in their philosophies, occasionally leading to conflicts. However, this time, Tony seeks to assist Ghoulie. In the Skrull Enclave, Nick Fury engages in casual conversation with the current Skrull leader, Talos. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in a radiant golden light, exuding unmatched power, descends from the heavens. "Fury, where is that Superman?" Chapter 72. What kind of man is he? Within the Skrull Enclave, Talos greets Carol. "It has been a long time. Have you found a suitable home?" A hint of excitement flushes his face. Carol's return after several years suggests that she has indeed discovered a new sanctuary for the Skrulls. As the leader of the Skrulls, Talos chooses to overlook certain behaviors exhibited by his kin over the years. He understands that they have been repressed for far too long and require occasional release. Thus, when some of his people transformed into high-ranking officials within human society, he refrained from intervening. Yet, he is aware that if this continues, discontent will inevitably brew, leading to unforeseen consequences. Indeed, following the climactic battle, many superheroes have begun to retire, and the Skrulls remaining on Earth have grown dissatisfied with their circumstances, instigating a covert invasion. Talos' inquiry catches Carol off guard. She has been preoccupied with liberating other races oppressed by the Kree and has neglected her duty to assist the Skrulls in finding a new home. "Soon, Talos," she replies. While Nick Fury lightens the mood by diverting the conversation, turning to his old friend Carol. "Should we seek him out now?" The seemingly cryptic exchange between the two leaves Talos momentarily bewildered. "Who are we looking for?" "Superman." "What for?" "Fury. Did you not inform Talos?" Ultimately, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, Nick Fury reveals the internal decision of SHIELD to Talos. "Expel us, or annihilate us." Talos exclaims in disbelief. The news is far too sudden for them to process. "Why?" Fury meets Talos' gaze, feeling a sense of resignation. They perceive the Skrulls as a threat. "They? Is it not just that one individual?" Carol raises an eyebrow, having assumed it was a solitary decision. If it is a collective resolution, then persuasion is in order. With her presence, Carol believes the Skrulls will not stir any significant trouble. Remaining on Earth should pose no issue. "Fury, take me to him so we can have a proper discussion." Carol, who read Superman comics in her youth, is eager to see what kind of entity dares to claim the title of Superman. "Let me make a call." Moments later, a crackling golden portal materializes, and Ghoulie steps forth clad in a black battle garb, a large tomato emblazoned on his chest, pulsating like a fervent heartbeat. Ghoulie has envisioned numerous scenarios for his encounter with Captain Marvel, and now, standing on opposing sides, reality unfolds. In the fleeting moment, their gazes collided. Both perceived the fierce battle intent simmering in each other's eyes. Shall we engage in combat? Indeed, let us. In an instant, the two figures surged skyward, ascending to great heights in less than a second. Golden beams of fervent energy poured forth from Gu Li's eyes, colliding with the cosmic force unleashed by Carol's outstretched arms. The sound of their explosive energies reverberated through the heavens. On the ground, Nick Fury and Talos could no longer discern the forms of the two combatants. Gu Li and Carol's velocity had surpassed the limits of human sight. The only visible phenomena were the dazzling, multicolored energies in the air and the golden rays emanating from Gu Li. With a single hand, Gu Li formed intricate seals, conjuring a series of crimson magical arrays that blossomed beneath his feet in rapid succession. Defense, strength, speed, and endurance. Over 100 magical formations coalesced around him. At that moment, he appeared as a radiant beacon in the sky, a testament to the month he spent self-studying the arcane arts. Today, he stood as a master of dark magic. After pursuing for a while, Carol realized she could never close the distance to that infuriating figure, who clearly had no intention of engaging in close combat. Can you not fight like a man? Carol's thunderous challenge echoed, causing Gu Li to furrow his brow. Do you want me to engage in melee? I am a ranged dark magician. Not everyone is a Gandalf. Evading the cosmic energy unleashed by Carol's arms, Gu Li clasped his hands together, performing an intricate series of gestures with breathtaking speed. Arise! Countless dark creatures emerged from another dimension, swiftly enveloping the sky, obscuring Carol's form within their ranks. Sensing the disturbance above New York, Master Gu Li cast a bemused glance at Gu Li, surrounded by countless magical arrays. Did this boy not realize that borrowed magical power must be repaid? To amplify oneself with so many arrays was extravagantly reckless. In her years as the supreme sorceress, Gu Li had never dared to wield magic in such a manner. Wasteful. Suddenly, Gu Li felt every hair on his body stand on end as a wave of terrifying energy surged toward him. High above, Carol floated, her entire being shimmering with radiant colors, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. The creatures that had once obscured her were now utterly vanquished. Is this her binary form? Gu Li promptly set aside any playful thoughts. Though it might not be the binary state, Carol was evidently serious now. Superman, you are formidable. The sound of invisible explosions rippled through the air, the result of their bodies colliding, producing sonic booms that echoed like thunder, resonating through the clouds. It was akin to the wrath of deities, shaking the very world and leaving all who heard it trembling. On the ground, the Skrull gathering had been obliterated by the energy shockwaves from their battle, and Nick Fury shouted upwards towards the sky. Cease this at once. Stop fighting. The words echoed with urgency. If this continues, not only will New York face ruin, but the compensation for the damaged properties nearby could severely impact S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, the Skrulls were allies. Discussions regarding compensation with Talos could provide some leeway. Lost in thought, Gu Li found himself grasped by Carol and slammed into the ground, leaving a long trench in his wake. His mind briefly wandered, misled by a shout from earlier that had made him think a heavy rain was imminent. Regaining his focus, Gu Li unleashed a shockwave, sending Carol soaring into the stratosphere. He followed suit, ascending into the skies, and the two engaged in combat that escalated from 10,000 meters to the vastness of outer space. As the combatants vanished from sight, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief. At least we can still afford the damages for now. Meanwhile, in another part of New York, Tony and Banner intently observed the footage transmitted by the Stark satellite. Gu Li and the woman were battling fiercely in space, and the nearby Amelia satellite was caught in the crossfire. In mere moments, an unknown number of satellites succumbed to the destructive heat beams and cosmic energy unleashed by Carol. Tony, it seems we need to intervene. Mr. Superman can handle that woman on his own. Bloodshot eyes filled with concern, Tony nodded, surprised that Gu Li had retained the upper hand after worrying about him all night. I never knew Gu had such strength. He has never even flown into outer space before. Suddenly, the satellite's signal faltered as if lost, and the image froze. Jarvis's voice broke the silence. Sir, Mr. Gu and his opponent have descended to the moon. Chapter 73. Arguments are better than defeats on the moon. Two intertwined figures plummeted from the sky, crashing into the lunar surface and creating a deep crater. According to the law of smoke and injury, as the dust settled, Gu Li was revealed, perched atop Carol and gripping her neck. Do you yield? Do you yield? Years later, Gu Li would conclude with a single piece of wisdom. Never engage in a fight with a woman, unless it is in the confines of a bed. At that moment, an enraged Carol seemed to lose her sanity, spitting at Gu Li. The absurdity of the scene left him momentarily bewildered. Spitting? Such behavior was juvenile. Come on. You are Captain Marvel. How can you behave so childishly? Let me go and I'll give you another chance, she demanded. Carol had never known defeat in all her years. Being held down and questioned about her submission was utterly intolerable. Gu Li, with a teasing demeanor, lightly patted her cheek. Let you go? You're rather average looking. Your thoughts are quite fanciful. Inadvertently, he voiced his true feelings. Before he could rethink his words, a wave of terrifying energy enveloped them. Carol, beneath him, erupted with an explosive force. Did you just call me ugly? Gu Li hastily defended himself. No, I didn't say that. Don't misinterpret my words. Before her, Carol undoubtedly exhibited an extraordinary dual-star mentality, an unsettling tension palpable in the air. Isn't she unattractive? Look at your own handsome visage. What transpired behind the scenes remains a mystery to all. The two individuals who had battled on the moon re-emerged 2 days later at a rural base on the outskirts of New York. Carol was beaming, radiating warmth akin to the first light of dawn. Her complexion appeared remarkably vibrant, dispelling any remnants of the frustration she felt from her previous encounter with Gu Li. At least in the realm of quarrels, Carol had never tasted defeat. In stark contrast, Gu Li bore a pallid visage, as if haunted by a nightmare. Feeling as if he were on the brink of disintegration, it became evident that one should never engage in a dispute with a woman. There is simply no victor. He was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, perplexed by the reality that a dignified ruler of Zuan, armed with eloquence, could not best Carol in verbal sparring. The two superhumans had argued for a staggering 2.5 days, ultimately reaching an impasse, with neither able to sway the other. They resolved to postpone their debate for another day. Upon returning home and immersing himself in a bath, Gu Li succumbed to slumber, eventually requiring Ms. Zhao to carry him to bed. What had he been up to? Exhausted to such an extent. Far away in Kamar Taj, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, shared her thoughts. Today's youth truly know how to play. I have never witnessed a quarrel escalate to such a degree. These two extraordinary beings are indeed a rare pair. Nick Fury and Talos waited for 2.5 days without a sign of Carol's return, leading Fury to question the unusual silence surrounding Gu Li as well. It was as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. Could they have perished together? The moment this thought crossed Fury's mind, it unleashed an unrelenting storm of anxiety within him, causing him to clutch his chest in agony. Such pain. The loss of two key figures was a significant blow to S.H.I.E.L.D., threatening the future formation of the Avengers. Without Captain Marvel, how could he possibly endure? Fury slammed his fist down in frustration, his heart heavy with regret. He had been blinded by folly, agreeing to expel the Skrulls instead of simply allowing Carol to remain. Now, both of his trump cards were lost. Even if he managed to assemble the Avengers in the future, he would struggle to find individuals as formidable as Carol and Gu Li. The pain was unbearable. Talos gazed in bewilderment at Fury's departing silhouette, which seemed imbued with a sense of solitude. Has it come to an end? Are we not being ushered away? Yet, no one provided an answer to his confusion. Equally perplexed were Tony and Banner, who had been closely monitoring the battle. Doctor, do you think they have become addicted to fighting on the moon? Tony, utterly befuddled, pondered aloud. Had it not been for Banner's intervention, he would have been tempted to fly to the moon to witness the outcome of their conflict. Since the two began their battle on the moon, it has been over 2 days with nary a word on who emerged victorious. Tony, let us wait a bit longer. Mr. Superman and that woman possess formidable strength, and surely they will not encounter any dire straits. Bruce Banner has always considered the Hulk within him to be a threat to humanity, yet upon witnessing the devastation wrought by Gu Li and that woman's clash, he realized that, in comparison, the Hulk seemed rather endearing. After all, the destruction caused by the Hulk was merely a series of localized impacts, while those two, particularly Mr. Superman, unleashed a devastating barrage that could be likened to a catastrophic area attack, resulting in devastation several times greater than that of the Hulk. Furthermore, the woman's cosmic energy blasts, each carrying the potency of a cannonball, were no less fearsome. During their aerial combat, the residual shockwaves alone obliterated structures within a several-kilometer radius. Fortunately, the area was remote, sparing any casualties. As the sun rose and set, another day slipped away. For those anxiously awaiting news, this day felt like an agonizing torment. Upon awakening, Gu Li glanced at the concerned faces of his wives surrounding him and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Their faces were etched with worry, and as soon as he stirred, they hurriedly inquired about his well-being. Their heartfelt words deepened Gu Li's sense of remorse. I should be ashamed of myself. He never anticipated that Captain Marvel, Carol, could be so volatile. He had not heard that provocation could lead to such explosive reactions. Upon hearing her appearance described as merely average, she erupted in fury, arguing in 7 different languages without relent. How could one endure such a tempest? For 2 whole days. He had never exchanged such heated words with anyone. After all, verbal sparring and life-or-death stakes are 2 entirely different matters. Yet, Carol fought as though her very life depended on it. The ordeal was torturous, yet the outcome was unexpectedly delightful. Who would have thought that an argument could yield a cultural exchange and grant him 3 new superpowers in just 2 days? After years of binding his system, he had never experienced such a bountiful harvest. Feeling a surge of strength greater than ever before, Guli drew his girlfriend close, cherishing her presence. He resolved to devote the coming days solely to her, ensuring he would remain at home to accompany her. With that, he drifted into a deep slumber. In a mysterious dimension, a frail woman clad in purple robes wielded a pickaxe, methodically repeating the motion of striking. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. She had spent an entire year mining in this lightless abyss, a year fraught with unimaginable trials. That wretched human. She had merely succumbed to an impulse and touched his chest muscles, inadvertently startling him awake. Consequently, she had been banished to this dreadful place, to toil endlessly in the mines. That despicable creature truly deserved his fate. Chapter 74. 3 forms of superpower through the teachings of the character Carol Danvers. Your cultural level has reached 3, granting you the ability of energy absorption, the capacity to absorb the vast majority of energy present in the universe, rendering you immune to it. You have acquired energy manipulation, the power to control and direct various types of cosmic energy. Additionally, you possess piloting skills, an aptitude for operating various aircraft. While the piloting skill might seem somewhat perplexing, the other 2 superpowers are truly exceptional. The ability to absorb energy encompasses everything from solar radiation to various cosmic energies, including electric beams, all of which can be harnessed to enhance your physical strength. This power bears resemblance to the mutant ability of Sebastian Shaw, the Black King from the X-Men, albeit with a considerably higher upper limit. Moreover, you gain immunity to most cosmic energies. It is no wonder that this superhero, named after Captain Marvel, possesses such formidable powers. The mere act of energy absorption significantly boosts Guli's magic resistance, explaining why Carol was able to disregard heat vision during their previous confrontation. Furthermore, energy absorption in combat is akin to a cheat. It allows for the simultaneous siphoning of health and energy, granting infinite endurance. Imagine your opponent, who, upon expelling energy, inadvertently allows you to absorb and manipulate it, a rather unfair advantage. As for energy manipulation, the ability to control various cosmic energies enables you to unleash powerful energy waves and lasers for long-range assaults, creating a perfect synergy with energy absorption. Were it not for Guli's myriad of superpowers, he might have met his end in the battle against Carol. Even so, he found himself unable to overpower her. With Carol's magic resistance at its peak, she effortlessly negated heat vision, while Guli utilized molecular restructuring to counter her cosmic energy projections. It is worth noting that shockwaves pose a considerable challenge to Carol's full magic resistance. Though it is merely a countermeasure, her physical defenses are also remarkably robust. One could assert that, based on Carol's combat prowess as depicted in the 2 Captain Marvel films, setting aside the narrative inconsistencies dictated by the plot, she stands as the mightiest force within the Avengers. As for the reasons behind why she was not permitted to snap her fingers, or why she could not soar past Thanos as Colossal Blade, those inquiries are best directed at the director. Among the myriad superpowers Carol possesses, Guli yearns most for cosmic awareness and binary form. Cosmic awareness, a foresight that surpasses Spider-Man's spider sense, offers a macro-level precognition, allowing perception across the cosmos, often referred to as the 7th sense. Conversely, the binary form represents Carol's most extraordinary transformation, drawing its strength from the enigmatic white holes in the universe. In stark contrast to the black holes that consume all, white holes radiate energy outward. In her binary form, Captain Marvel has inflicted harm upon beings endowed with the power of millions of stars and even captured the director of the Population Control Office. Moreover, she has performed miraculous feats, such as igniting a sun for the Kree, epitomizing her Super Saiyan transformation. Indeed, I remain as insatiably greedy as ever. After a moment of self-reflection, Guli nestled his head into Ms. Zhao's embrace and drifted into a deep slumber. The comfort of one's own bed is unparalleled, as the cot at the farm base is somewhat unyielding. The following morning, Nick Fury finally received a call from Carol, facilitated by the second-in-command at the farm base. Red Spider. Carol, what was the outcome? You lost. How could that be? Fury's reaction rendered Carol momentarily flustered. She was at a loss for words, unable to confess to Fury that she had developed a deep connection with Guli. Instead of returning to assist in dealing with problematic individuals, she had inadvertently fostered an extraordinary friendship with one of them. What a peculiar situation this was. Fury, Please consult with Talos. I need a few days off to take them away from Earth. After hanging up, Carol reminisced about the chaos of the past few days. A wave of melancholy washing over her as she rested her forehead against her hand. Why was I so angry? That guy is merely handsome and slightly more capable. Indeed, he was rather attractive. Carol couldn't fathom why she had acted that way, and neither could Gu Li, who was at home watching television with Ms. Zhao. Why hadn't he been able to restrain himself? Perhaps it was the allure of her extraordinary abilities and the inexplicable connection that had initially sparked some excitement. However, it had later devolved into a rivalry between Gu Li and Carol, each unwilling to concede, resolving their conflicts through a different form of combat. The outcome: mutual exhaustion. It is worth noting that these are two superhumans, each requiring a day of rest to recuperate, which speaks volumes about the intensity of their skirmish. Darling, the research lab needs more personnel, Ms. Zhao suddenly remarked while nestled in Gu Li's embrace. Despite having unexpectedly secured 2 substantial investments that alleviated her financial woes for the foreseeable future, Ms. Zhao was keenly aware that her funds were tied up in Hammer Industries. And she relished the feeling of being supported by Gu Li. Nonetheless, there was an urgent need for staff. Even if Wolverine could replace several scientists single-handedly, some assistance was still necessary to handle the minutiae. Gu Li gently pinched Ms. Zhao's cheek. I will find a solution. I have a few fans who might be quite suitable. He had been rather busy lately and had nearly forgotten his promise to Max to help her find a job, having only received 2 rewards from Max thus far, indicating that he still had work to do. Yes, there is still much to be done. After all, if he were to neglect his efforts, not even a token reward would come his way. Gu Li was not a scoundrel. He merely yearned for extraordinary abilities. Speaking of which, Max's close friend, Jane Foster, the girlfriend of Thor, also seemed to be a commendable scientist. Additionally, there was Betty, the girlfriend of Bruce Banner, and General Ross's daughter, who was destined to be the future president. Both were excellent choices. Let there be no misunderstanding. They were simply fine scientists. While Gu Li may have his weaknesses, he was not so desperate as to lower his standards. If only the time of traversal had occurred earlier, or if he had acted sooner, it would not matter. Yet, who can blame him for not taking action back then? Gu Li meticulously calculated that, within the current cinematic universe, the number of female characters he could pursue seemed rather limited, particularly among the formidable superpowered beings. Among them was Clea, the white-haired woman clad in purple who made her appearance during Wanda's quest for her family, a niece of Dormammu and the future ruler of the Dark Dimension. This Clea was indeed a commendable choice. Additionally, there was Aisha, the High Priestess of the Sovereign, the mother of Adam Warlock, possessing golden skin and standing at an impressive height of 190 centimeters, embodied by Elizabeth Debicki. A woman capable of using her legs to open the front car door from the back seat. A woman whose stature forced even the supreme evolved villain to stand on a stool to meet her gaze. If all went well, the reward from Aisha would presumably be Adam Warlock's superpowers. This individual would indeed become a true powerhouse in the future. The notion of raising a living tribunal as a son? Chapter 75, New Members. While the idea of nurturing a living tribunal as a son seemed plausible, there was a pressing issue. Aisha, the High Priestess, and her race revered genetic breeding. To ensure absolute purity of bloodline, the sovereign employed custom-made artificial cocoons for procreation. They showed no interest in natural conception or the process of gestation, and one could even say they held it in disdain. Aisha's son, Adam Warlock, was not born through natural means, which posed a challenge for Gu Li should he wish to pursue her. Moreover, Aisha was a haughty queen who demanded carpets be laid even for her footsteps. Yet, the mere thought of her long, fair legs sent a thrill through Gu Li. In his arms, Ms. Zhao rolled her eyes, silently admonishing him to exercise restraint in broad daylight. However, her words only intensified Gu Li's fervor. In an instant, the living room was filled with a vibrant atmosphere, rhythmic sounds echoing continuously. Following the announcement of departure by leader Talos, the Skrull community reacted with mixed emotions. Some rejoiced, others mourned, but many were left bewildered. Why? There was no reason. SHIELD had issued a directive for complete evacuation within a month, or face the consequences. Talos himself could not clearly articulate his feelings at that moment. Half of him was engulfed in confusion and acceptance. Bewildered by the uncertain future of the Skrulls, would they continue to wander? Would they remain hunted by the Kree? The long-standing enmity between the Kree and Skrulls had spanned millennia, intertwined with the conflicts among the 3 great galactic empires and the Nova Corps. More on this later. Acceptance stemmed from his realization that the scenarios he had long feared were unlikely to unfold on Earth. The other half of his emotions was tinged with concern. Those of his kin who had transformed into human officials had already succumbed to the corrupt lifestyles of America, and they would surely not depart easily. From the information obtained from Fury, it appeared that Captain Marvel, once known for tearing Kree warships apart, had been defeated, overcome by the recently ascended Superman. If the Skrulls do not depart, Superman is bound to unleash a devastating rampage, a truth relayed directly by his old friend, Nick Fury. Talos cast a glance at his daughter, Jaya, portrayed by Daenerys Targaryen. Jaya had grown accustomed to the ways of human society, her memories, her childhood, and her friends all resided on Earth. How could he possibly explain this to her? Talos sank into contemplation. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Nick Fury took the time to arrange for dozens of agents to assist in the evacuation of the Skrulls. His willingness to comply stemmed partly from Carol's request. As a longtime friend, Fury held immense trust in her, responding to her needs with unwavering loyalty, a testament to their mutual understanding. Additionally, the previously enigmatic force that had violently targeted SHIELD agents had fallen silent, granting him a brief respite to ponder the formation of the Avengers. Superman, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye had already begun to establish a rudimentary framework for the Avengers. Fury would oversee the overarching strategy. While Superman and the Hulk would serve as the muscle, Black Widow and Hawkeye would manage intelligence operations, and Iron Man, Tony Stark, would handle the finances. In the near future, Fury intended to appoint Coulson to lead SHIELD, allowing him to focus specifically on matters concerning the Avengers. The concept of forming the Avengers could be traced back to 1995, when he faced the Kree alongside Captain Marvel, Carol. It was then that Fury conceived the idea of assembling a team of superheroes to confront various threats. Now, all the necessary personnel were in place for the Avengers formation. It would have been even better if that Asgardian god of thunder were present. Fury found himself yearning for Thor. Fried chicken would be abundant, beer plentiful, and Thor would certainly be there. Although the impending expulsion of the Skrulls brought him considerable distress, the thought of Carol's recent phone call, in which she expressed her intent to return to Earth frequently, instantly uplifted his spirits. In the delicate balance between the Skrulls and Carol, he was acutely aware of the priorities, especially since there was a unified consensus within SHIELD regarding the expulsion of the Skrulls. The only perplexing aspect remained. Why had Carol changed her mind? Previously, she had never returned to Earth. It was a mystery he could not unravel. At that moment, the formidable Maria Hill knocked and entered. Fury, Stark, and Superman have brought the detection equipment. Let us store it in the warehouse for now. I will find Talos later. The influx of detection devices for the Skrulls illuminated a stark reality for Nick Fury. The notion of expelling the Skrulls, conceived by Tony and Carol, was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been meticulously planned. Truly, Stark was remarkable. He could create such devices. After a moment of reflection, he felt not disheartened, but rather invigorated. After all, Stark was an advisor to SHIELD. Meanwhile, our Iron Man, Tony Stark, was welcoming new members into the fold. Only Tony, Ethan, and Ghoulie formed a trio, but they have now welcomed a new member into their ranks, the Incredible Hulk. Bruce Banner. Tony, have you all formed a little group behind SHIELD's back? Banner's expression was one of confusion. If a genuinely good person like Superman could join such a group, it was evident how treacherous society had become. Doctor. Banner was suddenly tempted to retreat into seclusion once more. He, a simple man, felt out of his depth. Doctor, we have no ulterior motives. Our sole purpose is to safeguard the Earth. You know how much SHIELD is entangled with the upper echelons of America, Tony explained. Upon hearing this, Banner nodded in agreement. The super soldier program that had been revived years ago was spearheaded by the military, with the American government involved as well. It was precisely due to that program's unforeseen consequences that he became the Hulk, and the abomination was born. In the eyes of the elite, the significance of super soldiers far outweighed the safety of ordinary citizens. Is Superman not joining us? Banner inquired. He and Ethan will arrive shortly, Tony replied, suddenly recalling something. Doctor, we haven't yet decided on a name for our organization. Banner, feeling a twinge of regret, thought better of it, but decided to endure for the sake of the $20 million salary. With SHIELD's pay and Superman's company's remuneration, working 3 jobs would soon afford him a magnificent mansion. Tony, why don't you and Superman choose the name? I'm not particularly good at naming things, Banner said earnestly. For reasons unknown, as soon as Banner finished speaking, he noticed a series of twitches at the corners of Tony's mouth. Who has already thought of a name? But Ethan and I find it a bit too ostentatious. It doesn't suit our image, Tony said. Banner, intrigued, asked, What name could provoke such a reaction from you? Team Explosion, Tony replied. Chapter 76, 6 Infinity Stones, New York, Manhattan. Stark Tower. A skyscraper entirely self-sufficient, powered by an arc reactor, and relying on completely clean energy. This would later become the Avengers Tower. The quartet underwent a fair and transparent voting process and ultimately decided to name their organization Team Explosion. During the voting, Tony unhesitatingly cast a dissenting vote. The name was too flamboyant, even for him, Tony Stark. Ethan, on the other hand, abstained from voting. He now lived a carefree life, supported by a global surveillance network composed of the Transformer Soundwave and several Stark satellites. Whenever a terrorist presence was detected, a simple phone call would summon Superman to resolve the issue in an instant. However, he often found it baffling that Superman would rush over in just his underwear. And whenever he did, his approach was exceedingly brutal, instilling fear in even the most hardened terrorists. It was precisely for this reason that Superman's fanbase had proliferated worldwide, as his exposed upper body drove women across the globe into a frenzy. Returning to the matter at hand, the newly inducted and earnest Dr. Banner cast his vote in favor, aiming to avoid complications and out of trust in Gu Li's character. With a slender margin of 2-1, the illustrious Blast Gang's Marvel division was established. The leadership was jointly held by Gu Li and Tony, while Dr. Ethan took on the role of logistics minister and Dr. Banner was tasked with overseeing the research department. The paramount objective of the newly formed Blast Gang is to supervise and ensure the complete evacuation of the Skrulls from Earth. The surveillance cameras across the streets of New York have been replaced, and the next phase involves the gradual installation of cameras donated by Stark Industries throughout America, expected to take approximately 20 days. During this period, it is inevitable that some Skrulls may slip through the cracks. Goo. Is there any other method to swiftly identify all the Skrulls? As soon as Tony's words fell, all eyes turned to Gu Li, as if he possessed the solution to every dilemma. Allow me to contemplate a solution. Such a large-scale search across the globe could only be accomplished by Professor X, Charles. But alas, there are no mutants within the MCU at present. We would have to venture into the Fox universe. Perhaps we could wait for the release of Deadpool 3? Or devise a means to connect with Wanda, acquire Chaos Magic, and declare, no more Skrulls. However, the Chaos Magic just recently acquired may not yet be potent enough, requiring several evolutions to reach such formidable levels. Furthermore, Wanda harbors significant prejudice against Gu Li, believing that his interest in her stems from ulterior motives. While her anticipated outcome is accurate, her purpose is misguided. Gu Li is indeed drawn to her, but even more so to the chaos magic she wields. If all else fails, perhaps I could consult the Ancient One for guidance? As this thought flashed through his mind, a golden halo crackled to life at Gu Li's behest. I shall seek the counsel of a master. Upon arriving at Kamartaj, it was not long before, after toying with the fate cards twice, the voice of the Ancient One echoed from a distant portal. Come over, she beckoned. The presence of the Ancient One imparted a sense of venerable wisdom, akin to that of a guardian. This perception was accurate. The Ancient One took great care of Gu Li, anxious that he might stray from the right path. Master, is there a spell for large-scale searches for a specific race? What are you plotting this time? Without needing to guess, the Ancient One sensed Gu Li's intentions were not entirely pure. Could it be that the young lad harbored aspirations of enslavement? Young man, the trafficking of enslaved individuals is an inhumane act, the Ancient One admonished gently. Master, you misunderstand me. I am in search of extraterrestrials, specifically the Skrulls concealed upon Earth. After a brief moment, upon hearing Gu Li's explanation, the Ancient One's usually impassive visage slightly furrowed in concern. You are again attempting to alter the status quo. Master, my very existence is a disruption. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely the desire to improve my own circumstances. If it is within my capacity, I would not mind leading the Earth towards a brighter future as well. Upon hearing these words, the Ancient One was taken aback for a few seconds, followed by several minutes of contemplative silence. All right, I shall assist you this time. However, you must settle my appearance fee separately. At this moment, Gu Li was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, What? As you put it, even superheroes require sustenance and expenses. My request is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it is reasonable. Gu Li fervently nodded. Any issue that can be resolved with money ceases to be a problem. If it cannot be resolved, it must simply be a matter of insufficient funds. Considering the timeline, Kunthas's mining career is nearing its conclusion. When the time comes, I shall certainly enlist her assistance in transferring additional funds from others. That little rascal, Xiaomi Luan, left behind a trace during his escapades, having been pursued successively by Jarvis and Dr. Zola. Kunthas's expertise in transferring funds to others' accounts should surpass that of Ultron, I presume. Once we have dispatched the troublesome Skrulls, I shall finally seek new superpowers. Previously, due to concerns that the woman I sought might be a green-skinned Skrull, I had refrained from pursuing new connections for quite some time. Meanwhile, through the collective efforts of various factions, the evacuation of the Skrulls from Earth proceeded in an orderly fashion. Wakanda provided the Skrulls with evacuation spacecraft, while essential supplies were jointly sponsored by Tony Stark and Gu Lee. Initially, there were some extreme elements reluctant to evacuate. However, after Gu Lee apprehended over 100 Skrulls and confined them in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody within an hour, they complied with the evacuation efforts. Finally, a month later, the bothersome Skrulls completed their departure from Earth, soaring into the depths of the cosmos under Carol's leadership. Gu Lee rested his head on Ms. Zhao's lap. Glancing at the date, January 11th, 2011. Calculating the timeline, the frozen captain, who had been in suspended animation for 70 years, was soon to be excavated from the Arctic ice by S.H.I.E.L.D., and the climactic battle in New York, featuring the original Avengers, was on the horizon. Gu Lee eagerly anticipated that day, not for any other reason, but to witness whether, due to his arrival, the 2023 versions of Tony and company might traverse back to 2012's New York. In fact, at this point, Thanos had yet to conceive the notion of utilizing the Infinity Stones to eradicate half of all life in the universe. Such thoughts would only manifest around 2012. At that juncture, he would bestow the Mind Stone upon Loki, who would lead the galaxy's most inept Chitauri army in an invasion of Earth. However, to his dismay, his plans backfired as he failed to acquire the Tesseract, also known as the Space Stone, and lost the Mind Stone as well. The Space Stone was subsequently returned to Asgard by Thor, while the Mind Stone fell into the hands of Hydra, the Kree, whom Thanos had high hopes for. Ronan ultimately did not obtain the Power Stone, which was left behind on Xandar by Star-Lord and his companions, guarded by the Nova Corps. The Reality Stone, or Ether, was entrusted to the Collector by Asgardians. The Time Stone and its container, the Eye of Agamotto, were safeguarded by the lineage of the Sorcerer Supreme. The most enigmatic Soul Stone was guarded by the previous Hydra leader, Red Skull, on Vormir. Herein lies the information regarding the 6 Infinity Stones of the MCU. How about I embark on a quest to gather these 6 stones and surprise Thanos with a delightful twist? Once this thought ignited within him, it spread like wildfire, consuming Gu Lee's heart and awakening an irrepressible ambition. Since he had already arrived, it would be foolish to leave without making a mark. Among the 3 great empires of the galaxy, the Nova Corps, the Celestials, and the 4 abstract entities, alongside the living tribunal and the celestial gods, this vast universe beckoned Gu Lee to aspire for supremacy. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Gu Lee's lips when suddenly, a soft touch silenced his thoughts. What could be so joyous? Ms. Zhao, do you wish to become a queen? Chapter 77. Shockwave. Through the teachings of the character Daisy Lewis, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you the formidable transformer, Shockwave, along with the companion pet, the Diamond Beast. As Gu Lee perused the book Astrophysics, he mused, this reward is rather impressive. He had come this morning to inform Max about work. But after months of seclusion, Max became slightly unhinged upon seeing him, retaliating with an intense study session that triggered the conditions for a 3rd reward. Shockwave, the Decepticon military commander, known for his singular eye and imposing demeanor, stands as the true second-in-command of the Decepticons. His most remarkable feature is his colossal pet, the ancient Cybertronian beast, the Diamond Beast. Had it not been for the exorbitant cost of special effects, the Diamond Beast would undoubtedly have marked a legendary chapter in the history of Transformers. Standing at an impressive 1,080 feet, or approximately 329 meters, the Diamond Beast expands to a size equivalent to 3 football fields. It is the largest Transformer among Gu Lee's current subordinates, dwarfing the Dinobot leader Grimlock, who stands at merely 256 meters. This majestic mount and pet, the Diamond Beast, is truly awe-inspiring. Perhaps only the Emperor of the universe could rival its grandeur. Should a material change be required for the Diamond Beast, it would likely necessitate over 1,000 tons of true adamantium, a veritable treasure trove. There is, however, a conundrum. The Diamond Beast's immense size renders it incapable of fitting within the regeneration cradle. Gu Lee realized he had underestimated the rate of alloy consumption. Yet he was comforted by the knowledge of Wakandan vibranium's molecular structure, enabling him to produce it freely. Thus, he no longer had to fret over alloy materials. Upon reflection, acquiring a bed for Shockwave, along with his 3 formidable lieutenants, Soundwave, Shockwave, and Starscream, would solidify Gu Lee's position as their leader. That fellow has become a mere figurehead. Moreover, Given this trajectory, it is inevitable that one day he will summon the Emperor of the universe and the primordial celestial lord. These two are beings of the creator level within the Transformers universe, their power likely comparable to the elite Celestials of the Marvel universe. The Celestials, created by the first celestial sphere, possess varying strengths due to their distinct roles. Some are tasked with combat, while others focus on measurement and evaluation. The Celestials made their official debut in the MCU with the Eternals. How exhilarating! Stars sparkled in Gu Li's eyes. As the Cosmic Emperor unleashed a powerful strike upon the celestial ensemble, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. It seemed he could easily dominate the purple sweet potato essence now. Perhaps it was time to set his sights on the celestial ensemble instead. As an entity embodying the pinnacle of the singular and multiverse, the celestial ensemble indeed represented a worthy target, especially since there were celestial offspring within the Earth's core, making an inevitable confrontation unavoidable. While Gu Li envisioned the future, a figure entered through the door. "Daisy, I have secured a new job. Would you be interested?" As Jane Foster spoke, she suddenly noticed Superman engrossed in a copy of Astrophysics. Superman. Sometimes, being overly famous has its drawbacks, as Jane Foster experienced at that moment. Excitedly gripping Gu Li's arm. "You enjoy astrophysics? I could teach you." At her words, Gu Li's eyes brightened. Indeed, Max was merely Jane's intern. "Let us exchange contact information, and I shall visit you when time permits." After bidding farewell to Jane, Gu Li found himself at the long-forgotten farm base, where he encountered the ambitious Red Spider. "Shockwave, you can no longer be the second in command. That position rightfully belongs to me, Red Spider." Due to his entire body being replaced with true Edmund alloy, Red Spider easily bested the inexperienced Shockwave. As Red Spider prepared to mock Shockwave further, he suddenly knelt, exuding an air of reverence, and proclaimed, "Master, the second in command of the Decepticons, Red Spider, welcomes your arrival. Your light has dispelled the darkness of Cybertron, and I wholeheartedly praise you, great master." Gu Li nodded. Red Spider's eloquence was indeed impressive, and after hearing it repeatedly, he felt an unshakable sense of greatness. Retrieving the regeneration cradle from the system space, Gu Li instructed Steel Cable, place Shockwave inside. Steel Cable was quite familiar with the material replacement, having operated on the second-in-command Red Spider's transformation. After a familiar, resplendent glow, Shockwave, now entirely encased in true Edmund alloy, stood with utmost respect behind Gu Li. This individual resembled Soundwave, belonging to the stoic and few words type. Observing the eager yet somewhat sycophantic Laserbeak, Gu Li gazed longingly at the regeneration cradle. Laserbeak's massive form was far too large to fit within it, leaving him in a quandary. His superior, the commander, was even more aloof than Soundwave. Over the years, aside from the occasional reward notifications and randomly triggered task prompts, the commander had never spoken a word voluntarily. Even when queried by Gu Li, he had only uttered 2 words, "None." After a moment of hesitation, Gu Li ventured, "Commander?" Yet, he waited in vain for a response. "Commander? Lord? Ancestor?" After about an hour of mounting frustration, Gu Li exclaimed, "You rascal, find a way to fit Laserbeak inside." The manual responded with a rather exasperated voice. Gu Li was taken aback. Does the system have a tendency for self-harm? Addressed with a respectful tone, "One must insist on referring to you as son before receiving a response." Following the instructions meticulously, Gu Li spent an extended period deciphering the guidance. It is possible to transform the material without complete insertion. Merely a portion of the body suffices. However, a new dilemma arose. His current supply of true adamantium was insufficient to fully substitute the colossal form of the Leviathan. Thus, he must commence the conversion of vibranium from Wakanda. The entire farming base, under the meticulous guidance of the robotic Dr. Zola, underwent several months of expansion, resembling a medieval fortress from the outside. Yet, the true marvel lies in the fact that, while it appears as a castle, it is fundamentally a grand military installation, constructed entirely from aerospace alloys. This iron bastion boasts 5 levels and encompasses approximately 20,000 square meters of vast space. Dr. Zola even established a spacecraft dock, a Cybertronian fighter airport, and barracks for combat robots. True to its Hydra origins, this configuration is perfectly suited for insurrection. Gu Li sincerely commended Dr. Zola. As for the concern of discovery, he had conveniently purchased all surrounding land. Even if they were to be found out, what of it? Gu Li had now acquired the preliminary strength to flip the table. "Leader, with the inclusion of these two, our grand enterprise is promising. Shall we confront Pierce directly?" proposed the robotic Zola once more. After pondering for a moment, Gu Li did not decline. "Doctor, if I were to eliminate Pierce, how confident are we in seizing control of Hydra?" 60%. Some members were nurtured by Pierce himself, with most embedded within Zola's mechanical voice emanated devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Ghoulie tapped his fingers against the void, a plan gradually taking shape within his mind. Doctor, in light of this, both Pierce and SHIELD are targets we must annihilate. The Insight program will proceed. When it is time to execute, change the target to Pierce and his loyal subordinates. As for the Hydra operatives lurking within SHIELD, let them perish alongside the agency. Once the internal affairs of Earth are settled, we can embark on our plan for universal domination, fulfilling 2 system tasks in one fell swoop. Perfect. Upon hearing Ghoulie's plan, the robotic Zola raised a triumphant cheer. Hail Hydra! Chapter 78. A fortuitous acquisition of the source of fire. The first few months of 2011 were exceedingly busy for Ghoulie, as his schedule was fully packed. To facilitate the transformation of the immense Leviathan, he devoted an entire month to the assimilation of true adamantium during the day. Additionally, the future warrior nano-armor crafted by Wolverine required a significant amount of vibranium, leading him to predominantly employ his molecular restructuring abilities during this period. As for the Knights, he toiled diligently to acquire superpowers, striving to meet the conditions for receiving rewards. The new company was successfully established, named after Ms. Zhao's research project, Life Sciences. Max and her close friend Jane Foster joined the company, tasked with research in astrophysics. However, Max's primary endeavor has been to elucidate the intricacies of astrophysics to Ghoulie. The motivations are simple. One perceives the other as profoundly knowledgeable, while the other finds him both handsome and affluent. Through their joint efforts, Ghoulie has subsequently acquired the dinosaur, the pterosaur boomerang, and the triceratops iron dross. This has become a source of considerable vexation for him. It appears that the rewards he obtained from studying alongside the scientist, aside from 2 evolution cards with superpowers gifted by the treasure girl, Ms. Zhao, have predominantly consisted of transformers, akin to disturbing the lair of Cybertron. Furthermore, although the pterosaur boomerang and triceratops iron dross are not as colossal as the mechanical pet, the diamond demon, they are still substantial in size and require a significant consumption of genuine Edmund alloy. Uncle Wolf's cultivation of heart-shaped grass has also met with success. Should Ghoulie require it, he could now mass-produce a legion of heart-shaped grass warriors. However, this raises another concern. Currently, Ghoulie possesses both the Spider Totem and the Black Panther Totem, making him the prime target among the inheritor families who feast upon totems. Consuming Ghoulie equates to devouring 2 totems. He and the inheritor families are destined for confrontation. Dr. Zola is diligently preparing for the Insight project, and eliminating Pierce has become an obsession for him, akin to presenting a token of allegiance to Chief Gu. Amidst the bustling and fulfilling days, time unwittingly advanced to May 16, 2011. Today marks the return of Quintessa from mining, heralding her regained freedom. Recently, amidst the revelry with Sister Kuan, he inadvertently miscalculated the mining duration, turning a day into a year. At the stroke of 1 in the morning, Ghoulie arrived at the farm base in anticipation. Finally, amidst a dazzling spatial fluctuation, a tattered, dirt-streaked woman in black emerged. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her once black attire bore a slight purplish hue. Ghoulie intended to grasp Quintessa's leg in apology, acknowledging that the entire situation was his fault for indulging too much and misentering the mining duration. However, he did not anticipate that he would be a moment too late. Quintessa emerged without uttering a word, directly wrapping her arms around Ghoulie's leg and gazing up at him with a sorrowful expression. I'm sorry, I shall never do it again." The glimmer in her eyes and the allure in her brow tugged at Ghoulie's heartstrings. Subsequently, he retrieved a book titled Artificial Intelligence and inquired, "Could you assist me in understanding the concepts related to artificial intelligence?" Quintessa stood there, astonished, marveling at this man's ardent passion for learning. After a considerable pause, the system's notification chimed once more. "Through the tutelage of the extraordinary individual, Quintessa, your cultural level has risen to 1. And you have acquired the essence of all things from the source of Cybertron." At this moment, Ghoulie found himself questioning the very essence of life. Quintessa's gentle demeanor was a stark contrast to the haughty queen she had been upon her arrival. Is the notion of mining as terrifying as the system suggests? Ghoulie pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating what harrowing circumstances could transform a queen, who considers herself a creator, into a gentle maid within a mere year. In a fleeting moment, an insidious thought flashed through Ghoulie's mind. What if he were to capture the sovereign Queen Aisha of Souvenir and then send her to mine for a year? He admitted to himself that he was quite tempted, indeed very much so. If he were to win Aisha's affections, then her son, Adam the Sorcerer, would essentially become his own son. After all, Adam was not conceived naturally, but rather through a custom-engineered artificial cocoon. Thus, in essence, Adam the sorcerer would be his child in the court of life to come. Furthermore, this was but one facet of the advantages. On the other hand, the sovereign queen was a stunning beauty standing at an impressive height of 1.9 meters. He was captivated. Meanwhile, the pitiable Kintisha, clinging to Guli's arm, bore an uncanny resemblance to the eternal clan Circe, as if they were identical twins sculpted from the same mold. Sister Kuan, can you change your appearance? Guli inquired. No sooner had he spoken than the woman clad in black transformed into Ms. Zhao, adorned in a delicate blue garment. Goodness gracious, what a delightful surprise. Guli swallowed hard, clicking his tongue in amazement. He mused that Ms. Zhao would likely not be pleased, considering he had always proclaimed her to be the singular existence in his heart. Can you transform into other forms? Guli's throat moved as he suddenly looked forward to the day he would venture into the Fox universe, where he would surely seek out the shapeshifter. Under Guli's eager gaze, Kintisha morphed through a myriad of faces, her physique shifting alongside her transformations. Ultimately, as she settled into a familiar Eastern visage, Guli called out, "Stop!" Before him stood a woman with bright eyes and a radiant smile, unmistakably the legendary Jerusalem. Indeed, the joy of possessing a shapeshifter is beyond imagination. No wonder every man desires one, for the sheer happiness it brings is unparalleled. At that moment, Guli realized he had been somewhat hypocritical. While Skrulls could also change their forms, he found the green-skinned creatures rather distasteful. Reflecting on the earlier decision to send Kintisha to mine, Guli was struck with regret, lamenting the joy he had forfeited over the past year. Such a loss was unforgivable. Yet, perhaps it was precisely due to this year of mining that Kintisha had become so obedient. After quite some time, Guli recalled the special reward from this endeavor, the matrix of leadership. The matrix was the source and destination of the Transformers' life force, the very essence of the Cybertron planet. It was akin to the sun's relationship with Earth and humanity. It possessed the power to create metallic life forms and could instantaneously repair damaged Transformers. Gazing at the cube in his hand, adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns, emanating waves of blue energy, Guli understood that the matrix, upon nearing metal, could instantaneously transform it into a transformer. In other words, I can now mass-produce Transformers. Guli took a deep breath, feeling a chill run through him. This contraption was somewhat extraordinary. If it fell into the hands of others, it might not unlock the full potential of the All-Spark, but in his possession, he could produce an infinite supply of true adamantium. In simpler terms, he, Guli, could manufacture Transformers composed entirely of true adamantium in bulk. A mechanical frenzy, perhaps? Furthermore, if in the future he were to obtain the molecular formula for URU gold, he could create tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of Transformers solely composed of URU gold. What a concept that would be. Just standing there, allowing Thanos to swing his blade could potentially exhaust him. I must acquire the molecular formula for URU gold. Embracing Quintessa's head, Guli passionately pressed a kiss to her face, overwhelmed with excitement. From this day forward, ruling the universe was no longer merely a dream. To grow strong and achieve greatness anew. Chapter 79. The third in command in New York, at the farm base. Guli's emotions were difficult to articulate, impulsive yet restrained, eager yet conflicted. The cause of this turmoil was none other than Quintessa, who, resembling Li Jiesin, was serving him in the bath. That face, that figure, that alluring charm. To be frank, in just a year and a half, Quintessa's transformation was so remarkable that Guli felt compelled to visit her mining site. Was it truly so terrifying? Ultimately, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to his body about to burst, Guli promptly conjured a teleportation portal and made his swift exit. Having not seen Circe for a few days, he found himself missing her. Once Guli's figure vanished, Quintessa anxiously surveyed her surroundings. 5 minutes later, she draped her white, smooth body in a purple robe, concealing the vibrant hues of spring. The aura around Quintessa gradually awakened, returning to the formidable presence she had when she first arrived in this world, Queen Quintessa. Meanwhile, in the farm base, the Tyrannosaurus Rex steel cable, the Pteranodon dart, the Triceratops iron shard, and the Red Spider were playing cards when Shockwave suddenly sensed a powerful bloodline suppression. The group looked up to see a woman in a purple robe emerging from the spatial fluctuations, possessing an inexplicable connection to their master, Guli. This information had been relayed to them by the robotic Dr. Zola, who had taken special care to inform these Transformers. However, they could not comprehend why the woman's bloodline suppression was so formidable, even if she was one of the mistresses. Goodness, could she be a creator from Cybertron? Red Spider thought he had uncovered the truth and, without hesitation, knelt before her. Great Creator, the second in command of the Decepticons, Red Spider, welcomes your arrival. May you and the Master enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years. No, 1,000 years. At that moment, Red Spider harbored but one thought. His master was truly formidable, conquering across species through love. Nay, it should be termed conquest across species. The creators of Cybertron have been subjugated by the Great Master. Indeed, aligning oneself with the Master has proven to be the most astute choice in the life of Starscream. Casting a glance at the dazed Shockwave, Starscream couldn't help but express his thoughts. How pitiful it is to buy a bed. Surely there are few left to serve under him now. Shockwave, due to his aloof nature, remained expressionless and immobile, retorting, "What of the creators? They too must warm the Master's bed." As for the hulking figures of Grimlock, Steeljaw, and Ironhide, they merely exchanged glances before returning to their card game. Having originated from ancient Earth, their ties to the Cybertronian faction are tenuous, and being fellow subordinates of the Master, they saw no reason to bow down. Starscream, indeed, brought disgrace upon the Transformers. Quintessa nodded approvingly at the kneeling Starscream, recognizing his potential. Meanwhile, the indifferent onlookers, had they been on Cybertron, would have surely faced her wrath. After asserting her dominance, Quintessa departed in silence, determined to research how best to serve the Master, lest she be dispatched to the mines again, a place she would rather not revisit, even in death. As Quintessa vanished into thin air, Starscream rose and sat back down, letting out a resigned sigh. What a mess. I've lost my position as the second-in-command. Quintessa had usurped their leadership, demoting the former leader Steeljaw to second-in-command, leaving Starscream relegated to third. Upon encountering Ghoulie, the water sprite immediately quipped, "Brother-in-law, how dare you show your face here?" It had been nearly a year since she last saw Ghoulie, aside from glimpses on the news. I've been rather busy lately, as you know. Being a superhero is no easy feat, Ghoulie awkwardly explained, knowing he couldn't tell the girl that he often arrived in the dead of night to connect with her sister. And Cersei? Using his ability to sense the aura around the house, Ghoulie discovered that Cersei was not home. "The Eternals are in a meeting. My sister went. But I did not attend," the water sprite replied, her spirits low. "A meeting? Haven't the deviants been eliminated by your kind? What could they possibly be discussing?" Ghoulie furrowed his brow. It wasn't he until he noticed the water sprite's furtive glances toward him that he asked, "Is it about me?" The water sprite nodded. "They believe you are also an Eternal, and, having heard of your relationship with my sister, have decided to convene." "Brother-in-law," I tried to explain, but they did not believe me. Ghoulie approached and gently ruffled her hair, offering comfort. "I thought it was something significant. I nearly believed the plot was advancing too quickly, that the celestial offspring would manifest prematurely. Let them discuss as they will. If you are truly aggrieved, I will go and teach them a lesson on your behalf." With his current strength, dealing with 7 Eternals would pose little challenge. The members of the Eternals' 10-man team are scattered. Ikaris has seemingly vanished, while the water sprite remains in London. It is anticipated that Cersei will play the role of mediator, and the remaining 7 members of the Eternals may not necessarily prevail against Ghoulie. "Please, no need for that, brother-in-law. Let's seek out Dane for a meal. His resentment towards you has grown quite profound." Upon hearing this, Ghoulie offered an embarrassed smile, recalling how Dane, during his pursuit of Cersei, had his efforts thwarted. The most awkward moment was that Ghoulie's initial meeting with Cersei had been facilitated by none other than Dane. Is that really appropriate? Ghoulie pondered. "Come on, brother-in-law. Will you still feel embarrassed?" The water sprite, who had lived for over 7,000 years and was mostly rational except when faced with Ikaris, reminded him of the time when Uncle Tony had Jarvis call Dane, diverting him and paving the way for the rapid progress between Cersei and Ghoulie. "Dane himself is unfazed, so you needn't be so coy. What? Are we to never meet again?" The spirited water sprite seized Ghoulie's arm. "Brother-in-law, your admirers over here are a bit fervent." "Fervent?" Ghoulie questioned, intrigued. "They've established a church of Superman, devoted solely to you, viewing all other deities as heretics. Moreover, their criticism can be quite fierce. Thus, it would be prudent for us to disguise ourselves." In South Dakota, the humble cabin of the Eternal leader Ajak served as a gathering place for the 8 members of the Eternals. It is worth noting that Ajak possesses the superhuman abilities of self-healing and healing others. "Cersei, given your prolonged interaction with him, can you ascertain that he is not one of us?" Before Cersei could respond, the portly Gilgamesh pouted and remarked, "He certainly feels like one of our kin." Chapter 80. The Ebony Blade. Dane Whitman, currently a history professor at the Natural History Museum in London, hails from a lineage of Black Knights dating back to the era of King Arthur. His family possesses the ancestral relic known as the Ebony Blade. Forged from alien meteorite by the great mage Merlin, this enchanted sword is also referred to as the Ebony Sword. It possesses the capability to sever all metals on Earth, including vibranium, resist magic, absorb the souls of those it slays, and generate an armor composed of black matter that envelopes the wielder entirely. However, it is inherently cursed, imparting a bloodthirsty nature upon its user, ultimately leading to a loss of rational thought. From the Easter egg in the Eternal movie, it appears that Dane is within the surveillance radius of the London 13. Gu Li and the Water Sprite have come to visit Whitman Castle because Dane is concerned that Superman fans might disrupt their gathering. The medieval castle that appeared before Gu Li bore a striking resemblance to his farm base, with the only notable difference being the abundance of maidservants in Dane's household. His castle was entirely filled with transformers. Hi, Gu. I shall continue to refer to you as such. Calling you Superman feels somewhat unfamiliar. The ever-enthusiastic little mustache made Gu Li feel slightly embarrassed. Thank you for the dinner you prepared, Dane. I apologize for not being able to attend earlier due to my busy schedule. Little Mustache waved his hand dismissively. It's normal for superheroes, I understand. By the way, I hope you can sign a few autographs for the children in the clan. They adore you. The dinner unfolded in a cheerful atmosphere. After a moment of hesitation, Little Mustache ultimately led Gu Li to the study. Gu, my family has a complex history, and there's a sword that I may need your assistance with. Dane Whitman earnestly requested, his expression grave. He himself was puzzled by why he suddenly revealed a family secret to Gu Li, considering this was only their third meeting. Perhaps it was the trust he had in the superhero. Little Mustache reassured himself. All right, let me take a look. After expressing his gratitude, Little Mustache retrieved a long wooden box from a dark compartment in the study. The weathered and antique box bore an inscription, "Death is my reward." Upon seeing this, Gu Li discreetly raised an eyebrow. The box certainly possessed a certain sophistication, though its power remained uncertain. Upon opening the wooden box, a long sword, enveloped in mysterious runes, lay quietly inside. Through the gaps in the runes, Gu Li noticed an unknown dark substance flowing over the pitch-black blade. His initial impression was that it resembled a symbiote. Gu Li extended his index finger and gently touched the dark blade, which immediately emitted a strange sound, akin to an excited roar. The dark substance surged up his finger like a pack of sharks sensing blood. In the blink of an eye, his arm was completely enveloped by the inky substance. As it sought to continue its encroachment upon Gu Li's entire being, a wave emanating from his skin gently pulsed, instantly repelling the dark matter back into the blade. He suddenly recalled that the ability of the Shockwave seemed inherently effective against symbiotes, for both Venom and Carnage were notably averse to sound. Creating noise was effortlessly within Shockwave's capabilities. Dane, the dark entity on the blade, feels rather sinister. It resembles a symbiote, yet it appears more bloodthirsty. Gu, what is a symbiote? Little Mustache's inquiry snapped Gu Li back to reality, as the current Earth had little knowledge of what a symbiote was, unless that fellow Venom appeared. A symbiote is an extraterrestrial organism that cannot survive independently on Earth. It must parasitize within a host. After hearing Gu Li's explanation, Little Mustache nodded in understanding. So, the sword itself possesses a consciousness. More or less. I sense it can influence the user's mind. Your clan should have relevant records. Indeed. As Little Mustache fell into silence, Gu Li felt a slight stir within, contemplating two aspects of the matter. Once the ember source is placed near the ebony blade, one can only imagine the formidable transformer that could be created. This blade possesses the capability to sever vibranium, and thus, a transformer forged from such a material would undoubtedly be exceptionally powerful. Moreover, should he ever acquire extraordinary metals in the future, he could swiftly assemble an entire legion of transformers. If he were to obtain the molecular formula of the metal used to craft the ebony blade, he would be able to mass-produce this enigmatic metal. However, how could he transport the ebony blade back to Grey Wolf for further study? Directly asking seems somewhat presumptuous, while stealthily taking it under the cover of night feels rather unscrupulous. He is already engaged in an act that lacks integrity. Gu, may I entrust this sword to your care? Dane's request was as refreshing as a long-awaited rain after years of drought. A timely relief. Gu Li was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen in surprise for quite some time. Gu. Little Beard patted Gu Li's shoulder, assuming that his request had been too forward, leaving Gu Li at a loss for how to decline. After taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous feelings, Gu Li looked at Little Beard with curiosity. Dane, this sword is quite formidable. I know, Gu, but for my family, this sword is akin to a demon, incessantly tempting my kin. Thus, I hope you can assist me by safeguarding it for a while. When I am ready in the future, I shall retrieve it from you. Of course, I will provide a deposit. Gu Li shook his head and then placed a reassuring hand on Little Beard's shoulder, speaking with utmost sincerity. We are friends. It is my duty to help. What else could he do but agree? He had firmly established his friendship with Dane. Dane, there is something I wish to discuss with you. I have formed a superhero organization dedicated to protecting the Earth, and I would like to invite you to join. Ghoulie spoke earnestly once more. Initially, Littlebeard was thrilled at the prospect of guarding the Earth alongside superheroes. However, after contemplating the matter further, he shook his head. Goo, I am merely an ordinary person, and I am not yet prepared to wield the ebony blade. There's no need for concern. Ghoulie smiled as he retrieved the nano-battle armor of the future warrior and the heart-shaped grass from his system space. With the assistance of Wolf Uncle Grey Wolf, he was already capable of mass-producing superheroes. These pieces of equipment were plentiful. Ms. Zhao and Mei Jie each had several. From the moment he exposed himself to the world, he began his plan to arm Ms. Zhao and the others. Those lurking in the shadows would stand no chance against Ghoulie, nor would they have the opportunity to overpower the women in his life. He opened his mouth to eat. Chapter 81. New member of the Explosive Sky Gang following Ghoulie's instructions. Littlebeard consumed the heart-shaped grass and fell into a brief slumber of merely 1 minute before reopening his eyes. Upon awakening, he gasped heavily, his emotions in turmoil as the memories of what he had witnessed flooded back. His hands gripped Ghoulie's arm tightly. Goo, the black leopard can speak. What is that? Ghoulie exerted considerable effort to calm the disoriented young man. Here, this bracelet is a form of nano-armor. Becoming a superhuman is as simple as that. He could confidently assert that, with the assistance of heart-shaped grass and nano-armor, the young man, Dane, could at the very least hold his own against Captain Wu Wu Kai, with a resounding crash that sent wood shavings flying. Ghoulie looked up in exasperation at the sudden gaping hole in the ceiling, subsequently storing the ebony blade in the system space. It seemed that every newcomer to wearing armor had a penchant for creating a hole in the ceiling. Tony did it, Ms. Zhao did it, and so did Mei. The reason Ghoulie invited Dane to join and enhance him was purely because he deemed this friend worthy and auspicious. Their initial meeting allowed Ghoulie to befriend Cersei, subsequently acquiring abilities such as molecular reshaping, thermal vision, invisibility, and flight. During their third encounter, safeguarding the ebony blade afforded him the opportunity to procure a rare metal capable of severing vibranium. If he could forge a series of transformers from this metal, they would not only be exceptionally sharp, but also resistant to magic. Truly invincible, Dane soared through the air for a remarkable 2.5 hours, exhibiting an extraordinary exuberance akin to a fledgling bird reveling in its newfound ability to fly. Upon breathlessly returning to the dining area, he opened his arms and embraced Ghoulie tightly. Thank you, Goo. What is the name of our organization? Dane was already eager to embrace his role as a superhero. The Explosive Heaven Gang, and I am the leader. Welcome to the Grey Wolf Laboratory. Accompanied by the crackling sound of a teleportation portal, a familiar voice emerged. Wolf Uncle, we have a major task at hand. After leaving Whitman Castle, the water sprite excitedly joined the Explosive Heaven Gang, not for any particular reason, but simply because she found the name utterly fantastic. After escorting her home, Ghoulie hurried back to the Grey Wolf Laboratory. Recently, Grey Wolf had struggled to adapt to the sudden leisure of life. Upon hearing that a significant task was underway, he quickly inquired, Boss, what is the task? This ebony blade is forged from a peculiar metal that can sever vibranium and withstand magic. Taking the dark sword wrapped in mysterious runes from Ghoulie's hands, Grey Wolf examined it for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, Boss, it seems to have been enchanted. Upon hearing the mention of enchantment, Ghoulie swiftly explained. The ebony blade was crafted by a formidable mage. Merlin, a sorcerer who has not officially appeared in the MCU, is an omnipotent cosmic guardian in the comics. A being of omnipotent cosmic caliber cannot merely be described as powerful. It must be emphasized that he is extraordinarily powerful, among the elite of the entire omnipotent universe. In the Marvel Universe, power is broadly categorized into the following tiers: celestials, singular universes, multiverses, hyperverses, omnipotent universes, and the one above all, OA, which stands alone in its uniqueness. Below the celestial level, entities lack the privilege of nomenclature in Ghoulie's perspective. It is fortunate that Ghoulie has arrived in the cinematic universe. Had he found himself in the 616 or 1610 comic universes, or even the zombie universe, his survival would have been questionable given the idiosyncrasies of the system he is bound to. The prospect of connection seems daunting. In the zombie universe, whom shall I connect with? The mere thought of entities such as the Molecule Man, the Beyonder, and the Celestial Pantheon within the comic universe sends shivers down one's spine. The Avengers of those realms are truly unfortunate, confronted by such formidable beings. Yet, should fate favor him with sufficient luck, he might emerge even stronger than he is now. Particularly because the comic universe is replete with the Phoenix Force and an array of other formidable powers. Given his current strength, venturing into the multiverse may prove challenging. Thus Gu Li resolves to bide his time until he can at least match the Celestials evenly before exploring other universes to acquire the powers of the Phoenix, the fairies, and the forces of chaos. Returning to the present, after observing the ebony blade for some time, Grey Wolf confidently declared, "Boss, give me 2 days, and I will master the molecular formula." "Thank you, Uncle Wolf." In Grey Wolf's eyes, nothing is impossible, and encountering Uncle Wolf is a stroke of good fortune for Gu Li. More accurately, Ms. Zhao represents his greatest blessing. Whether it be Kun Tasha, Grey Wolf, or the 2 superpower evolution cards, all are rewards earned through their efforts alongside Ms. Zhao. Perhaps it is time to propose to Ms. Zhao. In the current MCU Earth, Gu Li feels no hesitation. Marriage seems like a splendid choice. However, when he presented his proposal, Ms. Zhao, though visibly delighted, unexpectedly declined. "Darling, I am not yet prepared." Zhao Hailuan cooed as she nestled into Gu Li's embrace. "Can we wait a little longer, please?" Gu Li shook his head, a sudden thought igniting within him as he whispered softly in Ms. Zhao's ear. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "All right then. It might be worth trying a novel approach." Satisfied, Gu Li entered the bathhouse, finally liberated from the temptations of Kun Tasha encountered earlier that morning. Meanwhile, in a secluded cabin in South Dakota, the Eternal Eight convened for an entire day. The overt agenda of the meeting was to ascertain whether Gu Li is indeed a member of the Eternals, while the underlying motive was to discreetly confirm whether Gu Li belongs to the Deviants. Ajax, as the leader of the Eternals, is the sole member of the 10-person team who has not undergone the reset by the judgmental celestial Erishem. As previously mentioned, the essence of the Eternals bears resemblance to the automatons produced en masse by the Celestial Assembly in the Cosmic Forge. The mission of the Eternals is to ensure the successful birth of the celestial offspring within the life-bearing planets, an event referred to as the Celestial Manifestation. Following each manifestation, all members of the Eternals, save for Ajax, are subjected to the judgment of the Celestial, which resets their memories. Ajax has completed several such tasks, during which she witnessed the Deviants consuming and absorbing the powers of the Eternals. Consequently, Ajax harbors suspicions regarding Gu Li, whose remade molecules bear an uncanny resemblance to those of Circe, and whose heat vision mirrors that of Ikaris. She conjectures that Gu Li has acquired these abilities by devouring Eternal members from other planets. In essence, she suspects that Gu Li is a human formed from the Deviants. Were Gu Li present at that moment, she would undoubtedly give Ajax a heartfelt thumbs up. The narrative continues from here. However, Ajax did not anticipate that Circe would staunchly defend Gu Li, even to the point of sparking an argument. A perilous plan began to take shape in Ajax's mind. She resolved to personally ascertain whether Gu Li was indeed a deviant. Observing the 2 women quarrel over a man, the Indian star Kingo suggested with a smirk, "Ajax, why not consult the celestial Erishem?" Chapter 82, The Creation of Transformers, South Dakota. After the meeting concluded, Ajax watched as her kin departed one by one. She had no intention of following Kingo's suggestion to contact the celestial Erishem to confirm whether Gu Li was an Eternal. Ajax had already developed a sense of resistance towards the frequent manifestations over the span of countless millennia, and her 7,000 years of life on Earth had fostered a profound love for this place, which she now regarded as home. Therefore, she was loath to witness the arrival of another manifestation, let alone actively reach out to the Celestial for confirmation. In this lifetime, she preferred never to encounter it again. Moreover, rather than contacting the Celestial, she deemed it more prudent to personally investigate whether Gu Li was a human formed from the Deviants. Although she could not conceive of a better method of verification, she reasoned that the most primitive mode of reproduction among species should reveal the distinctions between deviants and humans. Once her kin gradually faded from view, Ajax used her phone to book a flight to New York. Unbeknownst to Gu Li, who was in New York at that very moment, a woman, endowed with extraordinary powers as an Eternal, was preoccupied with thoughts of him. He was currently indulging in an intimate moment with Ms. Zhao in the bath, where the rosy-cheeked Zhao Hailuan appeared particularly alluring. After an enchanting VIP chapter filled with romance, Gu Li carried Ms. Zhao, who was draped over him, back to the bedroom. He retrieved the source of fire from his system space and placed it beside Ms. Zhao's phone, saying, "Hailuan, let me perform a magic trick for you." Although Zhao Hailuan was 2 years his senior, the intricacies of deep affection sometimes led to a delightful disarray in terms of endearments. A mechanical transformation echoed, and Zhao Hailuan's flushed face transitioned from confusion to sheer astonishment. Upon witnessing her phone morph into a robot, an ecstatic smile illuminated her features. She was already aware of the existence of the little transformation and had long envied such a dazzling creation. Yet she never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to possess one. Ms. Muin Zhao embraced Gu Li and planted a fervent kiss on him. their bodies reconnecting after a brief separation. The newly born little transformer, its head just extending, had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when Ghoulie swiftly slapped it back into its phone form, stating, "Little thing, how dare you spy? Even the little chaos doesn't dare to do so." The following morning, Zhao Hailuan eagerly dragged Ghoulie to the garage, pointing at her white Bentley. "Darling, this one. Hurry and help me." Her excitement betrayed no hint of the fact that the two had been engaged in a fierce battle until 5 in the morning. She appeared entirely unfazed. Among the Transformers Ghoulie had previously acquired, most were Decepticons or dinosaur Transformers, with their vehicle forms either being F-22s or lacking a vehicle mode altogether. The sole exception was the blue-black Bugatti, one of the drifting modes of the three-form Transformer, currently tasked with accompanying Daisy to work. After learning of Ghoulie's ability to create Transformers, Ms. Zhao employed all her skills and fervor, yearning for a Transformer car of her own. As the Matrix approached the white Bentley, accompanied by a cacophony of mechanical sounds, a pure white Transformer gradually emerged. "Greetings, Master," it intoned. The newly birthed white Transformer, its gaze bewildered as it examined its own arm, turned out to be a female Transformer. Ms. Zhao, akin to a child discovering a novel toy, reached out to touch it. "From now on, I shall call you Little White, shall I?" Ghoulie was somewhat perplexed. He pondered how to determine the gender of the Transformers he created. Perhaps there was some arcane science involved. He would certainly investigate it later. Taking Ms. Zhao's hand, Ghoulie paused briefly before declaring, "Let us proceed, my dear, to upgrade Little White's specifications." Currently, Wolverine had yet to decode the molecular formula of the mysterious metal used to forge the ebony blade, so they would initially use true adamantium. This choice was not merely due to the strength of the metal used for the ebony blade, but rather its remarkable resistance to magic. Based on Grey Wolf's experiments, the ebony blade exhibited greater magical resistance than true adamantium, a characteristic that could be attributed to either the enchantment or the material itself. Through the crackling golden teleportation circle, Ghoulie guided Zhao Hailuan and the Transformer Little White to the farm base. The scene before them prompted Ms. Zhao to gasp in astonishment as she clutched his arm. "Darling, when did you construct this castle? Do you like it? It now belongs to you." Ms. Zhao's moment of joy was fleeting, lasting but a mere 2 seconds, as she noticed a beautiful woman clad in a qipao, appearing delicate and ethereal, gazing intently at Ghoulie with a look that could melt hearts. The woman's dark hair and eyes complemented her eastern features, and Zhao, in a fit of jealousy, pinched Ghoulie's waist sharply. Her man, despite his many admirable qualities, was notoriously flirtatious. The thought that Ghoulie needed to engage with women to gain superpowers left her with a resigned sigh. Oh, the injustice of fate. To be honest, Ghoulie was equally bewildered. He had not anticipated that Kantasha would don a qipao, and her pitifully charming demeanor was indeed captivating, successfully drawing his attention. Sensing Zhao's rising ire beside him, Ghoulie quickly leaned in to whisper an explanation. Upon hearing it, Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? The enchanting woman before her was, in fact, a robot. Utterly absurd. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao's attention was diverted, Ghoulie retrieved the regeneration cradle from the system space and instructed the newly birthed Transformer, Little White, to lie within. Amidst a familiar radiant glow, Little White emerged from the cradle, her body now clad in true adamantium. "Thank you, Master," she spoke, albeit somewhat haltingly. Observing this, Ghoulie instructed, "Your task henceforth is to protect the mistress." "Yes, Master," she replied. Though Zhao could not discern the specifics of Ghoulie's extraordinary actions, she sensed that Little White had indeed grown stronger. "Darling, what is that device?" she inquired, pointing. Ghoulie shrugged, recognizing that the regeneration cradle, created by Zhao herself, was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing the typical. "Ah, Helen, this is the regeneration cradle, primarily designed for the Transformers to change their body material. Little White's original body was rather fragile, so I upgraded her to true adamantium." Zhao nodded thoughtfully, and after planting a tender kiss on Ghoulie, she said, "Darling, take me to work." Ghoulie nodded, reflecting on how the heart-shaped grass had remarkably enhanced her vitality previously after a night of revelry. Zhao would need a full day to recover, yet now she seemed unperturbed. However, she still paled in comparison to Carol's resilience. Speaking of which, it was nearly time for the sparring session he had arranged with Carol. After bidding Zhao farewell with a kiss, Ghoulie returned to the farm base, intent on transforming the adamantium robots crafted by Grey Wolf into new Transformers. After instructing Dr. Zola and several Dino Transformers to bring out the 17 adamantium robots, Ghoulie approached each with the spark source in hand. The rhythmic sounds of mechanical transformation resonated, harmonizing into the most exquisite melody. Gu reveled in the sensation of converting the unfeeling, cold machines into vibrant mechanical life. Yet, within him raged a tumultuous conflict. Should he embrace the mechanical frenzy of a mass assault or harness the grand power of an energy source? For instance, should he emulate the interstellar warships of Thanos or the airborne aircraft carriers of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Would it be wiser to transform these colossal machines into sentient beings akin to Transformers, or to forge an entire legion of them? The dinosaur-like mechanical beings gazed reverently at their master, with Red Spider and Shockwave exhibiting even greater devotion. Indeed, the master deserved such reverence. This was a remarkable feat only achievable by a creator. Among the most fervent and zealous figures was undoubtedly Dr. Zola, the robotic savant. To him, Gu, the epitome of a perfect Hydra leader, resembled a creator himself, bestowing life upon the world. An indescribable impulse surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Leader, let us vanquish Pierce." Chapter 83. The Healer and the Master of Weapons in New York. At the farm base, Gu leaned quietly against the edge of a pool. Beside him nestled the water-drenched figure of Kintisha in her fitted purple cheapao, which accentuated her exquisite curves. Gu found himself swallowing hard at the sight. Truth be told, he felt akin to an inexperienced yet playful gamer, fully aware that he could not resist the allure of Lee Jessen, yet still yearning to indulge. Why not give it a try? His heart raced with desire. After all, there were rewards to be gained, and no one would know. It seemed as if two inner voices were engaged in a relentless ideological struggle within his mind. What are you afraid of? Uphold your principles. What principles? Can they bestow superpowers or grant energy sources? They offer nothing. Stay true to your principles. Consider the dangers of the multiverse. So many deranged adversaries await. What will you wield to defend yourself? Adhere to your principles. In the end, you shall protect nothing, your women, your friends. Besides helplessly weeping, you will be powerless. Gu took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with fervor. He tore at the purple cheapao, poised to leap forward, when an irksome phone rang. "You are that guy?" "Gu Charlie, the water sprite sent a woman to find you." Tony's teasing voice echoed from the other end. "Woman? What woman?" Gu queried irritably, nearly hanging up. If not for the sight of Jessen leaning down with her hair elegantly pinned up. "She claims to be Cersei's sister." "You're quite the player. Be wary of Dr. Zhao's wrath. Send me the address." After ending the call, Gu reclined against the bath's edge. Cersei's sister? Was it a Jack, the leader of the Eternals, or Tina, the master of weapons? What could she possibly want from him? The earlier internal struggle had imparted a profound realization. Given the unique nature of the system he was bound to, if he aspired to become a universal paragon, he must maintain a tranquil mindset devoid of any psychological burdens. With diligent effort, success would inevitably follow. After an hour, Gu reluctantly donned his attire to inquire about what a Jack needed. If it was not of great significance, he intended to return to Jessen for a sparring session, and perhaps even try his hand against Tifa. This seemed quite feasible. Casting a glance at the address Tony had sent to his phone, Gu furrowed his brow in bewilderment, muttering to himself, "Why a hotel?" He seldom stayed in hotels, having deemed them unsafe before he acquired his powers, fearing they would compromise his privacy. Even after gaining abilities, he had little desire to visit such establishments. What was a Jack up to? Was she testing me on behalf of Cersei? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to utilize a teleportation portal to arrive at the room a Jack had booked. The initial meeting was somewhat awkward. Not for any other reason than a Jack emerging from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She had evidently underestimated the power of the portal, not anticipating that Gu could materialize directly within the room. It is worth noting that among all the spells of Kamartaj, Gu had only mastered the portal, the kind that did not require a suspended ring. "Hello, I am Gu. Greetings, I am a Jack of the Eternals." Following their awkward introduction, Gu wasted no time and directly inquired, "Given your affiliation with the Cersei clan, let us dispense with pleasantries. What do you require of me?" A Jack hesitated for several seconds, gazing at Gu as if she had made a significant decision. "I suspect you may be a member of the Eternals, and I wish to confirm this." Gu nodded in understanding. It was clear that a Jack had seen his possession of Cersei's reconstructive molecules and Akari's heat vision, leading to this misunderstanding. "I apologize, but I am not one of the Eternals. I am human, pure-blooded human, to the utmost degree." What a peculiar situation, Gu thought, never having imagined he would one day be mistaken for kin, especially by a Jack, the leader of the Eternals. "I wish to personally ascertain whether you are indeed one of the Eternals," a Jack stated, leaving unspoken her intent to determine if Gu was a deviant. Intrigued, Gu wondered if there was a method to confirm this. "In that case, dear Jack, could you enlighten me on how you intend to verify this?" I shall cooperate fully. Upon hearing this, Ajak removed her towel, an act that left Guli utterly astonished. Is your method of confirmation really this? He exclaimed. Ajak's intentions were unclear, but what was evident to Guli was that Ajak's mindset was certainly questionable. If I am not one, you stand to lose greatly. Ajak, unfazed by Guli's words, replied, it is merely a body. It is not of great consequence. At worst, I can switch to another after the divine manifestation concludes. Are you certain? Guli mused, honestly admitting that Ajak's physical form did not particularly captivate him, having encountered many beauties. However, her ability was undeniably intriguing. Healing, which allowed her to mend others and herself, a power he did not possess. I am certain, Ajak affirmed. As soon as the words left his lips, Guli embraced her. The impulse recently stirred by Li Jiesin was finally unleashed. However, Ajak quickly confirmed that Guli was neither an eternal nor a mutant, leading her to feel immediate regret. She had scarcely convinced herself that once it was over, she would promptly return to South Dakota to continue her secluded life. Yet, she underestimated Guli's combat prowess. With the enhancements from the serum and the spider totem, along with the mysterious powers of Unipower, Guli charged forth like a wild bull. Time slipped away, and it was only after hearing the system's melodious alert for the second time that Guli finally came to a halt. At that moment, Ajak lay on the bed, her eyes glazed, breathing heavily, utterly spent. Guli lit a cigarette, glancing at the system notifications. The character Ajak acquired healing, rapid self-healing, and the ability to harness cosmic energy to heal others. Additionally, Ajak obtained the title of Weapon Master, the ability to manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons. After donning his clothes, Guli pursed his lips. Healing was the superpower he truly needed. Although he was rarely injured, accidents could happen, and this ability could be likened to a super thick blood pack for himself. Moreover, it would prove invaluable when those around him were injured. However, the Weapon Master ability originated from Eternal member Tina, who happened to be Thanos' cousin. Portrayed by Angelina Jolie, Tina's father and Thanos' father were brothers. As for the Weapon Master, the ability to manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons bore some resemblance to the superpower he had previously acquired from Carol. Yet, there were distinctions. Captain Marvel, Carol, could control cosmic energy but lacked the finesse that Tina possessed. Carol typically unleashed energy projectiles from her arms, which aligned perfectly with her temperament and character. In contrast, Tina's mastery of weaponry allowed for a more intricate manipulation of cosmic energy, akin to the difference between coarse grain and fine flour. After covering Ajak with a blanket, Guli remarked, "Girl, be more cautious next time." In his 2 lifetimes, he had never witnessed a reunion like this. What if it turned out to be genuine? Yet, it seemed there was no real issue. Chapter 84. The third evolution card in the Grey Wolf laboratory. From the day he received the ebony blade from Guli, Uncle Wolf had not taken a moment's rest, nor had he sought out his beloved little leopard. This was because Grey Wolf discovered a newfound affection for the relentless pursuit of hard work and challenging his own limits. In contrast, Guli, who visited late at night, remarked, "Capitalists love employees like Uncle Wolf. After all, if you don't work hard, how can I afford to change houses, cars, or even wives?" Even in a new world, the spirit of competition thrived around Guli, particularly represented by Uncle Wolf, Dr. Zola, and the recently returned Quintessa from her mining endeavors. During this time, for reasons unknown, Grey Wolf eagerly requested tasks every day. A sense of urgency enveloped Guli, as if Uncle Wolf aimed to accomplish all future tasks in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola was meticulously overseeing the inventory of the newly created 17 transformers at the Hydra base, determining what to retain, what to relocate, and what to annihilate. Of course, there were the daily greetings exchanged with Guli. "Leader, have we dealt with Pierce today?" As for Quintessa, ever since she transformed into the visage of Li Jiesin, she seemed to have undergone a profound epiphany, presenting various temptations to her master. Guli's mind was now filled with images of long, elegant legs. Reflecting upon his life, he was grateful to possess an extraordinary advantage, freeing him from the burdens of competition and financial woes, allowing his thoughts to remain steadfastly focused. What a splendid existence it was. As he reminisced about the fleeting moments of the past 22 years, Guli could not help but feel a sense of awe. A life of privilege truly differed from the ordinary. 5 years prior, he had been a mere boy without even a basic serum, yet now he stood as the mightiest man on earth. This assertion was indisputable. Firstly, the Sorcerer Supreme, being female, was not included in the count, and secondly, the divine offspring Tiamat did not belong to humanity. Indeed, he was the strongest man on earth. Since acquiring a certain chaotic charm, Guli had seldom experienced financial concerns, and with Quintessa's return, those worries had vanished entirely. Suddenly, his wandering thoughts were interrupted by a weary voice. "Boss, the molecular formula is ready. I'm off to rest." "Very well," Guli replied, accepting the note handed to him by Uncle Wolf. With a mere thought, a crackling golden halo manifested before him. Instinctively, he found himself at the farm base. Utilizing his power to reshape molecules, he produced a substantial quantity of mysterious metals, sighing as he held them in his hands. Regrettably, the metals fell slightly short of the quality of the ebony blade, likely due to the enchantment involved. After all, it was Merlin who forged the ebony blade. And perhaps it was under that great being's enchantment that the blade acquired its extraordinary abilities and magical resistance. Having spent the entire morning producing vast amounts of mysterious metals, Guli contemplated using this unknown material alongside true adamantium to construct an interstellar battleship. In terms of scale and quantity, he ultimately opted for grandeur. The larger, the better. Were it not for limitations in technology and manpower, he might have aspired to build a battleship comparable in size to the Divine Assembly. Once completed, he could activate it with the Seed of Flame. Imagine, a transformer towering tens of thousands of meters high. Might it not be impressive? Wouldn't it ignite a spark of excitement? If not for the concern of potentially obliterating the Earth, Guli might have even considered using the Seed of Flame to transform the Blue Giant Annihilation Cannon from his system space into a transformer. That device was indeed a formidable weapon in Guli's arsenal. However, he harbored a slight concern that something unforeseen might occur during the transformation. If nothing happened, that would be fortunate. Yet, should calamity strike, it could spell doom for his family back on Earth, leaving few capable of escape. Lost in a torrent of thoughts, Guli found himself, almost unconsciously, in the bathhouse, where Kuntasha, ever aware, shed her garments and nestled into his embrace. This time, Guli did not suppress his impulses. After all, who could refuse the allure of Li Jessen? Who could possibly turn her down? The esteemed sage Guli marveled, relishing the moment, exclaiming, "Invincible, truly invincible." With Kuntasha by his side, he felt as though he possessed every woman in the universe. Machines were merely machines. At that moment, Guli fervently whispered a heartfelt declaration. "I love you, Tongzi." The harsh words he once directed at the system in his youth now transformed into a deep affection. Perhaps even greater. After all, which man could resist such a path to strength? The outcome and the journey were nothing short of astonishing. In that fleeting second, he felt an immense joy, so much so that he overlooked the rewards beckoning in his mind, cradling Jessen as he slipped into slumber. Even heroes tire. In recent days, the rewards he had accrued were indeed plentiful, a testament to his relentless efforts. He awoke in the evening, refreshed, and with Kuntasha's assistance, bathed and changed his attire. Before departing, he playfully pinched her cheek, instructing, "Maintain this appearance henceforth." As for how long that would last, it depended on his whims. "I am indeed becoming more like a cad," Guli sighed, reflecting on his transformation. Previously, the system had announced, connection to the special individual Kuntasha successful. Obtained intermediate superpower evolution card. Among the myriad of abilities he had acquired, the evolved powers included molecular reconstruction and shockwaves. This time, without hesitation, Guli opted for energy absorption evolution, a capability that would render him immune to most cosmic energies, akin to enhancing magical resistance, a necessity he deemed essential. Energy absorption evolution successful, the ability to absorb greater energy with a higher threshold. The system's description remained, as ever, perfunctory. In terms of physical resilience, his magical resistance was maximized, should he confront the Ancient One once more. Guli felt confident enough to stand still while the Ancient One struck for 2.5 minutes. He believed that one day, he could achieve immunity to physical damage as well. Entering the system. Name, Guli. Race, human. Age, 22. Superpowers, 5/5 blood serum, spider totem, fate cards, intermediate shockwave. Intermediate molecular reshaping, invisibility, dynamic light wave, flight, heart-shaped grass, intermediate energy absorption, energy manipulation, healing, master of weapons, items, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star annihilation cannon. Dark tome replica, affiliations, drift, sonic wave, tape legion, quintessa, gray wolf, steel cable, red spider, dart, iron slag, contracted entities, Dormammu, Shizorn. After exiting the system interface, Guli mused to himself, "Do I now qualify as a god-level powerhouse?" In the cinematic universe, the god-level powerhouses he was well acquainted with included the supreme sorceress Gu-E and the Asgardian King Odin. On the surface, Gu-E appeared to be a fragile mage, while Odin was well-rounded in abilities, capable of holding his own against the celestial group when donned in the destroyer armor, albeit for just a few seconds. Yet, In the annals of the Nine Realms, this was indeed a remarkably glorious feat, considering that the Celestial Group never engaged in one-on-one combat. When a battle ensued, the Celestial Group typically assembled 6 or 7 members to overpower their opponents. Thus, the notion of the first, second, and third Celestial Groups emerged. They truly functioned as a collective. After acquiring 2 superpowers from Carol, Ghoulie felt he could justifiably consider himself a god-level powerhouse, albeit with variations in strength among them. However, possessing such an array of superpowers, including shockwave, molecular reshaping, and energy absorption, each having undergone an evolution, even surpassing their original forms, was a testament to his formidable prowess. Indeed, how could he be deemed otherwise? Chapter 85, a day worth celebrating on May 1st, 2011, in the early morning. As Ghoulie reveled in the sensation of his face buried in 2 plush, white pillows, an irksome phone ring abruptly shattered his tranquility. Who on earth is calling at such an ungodly hour on a weekend? Ghoulie exclaimed, irritated, as he lifted his head from the facial cleanser. Just last night, he had gone to great lengths to send his nephew away, cherishing a moment of private time with Magia. He had even invested $300 to bribe little Peter's close friend Ned to keep Peter overnight at Ned's house. The 32-year-old May had recently become increasingly sensitive about her age and appearance. Lately, whenever she found a moment of leisure, she would stand before the mirror, anxiously inspecting her visage for any signs of wrinkles. Under her influence, the other 2 women in the household were also beginning to exhibit similar tendencies, severely impacting Ghoulie's blissful existence. With a wave, he summoned cosmic energy to connect the call, and instantly, Rod's excited voice resonated from the other end. Hey Ghou. Today is a day worth celebrating. Ghoulie instinctively glanced at the date, May 1st. The realization struck him with bewilderment, leaving him momentarily speechless. A thought flickered through his mind. Really? Are you all planning to reminisce about the days of cotton farming today? Surely not. Today marks the 2nd anniversary of Tony and Ethan's escape from Afghanistan. Let us gather and celebrate. Fine, you all make the arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Ghoulie forlornly rubbed his temples, having just presumed that Rod was losing his mind. It turned out they were celebrating Tony and Ethan's liberation from that cave in Afghanistan. 2 years had slipped by unnoticed. Truly, time flows like a river, unceasing and relentless. Ghoulie sighed, reflecting on this. Fortunately, the rewards of his diligent labor over the past 2 years had not betrayed his efforts. Feeling the boundless strength coursing within him, he was reminded of the ancestral wisdom that echoed in his ears, inspiring him. A sword's edge is honed through grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge and truth tirelessly. Those who achieve great things in ancient times possessed not only extraordinary talent, but also unwavering determination. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. The words of my forebears filled Ghoulie with vigor. He was determined to grow stronger and achieve greatness, scaling the heights of universal prowess. Just as he prepared to rise, Magia was unexpectedly swept into his embrace, and once again, Ghoulie's endeavors unfolded. 2 hours later, Ghoulie waved his hand, and an array of molecular streams swiftly enveloped him, clothing him instantaneously. Ever since he discovered the capability to reshape molecules in such a manner, he had grown too lazy to even put on clothes manually. If one can recline, why stand? The advancement of technology in human society is, after all, designed to liberate our hands for leisure. After gently covering Magia with a blanket, Ghoulie summoned a shimmering golden halo with a mere thought, striding forth with elegance. Indeed, it had been a while since he last gathered with these friends, primarily due to his considerable workload recently. A small portion of his time was devoted to transforming true adamantium and mysterious metals for constructing interstellar battleships, while the majority of his efforts were better left unspoken. At the Stark Tower, in the grand hall on the top floor, vibrant balloons, streamers, and flowers adorned the entire space, while tables displayed exquisite tableware and decorations. There was even a grand cake, proudly emblazoned with the number 2. Amidst the gathering, Ghoulie spotted a hapless Tony, awkwardly standing by the table. In truth, the very nature of this banquet seemed at odds with Tony's character. That guy would never orchestrate a so-called celebration to commemorate his escape from the cave. What prompted this sudden idea? Upon hearing Ghoulie's inquiry, Tony helplessly shrugged, casting a glance towards Pepper. Pepper felt that May 1st marked the commencement of her rebirth. He paused momentarily, then inquired, by the way, was I really that insufferable before? Ghoulie chose not to respond to his question, instead retrieving several magazines from the system space and placing them directly into his arms. As of today, here are the cover girls from the past 5 months. You have ample experience, so do provide your critique. Certain unpleasant memories suddenly assailed Tony's mind, prompting him to awkwardly touch his nose and retort, "You're not exactly a paragon either." Tony had long lost count of the women with whom Gu Li had entangled himself, and he was certain there were many more of whom he was unaware. This time, Pepper had invited Dr. Zhao and Natasha, both of whom would be attending. Observing the mischievous grin on Tony's face, Gu Li casually remarked, "Rest assured, there's nothing between Natasha and me. Well, currently there isn't. As for what may transpire in the future, we shall address that when the time comes." I must say, I find it hard to believe that you, Gu Charlie, can truly renounce your ways. If Gu Li genuinely ceased his debauchery one day, Tony would undoubtedly pinch himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Concerning Tony's jests, Gu Li was at a loss for words. It was evident that any explanation would be met with disbelief, so silence was preferable. At present, Gu Li bore an abundance of superpowers, akin to a vessel filled with waters of various hues, distinctly separated within the container without fully merging into a singular state. It would require time to refine and blend them harmoniously, unless he encountered a particularly captivating superpower, such as chaotic magic or shards of phoenix power. Gu Li intended to take a respite to gather his strength before complete integration. Tony's peculiar action of clutching several magazines immediately caught Rhodey's attention. With a raised eyebrow, Rhodey gazed at his old friend with concern. "Are you preparing to revisit old haunts? Get lost." At that moment, a beaming Coulson entered the venue, escorting a blonde woman with striking blue eyes. Upon spotting her, Gu Li awkwardly rubbed his chin. "What brings her here?" Tony, feeling disheartened by Rhodey's misunderstanding, noticed the change in Gu Li's expression and followed his gaze to the woman beside Coulson, a smirk blossoming on his lips. When Tony saw Dr. Zhao and Daisy arriving alongside Natasha, his smile grew even brighter. With a mindset to indulge in the spectacle, Tony gently tugged at Rhodey's arm. Gesturing towards Gu Li's position, "Let us observe the drama unfold." However, Tony felt something was still lacking. He led Rhodey to the bar and subtly signaled to the earnest Dr. Banner and Dr. Ethan. In an instant, four gentlemen, whose ages collectively approached 2 centuries, leaned against the bar, eagerly watching the unfolding scene. Finally, Coulson approached Gu Li with the blonde woman, introducing her, "Mr. Superman. This is also a colleague from S.H.I.E.L.D. Sharon Carter." Chapter 86. Coulson's idol Mr. Superman, who is also a colleague of ours at S.H.I.E.L.D., is none other than Sharon Carter. Coulson's enthusiasm prompted Gu Li to silently scoff. "Of course, I know who she is." As former lovers who once shared an intimate bond, Gu Li not only knew the intricacies of her character, but also the depths of her soul. How had he not realized before that the ever-smiling Coulson had such a peculiar hobby of introducing his ex-girlfriends to others? Was there truly no dossier about him within S.H.I.E.L.D.? A sudden thought flashed through Gu Li's mind, though he dismissed the notion. After all, during the last sonic invasion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files, he found no record of himself. Not that he had yet entered the sights of Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. However, ever since he ceased to conceal his identity and had a brawl with Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York, he could only imagine how meticulously that rascal Egghead had documented everything about him, from his childhood to his romantic escapades, even his cinematic preferences. Observing Coulson's demeanor, it seemed he truly was unaware of the connection between Gu Li and Sharon Carter. Was Egghead really that meticulous? Not even disclosing such information to his trusted confidant, Coulson? "Gu Li, it has been quite a while," Sharon Carter remarked wistfully, reflecting on how her once young boyfriend had now transformed into an almost unattainable presence. It felt surreal. Back when they were together, Gu Li had no superhuman abilities. Yet, after a mere absence of a month or so, he had inexplicably developed a physique of exceptional strength. A twinge of nostalgia tugged at Sharon's heart. Alas, he now had a new girlfriend. "Long time no see, Carter," Gu Li replied, grasping the outstretched hand before him, one he recognized all too well, the very hand that had once left marks on his back. Sharon Carter, the woman who had first bestowed upon him his extraordinary abilities. It had been nearly 3 years since their paths last crossed, and now, amidst the changes, everything felt different. Due to her Aunt Peggy Carter's influence, Sharon had become Agent 13 of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Gu Li was no longer the naive youth he once was. The quartet leaning against the bar suddenly lost interest, as no melodramatic scene unfolded as they had anticipated. What bewildered them even more was the sight of Gu Li's girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan, who appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation with his ex Daisy, that carefree girl. Even had her arm linked with Zhao Hailuan's. In that moment, Rhodey couldn't help but sincerely commend, "Tony, Gu Li surpasses you. At least he manages the dynamics between his ex and current girlfriend far better than you do." Who wouldn't he desire to live the life Ghoulie had? Handsome, hailed as the most attractive in New York, wealthy, and endowed with strength akin to that of a superhero. Most importantly, he had numerous girlfriends with whom he maintained excellent rapport. It is truly unjust, as if all the good fortune in the world has been monopolized by a single individual. Dr. Banner nodded in agreement with the criticism aimed at Rod, acknowledging that while he possesses great strength when transformed into the Hulk, such power comes at a considerable cost. His emotions must remain tempered. Excessive excitement or agitation could trigger his transformation into the colossal Hulk. Who truly understands this suffering? Meanwhile, with Ms. Zhao's assistance, Ghoulie managed to extricate himself from the awkward encounter with his ex-girlfriend. Ms. Zhao was remarkably considerate. After blowing a few playful kisses toward Zhao Helen, Ghoulie looked curiously at his companion, Coulson. Coulson, what is the matter? You seem unusually cheerful. Since Coulson entered the banquet hall, a good 10 minutes had passed. Yet the smile on his face had not faltered. It piqued Ghoulie's curiosity. Upon hearing Ghoulie's inquiry, Coulson cautiously scanned their surroundings to ensure they were alone before leaning in and whispering, "The director found another one of my idols in the Arctic." Few were aware of Coulson's idol, especially within S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghoulie was privy to this information because Coulson had previously candidly mentioned his request for Superman's autograph. His two idols were Superman and Captain America. Before Ghoulie emerged and was heralded as Superman, Coulson's idols existed only in comics and tales. Yet, in less than 2.5 years since Iron Man's debut, Superman had become a colleague of Coulson's, and now Captain America was also making an appearance, likely to join the ranks of his co-workers. How could this not bring him joy? Upon learning that Captain America, frozen in the Arctic, had been unearthed by Fury, Ghoulie patted Coulson on the shoulder. This was indeed a moment of joy. Congratulations, Coulson. Your dream of collecting autographs from your idols is on the verge of realization. However, the smiling Coulson, if viewed through the lens of the original narrative, was a rather tragic hero. He had died and returned to life, only to face death once more. Eventually, he would vanish altogether from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a consequence of the budgetary conflicts between the Marvel film and television departments. Following the television division's failure in this budgetary struggle, particularly after S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. found new financial backing and embarked on its own universe, thereby severing ties with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Nevertheless, the affairs on the other side of the wall remain distant. External factors ultimately cannot disrupt the world in which Ghoulie resides. This implies that once he accomplishes the task of dismantling S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. will be revitalized under Coulson's leadership in this realm. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. is flourishing, Coulson remarked with a smile. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasts formidable allies including Superman, the Hulk, Iron Man, and soon, Captain America will join their ranks. Simultaneously, the elite operatives, Hill, Natasha, Clint, along with Coulson and Fury, are on the verge of implementing their plan to establish the Avengers. The reason for Sharon Carter's presence at the banquet today stems from Natasha, who, employed by Stark Industries, was forcibly recalled by Nick Fury under the pretext of insufficient manpower. Sharon has taken over Natasha's responsibilities, managing the liaison between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Tony serves as both a consultant and the primary financial backer for S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving Nick Fury uneasy about delegating financial matters to others. At this very moment in New York, within a clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, Nick Fury took several deep breaths to calm the tumult within him. Not long ago, the Russian oil team reported anomalies in the ice, and when he received the news, he could hardly believe the claim that Captain America was still alive. Yet, the truth is that the man who could almost be deified in America lies quietly before him. Encased in ice, the Avengers have come to fruition. Chapter 87. The Cosmic Shuttle. Upon learning of Captain America's extraction from the Arctic, Ghoulie instructed Shung Bo to closely monitor any anomalies on the streets of New York. His interest was piqued by the prospect of witnessing Steve Rogers' reaction upon discovering that 70 years had elapsed, particularly when he learned that his leader is now an African American. 70 years may have passed, but for Steve, who lost all sense of time due to his frozen state, it would feel akin to awakening from a mere slumber. It would be as if, upon awakening, he found himself being commanded by a man of color. Would he be taken aback? After all, the era in which Captain America lived was marked by pronounced racial discrimination. In truth, whether within or beyond the walls, The delineation of class and color in America remains starkly evident. In recent times, Ghouli's focus has largely been consumed by Kantasa, and not without reason. Tifa is simply captivating. The novelty of Justin lasted merely 3 days, falling short of triggering the conditions for a fourth reward. Thus, at Ghouli's behest, Queen Kantasa was transformed to resemble Tifa. Tifa epitomizes the ultimate dream for men. In terms of physique and beauty, she is undeniably remarkable. From Kantasa, Ghoulie received several rewards, a special bonus for styling hair. The Fire Source, a mid-level superpower evolution card obtained during the first connection, the 12th Guardian Knights as the reward for the 5th connection, and the Kantasa Staff for the 10th connection. The 12 Guardian Knights, originally Kantasa's retinue, betrayed her upon discovering her intentions to destroy the Earth. These knights can merge to form the three-headed mechanical dragon, Dragonstorm, a distant cousin of King Ghidorah. The aesthetic appeal of this three-headed mechanical dragon far surpasses that of the dinosaur King Kong Pteranodon Dart, making it Ghouli's second favorite transforming steed. Naturally, the first remains the Diamond Demon. The adorable Lizwan Mo is remarkably obedient, second only to the second and third captains, the Red Spider. The magnitude of the Dragon Storm varies according to the number of combined knights. In Transformers 5, the 7 surviving Guardian Knights once merged to unleash the Dragon Storm upon their foes. It is no exaggeration to assert that when Loki led the Chitauri army in invasion, Ghoulie hardly needed to lift a finger. The Transformers under his command effortlessly dispatched what the Raccoon derogatorily dubbed the worst Chitauri army in the galaxy. His investment of countless tons of genuine adamantium to upgrade his subordinates' bodies was not in vain. No one else, not even the affluent Black Panther from the Marvel Universe, could achieve such a feat. Those tons of pure adamantium represent a fortune indeed. Only Ghoulie, endowed with the ability to reshape molecules, could afford such extravagance, having long since lost count of how much alloy he had transformed. As for Quintessa's staff, it possesses formidable power, capable of siphoning energy from Earth to repair the ravaged Cybertron. The staff was once brought to Earth by the 12 Guardian Knights and gifted to Merlin, the sorcerer of the Transformers world. Indeed, Merlin is quite occupied. At the farm base, Dr. Zola has begun developing interstellar battle armor after relocating numerous materials and equipment from the Hydra base. His assistants are the 17 newly awakened Transformers, and Zola even named their combination the Hydra 18 Arhats. Ghoulie found himself immersed in a fulfilling and joyful existence until May 8, 2011, when Uncle Wolf, Grey Wolf, delivered a shocking piece of news. The cosmic shuttle had been successfully developed. After hanging up, Ghoulie accelerated to resolve his battle with Quintessa, and with a wave of his hand, his attire was restored as he returned to Grey Wolf's laboratory. However, what greeted him was a rather diminutive machine. No larger than a palm, the cosmic shuttle. Grey Wolf, can such a small device truly traverse the universe? Ghoulie inquired hesitantly, clutching the compass-like apparatus. To be precise, the so-called cosmic shuttle was merely a compass, consisting of fine mechanical scales and a screen, at most a high-tech compass. It resembled the time-traveling device acquired by the character in Deadpool 2. Rest assured, boss, this product of mine is absolutely reliable. In fact, Grey Wolf had crafted 2 devices. One for Ghoulie, while the other might prove useful for himself. After all, he had signed a 3-year contract, and since he had been sent over, what if the contract expired and there was no one to send him back? Thus, he had to prepare a backup. Hearing Grey Wolf's assurance, Ghoulie nodded. After all, Grey Wolf is as remarkable as Tomcat, defying conventional logic. Grey Wolf, how does this thing work? Ghoulie was eager to try it out. If he could directly access the universe dimension of death, he would certainly ensure that Thanos wore a grand green hat. At that time, if he does not fully harness the powers of the abstract entities, he resolutely will not return to the MCU, even if it is not death. The concept of infinity suffices, for as the sister of eternity, infinity possesses even greater potential, especially considering her brother is a formidable entity. The 4 abstract entities are eternity, death, infinity, and oblivion. As for the Devourer of Worlds, although he was birthed from the cosmic egg during the grand explosion alongside the 4 abstract entities, he emerged as the last surviving being of the previous multiverse, embodying the will of the universe as the planet Devourer. The Devourer is not a being of the current multiverse and does not belong to the ranks of abstract entities or creators. On the dial of the wave gauge, a list of parallel universes will randomly appear on the screen, from which one may select and confirm. Random. Ghoulie expressed that this poses a considerable challenge. Within the entirety of Marvel's multiverse, aside from the cinematic universe he inhabits, which is relatively safe, though only relatively so, the remaining individual universes are rife with madness and chaos, teeming with multitudes The avatars of the planet Devourer have perished on more than one occasion, and even the grand entity of eternity cannot claim absolute stability, as the living tribunal does not dare to assert unwavering security. There is a well-known saying, the small matters lead to the death of the Devourer, the significant ones to the demise of eternity, and the cataclysmic events to the tribunal's end. If the Devourer has not perished in a certain event, then such an event cannot be considered significant in the least. It is evident how perilous the multiverse is, given Gu Li's currently tenuous, father-like strength. Venturing into the multiverse at this moment seems rather precarious, unless he were to travel to a universe that is also cinematic, such as the Fox universe where the X-Men reside. The X-Men universe is divided into 4 distinct realms. First, Earth 10005, which is the universe prior to X-Men, Days of Future Past, encompassing X-Men 1, 2, The Last Stand, X-Men, First Class, Wolverine 1, 2, and Days of Future Past. After the events of Days of Future Past, the timeline altered from 1973, and the universe numbers subsequently changed to Earth, TRN 414, including Deadpool 1, X-Men, Apocalypse, and Dark Phoenix. Logan 3 transpires in Earth 17315, which is not the same Earth as the previous X-Men series. The final one is Earth 41633, where Deadpool 2 takes place. Also not the same Earth as before. In summary, it is simply chaotic. Gu Li pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled an important question. Wolverine. There's no chance of no return, right? Chapter 88. The Captain with a Sweet Tongue. Steve Rogers, the original Captain America. His life can be divided into 2 halves. The first half began in 1918 when Steve Rogers was born in Brooklyn, New York. From a young age, he suffered from chronic ailments such as asthma and hypertension. Unbeknownst to his parents and family, during that era of war, Steve attempted to enlist multiple times but was consistently turned away, simply due to his height of 162 centimeters and weight of 43 kilograms, only slightly taller than Dr. Zola. No girl would have been fond of Steve during that time. Always relegated to the role of a mere sidekick to his best friend Bucky, the one who, when cornered in an alley and mercilessly beaten, would still manage to proclaim, "I can endure this all day," while wielding a trash can lid. On June 6, 1943, Steve endured the transformation wrought by the super soldier serum, acquiring a serum akin to Gu Li's. It was from that moment that he ascended to become the first super soldier in American history. His height surged to 188 meters, his weight increased to 109 kilograms, and all ailments that plagued him were miraculously cured. He was 25 years old that year. After several months of rigorous training as an idol, Steve finally stepped onto the front lines of war, leading the Howling Commandos to numerous military accolades. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. During a confrontation with Hydra, Bucky fell from a train, plummeting into the abyss, leaving his fate uncertain. On March 5, 1945, in a bid to thwart Hydra's plans and save the beleaguered New York, Steve piloted a plane that ultimately crashed into the Arctic ice, entombing him for nearly 70 years. Thus, the first chapter of Steve's life concluded, while the latter half was just beginning. Now, like a specter breaking through the stringent security of S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve Rogers stood bewildered on the streets of New York, surveying a landscape that felt vaguely familiar, yet overwhelmingly alien. Awakening to a world transformed. The streets thrummed with the rhythm of vehicles, akin to a beautiful symphony echoing the city's fast-paced life, while the flickering neon lights painted a vibrant tableau, illustrating the metropolis's opulence. Yet for Steve, all of this was unbearably cacophonous, glaringly bright, and profoundly unfamiliar. Recognizing certain landmarks, he confirmed his presence in New York. But what had transpired in this world? Why such a sudden change? A one-eyed man approached him with an imposing demeanor, stating, "Listen, I sincerely apologize for that performance, but we believe it is best for you to gradually acclimate to these changes, to prevent too great a shock upon awakening." Nick Fury had altered certain rooms in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to reflect the style of the World War II era, even dressing the nurses in garments from the last century. However, Steve, upon witnessing a game on television, began to unravel the mystery, leading to his dash from S.H.I.E.L.D. to the streets of New York. Except what? Steve had yet to grasp that nearly 70 years had elapsed. "You've been asleep, Captain." For approximately 70 years, the words echoed in his mind. Desperately scanning his surroundings, he was struck by a singular thought. He had ultimately missed his date with Peggy Carter. Observing Steve's sudden silence, Nick Fury, eager to assemble the Avengers, quickly inquired, "Are you all right, Captain?" Fury was deeply concerned that Captain America might, in a moment of unacceptance, engage in some irrational behavior. Although his understanding of the captain's character led him to believe that the latter would likely refrain from such folly, one could not entirely discount the possibility. Steve hesitated, exhaling a long breath. It's nothing, merely that I missed an appointment. Gazing upon a scene identical to the original narrative, Ghoulie could not help but smirk in frustration. This felt amiss. Was it due to the absence of sweetness upon his lips? The captain ought to have retorted, "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Off you go to pick cotton." It was unfortunate that upon receiving the sonic alert, he hurried over to witness this pivotal moment. Had he perhaps been subjected to a pirated version before? Ghoulie could only hope that one day, when he ventured into the universe where Hydra's Captain America resided, he might truly experience the sweetness of the captain's words. After all, that captain was the leader of Hydra, and his demeanor and speech would undoubtedly be captivating. Naturally, Ghoulie's primary motivation for wanting to visit was the existence of the cosmic cube in that universe. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the 6 Infinity Stones each harbor boundless power, regarded as the most supreme artifacts. Collecting all 6 could even enhance their effects, allowing one to wield power akin to Thanos, who could snap his fingers and randomly obliterate half of all life in the universe. However, amidst the multiverse, there exist artifacts that rival or even surpass the Infinity Stones in strength, such as the Cosmic Cube and the heart of the universe. The Cosmic Cube is not to be confused with the Tesseract, which is merely an alternate name for the Space Stone. Rather, the Cosmic Cube possesses near-omnipotent abilities, with its degraded form being an incomplete cosmic cube. An incomplete cosmic cube is already nearly all-knowing and all-powerful, capable of transforming the holder's innermost desires into reality. The most potent cosmic cubes can even erase and reconstruct the multiverse itself. Indeed, there is not just one cosmic cube. Each cosmic cube is capable of evolution, and through contact with various consciousnesses, it ultimately develops its own independent awareness, thoughts, and unique form. Upon witnessing Fury successfully usher Steve into the vehicle, Ghoulie muttered to himself, "Time to slip away. Rather than squander time here, it would be far more prudent to select a suitable target to pursue, acquiring rewards thrice before vanishing." After all, the conditions for system rewards beyond the 3rd attempt are excessively stringent, demanding vast amounts of time and energy, both mentally taxing and exhausting. Had Ghoulie possessed the disposition to sever ties without a second thought from the very beginning, he might have found himself in a better position now, at least enjoying greater freedom. Yet, freedom often walks hand in hand with solitude. He could not deny that he was incapable of embodying the archetype of a transcendent being, resolutely enduring eternal loneliness and silence. He was but an ordinary man. Time rewound to not long ago, when Ghoulie expressed his concerns about the cosmic shuttle to Uncle Wolf. "Wolf Uncle, it won't be a one-way trip, will it?" Grey Wolf rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Boss, whether you choose to go or not is entirely your prerogative, but please refrain from insulting my intelligence." In essence, aside from the destination possessing a certain degree of randomness, all other aspects are satisfactory. At the very least, there is a guarantee of both departure and return. Venturing into other universes to observe that cadre of deranged villains presents a commendable option. However, thus far, he hasn't even taken the time to explore the other life planets within the MCU. Never mind. He would wait for Carol's return and embark on a cosmic journey with her before making any decisions. At the very least, a visit to Sovereign is in order, to witness the towering 19-meter-tall High Priestess Aisha. The thought of those long legs alone is enough to stir excitement. Moreover, there are substantial rewards to be had. Even if Aisha's son, Adam Warlock, is destined to become a pivotal figure in the life court at some future juncture. Yet, given the nature of the system, it is highly likely that he could also acquire a portion of Adam's extraordinary abilities. Longlegs, I am coming. Chapter 89. The ambition of Ghoulie in the office of the Minister of the Security Council. Nick Fury reclined leisurely on the sofa, his spirits remarkably buoyant of late. On one hand, he had unearthed Captain America, Steve Rogers, from the Arctic glaciers and successfully recruited him into S.H.I.E.L.D., even selecting an auspicious date to formally establish the Avengers. On the other hand, his old friend Carol, who had been leading the Skrulls' exodus from Earth, was likely to return soon. A double blessing indeed. In high spirits, Fury made his way to Pierce's office, eager to share his good fortune with another old acquaintance. Contrasting Fury's elation, Pierce was inexplicably gripped by anxiety upon learning of Captain America's integration into S.H.I.E.L.D. The memories of Hydra's downfall during World War II were still fresh, and Pierce suddenly found himself worrying that the Insight program might falter due to Captain America's involvement. After all, the last defeat of Hydra bore an inexplicable connection to that very man. The most infuriating part was that Fury seemed to revel in his triumph. Intolerable. After dismissing fury, Pierce immediately convened a secret meeting with his most trusted allies, Dr. Zola and the superhuman Ghoulie. Doctor. We must expedite the execution of the Insight program, Pierce stated directly, cutting to the chase without any preamble. Ghoulie felt a sense of resignation. He had never encountered a version of Pierce so hastily courting disaster. Had the attendee been the robotic Zola instead of the digital visage on the screen, Ghoulie had no doubt that the former would have found the situation amusing. After all, the implementation of the Insight program signified the annihilation of both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., thereby heralding Pierce's own demise. And eliminating Pierce had become one of Dr. Zola's grandest aspirations during this period. Mr. Pierce, ease your mind. A mere S.H.I.E.L.D. is of no concern to me. When the time is ripe, we shall obliterate S.H.I.E.L.D. with a mere wave of our hands, Ghoulie asserted, and Pierce nodded in agreement, fully convinced of his words. Ghoulie, in the name of a Superman, is not merely a product of publicity akin to Captain America. He truly possesses superhuman strength. However, Pierce still felt the need to caution him. Please be mindful when the time comes. We must do our utmost to preserve S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assets. He was genuinely concerned that Ghoulie might become uncontrollable and in a fit of rage, reduce S.H.I.E.L.D. to mere ruins. Rest assured, Pierce, the Insight project is progressing smoothly. We merely await the opportune moment. Although Pierce found it somewhat peculiar that Dr. Zola addressed him by his first name, he did not dwell on it. Dr. Zola played a pivotal role in the reconstruction efforts of HYDRA, being the most crucial individual involved. Despite having previously referred to Zola as the leader, Pierce felt a sense of relief after hearing the reassurances from both Zola and Ghoulie. Consequently, he decisively elevated the construction of 3 aerospace carriers to the highest priority. Pierce eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Insight project, keen to see Hydra's brilliance illuminate the world once more. After concluding his affairs with Pierce, Ghoulie returned to the farm base and encountered the robotic Dr. Zola. Leader, most of the Hydra bases are now under my control. It is time to eliminate Pierce. Ghoulie had long since developed immunity to Zola's obsessions and calmly instructed, Doctor, do not forget to account for Hydra's assets. We cannot allow them to be seized. Since the end of World War II, Dr. Zola had been invited to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and had begun the internal reconstruction of HYDRA. Only Zola likely knew the full extent of Hydra's wealth accumulated over the years, but ultimately, that wealth belonged to Ghoulie. After all, earning money cannot compare to the speed of seizing it. Moreover, Ghoulie felt no moral qualms about appropriating Hydra's resources. He considered it wholly justified. In fact, Ghoulie wished for more such opportunities. For who would ever complain about having too much money? Doctor, I may need to venture into space for a preliminary exploration. You can handle matters on Earth. Once we finish here, we shall advance into the cosmos. Ghoulie's ambitions were vast and grand. Dr. Zola wholeheartedly endorsed Ghoulie's vision, firmly believing in the prospect of dominating the universe. He had no doubts about Ghoulie's words. Hydra, no, the Bombastic Brigade, would, under Ghoulie's leadership, reign supreme over the entire Marvel multiverse. As a clandestine member of the Bombastic Brigade, Arnim Zola fervently proclaimed that even after the demise of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., a multitude of unemployed individuals would be recruited into the Bombastic Brigade to contribute their energies to the noble cause of human dominion over the universe. Hail Hydra! The robotic Zola exclaimed passionately. Upon departing the farm base, Ghoulie soared into the upper atmosphere, eager to engage in a sparring session with Carol. His objective for this encounter was straightforward: to fulfill the conditions necessary for the 4th reward, while the 5th posed a greater challenge. Time is rather pressing. And although both he and Carol are superhumans with formidable physiques, bridging the gap from 10 to 100 connections within mere days is indeed a daunting task, 90 connections to be precise. It is rather taxing, exceedingly so. 50 minus 10 equals 40. Let us consider this the 4th attempt. There is ample time ahead, so for now, let us focus on fulfilling the conditions for the reward of the 4th attempt. While awaiting Carol, Ghoulie suddenly recalled that he seemed to have nowhere to reside. The villa awarded by the system is occupied by May and Little Peter, while his new home is shared with Ms. Zhao and Daisy, and the farm base houses T. Kuantasha. In a moment of confusion, he quickly instructed his assistant to procure a house for him, one that is immediately habitable. Though Ghoulie may have his flaws, he is yet to stoop so low as to bring another woman home in front of his girlfriend. Furthermore, there remains a substantial sum from the funds transferred from Killian, making the acquisition of a new residence quite feasible. Moreover, this endeavor is, after all, in pursuit of superpowers. Should Gu Li attain the coveted dual star form, he would undoubtedly rush to seize the High Priestess Suvlin, forcefully assuming the role of a father to the sorcerer Adam. Approximately an hour later, a radiant humanoid light streaked through the vastness of space. It was none other than Captain Marvel, Carol. Their reunion, after several days apart, was marked by an unyielding rivalry. Carol was the first to propose, "Let us engage in a battle first." Without waiting for Gu Li's consent, she unleashed a wave of cosmic energy towards him. Thus commenced a breathtaking clash in the boundless expanse of outer space. The combat between Gu Li and Carol erupted with cosmic energy, dazzling like fireworks, their figures darting as swiftly as lightning, with each punch delivering the force of thunder. Ultimately, after Gu Li exerted restraint, they reached a stalemate once again. Pleased with this outcome, Carol smiled, content that Gu Li had grown stronger, yet she too was formidable. However, just as she prepared to depart, she heard Gu Li call out, "Oi, Carol, my cat can do a backflip. Would you like to see?" Chapter 90. Sparring. Can a cat truly perform a backflip? It seems plausible, for Carol has witnessed such a feat before. Her own cat, named Gugu, is known to execute backflips. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Carol's mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular response. All right, I suppose I have yet to see a cat perform a backflip. 3 hours later, Carol, somewhat exasperated, inquired of Gu Li, "Is this what you call a backflip?" From the moment she stepped through the door, Gu Li had drawn her into the study, thrusting a multitude of books into her hands. Titles such as Modern History of the Kree, Ancient History of the Kree, and Concepts of the Galactic Empire, among others, filled her view. "Are you truly so enamored with studying?" Carol exclaimed in astonishment, clutching the books. Gu Li nodded emphatically. "Learning brings me joy, learning keeps me away from scrutiny, and learning distances me from the confinement of the small black room. If it weren't for the constraints of the system, who would willingly embrace the pages of a book?" During these 3 days, each day, Gu Li would rise with the dawn, hastily leaving Ms. Zhao's warm embrace, only to return at dusk. Yet, he still had not fulfilled the criteria for obtaining the 4th reward. Now, he could only hope that this time, it would not be a reward akin to pilot training. Initially, Gu Li had been perplexed about why it was termed pilot training rather than flight training, until he encountered Carol, which shed light on the terminology. Immersed in his studies, he gradually gained a deeper understanding of the history of the entire galaxy. Throughout their 3 days together, Carol had not mentioned any plans to leave Earth, and Gu Li had refrained from disclosing his intentions to venture to Sovlin. After all, he still needed to exert effort to reach the 4th learning reward. Just as he was preparing to rest and rejuvenate, the annoying ring of a phone suddenly interrupted him. "Hey, Gu, we're running low on vibranium. Send some over," Tony's weary voice echoed from the other end. "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Gu Li quickly donned an outfit and stepped into the portal leading to Stark Industries. Following the establishment of the new building, Tony had relocated both his and Ethan's laboratories there. As for the vibranium, the 1,000 tons they had initially acquired from Wakanda had long been squandered. The minions under Gu Li's command required more than 1,000 tons just for the body of the Leviathan, not to mention the subsequent expenditures on the pterosaur boomerangs, Triceratops iron shards, and the 12 Guardian Titans. Moreover, Dr. Zola was in the midst of constructing an interstellar battleship, which would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of true adamantium. Tony's plan to create the Iron Legion had only utilized less than 200 tons, leaving Gu Li to bear the bulk of the vibranium consumption through molecular reconstruction. Working tirelessly to forge the Iron Legion, Tony appeared somewhat fatigued, and Gu Li, equally exhausted from his relentless efforts, wore dark circles under his eyes. Upon witnessing each other's worn-out states, they exchanged knowing smiles. "Gu Charlie, I knew you couldn't resist," Tony remarked. In response, Gu Li quickly retorted, "You know nothing. This is learning. Do you understand the essence of learning?" This time, Tony did not retort with sarcasm, but instead approached with a serious demeanor, bombarding Gu Li with questions. "Is this truly learning? Can it be learned this way? How come I was never aware of this before?" Tony fancied that his younger self had been more frivolous than Gu Li was now. If such a method of cultivation truly existed, then Tony Stark would have long been invincible in the world, instead of laboring away at the creation of the Iron Legion. "Gu Charlie, you great deceiver." Taking advantage of the earnest. In response, Gu Li merely shrugged without offering any explanation, instead opting to draw a circle and return to seek out Carol. Were it anyone else, such a path of cultivation would likely have led to their downfall long ago. Only someone bound to a system like him could so audaciously strive for extraordinary powers and engage in battle. What options do I have? All I desire is to possess superhuman abilities. Gu Li's aesthetic preferences are quite conventional. He has an affinity for beautiful women with ample bosoms, long legs, and shapely posteriors. Sisters are acceptable as well. Yet, Carol, in all her aspects, fails to meet these criteria. Nevertheless, for the sake of superpowers, he persevered. As the saying goes, it's not shameful to earn a living. For Gu Li, acquiring superpowers is equally devoid of shame. In the past, his pursuit of such abilities was solely to avoid being whisked away for 5 years by the snap of the purple potato essence, a mere instant for those taken. Now, however, Gu Li has the capacity to utterly dominate Thanos without the Infinity Stones. Should he manage to attain the dual star mode this time? What would it matter if Thanos possessed all 6 Infinity Stones? Of course, this is merely Gu Li boasting. He would be foolish to hand over the stones. His ambitions have grown wildly, leading him to consider the 6 Infinity Stones as already his own. He merely awaits the arrival of the Chitauri and Loki with the Mind Stone. Had it not been for this, he would have already extracted the Tesseract, the Space Stone, from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury believes he has kept his secrets well guarded, unaware that everything has long been under Hydra's surveillance. The intelligence Hydra has gathered holds no secrets from Gu Li. Upon returning to Carol's side, he inquired, "Carol, are you familiar with the Sovereign?" Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Carol furrowed her brow and replied, "The Sovereign? They are quite arrogant, technologically advanced, yet rather cowardly." A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Gu Li should not have left Earth, so how does he know of the Sovereign's existence? Cowardly. In other words, they are rather protective of their lives. When faced with danger, they prefer to hire bounty hunters rather than confront it themselves. Nodding in agreement, Gu Li acknowledged that this aligned with what was depicted in the film Guardians of the Galaxy. "Carol, when you have a moment, take me to the Sovereign's planet. I am quite curious to see what aliens look like." "All right, wait for me to rest for a couple of days." Eager to acquire superpowers as soon as possible, Gu Li retrieved several books: Modern History of the Shure Empire, Ancient History of the Shure Empire, and Ancient History of the Skrulls. "Carol, could you explain the contents of these books to me?" Finally, as they were on the brink of madness, Gu Li heard the long-awaited prompt sound. "Through the teachings of the character Carol Danvers, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you Dual Star Form Superpower." Chapter 91, Dual Star Form. Like the awakening of Thor's ultimate secret, longing for a father, and the dark persona of a sentinel, the Void, Captain Marvel possesses her own extraordinary dual star form, a state during which she connects with the enigmatic white hole. A white hole serves as a cosmic jet source, continuously emitting energy and matter into the universe while refraining from absorbing any, standing in stark contrast to the insatiable nature of black holes. This connection to the white hole signifies the ability to draw upon the immense energy it releases, thereby significantly enhancing her powers. Setting aside the formidable nature of her dual star form in the comics, even within the cinematic universe, her divine descent is enough to soothe Gu Li's recent tireless companionship. Not to mention, it is undeniably striking, a dazzling radiance, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens, exuding a brilliant and resplendent glow. With the augmentation of her dual star form, Gu Li envisions himself as a golden deity in the future. Contentedly, he cradles Carol as he drifts into slumber, realizing that Carol possesses a certain flair and an extraordinary beauty, strength, and beauty. Meanwhile, upon receiving the vibranium sent by Gu Li, Tony does not immediately plunge into work. He surprisingly begins to believe that Gu Li might indeed be honing his skills. Could it be that Gu Li's true superpower lies in strengthening himself through the continuous interaction with various women? For reasons unknown, Tony is taken aback by his sudden thought. This seems utterly absurd, highly improbable. It defies all logic. Tony glances at himself in the mirror. After consuming heart-shaped herbs, his physical prowess has significantly improved, yet he still struggles with the relentless crafting of the Mark's suits, especially under the strain of long hours that nearly overwhelmed Dr. Ethan. Perhaps he should inquire if Gu Li has any more heart-shaped herbs to share with Pepper? Tony muses to himself. The enhancement from the heart-shaped herbs is simply extraordinary. According to JARVISS analysis, his physical capabilities currently equate to those of a 20-year-old. JARVIS. Can we still find any information about Gu Li online? Tony contemplates confirming whether his earlier thoughts hold any validity. He seeks to uncover Gu Li's records online to compare his might with the number of girlfriends he has had. "Sir, I regret to inform you that all records regarding Mr. Gu have vanished from the internet. However, information about Superman remains available." Tony ponders for a moment before ultimately deciding to cease his pursuit. It must be the work of Mr. Grey Wolf. In terms of intelligence, Tony Stark admires few individuals. Princess Shuri of Wakanda is one, alongside Dr. Bruce Banner and Dr. Ethan. Beyond these three, he perceives the intellect of others as rather pedestrian. Only Mr. Grey Wolf stands apart. That peculiar wolf cannot be judged by conventional standards, and after prolonged interaction, Tony finds himself questioning his very existence. Should anyone inquire why Ghoulie remains unfazed, Tony can only respond, the less one understands, the more joy one experiences. The complexities that Mr. Grey Wolf studies are beyond Ghoulie's comprehension, thus freeing him from worry. Tony Stark found himself ensnared in a web of self-doubt, caught between a modicum of understanding and a profound ignorance. Perhaps this is the curse of knowledge. He contemplated reaching out to Ghoulie regarding the heart-shaped grass. Yet as dusk enveloped the world, he relinquished the thought. There were two critical moments when one must not contact Ghoulie. Firstly, just before sleep, when darkness descends. Secondly, just before waking, as dawn breaks. Outside of these hours, it is most advisable to reach out around noon, when Ghoulie is sure to be at his most alert. The following morning, Carol awoke to find herself nestled in Ghoulie's embrace, surrounded by a chaotic array of books. Disgusted, she pushed him away, chastising herself internally. Carol, how could you have fallen so low? The universe still holds many oppressed peoples in need of your salvation. Stirred awake by her abrupt motion, Ghoulie mumbled in confusion. What are you doing? His morning temperament was notoriously irritable, a fact well known to Kuntasha, who had spent a year and a half mining as punishment for awakening him. However, at that moment, Ghoulie surprisingly refrained from anger. Rather, he felt an invigorating warmth coursing through his every pore. The energy from the white hole was truly remarkable, continuously replenishing him with vitality. If given another opportunity for an evolution card for superpowers, Ghoulie was determined to enhance his dual-star form, eager to explore the depths of the white hole's energy. I'll take a few days to rest before we head to Suvlin. Also, could you kindly disappear from my sight for now? Carol unexpectedly remarked. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to fatigue from excessive exertion or still being in a sage-like state, she exhibited a touch of disdain towards Ghoulie. What a nuisance, he retorted before vanishing with a crackling shimmer of the teleportation portal back to the farm base. He surmised that Carol's reluctance stemmed from her still recovering body, aligning perfectly with his own thoughts. He would not be preparing for any aspects of her fifth reward for the time being. Overindulgence in learning could prove counterproductive, taxing the mind excessively. After a night of recuperation, Ghoulie resolved to engage in some serious yoga practice with Tifa, in the familiar warmth of the hot spring. Under Tifa's attentive care, he enjoyed a refreshing bath. Were he to rate the system he was bound to, he would undoubtedly bestow it with a perfect score. 100 out of 100. He would even wish to grant it 120, for Tifa alone had rendered his life utterly fulfilling. Even though Tifa has transformed into a mechanical life form known as Quintessa, Ghoulie no longer cares in the slightest. Initially, he may have harbored some reservations, but after several interactions, he has come to appreciate the virtues of a mechanical life. Furthermore, Quintessa is utterly loyal, never betraying him, nor displaying any disdain. She diligently attends to his needs each day. This arrangement is already perfect, and what more could one desire? Tifa is truly remarkable. This heartfelt admiration and exclamation arose as Ghoulie departed from the farm base. As for why he didn't linger longer, it dawned on Ghoulie that he had unexpectedly spent the night at Carol's place. In the past, he would stealthily slip out only after Ms. Zhao and Daisy had fallen asleep. Last night, however, he had failed to inform anyone of his absence. It was easy to imagine the consequences awaiting him. Indeed, upon returning home, the once joyous Ms. Zhao, who had been laughing with Daisy just a moment before, suddenly transformed into a sobbing figure. Oh, Daisy dear, we have been abandoned. Ms. Zhao's acting was rather poor, as her voice conveyed her distress more than any visible tears. Ghoulie swiftly lifted his girlfriend into his arms and retreated to the large bed in their room. When words proved futile, action was the only recourse. Chapter 92, Drawing Life. The farm base, viewed from the outside, resembled a castle of medieval European style. This may be attributed to Dr. Zola's Swiss origins, which inspired the castle's current form. After Ghoulie repeatedly assured Ms. Zhao that he would never again spend the night away, Zhao Hailuan forgave him and suggested they stay at the castle for a couple of days. She believed that her man was enchanted by the mechanical life Quintessa, prompting him to desire a closer encounter to experience her tactile qualities. However, upon seeing Quintessa again, she felt a surge of trepidation. Can she transform? Ms. Zhao clutched Ghoulie's arm tightly, her address to him shifting as a profound sense of crisis enveloped her. It was no wonder Ghoulie had spent the night away. The last time Ms. Zhao visited, Quintessa had been a charming, youthful figure. Now, she had become strikingly beautiful. Zhao Hailuan murmured, realizing why Ghoulie hadn't returned home the previous night. This somewhat adorable yet alluring young woman evoked a sense of sympathy within her. Moreover, having this young lady was akin to possessing all the beautiful women in the world, including herself. Upon realizing Ms. Zhao had misunderstood, Guli shrugged in resignation, choosing not to clarify, which was perhaps for the best, as it would spare him from exposing his relationship with Carol. Quintessa, displaying remarkable discernment, bowed and withdrew, prompting Ms. Zhao to hastily pursue her. This left Guli alone with Daisy. After handing Daisy the book titled Advanced Hacking Techniques, Guli instructed her to begin studying its contents. Daisy raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is this book really that fascinating? It wasn't he that she was unwilling to teach. Rather, it was Guli's foundational knowledge that was woefully inadequate. After a lengthy period, a pleasant notification sound resonated. Through the teachings of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural knowledge is rewarded with an extraordinary ability, the power to absorb life. Guli nodded with satisfaction, pleasantly surprised to discover yet another superpower. This peculiar ability originates from his mother-in-law, Sky's mother, who is also the leader of the Inhumans, Jiaying. The complex interplay of love and resentment between a somewhat pitiful yet detestable mother-in-law and an easygoing father-in-law could easily inspire a television drama titled My Wife is a Madwoman. Among Guli's several mentors, the one from whom he has received the most rewards through learning is Ms. Zhao, followed by Sister May, with Daisy coming in last. This is understandable, as Daisy often indulges in playful antics and frequently criticizes Guli's lack of intellect. During his year-long study of hacking techniques, Guli received his first tier of rewards, which was the superpower, Shockwave. The second tier was Superpower Evolution Card, while the third and fourth tiers included Terrigen Crystal and Activation Device X2. The fifth tier was the recently acquired ability, Life Absorption, which is quite impressive. Daisy has S.H.I.E.L.D. gone on holiday? Guli suddenly sensed something unusual and quickly inquired of the person nestled in his embrace. It was odd. Daisy had not gone to work today, which was highly unusual. Hearing this, Daisy rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had initially thought that joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would allow her to become a superhero while also spending more time with Guli. Yet, it seemed her dear brother rarely visited the agency. Aside from the day he helped her get hired. Brother, I'm on vacation, she stated, using her affectionate nickname for him. In response, Guli fondly played with her hair. How about I take you out for a little adventure? Really? Daisy, who had been curled up in his embrace, suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck in delight. Where shall we go? The destination mattered little. What truly counted was the company one kept. Let us go, Guli exclaimed, lifting his beloved into his arms and soaring into the sky. Surrounded by golden cosmic energy, the two of them streaked across the heavens like a shooting star. In the span of a single day, they visited countless places, from the peak of the pyramid to the depths of the Pacific Ocean, soaring 10,000 meters high, traversing asteroid belts in outer space, and even reaching the moon. It was not until nightfall that they returned to their farm base. Daisy's excitement had not yet waned, as she chattered incessantly while holding hands with Zhao Hailuan. Meanwhile, Guli found himself with little to do and sought out several Dinobots engaged in a card game. Among his loyal subordinates, the Soundwave floating in outer space was the most diligent, tirelessly monitoring Earth. Wolfunkel, the brains of the group, conjured up all manner of peculiar inventions, accomplishing feats that no one else could. As for Quintessa, she served as a life assistant, now invaluable to Guli. The duo of Drift and Little Mischief primarily provided companionship, remaining by Guli and Daisy's side. The remaining Transformers, however, found themselves with ample time on their hands, including the formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Pterodactyl, Triceratops, the 12 Guardian Transformers, and the third-in-command, Red Spider. The remaining subordinates are currently assisting the robotic Zola in the creation of the true adamantium version of the interstellar battleship. The stoic Shockwave and the adorable Lizard Demon are tasked with the vigilant defense of the farm base. As for the combat prowess of the subordinates, if one were to rank them, the staff-wielding Quintessa undoubtedly occupies the top tier. The 12 Guardian Transformers, capable of merging into the colossal, three-headed mechanical dragon, Dragonstorm, share the second tier alongside the 329-meter-tall Lizard Demon. The three-headed dinosaur Transformers find themselves in the third tier. Regrettably, Guli has yet to acquire the fourth Spinosaurus, as well as the fifth dinosaur Transformer yet to make an appearance in the film. It is recalled that the five-headed dinosaur Transformers could also merge to form the legendary Azura King. However, these five merging dinosaur Transformers consist of the Steel Cable, Iron Slag, Pterodactyl, Howler, and Sludge, excluding the Spinosaurus seen briefly in the film. Should he have the opportunity to gather all five dinosaur Transformers, the merged Azura King should rank just below Quintessa. The remaining Drift, Shockwave, and Red Spider are placed in the 4th tier, while the minor characters and Mechanical Dog do not participate in the ranking. The aforementioned ranking is based on the destructive power exhibited by the true adamantium version of the subordinates. As for Uncle Wolf, the extraordinary beings are not included in this assessment, unless, one day in the future, Ghoulie manages to acquire Red Wolf and Little Gray. Uncle Wolf would directly rank 3rd. Brother Tongzi, this seems a bit unfair, forcibly dismantling Uncle Wolf's happy life. In response to Ghoulie's complaint, the system remained silent. Unlike Ghoulie's leisurely and blissful existence, Steve, upon awakening and joining SHIELD, declined the accommodations offered by the agency. He rented a small apartment in Brooklyn and feverishly studied the life knowledge and specific terms from the past 70 years. He even maintained a small notebook, fearing he would become out of touch with society and unable to comprehend conversations around him, until he stumbled upon the Superman comics and the news of the real-world Superman. Ghoulie Wong Defa. Perhaps only this catchphrase could adequately express the turmoil within him at that moment. In 1938, the year he had not yet become Captain America, Superman made his official debut in comic books. Yet, Steve could never have anticipated that one day Superman would appear in the real world, and as his colleague no less. That guy seems to hardly come to work. Changed this way, I hope everyone understands. If not amended, it 1T pass review. Chapter 93, Planet Fortress 7 days later. Carol, radiating with vigor, waved her arms excitedly, realizing that after her sparring session with Ghoulie, her strength had significantly increased. This peculiar discovery left Carol at a loss for words. Such activities could yield such effects? After hours of deep contemplation, she still found herself at a loss and thus informed Ghoulie, "Let us depart." The two set forth into the vast cosmos. The Marvel Universe feels akin to a galaxy-sized realm, where the previous 3 great empires and the subsequent Nova Corps predominantly occupy territories within the Milky Way. Alongside its companion galaxies, the large and small Magellanic Clouds, as well as the Andromeda Galaxy. The observable expanse of the universe spans a staggering diameter of 93 billion light-years, an incomprehensible distance that transcends the limits of mere words, comics, or films. When it comes to the universe, we perceive only what we believe and envision, for no one has ever presented conclusive evidence to counter this notion. Just as no one has substantiated the myriad speculations surrounding the cosmos. Diverging from this tangent, following a significant enhancement of his physical capabilities through an array of superpowers, Ghoulie's current flight speed barely grazes the speed of light. However, relying solely on flight would render the journey to Suvlin an interminable endeavor. Thus, they opted to utilize a spatial jump point, akin to the one employed by Rocket Raccoon of the Guardians of the Galaxy, who pilots his ship while performing frenzied jumps alongside Quill and others. This jump point was established by the 3 great empires within the Milky Way, designed for the transportation of troops, supplies, and other strategic assets, thereby maintaining imperial stability over vast dominions. After all, the largest empires on Earth spanned merely 3 continents, whereas the renowned territories of the Kree and Shi'ar empires are measured in light years. Ghoulie had never experienced such a sensation. Were it not for the cosmic energy and shockwaves enveloping him, he would have felt as if his body might disintegrate within the spatial jump point. Not to mention the disorienting dizziness. Time became irrelevant as they were ejected from the jump point. With Carol carrying the dazed Ghoulie toward the planet where her ship was docked, Ghoulie felt a profound sense of exhaustion, as if every woman had taken turns extracting his vitality, and aside from Carol's soothing voice, all that remained was a persistent buzzing in his ears. Gradually, he acclimated to the disorientation. After some time, Ghoulie found himself seated in the ship's cockpit, gazing down at the steel planet below, pondering the meaning of life. "Carol, to whom does this planet belong?" he inquired, an undeniable sense of allure washing over him. He was irresistibly intrigued, yearning to retrieve his source of ignition from the system space. He envisioned activating this colossal fortress-like planet into a transformer. It was truly magnificent and perfectly aligned with Ghoulie's expectations. The Kree War Fortress, a marvel of millennia of construction by the Kree Empire, housed within its core a dead white dwarf star. Hearing this, Ghoulie's fascination deepened. A war fortress and a black dwarf star forged over thousands of years. This was indeed a tailor-made gift for him. The blue-skinned Kree were remarkably hospitable. He immediately resolved, henceforth, this planet shall bear the Goose surname. Not even the arrival of Jesus could alter that. "Carol, is this fortress-like planet entirely constructed of metal?" He sought to confirm whether the planet harbored soil or water sources within. Although he found Ghoulie's infatuation difficult to comprehend, Carol furrowed her brow and replied, "Indeed. The Kree have invested heavily in its construction. It is said that the various metals utilized for this fortress equate to a decade's worth of taxation from the Kree Empire. Ghoulie reached out, his hand brushing against the glass of the spacecraft, as if he were truly touching the planet below. He had genuinely fallen in love with this celestial body. Are you not concerned that they will discover you if you land the ship at the Kree fortress? The most perilous places are often the safest. In response, Ghoulie earnestly gave a thumbs up. Who says Carol lacks intelligence? Not only is she impressive, but she also possesses a sharp mind, adept at strategy. You take the ship and flee. I shall perform a little magic. With that, Ghoulie donned a mask and surged towards the planet below. My dear treasure, father has arrived. In mere moments, the unexpected turn of events left Carol bewildered. Let me run first? Is this fellow planning to dismantle the Kree fortress? By the time she attempted to intervene, it was too late. Ghoulie clutched the ignition source, laughing maniacally. Your emperor has returned. Carol was convinced Ghoulie had lost his mind. The fortress was home to tens of thousands of Kree soldiers, armed with an arsenal of weapons beyond count. If only he had mentioned this sooner. Perhaps I could have experienced the thrill of dismantling someone else's domain. Sighing, Carol piloted her beloved small spacecraft and turned to flee, choosing to trust Ghoulie, her intimate friend who knew her well. As Ghoulie's raucous laughter echoed, the entire planet trembled as if stirred from slumber by his mirth. In that heart-stopping moment, the Earth shook violently, the planet quaking fiercely. Yet, this tumult was but a fleeting instant, and soon the planet returned to tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Intruders! 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 Alarms blared within the fortress, and squads of blue-skinned Kree soldiers swiftly assembled, weapons in hand. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The Kree soldiers, gathered within 30 seconds, awaited their commander's orders. However, upon receiving the report via the communicator, the fortress commander bellowed in utter confusion. No one? Are you jesting? With such a commotion, you tell me there is no one? What? An earthquake? The Kree commander, having abruptly severed communication, wore a grave expression, beginning to question reality. For heaven's sake. While the fortress resembles a planet, it is not. It is the culmination of millennia of Kree labor, embodying their technology and wisdom. How could there possibly be an earthquake? Just then, a sound even more thunderous than before resounded. Thud, thud, thud. It echoed like a heartbeat. The entire planet began to tremble violently, with each quake more intense than the last, as if something were desperately trying to break free from its depths. The ground appeared as a gaping wound, displaying horrific fissures. The fortress structures crumbled like fragile houses of cards, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The planet seemed to be alive, pulsating with a newfound vitality. The planet is awakening. Quickly! Retreat! All ships, evacuate! The Kree vessels surged forth, howling like fleeing animals, while soldiers wished fervently for additional legs to hasten their escape. Those who lagged behind were lost. Ghoulie gazed at the now dull spark source in his hand, sighing in resignation. Oh, dear dog, a whole planet, and you've met your end. Chapter 94, Planetary Transformers in the vast expanse of deep space. The surviving Kree soldiers stood aboard their ships, gazing at the crumbling fortress planet, their hearts heavy with emotion. After countless struggles, they had finally secured a semblance of stability, only to confront such an unexpected conclusion. However, in the next moment, their expressions morphed into astonishment, as if witnessing the most extraordinary spectacle imaginable. Before their eyes, the fortress planet began to transform, its shape shifting from a spherical body into that of a colossal robot. This towering automaton, roughly the same size as the former planet, radiated a brilliant light, resembling a magnificent work of art. The soldiers stared in terror at this gigantic robot. Utterly bewildered by the phenomenon, the planet they had guarded for years had become a massive machine. Was this the true intention of their great Kree ancestors in constructing the fortress planet? As the commander's exclamation echoed through the ranks, the panic that had gripped the soldiers swiftly morphed into jubilant cheers. Long live the Kree Empire! Long live the Kree people! If one were to speak of the greatest joy in the world, it would surely be akin to that experienced by the Kree soldiers at this moment, as despair and fear transformed into profound pride in their imperial identity. Our ancestors are truly magnificent. The Empire shall rise to greatness once more. Yet, another astonishing sight unfolded before them. The colossal figure floating in the cosmic void suddenly bowed towards a certain direction, proclaiming, "Great Creator, I offer my sincere praise." The direction of its reverence was precisely where Ghoulie stood. As he beheld the boundless giant, Ghoulie felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Who could resist such grandeur? The sensation was akin to a connection, delightful enough to make every cell in his body rejoice. Were it not for the lackluster spark source, Ghoulie would have eagerly sought to create 2 more planetary transformers. Perhaps the current behemoth was not yet a match for the divine assembly, but its sheer size was a formidable deterrent. Moreover, should he discover superior materials in the future, it would likely prove overwhelming. This contraption is simply colossal. Henceforth, let us refer to you as the Cosmic Second Emperor, for the inept Gu Li has once again showcased his innate talents. The Cosmic Second Emperor stands ready to heed your commands. It appears necessary to orchestrate a minor shock for the purple sweet potato essence, considering that individual has caused Gu Li distress for over a decade. Upon arriving in this realm and realizing it belonged to the Marvel Universe, young Gu Li exhibited a demeanor akin to that of a wizened elder, burdened with worry. On one hand, success in establishing connections was essential for obtaining system rewards. Yet at that time, he was still in his formative years, filled with ambition yet lacking the means. On the other hand, he fretted over the heart-wrenching snap of Thanos from the first 3 phases of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As for events following the endgame, his knowledge was limited, sparing him from those particular anxieties. Now, with his significantly enhanced abilities and overflowing confidence, Gu Li no longer regarded the purple sweet potato essence with trepidation. He even contemplated the possibility of eliminating that being altogether. From the initial tremor of the Kree Fortress planet to the complete emergence of a planet-sized transformer, the entire sequence lasted approximately 1 hour. Commander Ronan of the Kree Empire, upon receiving the initial distress signal, promptly led a squadron of elite Imperial forces through a spatial jump for assistance. When Ronan's Kree fleet arrived, Gu Li was still grappling with a peculiar dilemma of happiness. The Cosmic Second Emperor was immense, leaving him at a loss regarding where to place it. Although the original Kree Fortress planet was not as large as Earth, it was at least comparable to the Moon, and Gu Li genuinely struggled to find an appropriate location. He was not the master of dimensions, possessing a pocket universe to accommodate all things. The system's space could not accommodate it either. Indeed, the system had likely never envisioned the necessity of containing a transformer of planetary proportions. Rushed to the scene, Ronan, like the surviving Kree soldiers, stood transfixed, eyes fixed upon the gigantic robot. Can someone enlighten me as to what has transpired? Where is our fortress? Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, Ronan directly seized a blue-skinned Kree soldier and demanded an explanation once more. Reporting, Commander, the fortress. It lives, stammered the blue-skinned soldier, pointing towards the robot in the sky. Following the soldier's gaze, Ronan paused momentarily. Disbelief etched across his features as he questioned, "Are you jesting with me?" The soldier, caught in a quandary, fell silent, unsure of how to elucidate the matter to his superior. Observing the blue-skinned soldier's confusion, Ronan's brow furrowed, his mind racing with countless thoughts. He had not heard of any grand plans being concocted within the Empire. If such a scheme truly existed, why would he seek Thanos' assistance? He could have led everyone directly to annihilate Xander. Was that not a more appealing option? Truly absurd. The surviving Kree soldiers, in agreement, nodded sagely. The commander is indeed correct. That thing is undeniably vast. According to reason, the mothership of the Kree Empire should be sufficiently colossal, several times larger than ordinary interstellar warships, typically existing as a strategic deterrent. Yet, this immense mothership appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand before the planetary-level cosmic emperors. Seated atop the head of the second emperor, Gu Li's eyes sparkled with stars once more. Not for any particular reason, but due to his newfound admiration for the Kree mothership. Accompanying Carol and leaving Earth, Gu Li had 2 objectives. Firstly, to establish a coordinate on Sovereign, attempting to create a teleportation portal spanning hundreds of light years. This would facilitate his plans to abduct the High Priest Aisha after parting ways with Carol, as such matters are best conducted furtively. The fewer who know, the better. The second objective was to acquire an interstellar warship to transform into a transformer, thereby providing reference data for Zola's alloy version of a homemade interstellar warship. Unexpectedly, he had the fortune to activate a planetary-level transformer, even managing to incapacitate the source of fire. Gu Li retrieved the dim and unremarkable source of fire from the system space, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Source of fire, my friend. Can you create a few more spaceships?" The trembling source of fire failed to respond beyond its shivers. Instead, the Cosmic Emperor spoke up, "Creator, if you require a spaceship, I can conduct a scan." Without hesitation, Gu Li pointed towards the Kree mothership, exclaiming, "That one looks splendid." "As you wish, Creator," came the reply. If the transformation sounds of Transformers, Autobots, and Decepticons were akin to a cool and rhythmic clattering, then the transformation sound following the Cosmic Emperor's scan of the Kree mothership resonated like a thunderous explosion. If one were to inquire about the most marvelous experience in the world, the Kree soldiers would undoubtedly hold the most authoritative perspective. They watched in awe as the fruits of millennia of Kree technology and wisdom a planetary fortress, metamorphosed into an unimaginably gigantic robot, only to witness that colossal robot transform into the Kree mothership and soar away. This unforgettable spectacle unfolded not long ago. Commander Ronan remained silent for an extended period, struggling to digest the shock brought forth by the departure of that immense mothership. Nanotechnology? It didn't seem likely. Mechanical ascension? He was not well versed in such matters. He had contemplated launching an attack to prevent the mothership's escape, yet the firepower of his tens of thousands of troops paled in comparison to that behemoth. Even if swarms of ants gathered, could they bring down a Leviathan? They couldn't even breach its defenses. Ronan was daunted by its size. Commander, how should we report the situation to the Supreme Intelligence? Queried the head of the Kree Fortress planet, his demeanor akin to one mourning a great loss. His political career had reached a dead end. Losing a fortress planet of immeasurable importance to the Empire rendered any prospects for advancement utterly impossible. The Kree Empire was governed by an artificial intelligence known as the Supreme Intelligence. The Supreme Intelligence is an artificial intelligence composed of the thoughts of the greatest scientists, politicians, and military leaders throughout the ages of the Kree. Initially, the Supreme Intelligence was tasked solely with assisting the Council in managing the Empire's affairs, but it eventually evolved into the true ruler of the Kree Empire. Ronan sat aboard the spacecraft, oblivious to the inquiries around him. As his mind was preoccupied with myriad thoughts, how could that entity have come to life on its own? Meanwhile, after the departure of the mothership transformed from the Cosmic 2, Ghoulie found Carol's small spacecraft. When she witnessed the massive mothership engulf her small vessel, Carol was left in shock, speechless for a long moment, before she seized Ghoulie and began to explore the interior of the mothership. After some time, Carol suddenly made a solemn suggestion. How about I become your girlfriend? The mothership could easily serve as a mobile barracks, transporting supplies and more, which would greatly assist her in her cosmic endeavors. To this, Ghoulie neither accepted nor declined. Instead, he replied, Carol, we should first get to know each other before making any decisions. He had grander aspirations, for Ghoulie was a man destined to spread love across the universe, and he could not be tied down to just one person. For the sake of familial harmony, he resolved to refrain from pursuing a girlfriend henceforth. Regaining her composure, Carol pondered for a moment before responding. All right, let us first understand each other. After taking a few deep breaths, she inquired, are we setting off for Suvlin now? Ghoulie raised his gaze, a look of surprise crossing his face, murmuring, didn't we say we would get to know each other first? At this, Carol's expression faltered, gesturing towards the interior of the mothership. Here? Right now? Ultimately, she could not resist Ghoulie's insistence, and within the pristine confines of the mothership, the two began to introduce themselves. I am Carol, female, with a penchant for heroism. I am heroic male. They leaned against the cockpit of the spacecraft, gazing into the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Ghoulie remarked, your spaceship is enormous. You mean the ship? It's called the Cosmic 2. Do you have a suitable planet nearby where we could temporarily dock? Given the immense size of the Cosmic 2, it would be impossible to land on an average life-bearing planet. It would be akin to attempting to park the moon on Earth. One can only imagine the calamity that would ensue, as only a planet of colossal proportions could withstand such weight. Suddenly, Ghoulie had a flash of inspiration. Let us return and consult Old Deng to see if there are any abandoned pocket universes or if we can temporarily commandeer a dimension. As for whether the rulers of those dimensions would agree, Ghoulie was unconcerned. He did not require anyone's permission to act. The Blue Giant Star Cannon had taught them humility. Due to a malfunctioning air conditioning system, Carol appeared slightly flushed. After calming herself, she mentioned, there is indeed a planet that would be quite suitable. It is a nascent gas giant with extremely harsh climate conditions. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie's face brightened. Then please direct us there. It's merely a temporary stop, as we do not intend to reside there permanently. According to the star map provided by Carol, the cosmic Second Emperor surged towards the destination at full throttle. However, due to its immense mass, it appeared from a distance like a small asteroid racing through the cosmos. Upon arriving at the colossal planet, Ghoulie finally grasped the severity of the adverse climate that Carol had mentioned. It was indeed akin to the fabled hell. The surface temperature soared to hundreds of degrees Celsius, capable of melting aluminum. Ferocious winds ravaged the landscape, and volcanic eruptions and earthquakes occurred with alarming frequency, plunging the entire planet into a state of perpetual turmoil. Fortunately, its size was sufficient to accommodate the vast interstellar mothership. Second Emperor, perhaps you should make do for now, Ghoulie suggested to the cosmic Second Emperor. Ultimately, he felt diminutive, a player endowed with extraordinary abilities yet lacking his own dimensional space. A failure. Furthermore, Ghuli harbored uncertainties about whether he could conjure a portal the size of a moon to transport the second emperor back to the solar system. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of magical energy. And what if Dormammu failed to provide the necessary power? I will adhere to your instructions and learn to adapt to this environment. A colossal mechanical voice reverberated. The cosmic second emperor's understanding nature left Ghuli somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't even manage his own subordinate and resolved to devise a method to establish his own dimensional space. After ensuring the cosmic second emperor was settled, Ghuli boarded Carol's small spacecraft and, following the coordinates on the star map, set course for Suvlin. Unbeknownst to them, a stealthy little spacecraft trailed behind them to the giant planet. Inside the cockpit sat a proud little raccoon and a charmingly naive chant. Groot, stay hidden. If we can deal with that hulking figure, we'll never have to worry for the rest of our lives, the raccoon exclaimed. He had never encountered such a massive mothership in his life. If he could steal it and sell it, unimaginable wealth would be within his grasp. We're going to strike it rich, the raccoon shouted excitedly. On board Carol's spacecraft, Ghuli, idly seated in the cockpit, found himself at a loss for conversation, causing the atmosphere within the ship to grow somewhat awkward. Shall we introduce ourselves again? He suggested. Carol rolled her eyes at Ghuli's proposal, finding him utterly inept. Whenever they were together, it was either bickering or stargazing. After setting the autopilot, Carol exited the cockpit. A moment later, a disgruntled voice echoed from afar. Are you still not studying modern history of Skrull? Upon hearing this, Ghuli was overjoyed and hurried over, clutching a pile of books. Finally, Chapter 96. High Priestess Aisha. 3 days later, the vibrant Carol pointed ahead at the starry expanse and declared, the area ahead is the territory ruled by Suvlin. Would you like me to accompany you? Just as Ghuli had fastened his trousers, he hastily shook his head, declaring, no need, I wouldn't want to waste your time. I'll just take a stroll and return to Earth. His journey to Suvlin was driven by a grand scheme, one that must remain entirely concealed from Carol and indeed from anyone else. All right then, I'll seek you out at the second empire of the universe in the future. No sooner had he spoken than Carol unceremoniously tossed him from the spaceship. With a whoosh, the vessel vanished without a trace. What a fickle woman, forgetting one the moment she dresses. Ghuli had not anticipated Carol's audacity and cursed her for her treachery before propelling himself toward the Suvlin star region at breakneck speed. The Suvlin clan, known as the Supreme Clan, made their debut on the silver screen in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Created by that grotesque, short figure of supreme evolution, they are among the few beings resembling humans among his myriad creations. The Suvlin forsook traditional methods of reproduction, opting instead for personalized genetic engineering to design their kin according to specific needs. Thus, from the very moment of their birth, each Suvlin had their role predetermined, akin to the home planet of Superman, Krypton. After all, both Marvel and DC have historically borrowed from each other's creativity. And Ghuli speculated that this concept was likely inspired by such exchanges. In matters of culture, how could one call it theft? The Suvlin people consider themselves superior to all other life forms, embodying the epitome of arrogance within the Marvel universe. Rumor has it that the Suvlin are entirely adorned in gold, yet Ghuli remained skeptical, thus his visit. He yearned to broaden his horizons and witness whether these proud little golden figures truly were as resplendent as claimed, especially the High Priestess Aisha. The thought alone stirred a flutter of excitement within him. Additionally, there was another significant reason for his visit. The starship crafted from true adamantium, overseen by Dr. Zola, was the culmination of Ghuli's efforts. He had long lost count of the true adamantium he had transformed, along with the mysterious metal used to forge the ebony blade, leaving him utterly drained. Although the process incorporated nanotechnology developed by Wolverine, Earth's current technological advancements remained somewhat outdated. Consequently, Ghuli had set his sights on acquiring all assets and scientific knowledge under the banner of supreme evolution. After all, Ghuli's guiding principle in life was that no method was as expedient as outright acquisition. Thus, he planned to seize supreme evolution and claim everything associated with it, including the little golden beings of the Suvlin clan. Aisha, being the high priestess of the Suvlin, held the highest status among them. Her abode, much like her skin, was a dazzling palace of gold. The walls of the palace were adorned with countless gems and gold, radiating a mesmerizing glow, while Aisha, with little to occupy her time, reclined upon her throne resembling a golden ingot. As Ghuli rendered himself invisible and arrived at the palace where Aisha resided, a resplendent golden radiance unfolded before his eyes. The Suvlin people, adorned in shimmering gold, alongside their opulent decorations and garments, led Ghuli to begin believing that the Suvlin were indeed clad entirely in gold. As this thought flitted through his mind, he inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. akin to a curious soul discovering a new world. It was worth exploring. Aisha sat regally upon her golden throne, resembling a magnificent statue, as she listened to reports from her kin. High Priestess, have you found a suitable candidate for your bespoke genetic propagation plan? If not, the Kree have offered some genetic material. Upon hearing the mention of the Kree, Aisha waved her hand impatiently. Those blue-skinned beings are unworthy of this High Priestess. Do not broach the subject again. Her demeanor resembled that of a young woman incessantly pressured to marry during the festive season. Irritated, helpless, yet somewhat haughty. As the High Priestess of the Sovlan, Aisha had failed to find a genetic match befitting her stature over the years. Girls of her age had already borne several children, leaving Aisha as the sole exception without offspring. Among the three great empires, she looked down upon the Kree, found the green-skinned Skrulls somewhat repulsive, and regarded the men of the Shur Empire with disdain, as they all bore feathers to some degree. Aisha yearned for a male companion with skin of the same golden hue, to combine their genetics in crafting her progeny, yet he could not be a Sovlan. She dismissed the youthful males of her clan, deeming them unsuitable, mere awkward youths hardly worthy of her noble lineage. At the very least, she sought someone with a similarly golden complexion. Such a hue would befit her. In her imagination, Aisha envisioned her destined partner as a heroic figure, cloaked in golden radiance, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. His appearance had to be strikingly handsome, and ideally, he should be taller than her towering height of 19 meters. Wealth mattered little, for Aisha was already a veritable heiress. Lost in her reverie, Aisha was entirely oblivious to the fact that the grand palace had become eerily empty, leaving her as its sole occupant. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth before her, nearly blinding her. Like a startled bird, Aisha hastily shielded her eyes with her hand, taking a moment to recover before peering through the gaps between her fingers. Before her stood an extraordinarily handsome man, enveloped in golden light, resembling a celestial being descended from the skies. A flush inexplicably graced Aisha's golden visage, and a singular thought consumed her mind. Had the heavens heard her silent wish and sent her a man? Her breath became somewhat erratic, and she found herself acting shyly, akin to a love-struck maiden encountering her beloved. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of fascination. The scene before Gu Li left him momentarily at a loss, as he had deliberately waited until everyone in the palace had vacated before making his appearance. The reason he had activated his dual-star form so abruptly was that he intended to swiftly carry Aisha away. However, to his surprise, the moment Aisha laid eyes on him, her gaze sparkled with excitement. This expression was familiar to Gu Li. It had mirrored the look Zhao Hailuan had given him on their first encounter, a clear indication of desire. With a charming smirk, Gu Li effortlessly lifted Aisha from her golden throne and hoisted her onto his shoulder, turning on his heels to flee without uttering a word. In some distant future, the universe faced obliteration, stars crumbled, and it seemed as though all existence had vanished. In the boundless void, a towering figure resembling a purple sweet potato inquired of the golden silhouette beside him, "Is this your father?" Observing his father carrying his mother away, even Adam the sorcerer, despite his elevated status within the life tribunal, felt an awkward urge to lower his head. Suddenly, the two who had been peeking felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them. Chapter 97. Journey to Anti-Earth in the vast expanse of the cosmos, where desolation reigned. A true void existed. The interstellar mothership, formed from the two emperors of the universe, unleashed its full might upon receiving the command from its creator, Gu Li. It wasn't long before they located Gu Li and the small golden figure resting on his shoulder. Aisha, having been unceremoniously thrown onto the sofa in the cockpit, gasped for breath, her golden eyes occasionally darting furtively towards Gu Li. He wouldn't dare be forceful, would he? A hint of anxiety flickered through Aisha's mind, despite her undeniable fondness for this man. Nonetheless, she found this method somewhat unacceptable. "Please, spare me. I'm quite wealthy and can offer you a substantial sum," she pleaded, though her haughty demeanor remained unabated, perhaps even intensified. "Ah, so she is a wealthy lady." Gu Li felt a mischievous urge arise. "How much can you offer me?" Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Aisha's eyes, and she quickly replied, "I can pay any amount, as long as you let me go." TSK, but I'm not interested in money. What I desire now is you." The expression on Gu Li's face, coupled with his words, painted him as a truly wicked villain. The impact of this statement was profound, enough to send the proud Aisha into a state of shock, her eyes welling with tears. Observing this, Gu Li muttered, "I wonder if her tears are golden as well. That would be quite amusing." Aisha wept heartily, her voice hoarse and her body trembling. Just as it seemed she would dissolve into a puddle of tears, Gu Li quickly interjected, "What are you thinking? I brought you here for a reason, but it's not what you imagine." Upon hearing this, Aisha wiped her tears. Really? You're not deceiving me? Those of yellow skin do not deceive others of the same hue. The impact of this statement was equally profound. Aisha nodded in agreement after hearing it and inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Ghoulie took a moment to gather his thoughts before addressing Aisha. "There is a fellow known as the Supreme Evolution. A rather formidable adversary I intend to eliminate. Please inform me of his whereabouts." Aisha was taken aback for a considerable time, then shook her head vehemently. "He is incredibly powerful. You cannot defeat him alone." In truth, Aisha also harbored a desire to eliminate that individual, yet the sovereigns were rather cautious about their lives. She believed her kin would not stand a chance against the Supreme Evolution. "Pa, that little calamity. I could handle him with one hand," Ghoulie scoffed, dismissing the so-called Supreme Evolution. How formidable could a creature that even a raccoon could vanquish truly be? Noticing Aisha's continued reluctance to speak, Ghoulie pointedly lifted her chin with his finger. "You have 3 seconds to ponder this. Tell me, or I shall enact immediate justice upon you." Aisha, seated on the couch, curled up in fright, clutching her long legs. All right. He is located at Country Earth, the anti-Earth, with planetary coordinates K20HMW 1748P2S. Upon learning the coordinates of the anti-Earth, Ghoulie nodded in satisfaction. It was a habitable planet akin to Earth's environment, a utopia established by the Supreme Evolution. Henceforth, it shall bear the Goose surname, encompassing the Peak Laboratory on the anti-Earth and the prestigious AOJ Group, which housed the most advanced genetic intellectual property repository in the entire galaxy. This information is drawn from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Cosmic Emperor. Ensure this woman does not escape, Ghoulie instructed as he prepared to depart, when suddenly he overheard a statement. "Creator, we recently apprehended 2 intruders. Shall we bring them over?" Ghoulie furrowed his brow in confusion. 2? Upon witnessing the proud little raccoon and the adorably naive tree creature confined in a cage, he sighed in resignation. "Have these 2 troublemakers come to me for a free meal?" The raccoon's propensity for thievery was instinctual. Yet this particular raccoon had an inexplicable connection to the Supreme Evolution. It was originally the 89th experimental subject, designated 89P13. Perhaps the Supreme Evolution, that grotesque little entity, never anticipated that the creation known as 89P13 would surpass him in intelligence. If the Supreme Evolution were a magnanimous being, he might have felt a sense of pride in this. After all, it was his progeny. Regrettably, he was not such a being. Instead, he was filled with wrath and impotent fury, unable to tolerate the notion that his creation could outsmart him, as though it rendered him a fool. To the Supreme Evolution, the rocket was merely a trial specimen in his quest to create the perfect species. Hence, he sought to sever the rocket's head for study and reduce its companion to ashes. However, what he did not foresee was that the rocket would leave him with a scarred visage and manage to escape from the Peak Laboratory. Shifting the perspective back to the cockpit, Ghoulie gazed at the snarling rocket in the cage and remarked, "Little raccoon, how about I take you to find the Supreme Evolution?" Upon hearing this, Rocket shot a hateful glare at Ghoulie. "Are you one of his followers? That bastard has left me with nothing but resentment. No, I intend to eliminate him. You would surely find that intriguing, wouldn't you? Do you hold a grudge against him?" A newfound seriousness etched across Ghoulie's face. "I have my sights set on something of his, but I doubt he would willingly part with it. Hence I must kill him and seize it for myself." The expression on the raccoon's face transformed into one of utter astonishment as he pondered Ghoulie's words. After a moment, he clutched the iron cage tightly with his small paws, bursting into delight. "Ha, you've made me laugh. Promise me you'll take me along." Rocket had never encountered such an amusing human before and was genuinely curious about the formidable being who commanded this colossal mothership. Wondering how someone could possess such confidence to challenge the Supreme Evolution, not to mention having acquired a little golden figure of a sovereign. Quite an eccentric hobby, indeed. "Let us set off," Ghoulie declared with a wave of his hand. The mothership, transformed by the cosmic duo, accelerated swiftly towards the coordinates of the anti-Earth. The atmospheric density of the anti-Earth was lower than that of Xander, resembling a makeshift version of Earth, which intrigued Ghoulie greatly. After all, finding a habitable planet amidst the vast cosmos was a daunting task. It was either scalding hot or rife with radiation. A planet that mimicked Earth's environment seemed even rarer, as blue skies and white clouds appeared increasingly scarce, and other hues of sky felt rather peculiar. Ghoulie even contemplated establishing this place as his primary base for dominion over the universe, planning to bring Dr. Zola over after dealing with that grotesque Supreme Evolution. In the future, he would also be a lord of a planet. Let the Avengers play with their diminutive Earth. Ghoulie aspired to be the sovereign of the cosmos. "Oh, I nearly forgot that I am also part of the Avengers. At the very least, I'll wait until I secure the space stone and the mind stone before withdrawing, along with Wanda's chaotic magic. A long road lies ahead. Chapter 98. The Country Bumpkin on the Anti-Earth. In the Pinnacle Laboratory, the Supreme Evolution, once scarred across his face by the little raccoon, was diligently occupied in his attempts to create the perfect being. To the Supreme Evolution, this universe was imperfect. Thus, he sought to forge a flawless utopia. Yet his numerous failures over the years compelled him to construct and subsequently destroy one creation after another. Many years prior, he had visited Earth. As for why he did not stay, it was because there were too many powerful figures there whom he could not contend with, leading him to seek refuge on anti-Earth instead. His obsession with Rocket had driven him to the brink of madness, since no gods existed in this world. He resolved to assume the role of a god himself and create a perfect utopian realm. In recent years, Supreme Evolution had held a singular belief until he encountered Ghoulie. At this moment, a colossal mothership loomed ominously above the inverted Earth. A figure, exuding a divine aura and radiating resplendent golden light, approached the exterior of the Apex Laboratory. Beside this being stood 89P13, the embodiment of Supreme Evolution's deepest obsession and his most flawless creation. A genuine smile suddenly illuminated the dark and grotesque visage of Supreme Evolution, revealing a striking set of white teeth. 89P13, you have returned. The little raccoon reciprocated with a sincere smile. Indeed, I have returned. Rocket had envisioned countless scenarios in which he would confront this former nightmare once more, yet none mirrored the current situation. Today, he was merely an observer, hoping that the extraordinary figure beside him, who resembled a celestial being, would deliver a formidable performance. Otherwise, their venture could very well be a fruitless endeavor. Concealed within the mothership's cockpit, Aisha felt a wave of trepidation. She had been abducted by a man who perfectly matched her criteria for an ideal partner and brought to the realm of Supreme Evolution, a place she had dreaded visiting. Although she held the esteemed title of High Priestess of Sovalin, in reality, she was merely one of many creations of Supreme Evolution, flawlessly beautiful but intellectually deficient. Should that man fail, she, along with her Sovalin kin, would likely meet a dire fate. After all, the proud Supreme Evolution could not abide betrayal, and to that creator, annihilating Sovalin was as commonplace as breathing. Over the years, countless intelligent beings had been obliterated by Supreme Evolution, resembling a cold-hearted deity, ready to discard them at any moment. Supreme Evolution cast a few glances at the figure beside Rocket and inquired with a smile, 89P13, is this your reliance upon your return? He beckoned to his armed guards, who immediately aimed their weapons at the golden-tinged figure. Ghoulie, somewhat impatient, urged, hey, you ugly creature, join in too. Stop dilly-dallying, we are pressed for time. Having brought back the golden figure Aisha, Ghoulie had scarcely had the chance to ascertain whether she was entirely gilded before hastily arriving at the inverted Earth. Upon hearing Ghoulie's disparaging remark, Supreme Evolution became visibly agitated. He despised being called ugly above all else. In truth, if one were exceptionally handsome, they would not be incensed by such comments, knowing them to stem from envy and defamation. However, the situation before him merely underscored the undeniable truth of Supreme Evolution's unattractiveness. Ghoulie extended his hand forward. Activate Life Absorption Superpower, commence Shockwave Superpower, initiate Molecular Restructuring Superpower. With a resounding boom, the world fell into silence, and in an instant, all the guards surrounding Supreme Evolution transformed into mere clouds of crimson mist. It was as if ink had been delicately introduced into clear water, creating a hauntingly beautiful tapestry of crimson. The young raccoon, witnessing this spectacle, widened its eyes in astonishment, alternating its gaze between Ghoulie and the Supreme Evolution. How marvelous! It pondered whether the formidable figure would accept a subordinate. If it truly could vanquish the Supreme Evolution, becoming its underling might not be so bad after all. Who would wish to wander the cosmos, living a life of uncertainty, if they could find a reliable protector? The expression of the Supreme Evolution grew grave, a flash of purple radiance enveloping it as it attempted to activate its gravity equipment. Yet, to its dismay, the gravity that had previously proven invincible faltered. Not only did Ghoulie remain unperturbed, but the young raccoon beside him exhibited no sign of movement either. The Supreme Evolution frantically examined its attire, patting and prodding in a rather comical manner. Cease your efforts, simpleton. Part of your equipment has already been dismantled by me, Ghoulie quipped, his disdain evident. With a hint of disappointment, Ghoulie turned to the perplexed raccoon beside him. How would you prefer him to perish? The raccoon, bewildered, raised its weapon and pointed it forward, its eyes reflecting a whirlpool of emotions, hatred, confusion, and a touch of acceptance. After a few moments of contemplation, It ultimately lowered its weapon. Observing this, Ghoulie shrugged. It seemed that reality mirrored films after all, albeit with a tinge of regret. Yet, he was not a man to show mercy. With a firm grip, Ghoulie struck down the Supreme Evolution, which had just begun to feel a sense of relief from its previous woes, transforming it instantaneously into a mist of crimson, extinguishing its life. In its final moments, the Supreme Evolution even heard Ghoulie's disparaging remark, "You did not seek perfection, you merely despised the way things were." Ghoulie mused that dealing with such a foe required no elaborate strategy. A mere transcendent being would suffice. He was certain he could evade several chapters of conflict. Turning to the bewildered raccoon, Ghoulie extended his hand, startling the creature into an energetic leap. "What are you doing? Don't you have a self-destruct mechanism within you? I helped dismantle it, so what's the matter? Unhappy?" Upon hearing this, the raccoon sheepishly gestured an explosive sign. "I thought you were going to handle me in that manner." In an instant, the self-destruct device within the rocket was reduced to molecular state. "Raccoon, remember to take a restroom break later." With the Supreme Evolution now deceased, Ghoulie was compelled to contemplate who should assume the guardianship of this reverse Earth. Should he summon the Transformers? After all, the 12 Guardian Knights and the 3-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex were often idle, playing cards. He concentrated, fervently envisioning the location of the farm base, and at last, a crackling golden portal materialized. Time to get to work. 12 towering knights, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Pterodactyl, the Triceratops, and the robot Zola stepped through the portal in succession. After surveying the reverse Earth, Zola exclaimed in utter astonishment, "Leader, is this Earth?" Ghoulie nodded. "The anti-Earth will henceforth serve as the extraterrestrial base of the explosive Sky Gang. I shall attend to some concluding tasks. You may take over with this little raccoon." Regarding Ghoulie's continual reference to him as a little raccoon, Rocket bore no objections. After all, he had long since confirmed that Ghoulie was an individual he could not provoke. Chapter 99. Breaking the Cocoon and Rebirth in the Mothership's Cockpit. The High Priestess Aisha stood behind Ghoulie, gently massaging his shoulders like a devoted handmaiden. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Just moments earlier, she had witnessed Ghoulie effortlessly annihilating the Supreme Evolution and obliterating all of its guardians through the cockpit surveillance. Her heart swelled with adoration for Ghoulie, a man who perfectly embodied her ideals. He was so formidable, so flawless, indeed, a divine gift bestowed upon her. Why not consider propagating his genes? Aisha mused, contemplating that if Ghoulie declined the custom approach favored by the Sovillans, the traditional method of reproduction could also be explored, despite her inexperience. Yet this time, Aisha felt a stirring in her heart. As Ghoulie reveled in the ministrations of the beautiful woman, he appeared somewhat distracted. Perhaps due to Aisha's lack of training in massage, her technique was rather ordinary, mechanistic, and far inferior to that of Quintessa, also known as Tifa. After a few days apart, he found himself missing Tifa. Additionally, he had achieved several minor objectives during his departure from Earth, and his curiosity about the little golden figure contributed to his distraction. "Aisha, are all Sovillans truly gilded from head to toe?" Ghoulie casually inquired. Upon hearing this, Aisha's face flushed with a delicate hue. "That should be the case," she replied. Their somewhat overt exchange left the nearby tree creature, Groot, feeling awkward and out of place. It suddenly felt that it ought not to be present. Although Groot could only utter the phrase, "I am Groot," this did not imply it was oblivious to the subtext of their conversation. Humans, indeed, were perplexing beings. Why not express their thoughts directly instead of meandering around the point? Ghoulie shook his head, expressing skepticism. The cockpit fell silent for a brief moment before Aisha's soft voice broke the stillness. "Would you like to see?" she suggested. Startled, Groot quickly scurried away, deciding to seek out the little raccoon below, lest it encounter something it ought not to witness. Meanwhile, in another room, when Ghoulie finally beheld the truth, he could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, it truly is all golden." 2.5 hours later, Ghoulie, thoroughly satisfied, cradled a pile of books titled Modern History of the Sovillans and Life Sciences of the Anti-Earth. "Now, please enlighten me about the contents of these tomes." Ghoulie stood at an impressive height of 188 meters, while Aisha measured 19 meters. At this moment, Aisha cast a flirtatious glance, her brows slightly furrowed, and her body, fatigued, resembled that of a delicate woman as she picked up a book. With her golden arms gracefully turning the pages, she began to elucidate the narrative. Through the teachings of Aisha, the character in the story, your cultural level increased, granting you the reward, the extraordinary ability of cocoon rebirth. Cocoon rebirth allows one to form a protective cocoon when mortally wounded, emerging from it with enhanced capabilities. Ghoulie smiled with great satisfaction at this newly acquired superpower. Aisha's son, who is also his son, Adam the Sorcerer, was indeed worthy of being the future of the life tribunal. Cocoon rebirth appeared to be akin to a game-breaking bug, sustaining fatal injuries, generating a cocoon, emerging stronger, and then facing fatal injuries again in an endless cycle of rebirth. It seemed prudent to seek out the ancient sorcerer, Gu-Yi, upon returning to Earth, to explore the possibility of exploiting this bug. As for why Gu-Yi was the chosen one, there was no other superpowered individual present capable of inflicting harm upon Gu-Li. That fellow was a high attack, low defense, fragile sorcerer. Gu-Li's current physical strength was formidable, primarily due to the multitude of superpowers he possessed. The singular acquisition of cocoon rebirth was sufficient to compensate for his recent toils. This journey through the cosmos not only yielded the assets of the anti-Earth and the entire Aoj group, but also brought him the High Priest of Suvlin. Truly, a bountiful harvest. In other words, the entire Suvlin clan now counted as his subordinates, while those Suvlin individuals who defied Aisha should be eradicated, completely annihilated. The only regret Gu-Li harbored was that Aisha's physique could not compare to Carol's, making it unlikely for him to attain the second-tier reward that night. There was plenty of time ahead, so there was no rush. Gu-Li, deprived of proper rest for several days, embraced the small golden figure in his arms and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, beneath the mothership on the anti-Earth, the robotic Dr. Zola lingered in the Pinnacle Laboratory, where the information astounded him. How fascinating that genetics could be manipulated in such ways. The concept was intriguing, yet regrettably, the path taken was misguided, Dr. Zola remarked dismissively regarding the research on supreme evolution. In his view, rather than exhausting efforts on creating new species, it would be more beneficial to explore ways to enhance and improve the human physique. Like Gu-Li, he adhered to the principle of human supremacy, believing that all endeavors aimed to foster greater prosperity for humanity. Arnim Zola, a geneticist from Switzerland and the first human genetic engineer in Earth's history, had previously been responsible for developing various cloned beings and monsters for Hydra, as well as refining the super soldier serum. Although Dr. Zola's research direction on supreme evolution was not entirely aligned with Gu-Li's, it at least revolved around genetic modifications. Alas, why provoke anyone but the leader? While lamenting the demise of supreme evolution, Dr. Zola could only sigh in resignation. After all, Gu-Li is the leader recognized by Zola, not only in the realm of the Hydra but also beyond the explosive faction. Zola increasingly believes that Gu-Li ought to be the leader of all humanity on Earth. The rationale is simple. Gu-Li is fiercely protective, possessing few flaws aside from his greed, lechery, and a touch of petty-mindedness. In contrast, the virtues he embodies are numerous, to the point that Zola finds them impossible to enumerate. Regarding this flawless anti-Earth beneath their feet, although he has only spent a single day here, Zola feels a twinge of reluctance to depart. This sentiment arises not only from the presence of the Pinnacle Laboratory and the AUG group, but also because he and the raccoon have rescued a multitude of superpowered extraterrestrials and animals from the laboratory. Zola perceives these as promising candidates for the future of the explosive faction, and he suddenly yearns to remain and guide them. Moreover, this planet, strikingly similar to Earth, houses a city roughly the size of New York, with the remainder being untouched territory brimming with potential for development. Including the robotic Zola Doctor among the 18 Titans, they swiftly took control of the planet's protective systems under Gu-Li's directives. Their intention is to transform this place into an impregnable fortress for the explosive faction, a pivotal point for their ventures into the cosmos. All efforts are dedicated to the explosive faction. Chapter 100. For the dream connecting with the character Aisha 5 times. Gu-Li acquires the ability of interstellar travel. Interstellar travel utilizes cosmic energy to locate and enter the distortions of the universe, thereby facilitating ultra-long distance displacement. The distortions of the universe are akin to fractures within its structure, theoretically consistent with the principles of spatial jump points. Gu-Li finds it somewhat perplexing to grasp this method of acquiring future bugs derived from Aisha's second-tier superpower. Much like rebirth from a chrysalis, interstellar travel also originates from the yet-to-be-born Atom Sorcerer, who is destined to be Gu-Li and Aisha's future son. It is akin to Gu-Li, in the present year of 2012, directly consuming water from the future year of 2024. Such a notion seems unreasonable. Nevertheless, he muses that perhaps nothing is more irrational than time travel and systems. Gu-Li, clicking his tongue, decides that puzzling matters need not be dwelled upon. This superpower functions similarly to a portal spell, suitable for traversing vast distances across the universe measured in light years. For 3 consecutive days, Gu-Li and Aisha grew intimately close, exploring traditional reproductive methods distinct from genetic customization. Yet, despite the passage of time, they failed to meet the conditions for obtaining the third-tier reward, solely because Aisha could not keep pace with him. Dear, please take me back. The Sovereign cannot do without me, Aisha implored, her hands clasped protectively over her chest. Her modesty barely concealed and overwhelmed by the burden of her plea. In response, Guli could only embrace her with a sense of helplessness. He summoned cosmic energy to gently envelop her form, and with a ripple of space, they instantaneously appeared in Aisha's resplendent chamber within the Sovereign tribe. Upon recognizing her familiar surroundings, Aisha swiftly broke free from Guli's embrace and dashed to the wardrobe, changing into a shimmering high priestess robe. At that moment, the petite woman Aisha appeared to transform into the haughty high priestess Sovereign. My lord, I require rest. The arrogant priestess issued a dismissal to someone. Guli scoffed, remarking to himself that she was yet another woman who would abandon her connections once her attire was donned. In moments of intimacy, she referred to him as master. But once clothed, he became merely my lord. He playfully pinched Aisha's golden cheeks, advising her, if you think of me, do remember to reach out. The communicator on Guli's person was one of the more commonly utilized devices in the universe, capable of spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, leaving one to ponder the principles behind its operation. Aisha, the small golden figure with her cheeks being pinched, was undoubtedly the least formidable woman he had encountered. She was even less impressive than Sharon Carter, who had once rejected him, and certainly not comparable to Carol, who had once bestowed upon Guli 3 superpowers in a single day. Understood, my lord, Aisha replied weakly. It was only after she saw Guli vanish from her quarters that she furrowed her brow, placing a hand on her abdomen and murmuring softly, I should be pregnant now. Meanwhile, Guli returned to the Pinnacle Laboratory on Anti-Earth, preparing to inform Zola before heading back to Earth. After all, he had been away for quite some time and suddenly felt a longing for Ms. Zhao. However, before he could speak, Dr. Zola lamented, Chief, we are somewhat short-staffed. We urgently need to recruit more personnel. The robotic Zola promptly indicated that he had too many responsibilities, overseeing the construction of the genuine Edmund alloy version of the interstellar battleship relocated from the farm base, enhancing the anti-Earth defense system, and teaching a group of superpowered alien children. Even a robot felt overwhelmed, truly wishing for more hands. Due to the shortage of manpower in recent days, Guli had already transported a total of 18 Iron Men, 12 Guardian Knights, 3 Dinosaur Iron Men, as well as Shockwave, Drillbit, and Red Spider to Anti-Earth, leaving only Soundwave, who was responsible for monitoring on Earth, along with Daisy's Drift and Ms. Zhao's little white companion. Don't fret, Doctor. I will recruit more personnel for you shortly, Guli quickly reassured. After several days of recuperation, the Fire Seed had regained its vitality. Guli retrieved 108 sets of future warrior-style nano-armor crafted by Grey Wolf from the system space, lamenting, this depletes all my stock. Nevertheless, he resolved to address the immediate situation first. As the revitalized Fire Seed approached the nano-armor, countless particles swirled in the air, ultimately coalescing into 108 nano-transforming robots. We greet the Creator, resonated the harmonious and sonorous mechanical voices throughout the Pinnacle Laboratory. Unlike the Edmund alloy transformers, the nano-transforming robots transformed without making a sound, somewhat diminishing the essence of the transformers. The 108 warriors, Doctor, you may temporarily make do with. The next step is to focus the primary objective of the Spire Laboratory on the full-scale production of Edmund alloy robots. With the presence of the spark source, manpower should not pose a significant issue. The current situation arose because Guli had previously planned to pursue an elite soldier strategy, aiming to create formidable and massive transformers, while neglecting the importance of troop numbers. The robot Zola responded with fervent enthusiasm, his eyes ablaze with a fiery red glow. Yes, leader, long live the bombing gang. By the way, Doctor, if this consciousness remains in the anti-Earth, there won't be any issues with the consciousness replicants on Earth, will there? Guli suddenly felt a twinge of concern. Rest assured, leader, I have already established a communication link with Earth. After Zola uttered this, he seemed to recall something and quickly added, Leader, please remember to inform me when you deal with Pierce. Guli promptly gestured an okay and swiftly departed the anti-Earth. There must be some undisclosed secret between the Doctor and Pierce. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fixated on eliminating Pierce. Upon returning home, Guli continued to ponder what the secret could be. At that moment on Earth, it was dusk, and Ms. Zhao was busily engaged in the kitchen when Guli suddenly embraced her tightly from behind. You're back, Zhao Hailuan said gently. Inhaling the fragrance of his girlfriend's hair, Guli's hands began to wander mischievously. Not here. The spring scenery cannot be concealed. In the Milky Way, in the Chitauri star domain, the third princess of Asgard, Loki, during her wanderings through the universe, encountered the Titan Thanos, known as the Mad Titan. By 2012, Thanos had conceived the idea of using the 6 Infinity Stones to randomly annihilate half of the universe's population. This notion originally stemmed from his first-hand experience witnessing the destruction of his home planet, Titan. Born into the royal family of Titan, Thanos was a hybrid of the Eternal race and the Deviants, which made him appear somewhat different from normal Eternals, causing him to struggle with social acceptance from a young age, particularly when he suggested randomly eliminating half of the Titan population to resolve the issue of dwindling resources. Thanos was exiled by his kin, yet his fears were realized. Titan gradually became uninhabitable and ultimately faced extinction. Such experiences only solidified his resolve to eradicate half of the universe's inhabitants, as he believed the ultimate fate of the universe would mirror that of Titan, annihilation due to resource depletion. In the following years, Thanos amassed power, invading one planet after another, randomly slaughtering half of each planet's population. However, the universe is vast, and his approach was excruciatingly slow. After years of contemplation, Thanos finally conceived, in 2012, the plan to utilize the Infinity Stones to instantaneously erase half of all living beings, a method both efficient and expedient. He could retire early to cultivate the land. Ultimately, he reached an accord with Loki to hand over the Mind Stone's vessel, the Mind Scepter, to Loki, while dispatching the Chitauri army to assist him in seizing dominion over Earth. In return, he would receive the Tesseract, the Space Stone, from Earth. Go forth, Asgardians, for the sake of your dreams. Chapter 101. On the Pocket Universe, 2 full days had elapsed since Ghoulie returned to Earth. Yet he had not set foot outside his home. The joy of a brief separation had rekindled the pleasures of companionship, and he found himself utterly captivated, enveloped in the warmth of affection. Additionally, Daisy had become increasingly clingy, even neglecting her duties at SHIELD for 2 days, spending most of her time nestled in Ghoulie's embrace. Like a couple in the throes of romance, they exchanged endless words and engaged in countless activities. Ghoulie reveled in this bliss, spending the majority of his time by Daisy's side. It must be said, youth is a splendid thing. It was not until midday on the 3rd day that Ghoulie suddenly recalled his intention to seek out Ancient One to inquire about matters concerning the Pocket Universe. Enchanted by indulgence, he lamented, "Alas, my heart remains captive to such pleasures." After a fleeting moment of reflection, he planted a gentle kiss on the slumbering Daisy and vanished in an instant. He reappeared at the periphery of Kamar Taj, nestled in the Himalayas. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Ancient One emerged, accompanied by a golden halo of light, and a rather impatient voice inquired, "What brings you here again?" Ghoulie swiftly altered his expression, presenting a sincere and earnest demeanor as he offered a gift. "I merely wished to see you, as you were on my mind," with a hint of annoyance. Ancient One accepted the gift, weighing it in her hand, her tone softening. "Speak, what is it?" She found it perplexing that upon seeing Ghoulie, her temperament inexplicably shifted towards irritation, akin to a parent confronting an errant child, yearning to reprimand him. However, given that he came bearing a gift, she deemed it impolite to resort to hostility. "Master, frequent anger can impair liver metabolism, leading to toxin accumulation and resulting in jaundice," Ghoulie remarked. Ancient One widened her eyes, evidently taken aback by his words. "Is this a matter of jaundice? I am, after all, of a yellow complexion." The Ancient One, known as Yao, hailed from the secluded village of Kamar Taj in the Himalayas. In the comics, she is predominantly depicted as male, while in the cinematic universe, she is portrayed as female. Having served as the Sorcerer Supreme for 5 centuries, she currently finds herself in a state of profound ennui. Although her physical form perished in the MCU, she did not truly vanish. Her spirit ascended to become a celestial entity, following the Eternal One. As for why Ancient One harbored a singular desire for death, Ghoulie speculated that it stemmed from a weariness of existence after wielding Dormammu's dark energy for so long. Furthermore, her prolonged solitude, devoid of companionship or offspring, inevitably contributed to her feelings of despondency. Ghoulie truly wished to advise Gu-E to find a partner, but he refrained, given that he had come with an important request. "Master, I share your yellow skin. Logically, shouldn't we assist one another?" Gu-E nodded curtly, her expression revealing skepticism. "What do you wish to convey?" she inquired, recognizing the young man's tendency to ramble, which typically heralded no good tidings. Ghoulie leaned closer. "Master, here's the situation. A few days ago, I acquired a substantial item but have no place to store it. I was hoping to inquire if you might have a spare pocket dimension, or perhaps a dimension that is currently unused. I would like to borrow it for a time." Upon hearing this, Gu-Yi's expression shifted to one of anticipated disappointment. She had surmised he would bring forth no beneficial proposal. "Do you think a pocket dimension is as common as cabbage on the street? You cannot simply borrow one. All who possess such dimensions are notoriously difficult individuals. You ought to take a break. Disheartened, Gu Li sighed, but suddenly a spark of hope ignited in his eyes. What about dimensions? Have you offended any dimension lords? I could assist in their eradication. Upon mentioning the dimension lords, Gu Yi's demeanor grew gravely serious. Gu Li, the peace we enjoy on earth is hard-won. Do not act impulsively. Did he not understand the gravity of his words? To call for the annihilation of dimension lords was reckless, be it Mephisto or Dormammu. They never engaged in battles without certainty of victory. Is there truly no alternative, master? Gu Li implored, his determination unwavering as he gazed at Gu Yi. Child, there is truly no alternative, she replied kindly, placing a hand on his shoulder. This tender moment lasted but 2.5 seconds. Do not harbor any delusions of sneaking away. From this moment forth, I shall supervise you 24 hours a day. To Gu Yi. While she could overlook Gu Li's interference with insignificant moments in time, she could not allow any disruption involving the dimensions. The sanctity of Kamartaj was essential in repelling invasions from other dimensions. After centuries of effort, Gu Yi had cultivated a fragile peace between the dimensions and Earth. A peace that must not be jeopardized by Gu Li's recklessness. Even if he wished to disrupt it, he would have to wait until the next Sorcerer Supreme emerged. Then, let the chips fall where they may. Are you serious? Gu Li chuckled, observing the stern expression of Master Gu Yi. I am most serious. She replied through gritted teeth. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Mirror dimension. Gu Yi suddenly exclaimed, startling Gu Li into raising a hand in protest. I'm sorry. I will behave. Please don't take action. Gu Li felt a surge of sincerity. It wasn't that he feared Gu Yi, even if Odin were present. Speaking to him in such a manner would certainly invite the wrath of the destroyer armor. Just consider the formidable power of that armor, which nearly triumphed over the Avengers. The Ancient One is unlike any other. Faced with this supreme sorceress who has safeguarded the earth for countless years, Gu Li can only hold her in deep admiration. Moreover, the Ancient One has treated him exceptionally well, even going so far as to contravene her original intentions by allowing him to peruse the forbidden dark magic tomes of Kamartaj. It is likely that she is aware of the existence of the dark grimoire replica in his possession, yet she seems disinterested in addressing it. Young man, as a sorcerer, I've endured much over the years. Do show me some compassion. The venerable sorceress suddenly plays the emotional card. I promise you, I shall make no further attempts on the dimensions surrounding Earth before your retirement. Since the Marvel Cinematic Universe is off limits, he shall seek his fortune in the multiverse. After all, the promise was made to the Ancient One before him, not to the Ancient One of other singular universes, thus it does not